Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yan Chapter 948 to Chapter 1022. The moment Xiaoyan exclaimed, the old man, who was standing absent-mindedly in front of him, also seemed to be alarmed. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Xiaoyan. Shoo! Seeing that Xiaoyan could not help but open his mouth once again, the old man helplessly made a shushing gesture to Xiaoyan. Immediately, he turned his gaze back to the space above his palm. A palm-sized cream-white energy cluster was slowly floating in the air. That is, Xiaoyan was shocked when he saw the ball of light. He recognized it at a glance. It was Xiaoxian's soul remnant. But why was it in his hands? What did he want to do? Xiaoyan's face gradually turned gloomy as thoughts flashed through his mind. Don't worry, kid. I'm just curious and surprised. Back then, I spent my entire life trying to find the first scroll of the Returnance technique, but I couldn't find it in the end. I didn't expect to encounter it here after being dead for nearly 1,000 years. Haha, it's really fate. As if sensing the change in Xiaoyan's emotions, the old man shook his head and sighed bitterly. He stared at the ball of Xiaoxian's soul remnant above his palm with a regretful expression. Xiaoyan calmed down a little after hearing the old man's words. However, his eyes were still filled with caution when he looked at the old man. Although this fellow had been dead for nearly 1,000 years, just by relying on this enormous spiritual strength, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have much ability to resist if Tianju wanted to do anything to him. Therefore, in order to be safe, Xiaoyan had no choice but to be cautious. I can see that he seems to be very important to you. The old man didn't pay too much attention to Xiaoyan's emotional changes. At the same time, he extended his palm, and the ball of light above his palm slowly floated towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan caught it carefully in a hurry. Only after confirming that the old man had not done anything to it did he let out a sigh of relief inside. Don't worry, I don't have any thoughts about him. I'm a person from 1,000 years ago after all. Even if I was reborn now, there's nothing for me to fight over. Not to mention, I've lived enough. The reason why I risked my life to break through to Returnance was because I wanted to know if the Returnance technique had a way to break through. Unfortunately, I seem to have proven that it doesn't. The old man shrugged helplessly when he reached the end of his sentence. He was self-deprecating. Xiaoyan remained silent in this regard because this point was very easy to understand. The Returnance technique could allow him to progress smoothly on the path of cultivation, allowing him to become a supreme expert in just 100 years. However, everything had its pros and cons. There were 2 cons to the Returnance technique. One was the 3 barriers that were the hardest to surmount, and the other was that the Returnance technique was split into 3 scrolls. If he could not cultivate the 3 scrolls separately, he would not be able to become a true expert. In other words, the outcome of the esteemed Tianju was understandable. Of course, he had already considered this possibility in the past. However, for the sake of pursuing the path of the strong, he would not hesitate even if he had to give up his life. On this point, Xiaoyan shared the same feeling. Suddenly, the old man and the young man raised their heads at the same time and stared at each other. Ha 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 ha, a few seconds later, laughter rang out. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Although they were not from the same era, they were the same kind of people. If it were not for the teasing of time, they probably would have become good friends despite their age difference. The little guy's pretty good. You've come here to save him, right? Tianju did not hesitate and went straight to the point. At this moment, Xiaoyan had also let down his guard against the old man. He smiled and nodded. He took a step forward and cupped his hands respectfully towards Tianju. The revival of my ancestor requires the support of the soul source energy. Therefore, I implore Senior to save my ancestor. Once his voice sounded, Xiaoyan's bent waist became even deeper. The expression on his face was also filled with respect. Hee, this old man is now just a remnant soul, and I won't be able to survive for much longer. Furthermore, since your ancestor has also cultivated the Returnance technique, it can be said that we are of the same origin. Furthermore, this old man purposely left behind the power of this soul origin in order to give it to a fated person. If my soul origin can really revive your ancestor, this might not be a bad thing. Furthermore, at the end of his words, the old man fell silent. Xiaoyan did not feel anything strange. Immediately after, Xianxia's remnant soul in his arms flew forward uncontrollably and returned to the old man's hands. The old man formed a seal with his hands, and the milky white mist in the surroundings seemed to have received some kind of command and quickly gathered towards the milky white energy ball between his hands. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, my ancestor's remnant soul is too weak now. If you use this method of direct fusion, I'm afraid, don't worry, if you forcibly fuse with him, you may need to consider this point, but I'm giving him my soul source energy on my own initiative. Under my control, my soul source energy will not have any backlash. As for your ancestor, with his current weak state, I believe he won't resist my fusion. In this way, not only will the fusion speed be faster, but the soul source energy he obtains will also be more complete. This is only beneficial for your ancestor." Esteemed Tianju smiled. At the same time, a huge amount of soul energy poured into Xiaoxian's remnant soul. Sure enough, as he had said, the fusion process of the soul source energy was particularly smooth. It was even faster than when Xiaoyan helped to refine it in the past. Perhaps this was because the two of them cultivated the same cultivation method. In any case, with the support of esteemed Tianju's soul source energy, Xiaoxian's chances of recovery would be greater. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little excited. After so many years, if he saw Xiaoxian's ancestor again, what kind of atmosphere would it be? Inside the stone statue, a huge amount of soul energy was fusing with Xiaoxian's remnant soul at a speed visible to the naked eye. In order not to affect it, Xiaoyan consciously withdrew. He believed that with esteemed Tianju personally controlling it, nothing would happen to Xiaoxian. In the outside world, seeing Xiaoyan open his eyes, Luo Ao could not help but frown slightly. Luo Jin also looked at Xiaoyan. "Is the absorption complete?" Luo Ao frowned. He did not feel any change in Xiaoyan's soul energy. Xiaoyan merely smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He lifted his gaze and looked at the stone statue in front of him. He was just about to open his mouth when a powerful energy storm suddenly swept over from outside of the large hall. With just one strike, it shattered the outer wall of the large hall. Numerous densely packed crack lines swiftly covered the wall. Soon after, the powerful energy storm completely destroyed the entire wall in front of Xiaoyan's shocked eyes. Translator, Editor, the powerful energy powder storm instantly destroyed the outer walls of the large hall. Even the formation that was connected to the entire ancient tomb was destroyed along with it. The sudden appearance of this scene not only caused Xiaoyan, but also Luo Ao and Luo Jin by the side to be startled for an instant. What happened? The three of them swiftly exchanged glances. Their bodies immediately moved as they flew forward. They flew past the ruins in front of them and arrived in front of the large hall. Xiaoyan involuntarily turned his head to look at the stone statue in the depths of the large hall. After confirming that there was no mistake, he looked to the front with a solemn face. The murderous intent in his eyes was sharp. The three of them swept their gazes over. Only after observing for a while did they notice that a large group of black figures was swiftly flashing in front of the three of them. Battle cries were transmitted into the ears of the three of them. From afar. From the looks of it, someone self-destructed just now. Luo Ao narrowed his eyes and spoke in an unconcerned manner when he saw the scene. At this moment, Xiaoyan's eyes were staring intently at the group of human figures. His gaze stared at the front of the group. Those people seemed to belong to the same group. The people behind them were chasing after this small group that had only a few people left. The small group was in a panic and did not know where to go. It seemed that they had no choice but to flee here. However, Xiaoyan was not concerned about the direction in which this group of people was fleeing. Instead, he was concerned about the identity of this group of people. When the group of people gradually approached, their line of sight became increasingly clear. Finally, Xiaoyan was able to clearly see the group of people. The remaining 4 people were all wearing white robes. From the style of their white robes, one could tell at a glance that they belonged to the same faction. At this moment, 3 of the 4 people had the appearance of old men. Only a young man was crazily fleeing under the protection of these 3 people. This group of 4 was Murong Xian's group. The Doqi inheritance on their bodies had been discovered by others. This was why they had been crazily chased by this group of people. After a big battle, a portion of the group had died due to their inability to fight. Another portion had chosen to self-destruct in order to protect Murongxian. It was because of this that they were able to delay the group behind them until now. Unfortunately, with the development of the situation, the people behind him quickly caught up to him again. Humph, this old man wants to see how many more times you can self-destruct. A linen-robed old man in the group wore a ferocious smile on his face. He ordered the surrounding elite Dodi to wildly chase after the 4 people in front. This person was undoubtedly Yi Luotian. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. The attacks from behind were also constantly exploding on the ground behind the 4 of them. If the 4 of them were to slow down even a little, they would be bombarded by the rain of attacks. Damn it! They're trying to kill us all. Murongxian couldn't help but reveal a trace of despair on his face. As he felt the attacks coming closer and closer behind him, his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. If handing over the Dochi inheritance was enough, they would have left this place a long time ago. However, in the end, they realized that not only did this group of people want to obtain the Dochi inheritance, they also wanted to kill everyone in this ancient tomb. They had no intention of letting anyone go. Young master, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely rescue you even if I have to risk my old life. You must not despair. The white-haired old man by the side continued to encourage Murongxian. No matter what, he would not let anything happen to Murongxian. If anything happened to the latter, he would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. Uncle Quan, let's go together. Murongxian clenched his teeth. He was just about to grab the old man's wrist when the old man was one step ahead. He suddenly grabbed Murongxian's wrist and a powerful force immediately gathered on his arm. He violently flung Murongxian away. Soon after, Dochi gushed out from his palm and turned into a fierce gust of wind that violently pushed the 3 people beside him away. As for himself, he was already exposed to the attacks of the group behind him. Ha 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 ha. A group of trash. Come, let this old man meet you. A wild laugh was emitted from the old man's mouth as he turned around. At the same time, the Dochi within his body became wild and violent. Soon after, the old man's body suddenly exploded when the group of people behind him arrived. Bang! An earth-shaking energy wave swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the city below was completely destroyed. At the same time, it also exposed the numerous mysterious symbols under the surface of the ground. This is, in front of the ruins of the large hall, Luo Ao and Luo Jin's expressions changed slightly when they saw this scene. Only then did they understand in their hearts why such a useless city would be built in this enormous ancient tomb. This was not some hobby of Tianju. He was merely using it to cover up the entire formation below. I'm afraid that this great array is not weak even among the rank 6 arrays. Luo Ao's eyes hardened. There was a faint premonition in his heart, Uncle Quan. Murongxian's heart was incomparably furious as he watched the old man who had accompanied him for many years die with his own eyes. He had never imagined that there would be such a day between him and Murong Quan. Old Quan, have you really died just like that? The other old man by the side could not help but sigh. Tears involuntarily surged from his eyes. An old man was full of emotions. Moreover, this was a good brother who had accompanied him for his entire life. At this moment, the originally beating heart of this old man seemed to have suddenly stopped. The anger on his old face had also mostly disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ha! I want all of you to die. Murongxian's mouth suddenly emitted a hoarse and furious cry. At the same time, his body moved. He ignored the people around him and actually charged toward the group of people who had once again chased after him. Young master! The hearts of the remaining 2 old men were immediately startled. They hurriedly moved and tried to give chase. However, in front of Murongxian's great way of the wind, their speed could not compare. In the blink of an eye, Murongxian's figure had once again appeared within the attacking range of that group of people. At this moment, even the hearts of these elite Dodi could not help but be slightly moved. How many people in the entire continent could do this for their subordinates? At this moment, even they could not help but feel some pity for Murongxian in front of them, huh? However, if they pitied others, who would pity them? Now, even their own lives were in the hands of Yi Luotian. If they did not obey his will, they would die. When it came to the latter, there was only fear in their hearts. Of course, this was also Yi Luotian's goal. He did not need true loyalty. He did not trust anyone. In his eyes, the relationship between the living things on this continent was only one of using and being used. Unfortunately, he was the one who used them. Very quickly, under the sorrowful and furious gazes of the two elite Dodi from the Murong clan, a dense raindrop-like bombardment ruthlessly landed on Murong Xian's body. Boom! After a series of explosions, the wind and dust scattered. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. There was nothing at the spot where Murong Xian had been standing. What? Just as Yi Luotian's heart was slightly alarmed, two figures appeared in front of him, one after the other. One of them was Murong Xian. The other person was the one who had instantly caused Yi Luotian's expression to darken, Xiaoyan. Mobile version update website. On the ground, Peng Lu's complexion was deathly pale. Her heart was filled with fear as she raised her head to look at the black-robed figure that was faintly floating in the air. Cold sweat unceasingly flowed down from her forehead, and soon, her clothes were drenched. You, who are you, the person who will kill you? Without any superfluous words, Xiaoyan extended his hand and flipped it towards Peng Lu. Almost at the same time, a powerful force came crashing down on Peng Lu's head. Before she could let out a shriek, Peng Lu's body and soul were instantly crushed, turning into a bloody mist that slowly dissipated. The instant this scene appeared, the young girl beside Xiaoyan covered her pretty little face in fright. Her delicate face was filled with shock. As for Zhu Chang and the others behind her, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their dumbfounded expressions appeared rather comical. Only after that did Xiaoyan nonchalantly turn around. Seeing those shocked gazes, he was already used to it. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to the young girl beside him, and said with a smile, "Is this all right?" Only after hearing Xiaoyan's words did the young girl timidly remove her pair of lily-white hands that were covering her face. She timidly looked at the former, then hurriedly turned her gaze away. At the same time, her little head nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. It could be considered a response. Seeing this, Xiaoyan casually smiled. Then, he turned his gaze, and looked at those 9-star half-martial emperors. His expression abruptly turned cold, and with an indifferent tone, he said, "Scram. Go back and tell your master that not a single person here is allowed to touch them. Otherwise, you will end up like him." Xiaoyan's cold cry caused the few 9-star half-emperors to be so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. Only after Xiaoyan's words sounded did these fellows hurriedly flee in panic, using their fastest speed to leave this place. Junior Zhu Chang thanks Senior for saving my life. At the moment when Xiaoyan turned around, Zhu Chang and the villagers behind him all knelt down, and respectfully bowed to Xiaoyan. This, my daughter, Kai would also like to thank Senior for saving her brother. Just as Xiaoyan was about to open his mouth, the young girl beside him also quickly knelt on the ground, her pretty face filled with gratitude. Xiaoyan waved his sleeves and an invisible strength spread out, lifting up the kneeling crowd in front of him. Everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts when they saw the scene. At the same time that they stood up, the respect in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan became even denser. "Thank you, Senior, there's no need to say such things. I was asked to do so by someone. That's why I took action." After casually glancing at Zhu Chang, Xiaoyan turned and looked at the young girl. His pitch-black eyes stared at the colorful eyes of the young girl, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If esteemed Tianju's request was one of the reasons why he stayed, then the young girl in front of him was another reason why he was still standing there at this moment. Seeing that Xiaoyan's gaze had actually landed on Kai Zhu Chang's face couldn't help but change slightly. He took 2 steps forward, cupped his hands at Xiaoyan, and pulled the young girl behind him. "Regardless of whether you were asked to do so by someone or not, since you have saved our village, I would like to be bold and invite you to the village. I hope you can agree." "Haha, little guy, it seems that this kid thinks you're a pervert." Suddenly, Xiao Xian's teasing laughter sounded from Xiaoyan's body. It was really difficult for anyone not to notice such an obvious scene. As Xiao Xian was currently in a soul state, his body was rather weak. As a result, He entered Xiaoyan's body and used Xiaoyan's heavenly flame to nourish himself while sorting out the power of inheritance contained in esteemed Tianju's soul origin. Hearing that, Xiaoyan could only helplessly smile bitterly. His expression didn't change as he nodded at Zhu Chang. Afterwards, he followed Zhu Chang into the village. Along the way, Zhu Chang led the way for Xiaoyan, while the others obediently followed behind. From time to time, their voices would be filled with joy and worry. Now that Peng Lu was dead, they were temporarily safe. However, Peng Lu's death did not bring them long-term peace. On the contrary, Zhu village would soon face an even greater threat. Sigh, Peng Lu is dead, but what about the taxes from above? In the past, we might be able to take out 100 spiritual stones. However, in recent years, the taxes from above have been very high, and the output of the spiritual vein has been decreasing. Gathering 100 spiritual stones every month is already a huge pressure on us. I didn't expect them to be so excessive this time. It has been less than half a month since the last tax payment, and they actually came to rush us again. They are really forcing us into a dead end. Yes, the spiritual veins have been very strange recently. Although spiritual stones can be seen everywhere, it is difficult to mine a single piece even after using all our manpower and resources. This is the first time this has happened in so many years. Moreover, this time even Kair was unable to do anything. This is really making people nervous. Xiaoyan, who was walking slowly, suddenly heard the words coming from behind him. He couldn't help but stop slightly. He frowned slightly and turned around to look at the two old men who were talking. The bodies of the two old men paused when they saw Xiaoyan's gaze being shot over. The expressions on their old faces were initially startled. Soon after, they hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyan, afraid that they would slight the other party. You just said that the spiritual vein is a mountain range that produces spiritual stones? Xiaoyan raised his hand and helped the two old men, who were bowing to him, up as he curiously inquired. The two old men's expressions paused. They looked at each other and nodded, saying, Senior is right. Senior is right. The spirit vein that we are talking about is the mountain range that produces spirit stones. You just said that spiritual stones can be seen everywhere in the spiritual vein, but can't be mined, right? Xiaoyan nodded and said again. Yes. Could it be that Senior knows the reason? Hearing Xiaoyan's question, the two old men's eyes revealed a hint of joy. They hurriedly asked. Perhaps. If it's really as I think, then perhaps I have a way to solve this problem. Of course, first, I have to see the spiritual vein. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. The joy in his heart could not be suppressed. If it was really as he thought, then he had to go to the spiritual vein. I'm sorry, Senior. The spiritual vein concerns the lives of our entire village. If something happens, everyone in our village will be implicated, so, brother, now is not the time to talk about these rules. If we can't take out 100 spiritual stones, the Northern Wasteland Palace will definitely send people here. At that time, we will end up in the same situation. Instead of that, why don't we give it a try? Let Senior take a look. Perhaps he can help us get through this crisis safely. Just as Zhu Chang was about to speak, Kai who was beside him, interrupted. She looked at Xiaoyan expectantly. Yes. Senior's cultivation is powerful. He will definitely be able to help us get through this crisis. Yes, he is willing to take the initiative to help us. This is already a great gift. We can't just reject him like this. Since we won't have a good ending if we can't hand over the spiritual stones, why don't we give it a try? When the time comes, as long as we hand over the spiritual stones, Peng Lu's death can be considered as an explanation. Yes. Hearing Kair's words, before Zhu Chang could do anything, the villagers behind him spoke one after another. The crowd leaned towards Xiaoyan, and Zhu Chang was isolated. With an awkward expression on his face, Zhu Chang's gaze swiftly swept across the group of villagers before landing on Kair. Seeing the hopeful smile on Kair's face, Zhu Chang finally looked at Xiaoyan. He respectfully cupped his hands together and said with an awkward smile, In that case, I'll have to trouble Senior. The powerful spiritual technique storm wildly raged. An incomparable pressure instantly descended on everyone's heads. In an instant, everyone present, with the exception of Luo Ao and Xiaoyan, had landed on the ground. Their faces were flushed red as a great storm once again rose within their hearts. What's going on? Rank 5 spiritual force. Who's there? Come out. Luo Ao's sharp eyes instantly turned towards the depths of the old tomb when he sensed the enormous spiritual strength. There was an extremely powerful spiritual strength there, boiling like a flame. Its powerful aura caused most of the people present to involuntarily feel fear. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the deep regions of the ancient tomb where the spiritual strength was being emitted. At this moment, he could sense a dense life force being emitted from within. It was just like a newborn baby or a wild lion that had just awoken from its deep slumber. And this life force belonged to Xiaoxian. Ancestor Elder Xianxia. Xiaoyan's voice trembled as he muttered. He completely ignored the spiritual storm that was about to strike over. His body flashed and the sky extinction step was unleashed to its limit in an instant. He faced the frightening spiritual pressure head-on and charged in. Xiaoyan, don't. Come back quickly. A powerful pressure uncontrollably spread. When Luo Jin and Luo Ao saw that Xiaoyan had actually retreated instead of advancing, astonishment appeared on their faces. However, Luo Ao did not dare to let Xiaoyan take the risk alone since they did not know the other party's identity. With a wave of his sleeve, the powerful spiritual force belonging to a rank 6 array master immediately surged out, transforming into an invisible hand that attempted to bring Xiaoyan back. The invisible hand rapidly approached Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived behind Xiaoyan and was about to grab him. However, at this moment, soul condensing finger. A clear shout rang out from the depths of the ancient tomb. As powerful spiritual force immediately condensed. In the blink of an eye, it had condensed into a seemingly solid finger. As the finger descended, it actually forcefully blocked Luo Ao's spiritual force. Boom! With a dull thud, the finger that had materialized suddenly shattered. At the same time, Luo Ao's invisible palm was forcefully pushed back. Damn it, what a powerful soul skill. But even so, you can forget about harming him. With his attack defeated, Luo Ao's expression immediately changed. Just as he was about to attack again, Xiaoyan's shout suddenly rang out. Senior, please don't do anything. He won't hurt me. When he attacked just now, he mistakenly thought that Senior wanted to hurt me. Senior, please withdraw your soul power. Luo Ao could not help but frown slightly when he heard this. It was not difficult for him to detect a sliver of excitement in Xiaoyan's voice. It was as if he was pleasantly surprised by the appearance of this mysterious figure. Could it be that before, Luo Ao was after all an old monster who had lived for many years? After a lightning-like thought in his heart, he immediately associated it with the cluster of cream-white energy light from earlier. Luo Ao only relaxed slightly when he thought of this. When he turned his gaze around, the group of elite Dodi behind him, including the masked person from the ghost hall, took the opportunity to wildly flee out of the ancient tomb. Only Morong Xian and the other two were still standing in the same spot. They watched Xiaoyan charge into the ruins that were filled with dust. Their faces were filled with shock and deep gratitude. If Xiaoyan had not intervened today, the few of them, master and servants, would have definitely died in this place. Although Morong Quan was already dead, he, Morong Xian, had already remembered this grudge in his heart. All he needed to do was wait for the future to teach them a lesson. At the same time, Xiaoyan had already passed through the permeating dust fog and once again arrived in front of the stone statue. This stone statue strangely did not collapse after a couple of energy attacks. Instead, everything around it had been destroyed until it was beyond recognition. However, Xiaoyan did not have the mood to observe this at this moment. At this very moment, his pair of dark black eyes were filled with excitement and tears as they stared at the somewhat illusionary human figure standing in the empty space in front of him. The human figure was wearing a pale green long robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. A pair of dark black ink-like eyes were like bottomless black holes. It was as though they had absorbed everything within them. The depth contained an endless wisdom, causing one to involuntarily feel admiration when seeing it. Descendant Xiaoyan respectfully welcomes Ancestor Xiaoxian. Xiaoyan could no longer hold back his tears as he arrived before Xiaoxian. His body trembled as he prostrated himself on the ground and bowed to the human figure before him. Xiaoxian's face finally revealed a gratified smile as he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him. His body descended, and he extended his hand to help Xiaoyan up from the ground. At the same time, he opened his mouth and laughed. He smiled and said, "Looks like you've done it." He was referring to Xiaoyan's breakthrough to the half-emperor level. Xiaoyan stood up and wiped away the tears of excitement on his face. Only then did he reveal an embarrassed smile. "I was only lucky enough to break through thanks to ancestors' grace." "Haha, you don't need to be so humble. What I did for you was only one-sided. You still relied on yourself to break through in the end." The two of them smiled at each other. Then, Xiaoxian turned his gaze and looked at the stone statue behind him. He could not help but reveal some gratitude on his handsome face. "Thank you for your inheritance, senior." Xiaoxian cupped his hands and bowed to the stone statue. Xiaoyan hurriedly followed behind him. Xiaoxian had already awakened when Tianju infused his soul source energy into him. However, he was too weak at that time and could not make a sound. However, he was very grateful for Tianju's actions. Crack, crack, crack. However, just as the two of them stood up, they suddenly discovered that cracks were spreading rapidly on Tianju's stone statue. As the cracks spread, dazzling golden light shot out from within. In just a few breaths' time, the cracks had spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had already covered the entire hall. At the same time, the same scene was happening in the city outside the hall. "This is," Luo Ao's expression changed. He pulled Luo Jin up and quickly looked into the depths of the ancient tomb. Xiaoyan had not come out yet. Damn it, the tomb is about to collapse. Tianju's formation must have been triggered. We must leave this place as soon as possible. But Xiaoyan is still inside. We must bring him out. Luo Jin frowned. He could not let go of Xiaoyan. "You stay here and wait for me to return." Luo Ao was well aware of the current situation. Once the formation formed by a rank 6 formation master was activated, even he had to be careful. Moreover, Xiaoyan was still inside. He had no choice but to personally take action. However, boom, just as Luo Ao was about to move, the surrounding space suddenly collapsed. Endless spatial turbulence swiftly moved like numerous poisonous snakes. Even someone as strong as a 9-star Do-D would have difficulty escaping under this turbulence. Humph. Luo Ao was not afraid. He waved his sleeve and a huge Do-Chi wave immediately swept out, easily breaking the turbulence that was coming at him. However, just as the turbulence was about to be completely destroyed, a huge beast claw suddenly extended from the empty space and tore Luo Ao's attack apart. Mobile version update website. The illusory spirit pupil was one of the few special pupils that Xiaoyan knew of in the mainland. Before this, the one that Xiaoyan had seen was Qinglin back then. The pair of eyes with the green flower pupils was still deeply etched in his memory. The triple jade green snake flower pupils could forcefully control any snake-type magical beast of the same level or below. The amount of control was determined by the user's cultivation base and combat power. After control, the user could gradually devour and absorb the latter's cultivation base for their own use. It could be said to be the nemesis of all snake-type magical beasts. Back then, Qinglin stirred up the entire 9 abyss deep-ground python because of this. This time, the illusory spirit pupil that Kai possessed was another special pupil with a different effect. Just like what was happening to Kai now, the illusory spirit pupil could devour any energy in the world that was not controlled by humans and absorb it without any difficulty. It even skipped the process of refining it directly. Cultivation could be said to be abnormally simple. As long as one had the illusory spirit pupil, even if one did not deliberately cultivate it, one's cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people. It could be said to be a natural cultivation accelerator. Unfortunately, looking at Kai now, it seemed that she did not know how to use the illusory spirit pupil. According to what the two old men said earlier, when they were mining spiritual stones in the past, as long as Kai was present, the mining speed would be twice the result with half the effort. This was because of the illusory spirit pupil's ability to absorb energy. Of course, the reason why it was so difficult to mine now should be because of what Xiaoyan thought in his heart. Although the illusory spirit pupil was a great tool that could help in cultivation, at the same time, it also had a fatal flaw. At the same time, it was also an incomparable advantage. It could directly devour and absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This made the owner of the illusory spirit pupil an unparalleled cultivation genius in the world. At the same time, it also made it a walking spiritual stone in the eyes of many cultivators. The illusory spirit pupil could allow the owner to directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth without any difficulty. At the same time, the illusory spirit pupil could also use an extreme method to perfectly graft the owner's cultivation base onto another person. There were two methods of grafting. First, it would be delivered at a slow speed. Of course, although the process was slow, the power obtained would be much more than the usual cultivation. After the delivery process was completely over, the illusory spirit pupil would be completely useless, and it would no longer have any abilities. At the same time, the owner would also be permanently blinded, and their cultivation would also vanish at the same time. As for the other method, it was to change pupils. At the same time as changing pupils, in the shortest amount of time, one's own cultivation would be grafted onto another person's body, creating an expert in the shortest amount of time. As for the person who originally possessed the illusory spirit eyes, they would be crippled and their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would not be able to keep their life and would be in a miserable state. However, it was a pity that Kai was unable to use her special pupils. If this continued, a cultivation genius like her would likely be destroyed in this tiny village. Very quickly, under Zhu Cheng's lead, the group of 5 passed through the cave and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, Xiaoyan and the rest saw quite a number of villagers. They were waving special tools and pouring douqi into them as they repeatedly knocked on the walls of the cave on both sides. Occasionally, they could see spiritual stones that were exposed from within. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully remove those spiritual stones from the walls. As they approached the deeper parts of the cave, there was a stuffy hot aura in the air. With the exception of Xiaoyan, everyone present already appeared to be dripping with perspiration. Perspiration soaked their clothes. The surrounding villagers that they met were all topless as they worked hard to extract the spiritual stones. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivation of the villagers. Perhaps they were worried that those fellows outside would not be able to withstand the high temperature and stuffy heat. Turning his eyes, Xiaoyan randomly glanced at Kai behind him. However, he suddenly realized that at this moment, the young lady was wearing a red dress that was drenched in perspiration, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and lovely body. Her alluring figure was also fully displayed at this moment. This caused Xiaoyan to feel somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and swiftly followed. The closer they got to the deepest part of the cave, the higher the temperature in the air. At the same time, Xiaoyan could also feel that in the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely vigorous aura. This kind of energy was both pure and enormous. It was simply not something that any spiritual stones could compare to. And this also confirmed Xiaoyan's thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the 2 old men had already stopped in the distance. The high temperature here was already unbearable for them. Zhu Cheng's face was also red as he bitterly endured. Sweat constantly poured out from his body. Even though he had already taken off his clothes and used his douqi, he was still unable to completely withstand the high temperature here. As for Kai, although the young lady relied on her superhuman willpower to endure, she was already tottering as if she could faint at any time. Wang, with a wave of his big sleeve, an invisible force immediately spread out and easily separated the terrifyingly high temperature surrounding the 3 of them. Soon after, Xiaoyan raised his gaze and looked at the end of the tunnel in front of him. Although this was the deepest part of the cave, the spiritual stones that could be seen everywhere emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, in front of Xiaoyan and the other 2, there was a vast expanse of soft white light. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyan's gaze passed through this layer of white light and looked at the protruding milky white spiritual stones behind it. With Xiaoyan's eyesight, he could naturally see that these spiritual stones were all middle-rank spiritual stones without a doubt. In fact, Xiaoyan could even feel that in the depths of these spiritual stones, there was an even more enormous energy. This kind of energy belonged to a high-rank spiritual stone. High-rank spiritual stone. As expected, this spiritual vein really does have high-rank spiritual stones. A glint flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes. His heart contained a joy that could not be suppressed. High-rank spiritual stone. If he was able to obtain one, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, the strength of his 9 incarnations was currently stagnant. If he was able to obtain the help of a high-rank spiritual stone, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to raise his strength to the advanced level of a 5-star Dodi. In this way, it would be quite a great help to Xiaoyan. Sir, may I know if you have any ideas about this? The surrounding temperature suddenly fell. The pressure on Zhuchang and Kair's bodies was also greatly reduced. 2 pairs of eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. Their eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled slightly and said, "As expected, this is what I expected." Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. No wonder you guys can't mine the spirit stones here. In the depths of this spirit vein, there are high-grade spirit stones. Under the effect of the large formation, the entire ancient tomb began to collapse. All the structures within shook intensely. The empty space cracked and the chaotic flow of space was like numerous large pythons wildly flowing within the ancient tomb. The powerful strength would cause even a 9-star Dodi to feel fear. However, under Luo Ao's shockingly powerful strength, the chaotic flow of space was completely swept away. Qi. A shocking Do-Qi wave swept through the empty space like a tsunami. The silver chaotic flow of space appeared to have been swept away by the tsunami and was instantly turned into fragments. The path in front of Luo Ao was also swiftly cleared. However, it was also at this moment, roar. Following a low roar, an enormous beast claw suddenly shot out from a certain spatial vortex. In just one exchange, it instantly tore apart Luo Ao's Do-Qi wave. What? The appearance of this scene caused the expression on Luo Ao's old face to suddenly change. This was the first time in so many years that something like this had happened. Clang clang clang, soon after the enormous beast claw was exposed in the empty space, numerous thunderbolts quickly charged out from the spatial vortex. After which, the enormous body of the mysterious magical beast slowly appeared in front of Luo Ao. The body of the enormous beast was especially large. Its body was pitch black in color. The deep color could be described as hollow, as though it could swallow everything. The enormous beast had 4 limbs. Its front limbs were long and its back limbs were short. It was like a huge chimpanzee. However, it was far more frightening than the latter. Its enormous head looked like that of a lion. Its innately ferocious appearance caused one to feel fear at first glance. The thunderbolts that surrounded its body were especially shocking. A ferocious aura continued to spread from its body. The empty space under its feet was as weak as a thin piece of paper. This is, even with Luo Ao's mental state, his heart could not help but feel an intense surge the moment he saw this enormous beast. Void lightning beast. Roar. An earth-shaking beast roar was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. The invisible empty space collapsed layer by layer. Numerous spatial vortexes continued to agglomerate within the ancient tomb. The frightening chaotic flow of space was like a school of fish in the sea, swallowing everything within the ancient tomb. In the blink of an eye, the entire ancient tomb had collapsed. At the same time as the ancient tomb collapsed, the ground beneath the feet of Xiaoyan and Luo Ao in the large hall completely cracked open. A dazzling golden formation was activated, Shilin region, Shilin mountain range. Under the magma, a pair of scarlet beast eyes slowly opened at this moment. At the same time, a beautiful girl in an ice blue dress stood on a snowy peak in the heart of the Shilin mountain range. She involuntarily looked towards the western horizon. Yen City. Xianxia was sitting cross-legged and training in a separate room. Recently, she had heard quite a lot of news related to Xiaoyan. She could not help but feel an unknown joy in her heart when she thought that Xiaoyan was now able to stand on equal footing with the 4 large sections. This seemed to be even more exciting than the increase of her own cultivation. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a piercing pain in her heart. Even though it was only for a short moment, it caused her to suddenly open her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, Xiao Yan's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Xianxia furrowed her brows and looked towards the west through the window. She could not help but feel a trace of worry in her heart. At the same time, in the plaza of Emerald Green City, a golden formation was activated from time to time. Light flickered and figures came and went. This was the transportation formation from the western region to the southern region. Buzz buzz buzz, following a golden flash in the plaza, a dozen people appeared in the originally empty plaza as if they were performing a magic trick. Among the dozen people, a rather sloppy old man in white robes was currently holding a wine jar in one hand. He scanned his surroundings. When he looked at the formation beneath his feet, a trace of disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Xiaoyan, brat, you really made this old man look for you. He could not help but mutter in his heart. A tired expression involuntarily flashed across the old man's eyes. The continent was very big. Looking for a person in this place was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Even the information that he had obtained at this moment was only obtained by chance not long ago. Of course, even if this was the case, he could not be completely sure that this was the person he was looking for just based on this name alone. However, regardless of whether this was true or not, this was the only clue he had now. It was worth a try. This old man was Xiao Mingyuan, who had traveled all the way from the central region to the border of the continent in order to search for his clan members. Carrying the wine jar in his hand, the old man lifted his feet and walked towards the city. Just as he stepped out of the plaza, a young lady brushed past him. Oh? The old man's footsteps suddenly paused. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. His gaze turned and swept across the young lady. Why would a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe exist in this barren land of the continent? The old man was surprised in his heart. Immediately, he shook his head and tossed aside these unnecessary distracting thoughts. He continued to walk towards the city. The young lady stepped onto the plaza and stood in the middle of the formation. She raised her head and looked towards the sky. A black-robed figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. She had already heard from the latter that he had come from the southern region. This time around, she wanted to use the opportunity of training to go and take a look at the place that he had come from. This young lady was Xianxia, who had left the clan by herself. The few years of training and growth caused the young lady to appear much more mature than before. However, there was still some childishness on her pretty face that had yet to disappear. A short moment later, the large formation was once again activated. Under the continuous pouring of energy from the spirit stones, the formation was activated. Xianxia and the dozen-plus people who were with her disappeared from the plaza in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Xiao Mingyuan was walking in boredom on the streets of the city. He planned to temporarily rest here for a day and inquire about information regarding Xiaoyan at the same time. He would set off tomorrow to search for traces of the latter. Just as his footsteps were leisurely moving forward, an old man wearing a brocade robe in a pavilion suddenly looked at him. The moment he saw the latter, the old man's eyes narrowed. A hint of fear flashed across the depths of his eyes. He quickly and carefully withdrew the aura in his body. In the blink of an eye, the old man looked like an ordinary person without any qi. However, in Green Jade City, no one would treat him as an ordinary person. The deacon of the Yunin Pavilion, the strongest person in Green Jade City, a 2-star Dodi, Zhang Yi, seeing Xiao Mingyuan's figure gradually disappear into the distance, an extremely obscure light flashed across the depths of Zhang Yi's eyes. After a long time, when Xiao Mingyuan's figure had completely disappeared, Zhang Yi clenched his fist and loosened it. A bird was formed. Mobile version update website, Peng Lu, what do you want now? In a small village, at this moment, a large group of villagers dressed in ordinary clothes were surrounding a few figures. The leader of the villagers was a strong young man who was glaring angrily at a nefarious young man with a ruffian aura in front of him. He shouted angrily. Humph, Zhu Chang, I haven't seen you for a few days and your voice has become much louder. You actually dare to shout at me like this. Hearing the burly young man's roar, the nefarious youth stretched out his little finger and lightly picked his ear with a sneer on his face. Humph, we have already paid last month's tax. What are you doing here? Zhu Chang's gaze swept across the few people behind Peng Lu with fear as he said in a deep voice with displeasure. Yes, you are right. You have indeed paid last month's tax. Of course, I will not forget this, Peng Lu cackled, and it actually looked a little strange. But, you haven't paid this month's taxes yet. However, in the next instant, Peng Lu's tone suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he stared at Zhu Chang. The words he spat out caused the expressions of the group of villagers in front of him to change. Peng Lu, what do you mean by this? Every month's tax has always been paid at the end of the month. It has only been half a month and you are already here to collect taxes. What do you want us to give you? Hee, this has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for collecting taxes. Remember, 100 low-level spirit stones, not one less. Otherwise, I will send all of you to the Bear Steel mercenary group. Humph, I think you should all know the consequences of entering that group. Hearing Zhu Chang's angry roar, Peng Lu sneered with a look of indifference. He did not care about the life and death of the people in front of him. To him, the most important thing was the spirit stones. As long as the spirit stones were in his hands, it did not matter even if the people in front of him died. Peng Lu. You're making things difficult for us. In the past, we would need at least a month to produce 100 spiritual stones from G Mountain. Now, it's only been half a month. How can we produce that amount? Are you trying to push us to our deaths? Zhu Chang roared. He naturally knew the result of being sent to the Bear Steel mercenary group. None of the villagers were destined to survive. He knew that Peng Lu must have other plans. The latter understood them too well. That fellow definitely had his own motives for forcing them like this. Keek, Zhu Chang, you're wrong. Even if you're really dead, the one who forced you to your deaths isn't me. It's the Northern Desolate Hall. The taxes have been collected early. This is an order from the higher-ups. I'm just following orders. You just have to pay the taxes. As for whether you can pay them or not, it has nothing to do with me. Peng Lu coldly spat out these words. He turned around and was about to leave with his men. However, he seemed to have thought of something the moment he turned around. He turned his head slightly and stared at Zhu Chang. However, it's not that I can't help you. However, that will depend on whether you are willing to grasp this opportunity. What do you want? Zhu Chang's expression sunk. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart. At the same time his expression changed, the doqi in his body began to circulate involuntarily. Kiki, if you're willing to give your sister, Qi. Before Peng Lu could finish speaking, Zhu Chang's figure suddenly rushed forward explosively. The tyrannical aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately swept forth. The powerful oppressive power immediately rushed toward Peng Lu. His sister was his only taboo. Anyone who dared to touch this line, regardless of who they were, would die. However, Peng Lu was completely fearless in the face of Zhu Chang's overbearing aura. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He calmly raised his hand and suddenly slammed it down. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a middle-aged man beside him swiftly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he violently collided with Zhu Chang. Bang! The middle-aged man's body was as stable as Mount Tai after the collision. He did not move. When he looked at Zhu Chang, he was forced back by the middle-aged man's attack. He fell into the crowd and was suppressed. Humph, you are merely an 8-heart half-emperor, yet you wish to kill me. In the past, I kept you alive because I saw that you were able to lead this group of people to bring me benefits. However, from the looks of it, you wish to rebel against me today. Peng Lu coldly laughed. He walked forward. His gaze was dense and cold as he looked at Zhu Chang, who was standing up in a miserable manner. A killing intent flashed across his eyes. Since you will sooner or later become a scourge if I keep you alive, I shall take this opportunity to send you on your way today. Peng Lu waved his large sleeve the instant his words sounded. Immediately, an extremely powerful aura swiftly spread out from within his body. Under the pressure of this aura, even the few 9-star half-emperors behind him revealed frightened expressions on their faces. Do-di, a 1-star Do-di, even though this strength was considered nothing at the level of an elite Do-di, a 1-star Do-di was sufficient to suppress everyone present in this place. Do-di, at this moment, even Zhu Chang's heart was incomparably shocked. He had never expected that the person in front of him, who appeared like a ruffian, had actually reached the Do D class. Hee, you are very surprised, aren't you? I have never revealed my true strength to anyone during all these years. However, since you wish to kill me today, I shall make an exception and personally finish you off. Peng Lu coldly laughed. He raised his hand and a turbulent Do Qi immediately agglomerated in the empty space in front of him, transforming into a large hand. Soon after, it violently fell towards Xu Chang. And in the next moment, buzz. The large energy hand that was falling suddenly paused in midair. Soon after, two human figures slowly appeared in the empty space. The two of them were a man and a woman. At this moment, the man extended a finger and gently touched the large energy hand in front of him. Break. An indifferent word was spat out from his mouth. At the same time, the large energy hand in front of the man shattered with a sound. Very quickly, it disappeared from this world. At this moment, everyone present was stunned on the spot. Numerous gazes involuntarily landed on the body of the black-robed young man. Only a long while later did these people appear to have recovered one by one. The expressions on their faces were gradually replaced by shock. This was especially the case for Peng Lu. The shock in her heart was even more difficult to describe. At this moment, the black-robed young man who was standing in the empty space and breaking Peng Lu's large energy hand with a finger was the person who should have been in the Heaven-End ancient tomb and should have been submerged by the collapse of the ancient tomb, Xiaoyan. Mobile version update website, a moment ago. In an ancestral hall filled with the vicissitudes of life, the strangely shaped floor suddenly flashed, and a dazzling golden light was emitted from it. It was like a sun, and it immediately alarmed the people outside the ancestral hall. There was a small courtyard outside of the ancestral hall. There were a few rooms built around it, surrounding the ancestral hall. There was a corridor at the front of the ancestral hall. On the other side of the corridor was a small bamboo forest, blocking the main entrance to the ancestral hall. Hence, unless one was in front of the ancestral hall, one would not be able to clearly see the situation inside the ancestral hall. At this moment, between the pillars of the corridor, a young girl was shyly looking at the bright light emitted from the ancestral hall. Her pair of strange eyes flashed with a curious splendor. After a short while, the golden light in the ancestral hall gradually disappeared. Under the young girl's shocked gaze, two figures appeared in the ancestral hall at the same time. At this moment, the young girl was shocked. Although she wanted to escape, for some reason, her delicate body seemed to be fixed on the spot, unable to move. She could only look at the two people in the ancestral hall with her heart trembling. She was both frightened and curious. Where is this place? Xiaoyan's eyes were surprised and uncertain as he observed the environment he was currently in. Both of his eyes contained some caution as he exchanged glances with Xiaoxian in front of him. After which, their eyes rotated. Soon after, they landed in the middle of the ancestral hall. There was a stone statue enshrined here, and the two of them were very clear about the appearance of the stone statue. After all, they had met it not long ago. The stone statue's appearance was that of esteemed Tianju. From the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have fallen into the array that esteemed Tianju had set up long ago. He must have planned to send them here. The ancestral hall enshrines esteemed Tianju. This should be his family or the place where he was born. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian's eyes continued to observe their surroundings. Both of them clearly understood that now was not the time to catch up. They must first clearly see the situation in front of them and wait until everything had calmed down before doing anything else. But why did he send us here? It has been 1,000 years. Even if there is someone or something that he can't let go of, time has passed, and I'm afraid we can't help him achieve it. Moreover, he hasn't told us about it. Xiaoyan looked at the stone statue and shrugged helplessly. He turned around and was about to step out of the ancestral hall. Wait, he must have sent us here for a reason. Also, didn't you notice that there is a trace of his aura here? Xiaoxian smiled. His dark eyes slowly turned, and soon, they locked onto the top of the stone statue. There was a plaque hanging. There were 4 big words written on the plaque in bold strokes. Leave it to fate. Freedom. What a great freedom. Does he mean that it belongs to the fated one? Xiaoxian chuckled faintly. With a thought, his majestic soul power immediately spread out and turned into an invisible palm that approached the plaque. Xiaoyan was suspicious. He glanced at the plaque and used his soul power to probe it, but he didn't find anything. However, Xiaoyan naturally didn't doubt Xiaoxian at all. Hence, he stood where he was and waited quietly. After a short while, Xiaoxian withdrew his soul power. At the same time, a storage ring appeared in his hand. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly solidified the moment he saw the storage ring. His mouth involuntarily let out a surprised cry. Since the storage ring was placed in such a place by Tianju, it must be Tianju's own storage ring. Compared to the things in the ancient tomb, perhaps the things in this storage ring were Tianju's real collection. It was easy to imagine just how precious the storage ring of a returnance expert was. Oh right, the returnance technique. Xiaoyan hurriedly said after returning to his senses. Xiaoxian was slightly startled when he heard this. After which, he quickly recovered. Due to him having practiced the first scroll, he could be said to be extremely clear about the secret of the origin returning skill. Compared to others, Xiaoxian's heart should be even more anxious about the importance of this qi method. However, from the looks of the current situation, it seemed that Xiaoyan was even more concerned about it than him. Xiaoxian smiled and shook his head. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength once again surged out. It was swiftly poured into the storage ring in his hand. Xiaoyan by the side carried a fiery heat as he anxiously waited. A few minutes later, Xiaoxian's soul power withdrew from the storage ring along with a scroll. Needless to say, it was the returnance technique. The returnance technique, it really is the returnance technique. Tianju purposely left the returnance technique here to prevent those who wantonly destroyed his tomb from obtaining it. That's why it's said to follow fate and rely on human nature. We were lucky. If we hadn't stayed in the palace earlier, we wouldn't have been teleported here, and we wouldn't have been able to avoid that disaster. Soon after, Xiaoxian slowly opened the scroll in his hand with some anticipation. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon after, however, a golden light flashed from within the scroll when it was opened. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian involuntarily took 2 steps back. After which, an illusionary human figure slowly appeared within the golden light. It was Tianju. However, it was only an image, and they couldn't talk freely like before. Fated person, since you were able to open this scroll for me, it means that this is fate between us. This scroll originally shouldn't belong to me, but everything is fate. To be able to pass through the formation and come here, it means that your temperament is not bad. Therefore, I hope that you can help me with one last thing. If the village where the ancestral hall is still around, I hope that you can do one thing for the village before you leave. The returnance technique and all the items in my storage ring will be your reward. In addition, you only need to do one thing. After that, no matter what happens to the village in the future, it will no longer have anything to do with you. If the village is already destroyed by the time you see this, then everything will be fine. The image ended at this point. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian were startled as they looked at each other. After which, the scroll returned to Xiaoxian's hand. Soon after, the two of them turned around in unison. 2 pairs of dark black eyes looked at the corridor outside of the ancestral hall. There, a young lady in a red dress was looking at the image that had disappeared from the ancestral hall in a daze. She didn't notice Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian's gazes. On the ground, Peng Lu's complexion was deathly pale. Her heart was filled with fear as she raised her head to look at the black-robed figure that was faintly floating in the air. Cold sweat unceasingly flowed down from her forehead, and soon, her clothes were drenched. You, who are you, the person who will kill you? Without any superfluous words, Xiaoyan extended his hand and flipped it in the air towards Peng Lu. Almost at the same time, a powerful force came crashing down on Peng Lu's head. Before she could even scream in fear, Peng Lu's body and soul were instantly crushed. They turned into a bloody mist that slowly dissipated. The instant this scene appeared, the young girl beside Xiaoyan covered her delicate and pretty little face in fear. Her delicate and pretty face was filled with shock. As for Zhu Chang and the others behind her, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their dumbfounded expressions appeared rather comical. Only after that did Xiaoyan nonchalantly turn around. Seeing those shocked gazes, he was already used to it. Helplessly, he shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to the young girl beside him, and said with a smile, "Is this all right?" Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the young girl timidly removed her pair of lily-white hands that were covering her face. She timidly looked at the former, then hurriedly turned her gaze away. At the same time, her little head nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. It was considered a response. Seeing this, Xiaoyan casually smiled. Then, he turned his gaze, and looked at those 9-star half-martial emperors. His expression suddenly turned cold, and with an indifferent tone, he said, "Scram. Go back and tell your master that not a single person here is allowed to touch them. Otherwise, you will end up like him." Xiaoyan's cold cry caused the few 9-star half-emperors to be so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. Only after Xiaoyan's words sounded did these fellows hurriedly flee in panic, using their fastest speed to leave this place. Junior Zhu Chang thanks Senior for saving my life. At the moment when Xiaoyan turned around, Zhu Chang and the villagers behind him all knelt down and respectfully bowed to Xiaoyan. This, my daughter, Kai would also like to thank Senior for saving her brother. Just as Xiaoyan was about to open his mouth, the young girl beside him also quickly knelt on the ground, her pretty face filled with gratitude. Xiaoyan waved his sleeves and an invisible strength spread out, lifting up the kneeling crowd in front of him. Everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts when they saw the scene. At the same time that they stood up, the respect in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan became even denser. "Thank you, Senior, there's no need to say such things. I was asked to do so by someone. That's why I took action." After casually glancing at Zhu Chang, Xiaoyan turned and looked at the young girl. His pitch-black eyes stared at the young girl's multicolored eyes, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If esteemed Tianju's request was one of the reasons why he stayed, then the young girl in front of him was another reason why he was still standing there at this moment. Seeing that Xiaoyan's gaze had actually landed on Kai Zhu Chang's face couldn't help but change slightly. He took 2 steps forward and cupped his hands at Xiaoyan while pulling the young girl behind him. "Regardless of whether you were asked to do so by someone or not, since you have saved our village, I would like to be bold and invite you to the village. I hope you can agree." "Haha, little guy, it seems that this kid thinks you're a pervert." Suddenly, Xiao Xian's mocking laughter rang out from Xiaoyan's body. It was really difficult for anyone not to notice such an obvious scene. As Xiao Xian was currently in a soul state, his body was rather weak. As a result, he entered Xiaoyan's body and used Xiaoyan's heavenly flame to nourish himself while sorting out the power of inheritance contained within esteemed Tianju's soul origin. Hearing that, Xiaoyan could only helplessly smile bitterly. His expression didn't change as he nodded at Zhu Chang. Afterwards, he followed the latter into the village. Along the way, Zhu Chang led the way for Xiaoyan, while the others obediently followed behind. From time to time, they would speak with both joy and worry. Now that Pang Lu was dead, they were temporarily safe. However, Pang Lu's death didn't bring them long-term peace. Instead, Zhu village would soon face an even greater threat. "Sigh, Pang Lu is dead, but what about the taxes from above? In the past, we might have been able to take out 100 spiritual stones. However, the taxes from above have been increasing in recent years, and the output of the spiritual vein has been decreasing. Gathering 100 spiritual stones every month is already a huge pressure on us. I didn't expect them to be so excessive this time. It's been less than half a month since the last tax payment, and they actually came to rush us again. They are really forcing us into a dead end. Yes, the spiritual veins have been very strange recently. Although spiritual stones can be seen everywhere, it is difficult to mine a single piece even after using all our manpower and resources. This is the first time this has happened in so many years. Moreover, this time even Kai was unable to do anything. This is really making people nervous." Xiaoyan, who was walking slowly, suddenly heard the words coming from behind. He couldn't help but pause slightly. He frowned slightly and turned around to look at the 2 old men who were talking. The bodies of the 2 old men paused when they saw Xiaoyan's gaze being shot over. The expressions on their old faces were initially startled. Soon after, they hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyan, afraid that they would slight the other party. "You just said that the spiritual vein is a mountain range that specializes in producing spiritual stones?" Xiao Yan raised his hand and helped the two old men, who were bowing to him, up as he curiously inquired. The two old men's expressions paused. They looked at each other, then nodded and said, "Senior is right. Senior is right. The spirit vein that we are talking about is the mountain range that produces spirit stones. You just said that spiritual stones can be seen everywhere in the spiritual vein, but can't be mined, right?" Xiao Yan nodded and said again. "Yes. Could it be that Senior knows the reason?" Hearing Xiao Yan's question, the two old men's eyes revealed a hint of joy as they hurriedly asked. "Perhaps. If it's really as I think, then perhaps I have a way to solve this problem. Of course, first, I have to see the spiritual vein." Xiao Yan smiled slightly. The joy in his heart could not be suppressed. If it was really as he thought, then he had to go to the spiritual vein. "I'm sorry, Senior. The spiritual vein is related to the lives of our entire village. If something happens, everyone in our Zhu village will be implicated, so, brother, now is not the time to talk about these rules. If we can't take out 100 spiritual stones, the Northern Wasteland Palace will definitely send people here. At that time, we will end up in the same situation. Rather than that, why don't we give it a try? Let Senior take a look. Perhaps he can help us get through this crisis safely." Just as Zhu Chang was about to speak, Kai who was beside him, interrupted him. Her beautiful face was filled with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Yan. Yes. Senior's cultivation is powerful. He will definitely be able to help us get through this crisis. Yes, he is willing to take the initiative to help us. This is already a great gift. We can't just reject him like this. Since we won't have a good ending if we can't hand over the spiritual stones, why don't we give it a try? When the time comes, as long as we hand over the spiritual stones, Peng Lu's death can be considered as an explanation." Yes. Hearing Kai's words, before Zhu Chang could do anything, the villagers behind him spoke one after another. The crowd leaned towards Xiao Yan, and Zhu Chang was isolated. With an awkward expression on his face, Zhu Chang's gaze quickly swept across the crowd of villagers before landing on Kai. Seeing the latter's hopeful smile, Zhu Chang then looked at Xiao Yan, respectfully clasped his hands, and smiled awkwardly. "In that case, I'll have to trouble Senior." Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Calm. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian stood side by side in the ancestral hall. The two of them looked at the young lady in a red dress in front of the corridor with a slightly different gaze. They were even more shocked when they noticed her beautiful, multicolored eyes. This is illusory heavenly eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Their breathing paused for a few seconds before they could not help but exclaim in surprise. The moment the two of them spoke, the red-dressed young lady was also startled by the two of them. The seven-colored glow in her pretty eyes flickered slightly before it quickly dimmed. Her expression was panicked as she took 2 steps back. The young lady lifted her gaze and quickly noticed Xiao Yan and Shuang. "Ah!" The young lady's mouth involuntarily emitted an exclamation. She turned around with the intention of fleeing. However, she seemed to have forgotten that the corridor she was in was horizontal. The moment she turned around, her somewhat cute appearance collided with a pillar behind her. Immediately, an exclamation sounded once again. Xiao Yan and Shuang were also provoked into laughter by this scene. Then, their figures flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared before the young lady. "Girl, are you all right?" "I am fine," the young lady in a red dress said timidly. The girl in the red dress said timidly. She raised her head and looked at the two people's kind smiles. The fear in her heart couldn't help but dissipate. Who are you? Why have you come here?" the young lady asked timidly. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian felt rather awkward. To be honest, they did not know why they had come here. They did not even know where they were right now. "Haha, we're just 2 passers-by. Perhaps it's because of the plaque in your ancestral hall. Let fate take its course, and that's why we've come here." Xiao Xian smiled as he looked at the young lady with kind eyes that were filled with wisdom and kindness. "Let fate take its course? Then you're fated people?" The young lady gradually let down her guard. The smile on her pretty face could not help but make people feel tender affection for her. Yes, fated people. Can you tell us, boom? Just as Xianxia was about to finish his sentence, a violent bang in the distance interrupted his words. The sound was accompanied by a painful roar. The expression on the pretty face of the girl in the red dress suddenly changed. A deep worry appeared on her pretty face. Her mouth also hurriedly shouted in alarm, "Brother Yi!" She hurriedly shouted, "It's Big Brother!" With a cry of surprise, the young lady's eyes turned. She looked anxiously at Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian with a pleading expression. Although she did not know who the two people in front of her were, just by looking at their appearance, the young lady was certain that they were definitely strong. At least, they were definitely stronger than her brother. Although Xiaoyan did not know exactly what had happened, Xiaoyan would naturally not ignore this matter since Tianju had made a request first and they had already obtained the Gue Yuan skill and Tianju's storage ring. Haha, don't worry. Since we're fated, we'll help you solve your brother's problem. With a smile, Xiaoyan stretched out his hand and grabbed the young lady's wrist. Xiaoxian and Xiaoyan looked at each other. Xiaoxian's figure twisted slightly, turned into a stream of light, and flashed into Xiaoyan's body. Then, Xiaoyan took the young lady and disappeared from the corridor in the blink of an eye. In front of a huge barren mountain, there were rocks everywhere. The mountain path was rugged and steep, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb. However, in front of a half-emperor expert, this was nothing. At this moment, somewhere in this barren mountain, a group of 5 people was standing in front of a huge rock. The space below was not large, and behind them was a high cliff. If they were not careful, they would be in grave danger. Among the 5 people, in addition to Xiaoyan, there was Zhu Chang, Kai and the 2 old men who were talking to each other earlier. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind as he stood in front of this enormous rock. He spread out the spiritual strength within his body and carefully probed this mountain range. A short moment later, Xiaoyan helplessly withdrew the spiritual strength that he had spread out. Even after inspecting inch by inch, Xiaoyan was still unable to find any clues. Outside of this spiritual vein, he was unable to detect any energy ripples. Looking at it from the outside, this barren mountain was no different from the other mountains. If a person were to fly over it, he or she would not be able to find any clues about this place. If Zhu Chang was not leading the way, even Xiaoyan would not believe that this place was actually a spiritual vein. It is indeed a creation of the heavens and earth. It is impossible to see anything from the outside just by relying on human strength. No wonder spirit stones are so difficult to find on the continent. This thing is not something that can be found by just relying on soul power. It also requires some luck. With a sigh in his heart, Xiaoyan watched as Zhu Chang walked to the front of the huge rock and placed his hand on it. As doqi was poured in, a rumbling sound quickly sounded from the inside of the huge rock. Soon after, the huge rock slowly descended with a heavy sound. Only when half of it was buried in the ground did it slowly come to a stop. At this moment, in front of Xiaoyan's group, a tunnel that could only fit 1 person appeared. "Sir, this is the entrance to the spiritual vein." Zhu Chang made an inviting gesture and led the way in front. Xiaoyan followed closely behind, followed by Kai and the 2 old men. After entering the tunnel, it only took a short while for the tunnel in front of them to gradually expand. Soon after, it expanded to the point where it could fit 10 people side by side. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately changed slightly after he entered this place. He could clearly sense the dense energy that permeated this tunnel. Training in this place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort compared to the outside world. However, the difference was that the energy in this place might be more abundant, but at the same time, it was also more heterogeneous. Refining it required more time and effort. However, this was not a problem for Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan did not have the intention to stay here. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely be able to increase by a large amount in a short period of time. While he was surprised by the environment here, Xiaoyan could not help but look at Kai who was wearing a red dress behind him. Xiaoyan had been observing Kai after entering this place. Her pair of colorful eyes had originally appeared ordinary after entering this place. However, her eyes would involuntarily emit a colorful glow in this place. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that the mixed energy within this cave was actually moving toward Kai. Or perhaps it could be said that her body was automatically absorbing the energy within this cave. The modeled energy constantly poured into the delicate body of the girl. The latter was like a black hole that specialized in absorbing energy, absorbing all the energy in the cave. As for the people around her, although they were more or less aware of it, they seemed to have long been accustomed to it. Therefore, their faces did not reveal any strange expressions. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan could clearly sense the abnormally large amount of energy hidden in the depths of Kair's body. Xiaoyan's heart froze, and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was especially shocked in his heart. Is this the illusory spirit pupil? It's really terrifying. The illusory spirit pupil was one of the few special pupils that Xiaoyan knew of in the mainland. Before this, the one that Xiaoyan had seen was Qinglin back then. The pair of eyes with the green flower pupils was still deeply etched in his memory. The triple jade green snake flower pupils could forcefully control any snake-type magical beast of the same level or below. The amount of control was determined by the user's cultivation base. After control, the user could gradually devour and absorb the latter's cultivation base for their own use. It could be said to be the nemesis of all snake-type magical beasts. Back then, Qinglin stirred up the entire 9 abyss deep ground python because of this. This time, the illusory spirit pupil that Kair possessed was another special pupil with a different effect. Just like what happened to Kair at this moment, the illusory spirit pupil could devour any energy in the world that was not controlled by humans and absorb it without any difficulty. It even skipped the process of refining it, making it exceptionally easy to cultivate. As long as one possessed the illusory spirit pupil, one's cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people even if one did not deliberately cultivate it. It could be said to be a natural cultivation accelerator. Unfortunately, looking at Kair now, it seemed that she did not know how to use the illusory spirit pupil. According to what the two old men said earlier, when they were mining spiritual stones in the past, as long as Kair was present, the mining speed would be twice the result with half the effort. This was because of the illusory spirit pupil's ability to absorb energy. Of course, the reason why it was so difficult to mine now should be because of what Xiaoyan thought in his heart. Although the illusory spirit pupil was a great tool that could help with cultivation, at the same time, it also had a fatal flaw. At the same time, it was also an incomparable advantage. It could directly devour and absorb the energy of the world. This made the owner of the illusory spirit pupil an unparalleled cultivation genius in the world. At the same time, it also made it a walking spiritual stone in the eyes of many cultivators. The illusory spirit pupil could allow the owner to directly absorb the energy of the world without any difficulty. At the same time, the illusory spirit pupil could also use an extreme method to perfectly graft the owner's cultivation base onto another person. There were 2 methods of grafting. First, it would be delivered at a slow speed. Of course, although the process was slow, the power obtained would be much more than the usual cultivation. After the delivery process was completed, the effect of the illusory spirit pupil would be completely nullified, and it would no longer have any abilities. At the same time, the owner would also be permanently blinded, and their cultivation would also vanish at the same time. As for the other method, it was to change pupils. At the same time as changing pupils, in the shortest amount of time, one's own cultivation would be grafted onto another person's body, creating an expert in the shortest amount of time. As for the person who originally possessed the illusory spirit eyes, they would be crippled and their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would not be able to keep their life and would be in a miserable state. However, it was a pity that Kair was unable to use her special pupils. If this continued, a cultivation genius like her would likely be destroyed in this tiny village. Very quickly, under Zhu Cheng's lead, the group of 5 passed through the cave and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, Xiaoyan and the others saw quite a number of villagers. They were waving special tools and pouring douqi into them as they repeatedly knocked on the walls of the cave on both sides. Occasionally, they could see spiritual stones that were exposed from within. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully remove those spiritual stones from the walls. As they approached the deeper parts of the cave, there was a stuffy hot aura in the air. With the exception of Xiaoyan, everyone present already appeared to be dripping with perspiration. Perspiration soaked their clothes. The surrounding villagers that they met were all topless as they worked hard to extract the spiritual stones. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivation of the villagers. Perhaps they were worried that those fellows outside would not be able to withstand the high temperature and stuffy heat. Turning his eyes, Xiaoyan randomly glanced at Kair behind him. However, he suddenly realized that at this moment, the young lady was wearing a red dress that was drenched in perspiration, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and lovely body. Her alluring figure was also vividly displayed at this moment. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little embarrassed as he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and swiftly followed. The closer they got to the deepest part of the cave, the higher the temperature in the air. At the same time, Xiaoyan could also feel that in the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely vigorous aura. This kind of energy was both pure and enormous. It was simply not something that any spiritual stones could compare to. This also confirmed Xiaoyan's thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the two old men had already stopped in the distance. The high temperature here was already unbearable for them. Zhu Chong's face was also red as he bitterly endured. Sweat constantly poured out from his body. Although he had already taken off his clothes and used his dou qi, he was still unable to completely withstand the high temperature here. As for Kai, although the young lady was holding on with her superhuman willpower, she was already tottering as if she could faint at any time. Buzz, with a wave of his big sleeve, an invisible force immediately spread out and easily separated the terrifyingly high temperature surrounding the three of them. Soon after, Xiaoyan raised his gaze and looked at the end of the tunnel in front of him. Although this was the deepest part of the cave, the spiritual stones that could be seen everywhere emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, in front of Xiaoyan and the other two, there was a vast expanse of soft white light. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyan's gaze passed through this layer of white light and looked at the other side. There was a protruding milky white crystal. With Xiaoyan's eyesight, he could naturally see that these spiritual stones were all middle-rank spiritual stones without a doubt. In fact, Xiaoyan could even feel that in the depths of these spiritual stones, there was an even more enormous energy. This kind of energy belonged to a high-rank spiritual stone. High-rank spiritual stone. As expected, this spiritual vein really does have high-rank spiritual stones. A glint flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes. There was a joy that could not be suppressed in his heart. High-rank spiritual stone. If he was able to obtain one, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, the strength of his 9 incarnations was currently at a standstill. If he was able to obtain the help of a high-rank spiritual stone, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to raise his strength to the advanced level of a 5-star Dodi. In this way, it would be quite a great help to Xiaoyan. Sir, may I know if you have any ideas about this? The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The pressure on Zhu Chong and Kair's bodies was also greatly reduced. The two pairs of eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. Their eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled slightly and said, as expected, this is what I expected. Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. No wonder you guys can't mine the spirit stones here. In the depths of this spirit vein, there are high-grade spirit stones. Mobile version update website, high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Zhu Chong and Kair could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. As everyone knew, there were 4 types of spirit stones: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit stones. Among these 4 types of spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones and supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. This was especially true for supreme-grade spirit stones. In the past 1,000 years, there had never been any rumors about it on the continent. From this, one could imagine how precious supreme-grade spirit stones were. Of course, although high-grade spirit stones were not as valuable as supreme-grade spirit stones, they were still extremely rare in the entire Yuanwu continent. Even some super sects might not be able to take out a few of them. Generally speaking, even in spirit veins, there might not be any high-grade spirit stones. In most spirit veins, even after excavating the entire mountain, one would still not be able to obtain a single high-grade spirit stone. In fact, there might not even be a mid-grade spirit stone. Therefore, once a high-grade spirit stone appeared, various factions would definitely fight over it. The spirit veins where the high-grade spirit stones were located would inevitably become the target of all parties. Therefore, after hearing Xiaoyan's words, Zhu Chong's heart could be said to be filled with both joy and worry. He was happy that high-grade spirit stones had appeared. This would definitely attract the attention of experts for their Zhu clan village. At that time, the Northern Desolation Hall, the faction that they belonged to, would definitely send experts over. The Zhu clan village might even be able to use this opportunity to gain the recognition of the sect. As long as someone from their village could successfully join the Northern Desolation Hall, this would undoubtedly bring peace to the village. This was a great thing for the entire village. However, what he was worried about was his sister Kai. Although he did not know why she had a pair of multicolored eyes, he could feel that his sister's eyes were definitely not the eyes of an ordinary person. If she attracted the attention of a powerhouse, he would be fine, but he was worried that his sister would be harmed. "Brother, I didn't expect there to be high-grade spirit stones here. As long as we excavate these spirit stones and hand them over to the Northern Desolation Hall, you can." "No. We can't hand over the high-grade spirit stones here." Before Kai could finish speaking, Zhu Chong spoke in a stern voice, interrupting her with a single sentence. The might and ruthlessness contained in his words frightened the young girl, causing her to involuntarily take 2 steps back. She timidly looked at her brother, who had never lost his temper with her before, with a pair of bright multicolored eyes already filled with mist. "Haha, Kai, don't blame your brother. He's doing this for you, he's just..." At this point, Xiaoyan looked at Zhu Chong. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Zhu Chong's expression suddenly changed. It was as if he was afraid that Xiaoyan would reveal the truth. Once the girl knew about her special constitution, she would be even more afraid of the outside world. "Haha, your brother just doesn't want to leave you. After all, as long as you join the sect, you won't be able to enter and leave at will in the future. It's very restrictive. Your brother doesn't want to hand over the high-grade spirit stones because he's afraid that he'll be forcefully taken back by the sect's experts, so don't blame him." After Xiaoyan finished speaking, Kai widened her pair of watery eyes and stared at Zhu Chong with her beautiful eyes. Then, she directly threw herself into the latter's arms with a touched look on her face. While calling out for her brother, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Looking at the brother and sister in front of him, Xiaoyan's lips curled into a warm smile, while Zhu Chong also nodded at Xiaoyan with gratitude. He lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms with a complicated expression. After wiping away the tears at the corner of the girl's eyes, the two of them let go of each other's arms. Then, Zhu Chong turned his gaze to Xiaoyan and said respectfully, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you with the spirit stones here." "No problem. It just so happens that I haven't experienced high-grade spirit stones yet. Today, I'll take it as an opportunity to get to know them." Xiaoyan smiled faintly. He immediately flipped his hand and a puff sound could be heard. A fierce, dense white flame suddenly rose from his palm. A frighteningly high temperature immediately spread. The originally stuffy temperature within the cave had once again become dry and hot in an instant. The moisture that was contained in the air was incinerated into nothingness in an instant. "This is a heavenly flame." Looking at the white flame rising from Xiaoyan's hand, Zhu Chong's face once again revealed a shocked expression. No wonder the person in front of him was so powerful even though he was clearly much younger than him. It turned out that he had the help of a heavenly flame. To be able to possess a heavenly flame at such a young age, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Carrying the shock in his heart, Zhu Chong pulled Kai aside and the two of them quickly retreated. In this kind of situation, their existence would not be of any help. In fact, if they continued to stay, they might even bring trouble to Xiaoyan. Therefore, leaving this place was their best choice. After walking far away, the brother and sister watched from afar as Xiaoyan raised his palm. The raging flame on his palm turned into a ball of fire, and then Xiaoyan suddenly waved his palm forward. The flame in his palm immediately shot forward, and immediately after, it fiercely bombarded the spirit stones that were connected to each other in the deepest part of the cave. Bam! A dull explosion sounded out, and the cave where the three of them were couldn't help but shake violently. The two old men and the villagers behind them in the distance were also shocked by the huge commotion, but soon after, a series of explosive booms sounded out one after another. Bang bang bang. In the depths of the cave, Xiaoyan controlled the heavenly flame and fiercely burned the spirit stones in front of him. This did not have any effect on the spirit stones, but it was able to separate the spirit stones that were originally connected together. Each spirit stone would become a hexagonal crystal of the right size. The creation of the world allowed each of these spirit stones to contain the same energy. This was truly a work of the gods. With Xiaoyan's cultivation and the heavenly flame, it was extremely easy for him to mine these spirit stones. However, he also discovered that the deeper the heavenly flame went into the mountain cave, the closer it got to the high-grade spirit stones. The degree of connection between these ordinary middle-grade spirit stones also became increasingly close. The energy between them appeared to be connected together and merged together. This was also because of the high-grade spirit stones. The high-grade spirit stones were able to absorb the energy within the surrounding spirit stones for their own use. Only through years of infusion and the polishing of time could they finally become supreme-grade spirit stones. It could be said that the formation of high-grade spirit stones was essentially the same principle as the cultivation of living beings. They both stood out from millions of others, but unfortunately, in the end, they benefited the living beings of the world. Therefore, in this world, there was no such thing as the strongest. There was always someone better than you, and no one knew if the land you stood on was just a speck of dust in the eyes of someone else. Even so, the living beings of this world had to constantly compete. After all, the only way to see this world clearly was to reach the peak of peerless power, and here, the Origin Emperor was the peak. Crack! As a middle-grade spirit stone fell, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of Xiaoyan like a flower. The high-grade spirit stone had appeared. Mobile version website, the white light shone like a pure white flower. It was so bright that one could not bear to look at it directly. The entire cave was illuminated by the white light. A long while later, the white light gradually dimmed and the sight in front of Xiaoyan's eyes slowly became clear. A spiritual stone, or rather, a lump of spiritual stones, appeared before Xiaoyan's eyes. Half of it was embedded in the mountain, while the other half was exposed to Xiaoyan. The reason why it was called a lump of spiritual stones was because it was not just a single high-grade spiritual stone. At this moment, what appeared before Xiaoyan was a total of 5 high-grade spiritual stones connected together, 5 high-grade spiritual stones. Even some of the high-grade sects did not have them. In other words, the 5 high-grade spiritual stones in front of Xiaoyan represented the foundation of a sect. Looking at the lump of high-grade spiritual stones, Xiaoyan's heart was stirred up and he could not calm down for a long time. This was a powerful foundation that could move a sect. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. However, the most important thing now was to break down these 5 spiritual stones. Phew, exhaling deeply, Xiaoyan once again stretched out his palm. A white flame rose from his palm and gradually attached itself to the lump of spiritual stones according to his thoughts. The scorching heat radiated outwards and seeped into the gaps between each spiritual stone. Bit by bit, the spiritual stones were peeled apart. After all, they were 5 different individuals. Even if they were forcefully joined together by a powerful force, there was still a certain flaw. Xiaoyan only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to seep into the gaps between the 5 spiritual stones and use the mysterious fire to peel them off. Finally, the 5 high-grade spiritual stones would appear before Xiaoyan's eyes. The degree of connection between the 5 high-grade spirit stones far exceeded that of the middle-tier spirit stones from before. This also caused the speed at which Xiaoyan separated the 5 high-grade spirit stones to be much slower. After using a full hour, the 5 high-grade spirit stones were finally completely separated. Boom! Just as the 5 high-grade spirit stones fell to the ground, the spirit stones embedded in the walls of the cave seemed to have lost their support and fell to the ground with a loud bang. It even saved the effort of mining. In total, there were close to 1,000 spiritual stones here. This was enough for the Zhu clan to live comfortably for a year. Of course, this was under the premise that the Northern Wilderness Palace did not impose any additional taxes. Xiaoyan's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the 5 high-grade spirit stones in front of him. However, he eventually calmed down and suppressed the desire in his heart. Although the spirit stones were precious, he was not a person who would be driven by greed. He would not touch the spirit stones before getting permission. At this moment, Zhu Chang and Kai walked over from behind. Looking at the 5 spirit stones floating in front of Xiaoyan, although Kai didn't know, Zhu Chang recognized them at a glance. High-grade spirit stones. And there are 5 of them. Although Zhu Chang had lived in this small village for a long time, his knowledge was not limited. He clearly knew what 5 high-grade spirit stones meant. The Zhu clan spirit vein produces high-grade spirit stones. Once the Northern Wilderness Palace finds out, they will definitely send experts over. When that time comes, the Zhu clan will be directly taken over by the Northern Wilderness Palace. Zhu Chang was shocked and afraid. In the end, he was still afraid that something would happen to the girl beside him. He could care less about his own life, but he had to protect Kai. It was not for anything else, but because Kai was his sister. You said that once they find out about the existence of high-grade spirit stones, it will bring you trouble. As long as they don't know about it, you will be fine. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. There was a hint of calmness in his smile. Suddenly, Zhu Chang raised his eyes and stared at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with determination. As long as you can help us get through this trouble, I, Zhu Chang, will give these 5 high-grade spirit stones to you. Aren't you afraid that the villagers will find trouble with you? Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with surprise. This was indeed his plan, but the latter was too decisive. As long as I can keep Kai by my side, I'm not worried about how the people in the village will treat me. Moreover, as long as Sir doesn't tell them about this matter, I don't think they will think that there is actually a high-grade spirit stone here. Zhu Chang smiled in relief. He wasn't worried about the people in the village. After all, they were familiar with each other. They wouldn't be able to do anything to him and his sister. However, if it were the people from the Northern Desolate Palace, they wouldn't care about the so-called half-step sovereigns. Instead of facing them, it would be better to face the people in the village. In that case, I have to thank you in advance. However, I really don't have the fortune to enjoy 5 high-grade spirit stones. How about this, I will leave one for you. If nothing happens, you can use it for your own cultivation. If something happens in the future, you can use it to avoid the Northern Wilderness Palace. I just hope that they won't bully you too much. With a smile, Xiaoyan kept the 4 high-grade spirit stones in his storage ring. Without hesitation, he took out one of them and gave it to Zhu Chang. This? Sir, high-grade spirit stones. Just take it as my thanks to you. I am already satisfied to receive 4 high-grade spirit stones out of thin air. Moreover, I see that your talent is not bad. It's just that you don't have good cultivation resources. This is a good opportunity. You can keep this spirit stone. Xiaoyan smiled. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Kai, but he did not feel any antipathy toward Zhu Chang. Even though the latter had revealed a cautious expression toward him earlier, it was still understandable. He could completely understand the protective feeling an older brother had toward his younger sister that was born in their blood. In addition, I see that Kai's talent is not bad, but she doesn't cultivate. It should be because she doesn't have a suitable cultivation method, right? With a change of tone, Xiaoyan looked at Kai, who was hugging one of Zhu Chang's arms. A touch of pity appeared on his face. To be honest, Kai, who had the illusory spirit pupil, was really a natural cultivation genius. It was a pity that Xiaoyan could not take care of himself at the moment. Otherwise, he would definitely take her as his disciple. However, even if he could not take her away, if he left some things for her, it would not be impossible for him to take her in as his disciple in the future. As for now, he would just take her as his disciple. Senior, do you mean you are willing to give Kai a suitable cultivation method? Zhu Chang's face was filled with joy. He knew that Kai's physique was different from ordinary people. Therefore, in the past, he had not dared to find an ordinary cultivation method for her to cultivate. After all, the cultivation of a cultivation method was related to her life. Once she chose the wrong cultivation method, it was very likely that it would leave behind irreversible consequences in the future. Therefore, he had always been looking for a really good cultivation method for Kai, but he had not found one yet. Haha, no, I don't intend to give Kai a suitable cultivation method, Xiaoyan chuckled and shook his head. Immediately, under Zhu Chang's puzzled gaze, he smiled at Kai and asked, Kai, are you willing to take me as your master? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios acknowledge me as your master? Xiaoyan's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in the ears of the two people in front of him. Kai's delicate little face could not help but reveal a flattered expression. As for Zhu Chang, the latter felt even more disbelief in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually want to accept Kai as his disciple. Although Xiaoyan was young, his cultivation was already comparable to the ancestor-level figures of some ancient factions. Once he was willing to accept Kai as his disciple, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the latter's future. At the very least, it would definitely be much better than cooped up in this small mountain village. However, the only thing that Zhu Chang could not bear was that once she acknowledged him as her master, it would also mean that Kai would have to leave his side. Although he was reluctant, Zhu Chang also understood that this was ultimately for Kai's sake. After all, if Kai continued to stay in the Zhu clan's village, not only would she not be able to step into the threshold of cultivation, but she would also have to live in fear of those experts spying on her. In the long run, this was ultimately not a solution. Senior, if I acknowledge you as my master, can you not take me with you? Although Kai was not well versed in worldly affairs, she understood some of the rules of the continent. Generally speaking, when some powerful seniors accepted a disciple halfway through their journey, they would usually take the disciple along with them to prevent the latter from being lazy in cultivation. At the same time, it was also to provide the disciple with a good cultivation environment and convenient protection. However, Kai's heart was also unable to let go of her brother Zhu Chang. The two of them had relied on each other for survival since young, and neither of them could leave the other. She really could not bear to leave with Xiaoyan. Hearing Kai's words, the expression on Zhu Chang's face suddenly changed. Of course, he knew the reason why Kai said this. However, this matter was related to Kai's life and fate, and he could not allow her to do this. Once she made Xiaoyan unhappy, the matter of accepting her as a disciple would be dropped. Wouldn't this be a waste of such a good opportunity? Senior, Kai is still young and there are many things that she does not know. Her words just now, haha, that's enough. You don't have to say any more. Before Zhu Chang finished speaking, Xiaoyan chuckled and spoke. However, these words caused Zhu Chang's heart to instantly fall to the bottom. Although Zhu Chang's laughter was still amiable, these words clearly meant that he was looking for an excuse. Did this mean that Xiaoyan did not want to accept Kai as his disciple? Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Kai's of Zhu Chang's heart's heart, and she was at a loss. Of course, her appearance, and her pitiful appearance. Of course, because of some reasons, I will only bring her trouble. If I bring her, of her of course is of her of course, of the of her of hers is. If I bring her, I. Of the of Zhu s of s of them. Of Zhu of Zhu, of them, of. Thank you, elder. Recovering from her shock, Kai was overjoyed. She hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyan. The latter looked at her with a strange expression and did not reply. Zhu Chang, on the other hand, hurriedly hinted at Kai. Only then did Kai recover from her shock and quickly change her words. Thank you, master. Thank you, elder. Xiaoyan nodded his head with satisfaction. Immediately, his tone changed as he opened his mouth once again and said, although you are now my disciple, you are only a disciple in name. I have very high requirements for my disciples. If you want to become my disciple, you must show me enough strength. Do you understand, Kai? As soon as these words came out, Kai's expression changed slightly. She could not help but feel a little nervous. She had not even stepped through the threshold of cultivation, so how could she possess strength? In this regard, Zhu Chang's face showed a smile of admiration. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan, and a feeling of admiration emerged in his heart. Xiaoyan's words sounded like a kind of pressure to Kai, but in his ears, it was a kind of encouragement. As a disciple, which disciple did not want their master to be proud of them? In order to achieve this, one must put in effort. However, Xiaoyan added a point on the premise of pride, and that was to become an inner disciple. To become the pride of one's master, this path was bound to be filled with great difficulties. There would always be people who could not endure and would give up halfway. However, if one only wanted to become an inner disciple, the requirements would be much lower. This would also increase Kai'er's desire to work harder. Master, what kind of cultivation does one need to become your inner disciple? The girl's pretty face showed some expectation. She only hoped that Xiaoyan's requirements were not too high. Otherwise, she would still worry about whether she could achieve it. Xiaoyan pursed his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He said with a smile, well, work hard on your cultivation. Kai'er, when you meet the requirements to become my inner disciple, I will come to see you again. Immediately after, without waiting for Kai'er to speak, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and an ancient scroll appeared in his palm. This is for you. He extended his hand and handed the scroll to Kai'er. After the latter expressed her thanks, Xiaoyan continued. I see that your attribute is wood, so this wood amplification art should be the most suitable for you. In addition, its previous owner was a source ancestor level expert. Xiaoyan smiled. His words were referring to Heimu. This wood amplification art was the qi method that Heimu had practiced. It was a high-level spirit qi method. Once mastered, it would be comparable to an intent qi method. A wood-type qi method that could be used by the spiritual ginseng tribe to practice was naturally one of the top wood-type qi methods. When they heard Xiaoyan's words, not only Kai'er, but even Zhu Cheng could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Being able to create a source ancestor level expert, just this point alone was enough to prove the strength of this qi method. After that, Xiaoyan flipped his wrist and handed over a storage ring to Kai'er. There were quite a number of wood-type Do techniques within it. From the heaven type to the spirit type, there were more than 10 types altogether. In addition, there were also quite a number of spirit stones for Kai'er to use for training. In fact, Xiaoyan even took out one of the 4 high-level spirit stones in his hand to help Kai'er with her training. Quickly following this, Xiaoyan gave some instructions before leading the two of them out of the deep regions of the cave as though nothing had happened. The villagers within the cave also carried respectful gazes as they watched the few of them leave. After the 3 of them left the cave, Kai'er turned around and glanced at the 2 old men who had yet to come out. Only then did she curiously raise her head to look at Xiaoyan and softly asked. Teacher, this disciple still does not know your name? Xiaoyan. Mobile version update website, in front of the Zhu family village. Xiaoyan looked at the people in front of him. His gaze swept over his new disciple, and he could not help but feel a little melancholy. Take good care of her. Xiaoyan stared at Zhu Cheng and gave him a forward warning. Zhu Cheng nodded heavily. Even if Xiaoyan did not say it, he would definitely take good care of Kai'er. Then, Xiaoyan's gaze fell on Kai'er. Girl, remember what I told you. I hope that the next time we meet, you can bring me enough surprises. The girl nodded with determination in her eyes. Whether it was for herself or to satisfy her master, she would do her best to become stronger as soon as possible. After giving a few words of advice, Xiaoyan moved and left the place under the gazes of Zhu Cheng and Kai'er. Now, it was time for him to find the answer. He had to understand where he was now before making any plans. After leaving the territory of the Zhu family village, Xiaoyan was still in a barren land. Looking into the distance, there was a dense mountain range at the end of his line of sight. However, Xiaoyan's current goal was not to find the mountain range, but to find a human city. Only there would Xiaoyan be able to understand his current situation. Little fellow, are you really at ease leaving that girl in the village? Suddenly, Xiao Xian's voice sounded in Xiaoyan's mind. Hearing this, Xiaoyan helplessly curled his lips and said, What can I do? Then what can I do? Do I really have to bring her along? I already have enough things on my own. If I bring Kai'er along before solving those problems, it will only harm her for no reason. It's the illusory spirit pupil. I'm afraid that even those inhuman fellows from the ghost matter will make a move for her. What's more, they want to capture me, so I can't bring Kai'er along. Ghost Hall? What's that? Because he had been in a deep sleep, Xiao Xian did not know anything about the outside world. Naturally, he did not know anything about the so-called Ghost Hall. Then, Xiaoyan roughly told Xiao Xian about what had happened after he came to the Yuanwu continent. You're saying that the girl from the ancient clan was taken away by them? After Xiaoyan's general explanation, Xiao Xian had gained quite a good understanding of the Yuanwu continent. In addition, he had the spirit origin source inheritance of Tianju, so he omitted most of the irrelevant information. However, when he mentioned that Sun Er had been captured by the ghost hall, Xianxia's heart could not help but fluctuate intensely. He naturally had quite an impression of Sun Er. She was the Gu clan's genius, Gu Yuan's daughter, and Xiaoyan's wife. No matter which point it was enough to move him. Xiaoyan's emotions involuntarily became a little violent when this matter was mentioned. The aura within his body involuntarily churned. Enormous doqi overflowed from his body and shattered the invisible space with a bang. However, in the end, Xiaoyan forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart. He also knew that now was not the time to be angry. The truth still required him to use his strength to uncover it. Before that, being angry would not solve any problems. Moreover, that group of people had clearly come for the two ancient gods' jade, just like the Han clan back then. Xiaoyan believed that as long as he had the ancient jade in his hand, they would not dare to do anything to Sun Er. I also don't know why Sun Er would actually appear in their prison. Furthermore, the Ghost Palace seems to be very familiar with me. They know every single one of my methods like the back of their hand. It's as if I've always been under their surveillance. Xiaoyan sighed deeply. His emotions were complicated. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why they were so clear about him. From the way I see it, their understanding of you should be limited to the Doqi continent. After all, if they were really monitoring you at all times, it is likely that you would have already fallen into their hands. Moreover, from what you have said, the speed of your growth and fighting strength in the western region during these years is also beyond their expectations. The advantage that they originally possessed is gradually no longer present. The current you is also an unknown to them. Haha, it is often the unknown that is the most frightening. Xiaoxian laughed softly. Although he had yet to truly meet anyone from the ghost hall, this feeling caused him to feel a sense of déjà vu. In other words, it was a feeling of reunion after a long time. Hall of Souls. Xiaoxian's tone was a little deep. He and Xiaoyan spoke the two words in unison. It was really difficult for them to not recall the former when they had such a similar faction background. While the two of them were conversing, Xiaoyan was finally able to clearly see the mountain range in front of him. Amidst the mountains and forests, there was actually a huge city built here. Xiaoyan's heart immediately rejoiced when he saw this ancient city. It was likely that he would be able to find out his current geographical location once he entered this place. Very quickly, Xiaoyan arrived in front of this city. His body slowly descended and landed at the entrance of the city. At this moment, there was a large number of people entering and exiting the city. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He followed the flow of people and swiftly entered the city after paying a low-grade spirit stone as the entrance fee. As soon as he passed through the entrance of the city, Xiaoyan could see with a single glance that in the depths of the city, there was a huge ancient castle at the other end. It stood in the city like an imperial city. Everyone who saw the ancient castle could not help but cast a respectful gaze at it. Of course, there was no lack of fear among them. However, in comparison, those people's gazes were much more obscure. Xiaoyan only glanced at it curiously. He did not pay too much attention to it and walked straight into the city. At the same time, his ears carefully listened to the conversations of the people coming and going. Very quickly, Xiaoyan obtained the most important information about himself. Northern region? This is actually the northern region. Xiaoyan was shocked. He had never imagined that esteemed Tianju's teleportation array would actually be a teleportation array from a province. It had directly teleported him and Xiaoxian to the northern region. Although he was shocked, Xiaoyan quickly calmed down. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Moreover, the northern region was one of his destinations. He still clearly remembered that Guyu had once told him that Haimachan, the original body of the Sea Heart Flame, was in the northern region. Moreover, the latter had established Beihai College in the northern region. This time, Xiaoyan immediately found his next target. Haimachan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, just as Xiaoyan was deep in thought, a couple of human figures suddenly attacked. The figures that were originally about to rush over Xiaoyan's head suddenly paused in the next moment. Soon after, they moved their own bodies and surrounded Xiaoyan on both sides of the street. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. The scene that had suddenly appeared on the street immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by. Numerous gazes carried shock and pity as they looked at the black-robed, young man who was currently surrounded by the 5 people. At the same time, a middle-aged man among the 5 people also looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a ferocious gaze. His face was ferocious as he spoke with hatred. "Brat, you did not expect that we would meet again so soon, did you?" This middle-aged man who had shouted was one of the 9-star bandits who had been forced back by Xiaoyan's words earlier. However, compared to earlier, the frightened expression on his face was no longer present when he faced Xiaoyan. Instead, there was a cold smile. Wei Ran's fearless manner appeared to possess some courage. This was all thanks to the other 4 old men surrounding Xiaoyan at this moment. These 4 old men were surprisingly all elite Dodi. The strongest among the 4 Dodi had already reached the level of a 4-star Dodi while the weakest was an advanced 1-star Dodi. This kind of lineup could be considered extremely powerful. If it was placed in some second-tier faction, for elite Dodi could be considered the core strength of the faction. However, in this place, there were 4 elite Dodi in this city. Just this point alone was enough to explain the prosperity of this northern region. A place where the strong gathered would definitely be a prosperous place. This principle was applicable no matter where one was. Xiaoyan slowly recovered in the face of the cry of the middle-aged man. He raised his eyes and looked at the few people around him with a strange expression. It was as though he had not noticed the appearance of these 5 people. The expression of the middle-aged man immediately turned green when he sensed this. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Xiaoyan. However, he was ignored by the latter. "The few of you, I don't seem to have met all of you before. May I know what the meaning of this is?" Xiaoyan ignored the middle-aged man and threw his gaze toward the 4-star Dodi among the 4. His voice was calm as he asked. "Brat. You killed Peng Lu earlier. Now, you actually want to act." Bang! The old man did not open his mouth, but the middle-aged man's face was filled with fury as he roared at Xiaoyan. However, before the words from his mouth sounded, Xiaoyan randomly raised his hand. The middle-aged man's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. He appeared just like a broken sack as he heavily smashed onto the end of the street. "Noisy." Xiaoyan spoke in an indifferent manner. Soon after, his eyes rotated and the expression in his dark black eyes suddenly became indifferent. Both of his eyes stared at an old man in a brocade robe in front of him. His voice sank as he said, "What are you talking about?" "Do-do-di, old man. Do-di. Of a person." The old man's expression immediately became somewhat ugly when he saw that Xiaoyan had actually sent the middle-aged man flying with one strike in front of him. The gaze he used to stare at Xiaoyan had also become increasingly cold. Of him. Xiaoyan's eyes were still indifferent. His expression did not change because of the old man's tone. The old man's face immediately became gloomy when he saw that Xiaoyan was indifferent. He, a 4-star Dodi, was actually ignored by a little brat. Moreover, it was in public. How could he endure this? The old man let out a cold snort. His body shook and the do-chi in his body began to circulate within his veins. It is really the case that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. You are so powerful and overbearing just because you have some cultivation. Brat, the old me does not care who you are today. You have killed an outer court deacon of my northern wasteland hall. Now, you have injured the strong people of my hall. You must pay the price for what you have done today. With an explosive cry, the old man's body immediately charged forward. He waved his large sleeve and surging do-chi immediately spluttered out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a long halberd. He waved both of his arms and pierced it toward Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, the other 3 old men also released the do-chi in their bodies and charged toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan clenched his hand in the air when he saw the 4 people step forward. A completely black-colored heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in his hand. He flipped his hand and turned it around. First, he lifted the long halberd that was piercing toward him from bottom to top. Soon after, he swept the huge ruler horizontally and forced back the 3 old men who had entered his attack range. The 4 of them retreated several feet. When they stabilized their bodies, they once again stepped into the air. powerful doqi spluttered out from the soles of their feet. Their bodies borrowed the force and once again charged toward Xiaoyan. Powerful do skills swiftly agglomerated in the hands of the 4 elite do-di. A ferocious aura immediately spread. From the looks of it, if an ordinary elite do-di were to face such a situation, it was likely that he would end up seriously injured even if he did not die. In this regard, Xiaoyan's face revealed a stern expression. If it was not because of Kai, perhaps he would have forced the issue and settled the matter peacefully. However, if he did not want these fellows' attention to be overly focused on the Zhu clan, he could only step forward himself and divert their attention. This time around, if he had not been discovered by these fellows, it was likely that these few people would have already appeared in the Zhu clan. Then, Kai would be in danger. The people from the Zhu clan did not know about Kai's illusionary spirit pupils. However, this did not mean that the dead man would not be able to recognize it. Once Kai was recognized, it was likely that she would face unavoidable trouble. This was something that Xiaoyan was most unwilling to see. Holding the huge ruler in his hand, Xiaoyan's eyes were sharp as he watched the 4 people charging toward him once again. The doqi in his body slowly circulated. The hand that held the huge ruler also increased its strength. Bang! In the next moment, Xiaoyan, who was standing on the ground, suddenly disappeared. The ground under his feet was instantly shattered into fine powder by a huge force. Almost at the same time, the thick and heavy heavy ruler ruthlessly smashed into the body of one of the 4 people. Puchi! Fresh blood splattered. The body of the old man could not help but fly backwards. The embroidered robe in front of his chest was shattered by the huge force. The huge ruler directly left an inch-deep mark on his chest. Xiaoyan's body did not hesitate even a little after finishing off this old man with one strike. His body flashed, and he was just like a ghost as he left behind a solidified afterimage. By the time the afterimage scattered, the ground of the street was in ruins. The 2 sides of the street were already empty. 2 deep gullies covered the entire street. The crowd was silent. When one looked at the battleground again, it was only the 4-star do-di who was still standing in the blink of an eye. A mere 1-star do-di. It is fine if I kill him. Forget about that Peng Lu. No one can even stop me if I want to kill you. The old man was caught off guard and was easily grabbed by the throat by Xiaoyan from the front. Xiaoyan raised his arms slightly and lifted the old man up. The words from his mouth caused the old man's heart to be extremely frightened. His originally frightened face had become completely pale at this moment. Manager, save me, sensing the cold killing intent that seeped out from Xiaoyan's eyes, the old man's heart was immediately shocked. Only then did he understand that the strength of the person in front of him actually far surpassed him. No wonder he was so fearless earlier. When the hoarse roar was emitted from the old man's mouth, Xiaoyan merely laughed coldly. His body turned and looked at the deepest part of the street. At this moment, there was a powerful aura spreading out from the ancient castle. A human figure immediately charged out. His target was Xiaoyan. This the matter earlier might have been a misunderstanding. May I know if you can stop and let us sit down and have a chat? The cry was transmitted over. At the same time, a powerful aura that belonged to a 7-star peak advanced do-di charged toward Xiaoyan. Oh? Do you want me to release him? Xiaoyan laughed coldly. Immediately, the hand that he used to grab the old man loosened. At the same time, the old man's body fell from the midair uncontrollably. Soon after, however, the 7-star do-di's heart had just sighed in relief. Bang! Xiaoyan's right leg was suddenly raised. A whip leg heavily smashed into the old man's chest. The sudden change in the arena caused the expression of the 7-star do-di to change. His lightning-like body had no choice but to slow down. He waved his sleeve and an invisible strength swept out, stopping the old man's flying body. At this moment, the latter was already seriously injured. Xiaoyan's attack had not only broken the ribs in front of his chest, but it had also shaken and injured the chi paths within his body. It was likely that he would not be able to recover within the next 1 to 2 months. Brat, I am trying to persuade you nicely, yet you actually want to attack. The expression of the 7-star do-di immediately became gloomy after carefully inspecting the injuries within the old man's body. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. There was a deep fury surging within his eyes. Persuade me nicely? You are merely afraid that I will take his life at any moment after seeing that he is in my hands. That is why you are holding back. The face of the seven-star Dodi alternated between green and white after being exposed by Xiaoyan. No matter what, you have repeatedly injured the people of my northern wasteland hall today. You should at least give me an explanation. Although he wished that he could attack and capture the person in front of him, the seven-star Dodi was not a stupid person. From Xiaoyan's attack earlier, he could sense that the latter's strength was likely not inferior to his own. It was the first time that he had seen such a young seven-star Dodi. This caused him to feel even more afraid of the latter. Explanation? I can't bear to see your overbearing manner. Does that count? Xiaoyan sneered as he mocked. Brat, since when did a brat like you have the right to meddle in the affairs of the North Wilderness Palace? If you can bring out a powerful background that can make the North Wilderness Palace wary of you, I'll take it lying down. There is no need to probe. Relax, I am alone and do not have any faction backing me. Therefore, you need not worry. If you wish to attack, feel free to do so. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled. His pitch-black eyes stared at the former, as if he had already seen through the latter's thoughts. Xiaoyan's words had just sounded when the surrounding passers-by watching the battle immediately erupted into laughter. The corner of that seven-star Dodi's mouth involuntarily twitched in the face of this ridiculing laughter. A killing intent surged within his eyes. Arrogant brat. Let me see just how capable you are. High up in the sky, a figure flashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xiaoyan. He raised his right leg and twisted his body in midair. His right leg carried a fierce gust of wind as it directly tore through the void and fiercely swung down at Xiaoyan's head. A powerful force arrived in an instant, as if it wanted to take a person's life with a single blow. It was incomparably overbearing and ruthless. The sudden appearance of this scene also caused the surrounding crowd to emit an exclamation. Even some of the elite Dodi's faces also revealed a deep solemnness. Although the old man appeared to be very old, he was after all a seven-star Dodi. His strength was shocking. Once he attacked, his aura could be said to be world-shocking. Xiaoyan's expression was as calm as usual in the face of this extremely fierce and sudden attack from the old man. Even his eyelids did not twitch. He rotated his right hand and waved his large sleeve. Immediately, he swung it forward gently. His actions were gentle and calm. However, in the blink of an eye, the attacks of the two collided heavily together. Immediately, a low and deep explosion sounded. Turbulent energy ripples immediately swept in all directions from the point of collision. The powerful force instantly destroyed the shops on both sides. Everything within the shops was also turned into ashes, the hands and feet separated upon contact. Xiaoyan's body did not move even a little as he stood in the same spot. Even the black robe that he was wearing did not flutter even a little. On the other hand, that seven-star Dodi staggered back over 10 steps before his body came to a miserable stop. In just a short exchange of blows, the difference in strength between the two was fully displayed. The old man's shady old eyes were suddenly lifted the instant his body came to a stop. His shocked gaze stared intently at Xiaoyan. His heart was filled with shock. 8-star Dodi. At this moment, everyone present was staring at the news with shocked eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. There were naturally quite a number of 8-star Dodi in this vast northern region. However, there were very few who were as young as Xiaoyan in front of them. Moreover, in their impression, they had never seen such a person in any faction. At this moment, the person who was the most shocked was naturally the 7-star Dodi who had exchanged blows with Xiaoyan a moment ago. He had originally thought that even if Xiaoyan's cultivation was not weak, there would at most be a gap between them. However, the latter's strength was actually much stronger than he had imagined. 8-star Dodi. With such a cultivation, his position was not low even in the northern wasteland hall. However, the young man in front of him was actually an 8 immortal Dodi. This was really hard to imagine. After this matter, I must report the cultivation and characteristics of this person in front of me to my superiors, the old man secretly thought in his heart. When he looked at Xiaoyan, his gaze involuntarily lowered. Perhaps this was the deterrence that came with the strong. As long as one displayed their strength, even the toughest bones would soften. Do you still have any questions about me? Sensing the change in the old man's gaze, Xiaoyan coldly smiled in his heart. He had seen too many people with such gazes. They always liked to judge people by their appearance. When a real blow came, they did not dare to believe it. Only by being suppressed time and time again could they be completely awakened. Cough cough. Mister, I admit that what happened today was indeed our fault. A person with such a bad temperament should not exist in our northern wasteland hall. Mister's actions have helped us remove a malignant tumor. I have offended you by attacking just now. I hope that you can be magnanimous enough to forgive me. The old man cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan with an embarrassed face. At the same time that he bowed, his old face had turned purple. Even he did not dare to believe the words that he had said. However, in order to avoid the trouble in front of him, he had no choice but to admit defeat. As for the matter of settling the debt in the future, as long as he found out the identity of this black-robed, young man in front of him, he would settle the new and old debts together. Xiaoyan was naturally too lazy to bother with the thoughts of this old man. If it was possible, he would definitely not be willing to offend the local tyrant of this place. The reason why he had repeatedly attacked them was because he hoped to shift their attention away from the matter of the Zhu clan village. As for himself, Xiaoyan would not be afraid as long as the one who came was not an origin transformation expert. Holding the map in his hand, Xiaoyan faced north and continued on his journey. The 7-star Dodi in the city had been killed by one punch from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan had randomly found a map of the northern region, identified the direction, and headed north. Guyu had once said that Haimachan had founded Beihai College. The college was built in the northernmost part of the northern region, the boundless northern sea. Xiaoyan was currently heading toward that place. However, after carefully looking at the map, Xiaoyan frowned and realized that the so-called Northern Desolate Hall was also on his way to the Northern Sea. Moreover, it seemed that it was a place that he had to pass through. Anyone who wanted to enter the Northern Sea would have to pass by the Northern Desolate Hall. At the same time that the 7-star Dodi had died, the largest faction in the Northern Desolate region, the Northern Desolate Hall, was located on a tall mountain peak that pierced through the clouds in the northern region's Northern Desolate Mountain. The peak of the Northern Desolate Mountain seemed to have been cut off by a huge axe, leaving behind a flat cross-section. Large buildings towered into the clouds above. One could vaguely see a part of the buildings that were revealed through the clouds. That was the main hall of the Northern Desolate Hall. Usually, there were meetings in the hall. It was also where the hall master sat. At this moment, an old man in a yellow robe was half kneeling in the main hall. His head was lowered and his hands were raised. There was a broken jade tablet between his hands. Hall master, just a moment ago, Elder Li's soul tablet was completely broken. There was a huge throne in the hall. There were many carvings of demonic beasts on it. They were so lifelike that they appeared quite domineering. However, there was not a single person on the throne at this moment. Even so, the old man below did not dare to be careless. He respectfully explained what had happened. Do you still need to report such a matter to me? He is merely a 7-star Dodi. It is fine if he dies, however, his death is a small matter. The dignity of my northern wasteland hall cannot be offended. Go and order the eastern, southern, and western hall chiefs to find the person who killed someone. I want him to know that the people of my northern wasteland hall are not people who can be casually killed. A voice that was filled with majesty resounded within the hall. Although it was impossible to identify where the person who spoke was, the old man who was half kneeling below the stage still responded with a yes. Immediately, his body slowly distorted and disappeared from the hall in the blink of an eye. Following the disappearance of the old man, the large hall once again became quiet. A long while later, the empty throne suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe slowly appeared. He slowly clenched his open palm, and a huge amount of energy flowed into the middle-aged man's body. The powerful energy vibrated, and the entire hall trembled. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since someone dared to touch my northern wilderness palace in the northern region? In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed. Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged at the top of a cliff. The 9 avatars were also seated around him. The 9 avatars were each absorbing the energy within 3 high-grade spirit stones. Within a short few days, the cultivation of the 9 avatars had already broken through to the advanced 5-star Do-D class. Such a frightening speed was many times faster than in the past. Moreover, this was all thanks to the effect of the high-grade spirit stones. A long while later, the seated Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly. His tightly shut eyes were opened. A thought passed through his mind, and the 9 avatars returned to their original bodies. At the same time, the 3 high-grade spirit stones were once again returned to Xiaoyan's storage ring. Soon after, the empty space beside him slowly distorted, and Xiaoxian's figure appeared. "Cuckoo, little fellow, this 9 transformation body skill of yours is really mysterious. It can raise the cultivation of the 9 avatars to the advanced 5-star Do-D class. This kind of lineup is comparable to a high-grade sect." After praising and ridiculing, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. After the two of them chatted for a while, Xiaoyan's gaze returned to Xiaoxian's illusionary body. His heart involuntarily moved. "Ancestor, I saw you block old Luo's spiritual strength in one strike in the ancient tomb earlier. May I know what your current spiritual strength is?" Some curiosity surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he spoke. Perhaps it was because Xiaoxian had just awakened, but his spiritual strength was still in an unstable state. This caused Xiaoyan to be unable to probe. Hence, he could only directly ask. Xiaoxian mused for a moment after hearing this. Only then did he smile faintly and say, "If I am not wrong, it should be comparable to a rank 5 spiritual strength on the Origin Martial Continent." Hiss. Xiaoyan was immediately shocked when he heard Xiaoxian's reply. However, he understood after thinking about it. Guru Tianju was a returnance expert after all, and Xiaoxian had obtained the inheritance of his spiritual origin. It was normal for Xiaoxian to have such an outcome. Although he still felt a little emotional, it did not affect the overall situation. "Oh right, ancestor, since your spiritual origin has completely recovered, may I ask if your body can be recovered as well?" A gleam of light flashed through Xiaoyan's eyes as he changed the topic. Xiaoxian shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "You're thinking too much. You're thinking too simply. Although my soul origin has been fully recovered, the gap between my soul strength and my cultivation base is too great. Ordinary refining methods can't refine a body that can accommodate my soul strength. Therefore, if I want to refine a body, I'm afraid I'll need a body that can at least withstand my soul strength of the 5th step. A body that can withstand class 5 spiritual strength. Doesn't that mean that it has to be the body of an origin transformation expert at the very least?" Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He could not help but feel a sense of seriousness in his heart. His current fighting strength was comparable to a 9-star Do-D, but the difference between him and a true origin transformation expert was like the distance between heaven and earth. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's heart did not feel even a little discouraged. Back then, Yao Lao had also been in a similar predicament. In the end, he had still managed to recover his physical body and become an elite Dosheng. Xiaoyan believed that Xiaoxian in front of him would also have such a day. If he could do the same thing once, he would be able to do it a second time. Other than the problem of a body, Xiaoyan naturally understood that he would need other high-tier medicinal pills and other ingredients as support. At the very least, Xiaoyan did not need to worry about those things for now. Before he found a suitable body, he still had a lot of time to search for those ingredients. As for now, the most important thing was to hurry to the Northern Sea and find Haimachin. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Haha, little guy, other than the rank 5 soul realm, I have another thing to tell you. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian were flying side by side in the void. Suddenly, the latter smiled mockingly and stopped in midair. Xiaoyan frowned. A curious expression appeared on his face. "Ancestor, what do you mean?" This, Xiaoxian smiled and extended 2 fingers. At the same time, a huge amount of soul power surged and rapidly gathered at his fingertips, releasing a dazzling golden light. Xiaoyan was shocked when he saw the scene. He immediately thought of something when he picked up the golden light. Could it be? Xiaoxian extended his finger and randomly drew in the empty space while Xiaoyan was guessing in shock in his heart. After merely a few strokes, he waved his hand and the golden light seal that was agglomerated instantly shot forward. It collided with a distant mountain with a speed that seemed to chase the stars and the moon. Bang! There was an explosive sound. At the same time, Xiaoyan was shocked to see that the entire mountain peak had been blasted apart by the light seal. Hiss! Xiaoyan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock and amazement. He did not expect Xiaoxian to be able to condense a formation. Ancestor, you, haha, this is all thanks to Tianju's inheritance. In addition to all his soul origin energy, I have also inherited his identity as an array master. This may also be due to my Doqi attribute. In short, I am now an array master. Haha. At the end, even Xiaoxian himself was pleasantly surprised. After receiving Tianju's inheritance and listening to Xiaoyan's explanation, he had some understanding of the path of an array master. The existence of an array master in the origin martial continent was not inferior to an alchemist. However, the two paths were different, and the former was more difficult, causing the path of an array master to gradually decline. However, the path of cultivation was different. This was the rule of the continent. Xiaoxian had obtained the inheritance of Tianju's soul origin energy, so he was destined to become a formation master. In the future, Xiaoxian would definitely go further and further on this path. He would accomplish what Tianju had failed to do, or even surpass him. Subsequently, the grandfather and grandson laughed and chatted for a while. After Xiaoxian withdrew his soul power, he once again moved and quickly flew toward the north. The Northern Wilderness Palace was located in the Northern Wilderness. There were a total of 4 palace masters in the palace. The Grand Palace Master was located in the main palace, which was the Northern Mountain. The other 3 palace masters each occupied one side of the palace. Other than the main palace, the other 3 palaces were called the East, South, and West Palaces respectively. Feng City. Feng City was an extremely large city in the northern region. Although it was not the largest city in the entire northern region, it could be considered one of the top 10 cities. This was because of its geographical location. Feng City faced the eastern hall of the Northern Wilderness Hall to the north. Although the distance was rather far, the two existed on the same latitude. It was also because of this that Feng City and the 4 halls of the Northern Wilderness Hall cleverly formed a X shape. Today was the day to enter the Obsidian Tower that occurred once every 5 years in Feng City. Until today, half a month had passed since Xiaoyan had left the Zhu clan village. Walking in Feng City, Xiaoyan's gaze casually swept across the crowd. His loose black robe flowed freely in the crowd like water. Xiaoyan easily arrived at the center of the city. This place was a huge plaza. An enormous black-colored stone tower stood in the middle of the open ground. A countless number of people crowded around it. Xiaoyan's gaze passed through the crowd and could clearly see that there was a large empty space in front of this black-colored stone tower. Other than that place, the entire city seemed to have been filled with people. In that empty space, Xiaoyan could clearly see the figures of 3 people. They were middle-aged men wearing brocade robes with the word desolate embroidered on their backs. These 3 people were from the Northern Wilderness Hall. Xiaoyan's gaze flickered, but his heart did not stir much. 3 late 9-star Dodi. One of them had even reached the peak of the late 9-star Dodi. This kind of cultivation could be considered the strongest in this place. At this moment, their gazes were tightly locked on the black stone tower in front of him. Deep within their eyes, there was a fiery glow. Xiaoyan had already been in the city for nearly 2 hours. During this period of time, he had heard quite a number of things related to this black bright tower. After hearing these news, even his heart could not help but be moved. This obsidian tower actually had the ability to raise the cultivation of Dodi's elite. Just this point alone was enough to make him excited. Cultivation. This had always been the problem that Xiaoyan was most concerned about. Only with great strength would he be able to freely traverse the continent, rescue Sunair, and reunite with his wife. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally would not easily miss it. Even though the destination of this trip was the Northern Sea, it was not important to stop for a short period of time on the way. Moreover, if he could use this time to raise his cultivation, Xiaoyan would naturally be more than happy to do so. According to the people around him, the obsidian tower contained the souls of many powerful magical beasts from the ancient times. However, after the passage of time, these souls no longer possessed their original strength. Even if they inherited their innate tyrannical and murderous nature, the damage they could do to humans was no longer as great as before. In the long river of time, due to the obsidian tower, the remnant spirits of these magical beasts had actually merged and absorbed the energy between heaven and earth. Finally, they had become a completely new energy body. The natural energy contained within these energy bodies was especially large. If one was able to absorb it, even an elite Dodi's strength would similarly increase. This was especially so after many Dodi had broken through their cultivation in the obsidian tower. This caused the obsidian tower to attract even more Dodi's attention. It was also because of this that the scene of today appeared in Feng City. If I can enter the obsidian tower this time, perhaps my cultivation will be able to take another step forward. If that's the case, perhaps with my own strength, I will be able to fight a mid-9-star Dodi without being at a disadvantage. Looking at the tall obsidian tower in front of him, Xiaoyan's heart became increasingly fiery. Dopa reincarnated Flame Emperor rumble, the enormous obsidian tower in Feng City suddenly began to shake. The thick black stone door slowly opened with a rumbling sound. Everyone present threw their fiery hot gazes over. After the door of the obsidian tower was completely opened, the enormous human wave immediately roared and charged forward. Their target was the obsidian tower in the middle of the square. The roar was like thunder, shaking the sky and the earth. The black mass of human flow was like a large dark cloud as it surged forward. At this moment, the three middle-aged men in front of the obsidian tower exchanged glances with each other and parted their mouths to smile. Cuckoo, Eastern Hall Master, I remember that you have obtained the greatest benefit among the three of us in the obsidian tower the last time. How is it? You are about to reach the peak of the advanced 9-star Dodi class, right? The person in the middle of the three smiled. He looked at the tall and sturdy middle-aged man on his right. His eyes contained a mocking expression. Although the three of them were all subordinates of the Northern Wasteland Hall, they had their own conflicts with each other. The main hall would not stop or interfere with this kind of conflict. It was also because of this that the Northern Wasteland Hall was able to take such deep roots in the northern region. It was also because of this that the foundation of the Northern Wasteland Hall was so strong. Hearing this, the Eastern Hall Master's expression was cold as he glanced at the middle-aged man. He coldly said, "Unlike you, Southern Hall Master, I'm afraid that you are planning to break through to the 8th level after entering the obsidian tower this time. As long as you can enter it, your cultivation might be able to leap to the origin transformation realm. At that time you will really become the number 2 of our Northern Wasteland Hall." Haha, since the Eastern Hall Master has said this, I will congratulate you here. I hope that you can successfully break through to the origin transformation realm. At that time, you will need to help me. After the words from the Eastern Hall Master's mouth sounded, the middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance to the left of the Southern Hall Master cupped his hands toward the Eastern Hall Master. His face revealed a warm smile and the words from his mouth contained some flattery. "Oh? Since that is the case, I will borrow your auspicious words." Haha, Western Hall Master, please be rest assured. Once I break through to the origin transformation realm, I will definitely lend you a hand. I hope that you can break through to the origin transformation realm as soon as possible so that you can properly control the northern region and strengthen our Northern Wasteland Hall. The South Hall Master laughed out loud. He glanced at the East Hall Master from the corner of his eye and sneered. Then, he moved his body and charged toward the obsidian tower. The East Hall Master and the West Hall Master exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were ice cold. Soon after, they moved and rushed towards the obsidian tower together. Within the crowd, Xiaoyan's body was like a snake that could not be stopped as he slithered forward. Following the flow of people, he quickly arrived at the entrance of the obsidian tower. Seeing the large amount of people entering, Xiaoyan's forward speed unknowingly increased. However, just as Xiaoyan charged into the obsidian tower, a huge force suddenly descended from above his head. His body, which was originally floating in midair, almost fell to the ground. Xiaoyan was slightly startled in his heart. Immediately after, he regained his senses. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he seemed to have shaken off that huge force. Raising his head to look at the huge stone hall in front of him, Xiaoyan's eyes revealed a shocked expression. Other than the powerful magical beast energy bodies within the obsidian tower, the most important thing was the obsidian tower itself. It possessed an extremely frightening suppressive ability. Even a strong Dodi would have difficulty moving within it. Although the pressure within the tower was frightening, the strength of the first level was far from enough to suppress Xiaoyan. The pressure here could at the very most cause some 2-star Dodi to be unable to resist. As long as one was a 3-star Dodi, one would be able to barely move within this place. Under this pressure, even if they did not kill those energy bodies, they would still be able to grow quite a lot. The ability of the obsidian stone itself was that it had an extraordinary condensing effect on Do Qi. Hence, training within the obsidian tower would often be able to obtain great benefits. At this moment, there were already quite a number of low-class Dodi who had begun to crazily train within this place. The obsidian tower would only be open for 3 months. Hence, they needed to raise their cultivation to the greatest extent within this period of time. Otherwise, they could only slowly train and wait for another 5 years. However, compared to these people, Xiaoyan's target was clearly not the first level. A pair of dark black eyes swept across the interior of the large hall. Very quickly, Xiaoyan looked towards the deepest part of the large hall. At that spot, numerous human figures were swiftly running. In front of them, there was a row of wide stairs. That was the path that led to the second level. They watched as the group of people rushed up the stairs. But soon, other than a portion of the crowd, the speed at which most of them climbed up the stairs became slower and slower. In the end, they directly lay down on the stairs, gasping for breath with great difficulty. Their bodies were unable to move even an inch, and even moving a finger was difficult for them. As for the other portion of people, although the expression on their faces appeared to be a little strenuous, they still quickly rushed up to the second level. Xiaoyan looked over. Among those people, the weakest one had a 4-star Dodi's cultivation. From this, it could be seen that the pressure within the obsidian tower would soar with the rise of the level. The pressure of the second level was definitely something that even an ordinary 5-star Dodi would have difficulty resisting. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He did not hesitate even a little as his toes pressed on the ground. Soon after, his body shot forward in a ghost-like manner. His wind-like speed immediately alerted the surrounding elite Dodi seated on the ground. Xiaoyan's body flashed in front of numerous surprised gazes. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged up the stairs. Buzz! A frightening pressure descended on Xiaoyan's head. However, Xiaoyan's body did not pause even a little as he charged forward, ignoring the frightening pressure. In the blink of an eye, his body had disappeared from the large hall of the first level. This fellow, who is he? He is actually able to ignore the pressure of the first level. Looking at his agility, it is likely that his cultivation has already reached that of an 8-star Dodi. Waves of discussions were emitted from the large hall of the first level after Xiaoyan's body disappeared. Their voices were filled with surprise. At the same time, Xiaoyan had also appeared on the second level of the stone tower. Xiaoyan's appearance had also attracted quite a number of gazes. This time around, Xiaoyan glanced over and saw quite a number of illusionary magical beasts floating in the air within the large hall. These fellows were of different sizes, but without exception, their bodies contained an extremely large amount of energy. However, Xiaoyan acted as though he did not hear this. His body shook slightly and removed the pressure that had landed on his shoulder. Soon after, his body moved and swiftly flew toward the stairs of the third level of the stone tower. After passing through the first 4 levels of the stone tower, Xiaoyan's figure quickly appeared on the 5th level. At this point, most of the experts gathered in the hall were already 8-star Dodi. Other than 2 or 3 7-star Dodi who were sitting cross-legged in training, the other 8-star Dodi had pressure above their heads. They were each using their own methods to fight for the energy bodies of the magic beasts floating in the air. Explosive sounds of Do Qi colliding continuously sounded from the hall. Human figures flew around. Occasionally, there would be energy bodies that were killed. Soon after, they would be held in someone's hand. Even though other people could not help but feel a burning desire in their hearts when they saw this, the strength of the people present was almost the same. It would be troublesome if they were to fight. Rather than fighting each other pointlessly, it was better to make use of the time to kill more of these energy bodies. Faced with the attacks of an 8-star Dodi in the battleground, those energy bodies would naturally not just stand there and allow themselves to be beaten. Faced with the pursuit of an 8-star Dodi, these energy bodies would dodge and do their best to retaliate. It was not impossible for some powerful energy bodies to turn around and suppress the human experts. Standing in front of the stairs, Xiaoyan's gaze passed through the continuously flashing crowd in front of him and landed on the stairs behind him. Just like before, there were also elite Dodi sitting cross-legged there with difficulty. Moreover, the cultivation of those people had generally reached 8-star Dodi. The strongest among them had even reached the level of a quasi-9-star Dodi. If even such a cultivation was suppressed here, one could imagine just how frightening the pressure contained in the 6th level was. Standing on the 5th level, the current Xiaoyan could already clearly feel the heavy pressure on his shoulders. Even though this was far from his ultimate limit, it was enough to cause people to feel shocked. Stomp, Xiaoyan's feet were slightly heavy as they stepped on the ground. Doqi gathered under his feet. Soon after, it was like a fountain that angrily spurted out. Qi. Doqi surged as Xiaoyan's body suddenly charged forward. His body was just like a shooting star. Any energy body that collided with him would explode in an instant wherever he passed. Only pieces of energy cores were left as they fell from the air. Soon after, they attracted a wild scramble from the 8-star Dodi present. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, had already reached the staircase leading to the 6th level in that short instant. His footsteps did not stop as he stomped heavily on the first step. His figure once again charged forward explosively, heading straight for the 6th level. On the stairs, the few elite Dodi's faces were filled with shock as they watched Xiaoyan climb to the 6th level without stopping. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The 6th floor, when Xiaoyan's figure appeared on the 6th level of the stone tower, the number of people in the hall had decreased significantly. There were only 7 elite Dodi on this level. Moreover, all 7 of them were elite 9-star Dodi. The 3 hall chiefs of the Northern Wasteland Hall were also among them. At this moment, these 7 people were each standing in a corner of the hall. Other than 2 of them, the others were quietly sitting cross-legged on the ground. They quietly endured the frightening pressure that came from above their heads. Under the cover of this frightening pressure, they repeatedly condensed the Doqi within their bodies. When one's cultivation had reached this level, it was impossible to rely solely on training to raise one's strength. Only by repeatedly condensing one's body and repeatedly condensing one's cultivation would one be able to achieve success. At this moment, other than the 2 people who were still fighting for the energy bodies, the other 5 people in the hall were all advanced 9-star Dodi. Therefore, such a scene had occurred in the hall. The few people in the hall did not make much of a move in the face of Xiaoyan's sudden appearance. They merely randomly glanced at the latter. After discovering that the person who had arrived was actually a young man, a different expression more or less surfaced in their eyes. However, that was all. After stepping into the 6th level, the frightening pressure that landed on Xiaoyan's shoulders became even more frightening. This time around, even Xiaoyan felt a little strenuous. Once again, he raised his gaze and looked at the stairs that led to the 7th level. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment in his heart. He did indeed still have some strength left in this 6th level. However, if he were to forcefully charge into the 7th level, the result would be unknown to him. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment in his heart. Finally, he withdrew the thought in his heart. He turned his gaze and looked at the energy bodies in the midair. The energy contained within these energy bodies on the 6th level was much larger than the energy on the previous few levels. How could energy that could move a 9-star Dodi be weak? Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. His shoulders twisted slightly. The strength within his body also began to truly surge at this moment. It was just like a huge dragon that was slowly awakening at this moment. Xiaoyan's eyes rotated. His sharp gaze quickly locked onto a lion-like illusionary enormous beast that was suspended in midair in the middle of the hall. Although its body was similarly illusionary, this fellow was clearly much more real when compared to the other energy bodies. This also proved that the energy contained within its body was much larger. Xiaoyan had no intention of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Hence, he could only choose the strongest fellow. Although he would have to spend some effort, he would be able to save a lot of trouble as long as he could end the battle quickly. Xiaoyan's hands slowly clenched into fists. An enormous force swiftly agglomerated within his palms. Doqi surged and a heavenly flame rose. It swiftly covered both of Xiaoyan's arms. The strength elephant skill was also unleashed at this moment. Huh? It is actually a heavenly flame. The appearance of the heavenly flame immediately attracted the attention of a few people in the hall. The 3 hall masters of the Northern Wasteland Hall were no exception. When the Southern Hall master saw Xiaoyan, he immediately narrowed his eyes. A doubtful expression appeared in his eyes. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally became silent. Soon after, the Southern Hall master slowly stood up. With heavy footsteps, he actually walked directly to the stairs that led to the 7th level. Sitting cross-legged earlier might have been a form of training for others, but to him, it was merely a way to recover his strength. What he needed to do now was to break through to the 7th level. As long as he could reach there, he might be able to use this opportunity to complete a breakthrough in his cultivation and become an origin transformation expert in one go. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body moved with a powerful pressure above his head. He charged toward the energy body at the center of the hall. Qi. Within the hall, although Xiaoyan's speed was fast, the energy body still managed to dodge in time. In this regard, Xiaoyan felt a little surprised in his heart. However, he quickly let out a cold smile. His feet violently stomped on the empty air. At the same time, his body once again charged out explosively. Mobile version update website, who is this brat? He is actually able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall to such an extent. Looking at the Southern Hall Chief's expression, it seems that he is not having a good time. That's right. The old me has been in the northern region for many years. I don't dare to say that I know all the strong people, but I can say that I know most of them. However, I have never heard of such a young strong person. Just who is this brat? Waves of surprised voices were repeatedly emitted from the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiaoyan. Being able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall, who was a peak advanced Dodi, to such an extent, was enough to show how powerful he was. Since when did such a young strong person appear in the northern region? Looks like the Northern Wasteland Hall has kicked an iron plate this time around. Being able to groom such an outstanding member of the younger generation, his clan is definitely not an ordinary faction. If the people from the Northern Wasteland Hall touch him, it is likely that they will end up creating a great enemy for themselves. The sounds of discussion were frequent and incessant. Most of the voices contained surprise, but there were even more sneers. Most of the factions did not have a good impression of the Northern Wasteland Hall. Moreover, in this northern region, it was like a pack of wolves facing a fierce tiger. A pack of hungry wolves would naturally be extremely afraid of the fierce tiger. They had always hoped that the latter would reveal a large scar. Currently, Xiaoyan's appearance was able to tear apart the scarlet scar. This was naturally something that they were happy to see. The fierce tiger might be frightening, but if a crack appeared on its body, it would attract countless flies. It was likely that it would only be a matter of time before it fell ill. Clang! With a punch, the Southern Hall Chief once again forced the Northern King back. The frightening strength violently smashed a large hole in the Northern King's chest. His entire chest had sunk in. Frightening black thunderbolts surged out. They were just like numerous poisonous snakes as they charged toward the Southern Hall Chief. This time around, the dark black thunderbolts directly surged up his arm and swiftly entered his body. They wantonly destroyed his veins. At the same time, some slight changes occurred within the Southern Hall Chief's body because of this. The South Hall Master, who was focused on the battle, did not pay much attention to this. The Bingnan hammer that he was holding in his other hand had also changed greatly at this moment. After countless strikes, a large dent had appeared on the Bingnan hammer. The entire hammer looked unusually strange. Even though the South Hall Master was unwilling to accept this, he still forcefully endured it. He was very clear about the principle of no pain, no gain. Although Bingnan hammer had been with him for a long time, he didn't know what a real weapon was until he saw the dark heavy buster sword. if he could obtain the heavy Xian ruler, his battle prowess would definitely rise to a whole new level. Once he broke through to the origin transformation realm in the future, it would undoubtedly bring him great benefits. After the Northern King was forced back, Xiaoyan's figure followed closely behind. He viciously swung the large black buster sword in his hand. Flames flew out like a banner of fire as it viciously slashed toward the South Hall Chief. The South Hall Chief swung the battered hammer. Doqi filled the hammer as it violently blocked Xiaoyan's attack. At the same time, the remaining force forcefully forced Xiaoyan back. After forcing back Xiaoyan with a single blow, the South Hall Chief's eyes turned and looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the Northern King was the closest to the Obsidian Tower. To the South Hall Chief, this was an excellent opportunity. He wanted to force the Northern King into the Obsidian Tower and use the power of the Obsidian Tower to crush him. That way, without the Northern King, Xiaoyan's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be much easier to suppress Xiaoyan. A mere 7-star Dodi was no different from an ordinary expert as long as he did not have any puppets. He would not cause any trouble for the South Hall Chief. This time, he could easily kill Xiaoyan outside the Obsidian Tower. As for the treasures on Xiaoyan's body, they would naturally all belong to him. In the blink of an eye, the South Hall Chief's figure flickered. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of the Northern King in an instant. The battered hammer in his hand was raised high. The attack that he had long prepared was unleashed at this moment. Bing Nan Hammer, Sky-Raising Strike. With a low cry in his heart, the hammer fell and viciously smashed into the Northern King's body. Bang! The surrounding space instantly collapsed. The Northern King's body flew backward uncontrollably. The lightning energy once again surged and rushed into the South Hall Chief's body through the hammer. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was in the sky, once again waved his giant ruler and charged over. At this moment, he clearly saw that the Northern King's body had been directly smashed into the Obsidian Tower. This guy, Xiaoyan's eyes widened. He finally reacted. He did not expect the South Hall Chief to use this method to deal with the Northern King. Once the Northern King was suppressed by the Obsidian Tower, he would lose a huge trump card. Northern King! Come back! He shouted, but it was all too late. In the face of such a powerful force, the Northern King could not control his body. Even if Xiaoyan tried to control it, he could not change the outcome. As Xiaoyan's expression changed wildly, the Northern King's body was directly smashed into the Obsidian Tower. At this moment, the heavy doors of the Obsidian Tower were shut tightly. The Obsidian Tower was sealed. The next time it opened would be 5 years later. Hee, kid, although your combat strength is not weak, it's a pity that you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. The South Hall Chief laughed coldly. Seeing that the Obsidian Tower was completely sealed, the knot in his heart was easily resolved. The Northern King's combat strength was indeed quite a big problem for him. However, the Northern King was currently sealed in the Obsidian Tower. The powerful pressure would definitely crush this puppet into a pile of scrap metal. A puppet was ultimately a puppet. No matter how hard the metal was, it would still be crushed by such a powerful pressure. However, the Northern King's original body was of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. 7 feet. A loud cry was transmitted from the empty space behind him. The South Hall Chief had a cold smile on his face at this moment. He appeared unhurried as he randomly tossed aside the broken hammer in his hand. He turned his head with a smile and looked at Xiaoyan. Green-colored Doqi surged out of his hand with a puff sound. It was like a flame that swiftly agglomerated into an enormous python. It carried a frightening aura and pressure. One attack and Xiaoyan's 7th ruler glow exhausted each other. The moment these two energies turned into an energy storm and dissipated, 5 dark black steel needles suddenly shot out from the energy storm. They were like 5 bolts of lightning as they ruthlessly pierced toward the South Hall Chief. Even though the South Hall Chief's agility was timely, he was ultimately only able to dodge the 4th and 5th steel needles. They unceremoniously penetrated the energy barrier that had formed on the surface of his body. Soon after, the needles pierced his body in front of his shocked eyes. Crack! Stomp! The foot that had just been lifted a moment ago once again landed heavily on the ground. He turned his gaze and his sharp eyes shot toward the South Hall Master. His eyes were dense and cold as he spoke in a deep voice. How do you know that I did it? Cuckoo, you have forgotten. Although you killed Li Su, those few low-class Dodi were only seriously injured and did not die. They had deeply imprinted your appearance in their minds. The South Hall Master smiled. He appeared incomparably calm. Although he was unable to see the exact cultivation of the black-robed young man in front of him, he felt that the latter was at the very most an intermediate 9-star Dodi. Such a strength would not be able to cause any waves in front of him. I should have finished them off back then. Xiaoyan's tone was low and deep. The South Hall Master laughed when he heard this. There were quite a number of people who saw your appearance back then. Don't tell me that you wanted to kill everyone in the city? May I know what you plan to do to me now? Xiaoyan's tone was icy cold. He flipped his hand and an enormous black ruler immediately landed in it. The tip of the ruler landed on the ground and left a shallow dent even on the hard floor that was created from obsidian. A strange glint involuntarily flashed across the South Hall Master's eyes when he saw this scene. This obsidian tower was so hard that even with his cultivation, it was difficult to shake it. It was unexpected that the weight of this strange large ruler was actually able to leave a dent on it. This caused him to feel extremely curious. Little brat, it's not strange for you to be able to kill Li Su. However, you shouldn't have killed someone from the Northern Baron Palace. I think the obsidian tower is a good place to be buried. Today, you will die here. The South Hall Master's body moved the instant his voice sounded. He directly flashed and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Doqi agglomerated and turned into an enormous Doqi palm above Xiaoyan's head. 6-joint body flowing ruler. 6-joint fire. The South Hall Master cried out in his heart as he waved the large ruler in his hand. A dense white flame covered the large ruler. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a fire barrier around Xiaoyan, protecting him within it. Boom! The gigantic energy palm descended and violently smashed against the fire barrier. Immediately, flames shot out in all directions. The energy palm was forcibly blocked, and the fire barrier was pushed back and dissipated. Xiaoyan's hand, which was tightly gripping the giant ruler, could not help but feel slightly numb. The opponent was indeed worthy of being an expert at the peak of the advanced stage Dodi class. His strength was not something that an ordinary elite Dodi could compare with. Even Xiaoyan did not have any chance of victory when fighting with him. Of course, this was under the premise that the North King was not used. Eh? Compared to Xiaoyan's surprise, the South Hall Chief's heart was even more surprised at this moment. Xiaoyan's defeat was within his expectations after just one exchange. However, after the collision earlier, Xiaoyan's cultivation had been completely exposed in front of him. Advanced 7-star Dodi? You are only a 7-star Dodi. The South Hall Master's face was filled with shock. The black-robed young man in front of him, who had easily entered the 6th floor of the obsidian tower, was actually just a 7-star Dodi. What happened? Your cultivation. Could it be that I have sensed wrongly? You have not sensed wrongly. I am indeed an advanced 7-star Dodi. Moreover, it is all thanks to that energy core. I was only able to break through by borrowing its strength. Xiaoyan grinned and clenched his numb hand. The expression on his face gradually became stern. Although the opponent was indeed a peak advanced 9-star Dodi, this was the only way to arouse the fighting spirit in his heart. What a surprising brat. I am becoming more and more curious about you. Who exactly are you? You are the first person in the northern region who dares to attack my northern desolate hall. As he spoke, the South Palace Master clenched his hand. The storage ring on his finger flickered slightly. Soon after, a gigantic hammer fell into the latter's hand. Third South Hammer, the weapon that made me famous. Heavy Xian ruler. These 3 words could be considered as a reply to the other party. Good. What a good heavy Xian ruler. I will accept it on your behalf. As his voice sounded, the South Palace Master's arm suddenly shook. The gigantic hammer was swung and the sound of wind immediately sounded in the hall. Soon after, a gigantic hammer shadow, wrapped in Doqi, violently shot toward Xiaoyan. Flame-splitting tsunami. With a low cry, the gigantic ruler in his hand was swung. The heavenly flame surged and a majestic flaming ruler glow shot out. It broke the hammer shadow that was coming toward him and continued to smash toward the South Palace Master without any reduction in strength. Third South Hammer, hammer subduing the mighty. The gigantic hammer was swung once again. It fell from high up and violently smashed onto the floor. However, it did not leave any mark. At the same time, a powerful energy wave swept out in all directions with the gigantic hammer as the center. As the hammer fell, the glow of the flame-splitting tsunami and the energy wave scattered. This time around, Xiaoyan's flame-splitting tsunami was instantly broken. The powerful energy wave swept forward with the momentum of breaking bamboo. The remaining energy forced Xiaoyan back with a single strike. Puff, a muffled groan was emitted from his mouth. Threads of fresh blood involuntarily flowed from the corner of his mouth. The expression on Xiaoyan's face was still fiery hot. The hand that was holding the gigantic ruler tightened. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a row of teeth that were dyed red by fresh blood. He parted his lips and laughed. Haha, not bad. It has been a long time since I met an opponent with such a powerful physical body. Again. The instant the laughter was emitted, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shot forward. He waved the gigantic ruler and charged toward the South Palace Master with brute force without using any Do techniques. You are really a person who will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Alright, let me exercise my muscles. It has been a long time since I met a younger generation member with such a powerful physical body. The South Palace Master also sneered. He waved the gigantic hammer and his body also charged forward. He violently smashed toward Xiaoyan. Clang 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 clang, the gigantic ruler was swung upward and the gigantic hammer was swung downward. The collision between the two of them was completely based on the strength of their physical bodies. Their moves were large and wide. Sparks shot in all directions when they collided. The sharp collision sound that almost caused one's ears to explode continuously resounded in this large hall, where the pressure was becoming increasingly strong. However, the two people in the hall acted as though they did not hear it. Fists and palms intersected. Elbows and shoulders collided. Every part of the body of the two of them had become the strongest weapon. The battle between the two of them became increasingly intense and fiery hot. However, the South Palace Master appeared to have a card up his sleeve from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was waiting for something. Bing Nan Hammer, sky lifting. Suddenly, the South Palace Master let out an explosive cry. His body swiftly rose into the air. The distance between Xiaoyan and him was also instantly pulled apart. Soon after, the gigantic hammer fell. Powerful Doqi gathered at one point and directly struck at Xiaoyan. Mobile version. Update website, Bang. The sudden attack of a 9-star Do-D was something that even Xiaoyan was unable to completely block. In the end, he was forcefully sent flying by the aftershock of the enormous hammer. The heavy Xian ruler, which he had been holding tightly in his hand, also slipped out of his hand. Clang! The heavy, enormous ruler smashed onto the ground. The heavy, enormous ruler was forcefully embedded an inch deep into the ground. This obsidian tower, which was built from obsidian, was completely useless in front of the heavy Xian ruler. Xiaoyan's body rubbed against the ground as he continued to retreat. At the same time, the pressure that he could feel around him also became increasingly frightening. The muscles all over his body tightened as Doqi wildly surged. Only then did he forcefully remove the frightening force within his body. At the same time, he also resisted the frightening pressure above his head. Even though this was the case, it still caused the blood within Xiaoyan's body to churn. His expression involuntarily became much paler. He raised his eyes, only to see that the South Hall chief's eyes had landed on the heavy Xian ruler. After the repeated collisions, he had naturally sensed the extraordinariness of the heavy Xian ruler. If it was not because his Bing Nan hammer had the support of Doqi, it was likely that it would have already been deformed. The hardness of this strange large ruler could be said to be the most frightening thing that he had seen in so many years. If he could obtain such a weapon, his fighting strength would definitely be raised. The South Hall chief did not hesitate as he walked to the front of the heavy Xian ruler. He extended his hand and lifted it. A 9-star Do-D has actually been reduced to snatching a weapon from me, a 7-star Do-D, huh? You are actually still able to stand up after receiving an attack from me. The South Hall chief's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw Xiaoyan stand up from the ground. He immediately laughed coldly and said, as the saying goes, the strong are respected. This ruler of yours is originally an extraordinary item. In any case, it will only be buried in your hands. Why don't you give it to me and let it shine in my hands? The South Hall chief laughed coldly as he bent his waist. His hand was already placed on the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler. Immediately, he held it in his hand and was just about to lift it. Buzz. An extremely frightening weight was suddenly transmitted from the huge ruler. The South Hall chief had used all of his strength, but he was unable to move the heavy Xian ruler even a little. The thing that caused him to be even more shocked was that the moment he held the heavy Xian ruler, he could clearly sense that the doqi energy within his body, the vortex, and even the doqi energy that was swiftly circulating within his qi paths had actually become sluggish in an instant. What's going on? The South Hall chief's heart was startled. He was just about to release his grip when a cold laugh suddenly sounded beside his ear. Hee, South Hall master, it seems like you are not qualified to control it. Let me do it. The moment the cold voice fell, the South Palace master lost control of the heavy buster sword under his hand. The handle of the buster sword left the latter's control, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to Xiaoyan's hand, who was in front of the South Palace master. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. The moment the giant ruler entered his hand, Xiaoyan executed the sevenfold sky-breaking ruler. The dense white glow from the ruler tore through the empty space and violently smashed toward the South Hall chief's face. Xiaoyan did not have the slightest pity for the latter. The sudden attack caused the South Hall chief's expression to be greatly startled. He could not be bothered about anything else as his body hurriedly dodged to the side. The ruler glow was like a rainbow as it narrowly brushed past the South Hall chief's body. The frightening aura caused the South Hall chief's heart to tremble. Brat, you are seeking death. A humiliated fury immediately surged into the South Hall chief's heart after being forced back by a 7-star Dodi. He beckoned with his large hand and the Bing Nan hammer immediately returned to his hand. He lifted the enormous hammer and an attack that was even more powerful than before came smashing down heavily. Sky-lifting strike. Bang! An intense explosion sounded within the large hall. A frightening energy ripple swept apart like a storm. An enormous hammer shadow shot out and shattered Xiaoyan's 3 ruler glows. Finally, the remaining strength violently sent Xiaoyan flying. With the help of the golden elephant skill and the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan did not suffer much damage. However, that powerful strength still caused the blood in his body to churn. The South Hall chief's body suddenly sank after sending Xiaoyan flying with one attack. The pressure within the large hall had become even more frightening. Immediately, he ceased hesitating. His body suddenly turned and rushed toward the stairs that led to the first level without any hesitation. Now, all he needed to do was guard the exit of the first level. As long as he ensured that Xiaoyan was unable to leave the Black Radiant Tower within 3 days, he could only be sealed within and wait to be crushed to death by the frightening pressure within the Black Radiant Tower. The heavy Xian ruler was something that caused him to be extremely tempted. However, since he was unable to obtain it now, he could only wait for the next opening of the Black Radiant Tower 5 years later. Soon after, the Nan Hall chief disappeared from the 6th level. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was still panting on the spot. The frightening pressure within the hall made it difficult for him to breathe. The recovery speed of the injuries in his body also slowed down because of this. He had to use more time to catch his breath. After nearly an hour, Xiaoyan's breathing gradually stabilized. The pressure above his head was as heavy as a mountain, causing the doqi in his body to circulate at a slower speed. Xiaoyan steadied himself and put away the heavy Xian ruler. He was about to walk in the direction where the South Hall chief had left. However, just as he was about to lift his foot, he stopped. His foot stopped in midair. Xiaoyan stared at the ground in front of him as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, Xiaoyan abruptly turned his head. His body turned and his feet followed suit. After which, he stepped heavily on the stairs that led to the 7th level, which was just a short distance away. Since he still had the energy to spare, Xiaoyan naturally would not retreat so easily. Since he was already here, he had to try and see if he could step onto the 7th level. Buzz. As the sole of his foot landed, the heavy pressure above his head suddenly increased. At the same time, Xiaoyan's shoulder also sank slightly uncontrollably. However, he was immediately lifted up by force. Ha! A low cry was emitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. He clenched his teeth tightly and his pale face instantly became flushed red. The veins on his forehead pulsed and his body trembled slightly. Only after a couple of breaths did he slowly calm down. What a frightening pressure. The pressure on the stairs is almost twice as strong as the pressure in the hall. Xiaoyan thought deeply in his heart. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness because of this. Even though this was the case, he still wanted to give it a try and see just where his limit was. A few minutes later, Xiaoyan slowly lifted his foot under the pressure above his head. What should have been an extremely simple action took Xiaoyan nearly 5 minutes to complete. During this process, he had endured a frightening pressure that he had never experienced before. Step. The second stage. Step. Seventh step. When the heavy footsteps once again landed, Xiaoyan's body was still firm. He was unwilling to lower his head as he stood on the 7th step of the obsidian tower's 7th level. He clenched his teeth tightly and a hissing sound was repeatedly emitted from between his teeth. Xiaoyan had used nearly 4 hours just to step onto these 7 steps. This kind of speed was naturally as slow as a tortoise from Xiaoyan's point of view. However, he had never thought about what those 9-star Dodi would think if they were to see this. This was especially so for the South Hall Master. 5 years ago, he had also stepped onto these steps. However, he had only managed to step onto the 10th step after using 2 days. It was difficult to imagine what the South Hall Master would think if he were to see Xiaoyan's current speed. Most importantly, the obsidian tower was closing at this moment. The pressure within the tower had become even more frightening. It was completely incomparable to the pressure that the South Hall Master had to deal with back then. This time around, Xiaoyan stood at the same spot and panted for half an hour. After which, he took another step with great difficulty. His body was slightly hunched and his movements were as slow as an old man's. When Xiaoyan took another step onto the 8th step, his body suddenly sank and he nearly fell down. However, in the end, he forcefully stood up with a ferocious expression. Ha! A hoarse low roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's throat. This time around, his movements did not pause at all. He allowed the pressure above his head to descend. When he stepped onto the 8th step, his body suddenly bent down and one of his hands violently pressed against the ground with a bang. Rip! Under this frightening pressure, the black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing was forcefully shattered, revealing Xiaoyan's bright red body underneath. Puff! The heavenly flame rose. The dense white flame swiftly agglomerated on the surface of Xiaoyan's body and transformed into a flame armor. With this, he once again resisted the frightening pressure above his head. Crack! However, the flaming armor could only hold on for a short while before a cracking sound suddenly rang out. What? He was shocked. He didn't expect the pressure to be so terrifying. Even the heavenly flame armor couldn't withstand it. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Under this frightening pressure, Xiaoyan's internal organs had also been injured. If he did not stop, it was likely that he would suffer an even more serious injury. Golden Elephant Mantra, activate. With a roar in his heart, a domineering golden light immediately condensed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. The pressure on his body also decreased by a lot. 9. Xiaoyan's mouth panted heavily as he once again lifted his foot and landed on the 9th step. 10th, Puchi. When he took the 10th step, the golden light that covered Xiaoyan's body rapidly dimmed. This time, Xiaoyan's hands landed heavily on the ground. His arms trembled violently as he forcefully supported his body. His solid muscles had become as hard as steel at this moment. His 4 limbs were like pillars that supported the heavens as they forcefully supported Xiaoyan's body. However, just relying on these was clearly far from enough. In just a short moment, Xiaoyan's body began to sway even more. He appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, as though he would collapse at any moment. Little guy, can you still hold on? At this moment, Xiao Xian's solemn voice sounded in his heart. The latter could no longer hold on. If he continued to stay here, Xiaoyan would only be seriously injured by the pressure here. At that time it would really be troublesome. Xiaoxian was already prepared. Once Xiaoyan could no longer hold on, he would immediately draw a formation to temporarily resist the pressure in the obsidian tower. I can still hold on. Xiaoyan replied in his heart, unwilling to be outdone. Then, he lifted his head that had been pressed down and stared at the stairs in front of him. There were still 11 steps. As long as he stepped on them, he would be able to reach the 7th floor. Ha! There was a loud shout that was like the roar of a dragon accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. At the same time, the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor worked together. Xiaoyan's entire body was covered in purplish gold dragon scales. At this moment, all the power in Xiaoyan's body frantically condensed on his legs. He took a step forward, as if he had the power to support the sky. A hurricane followed him, and his speed was like a flash, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Stomp. With a single stomp, he crossed 2 steps, 3 steps in a row, 4th, 5th. 21st. Xiaoyan roared in his heart as his foot landed. Although his face appeared ferocious, it also contained some fanaticism. Both of his eyes were scarlet as he stared intently at the 21st step. His foot was finally about to step onto the 21st step. At the same time, it was also the 7th step, a place that only origin transformation experts could step into. The 7th floor. Wang. However, just as Xiaoyan's foot landed on the 7th floor, a terrifying pressure suddenly rushed out from the 7th floor. It was like the Yellow River had burst through a dam, whistling past. Xiaoyan's body was violently struck by this powerful pressure. He was sent flying with a single strike. After spending nearly 6 hours, Xiaoyan had returned to his original position in an instant. Pucci. His body heavily crashed into the ground, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, splattering everywhere. With just a single strike, Xiaoyan was almost heavily injured. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the pressure on the 7th floor was. Pfft! Xiaoyan flipped his body and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His flushed red face instantly lost its color and his entire aura became sluggish. Little guy, you were too impulsive this time. Even a normal origin transformation expert wouldn't have the ability to charge into the 7th floor. You actually. Cough cough, ancestor, there is no need to worry. I only want to know where my limit is. Although I haven't truly ascended, I can be considered to know now. Hearing Xiaoxian's words, Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled. His face was unconcerned, and there was even a trace of excitement in his eyes. His actions earlier might have been crazy, but he had done something that even a 9-star Dodi could not do. On the 21st step, which was the 7th floor of the obsidian tower, there was a small footprint that was stained with some blood. With a flip of his hand, a few tier 4 medicinal pills immediately appeared in his hand. These medicinal pills were precious on the outside, but they were just like jelly beans in his hand. Xiaoyan swallowed them without cherishing them. Immediately, the dense medicinal strength rapidly turned into a warm current that spread throughout his body. His originally serious injuries rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were not light, it was nothing out of the ordinary for Xiaoyan. He had long since become accustomed to it. Borrowing the medicinal strength in his body, Xiaoyan recovered from his injuries while retreating to the 1st floor. As the pressure within the tower increased, Xiaoyan was unable to continue staying on the 6th floor in addition to the injuries in his body. Although his body was still heavy, Xiaoyan's movements were undoubtedly much lighter than before. It was as if the shackles on his body had been removed. Unknowingly, Xiaoyan's speed had increased a little. However, due to the current situation, he did not notice this. A short moment later, Xiaoyan had already appeared in front of the stairs to the 1st floor. From here, he could see the South Hall Master sitting outside the obsidian tower. The latter seemed to be waiting for him. When Xiaoyan appeared, their gazes met from a distance. Though per reincarnated Flame Emperor currently, there were still 2 days before the closing of the obsidian tower. The purpose of the South Hall chief was to prevent Xiaoyan from walking out of the obsidian tower. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was less than 100 steps. However, it was this distance of 100 steps that would determine Xiaoyan's life and death. The South Hall chief wanted to rely on the strength of the obsidian tower to suppress Xiaoyan until he died. In this way, not only would he be able to save a lot of effort, but he would also be able to complete the mission that the Hall chief had given him. He would also have the opportunity to obtain everything that Xiaoyan currently possessed. The South Hall chief would naturally not easily let go of such a good thing. It was quite a coincidence. If it was not because the crime that Xiaoyan had committed happened to be within his jurisdiction, it was likely that the latter's appearance would have swiftly spread throughout the entire northern wasteland. At that time, it would be unknown just whose hands these treasures would land in. From his point of view, although Xiaoyan's fighting strength was extraordinary, a 7-star Dodi was ultimately a 7-star Dodi. Regardless of how Xiaoyan resisted, it was impossible for Xiaoyan to be a match for him. With Xiaoyan's current fighting strength, he was already comparable to an intermediate-level expert among the 9-star Dodi. It must be said that this kind of fighting strength that surpassed one's level could already be considered extremely frightening. However, there was still a great gap in front of an expert at the peak of the advanced level Dodi class. Humph, brat, weren't you very fierce earlier? Why have you ended up in such a state now? You have actually been injured by the pressure within the tower until this state. The corner of the South Hall chief's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Regardless of how strong one's fighting strength was, one's cultivation was ultimately unable to keep up. Under the frightening pressure within the tower, it was unavoidable for one to suffer some injuries. In this way, he was even more confident in being able to keep Xiaoyan here. However, when he said this, he had forgotten about the embarrassing situation he had been in the tower. Ha! Hearing the South Hall chief's mocking laughter, Xiaoyan laughed mockingly. If he did not want to ascend the stairs to the 7th level, what could the pressure within the tower do to him? South Hall Master, are you waiting for me here because I haven't beaten you enough? Xiaoyan coldly smiled. His pale white face gradually recovered its sleek redness under the effect of the medicinal pill. The remaining doqi within his body slowly began to circulate. Although his condition was not at his peak, there was nothing for him to be afraid of when facing the Southern Hall chief. Humph, that's right. I want to see how many more surprises you can bring me. The South Hall Master smirked, his face cold and unfeeling. Surprise? Hee, I'm afraid that you'll turn the surprise into a shock. Xiaoyan sneered. As long as his opponent was not an origin transformation expert, he did not fear them at all. With the Northern King present and the 10 steel needles that he had condensed from the power of the way, he felt a little more confident. Sharp-tongued brat. Since you want to die, I'd like to see just how you'll leave this place. With a cold cry, the South Hall Master waved his hand and the Bing Nan hammer appeared in his hand. He swung the hammer and smashed it into the ground in front of him. A violent explosion shook the entire city as a terrifying wave of energy swept out. In the blink of an eye, the entire square had been reduced to ruins. On the other hand, the obsidian tower in front of him remained unmoved. Xiaoyan sat on the ground expressionlessly within the tower. He allowed the pressure above him to grow stronger and stronger. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to focus on refining the medicinal pill in his body. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the face of the South Hall chief when he saw this scene. Currently, the pressure within the black bright tower was becoming increasingly powerful. An ordinary elite Dodi would not be able to endure for even a moment within it. Even a high-class Dodi would not be able to endure for long. Xiaoyan was clearly injured at this moment. He knew that the obsidian tower was about to close, yet he still wanted to stay inside. Was he not seeking death? This brat, what exactly is he trying to do? The South Hall Master could not help but mutter to himself. He did not think that Xiaoyan was a foolish person. Was it possible for a fool to be able to raise his cultivation to such an extent at such a young age and possess a frightening fighting strength that surpassed an ordinary person? It was obviously impossible. However, the South Hall Master felt somewhat helpless in the current situation. The pressure within the tower was continuously increasing. Once he entered, his cultivation would definitely be suppressed. At that time, anything could happen. If Xiaoyan was prepared, he would have fallen into a trap. Rather than that, it was better to wait patiently outside the tower. In short, as long as he could block the entrance of the obsidian tower, Xiaoyan would not be able to leave the obsidian tower no matter what tricks he had up his sleeves. Time slowly flowed by as both parties waited. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this moment, the medicinal pills within Xiaoyan's body had been completely refined. His originally pale face once again recovered a sleek redness. The breath in his nose had also gradually calmed down. His entire condition had also recovered by more than half. At the same time, the pressure above Xiaoyan's head became even more terrifying. Unafraid of the powerful pressure above his head, Xiaoyan's face remained calm. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. His pitch-black eyes were slightly raised. His eyes were as deep as a well, giving off an unfathomable and sinister aura. Standing up, he did not stop his anti-inflammatory actions. With steady footsteps, he walked toward the exit of the obsidian tower. At the same time, the expression on the South Palace Master's face turned cold. The hand holding the giant hammer tightened slightly. Doqi surged up and entered the hammer. "Brat, are you prepared to die?" The South Hall Master's voice was cold as ice. "You want to stop me here? It's a pity that you are not an origin transformation expert." Xiaoyan smiled. His footsteps became even heavier. At this moment, the pressure within the tower had become a little stronger within a short couple of breaths. If he were to continue staying here, it was likely that even Xiaoyan would not be able to leave this place. "Oh? You mean to say that only origin transformation experts can stop you?" Heh, not knowing whether to laugh or not, Xiaoyan's body swiftly approached the exit. What a boastful brat. Do you really think that no one can do anything to you just because you have some ability? Get out of here. The South Hall Master coldly shouted. At the same time, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in front of the obsidian tower. He was only one step away from stepping out of the obsidian tower. The giant hammer was swung from top to bottom, viciously smashing down on Xiaoyan's head. At the same time that the giant hammer fell, the sharp sound of wind breaking continuously sounded. The sound of the sonic boom was endless, almost causing one's eardrums to burst. A powerful Doqi energy emerged from the huge hammer, and a frightening imposing manner swept out in all directions. The color of the sky changed, and the wind and clouds swept out. The entire city had already attracted the attention of the people here. Many people's expressions changed at this moment. Any Dodi could feel the heaven-shaking killing intent contained in that aura. They felt fear from the bottom of their hearts toward the latter's strength. What caused them to feel even more surprised and curious was just who exactly was this person that could cause a peak late-stage Dodi expert to face him in such a manner. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was calm in the face of the South Hall Master's attack that was filled with strength. His calm manner appeared extremely strange. The wind pressure that came from the front caused the black robe he was wearing to tightly stick to the surface of his body. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change. Both of his eyes were still wide open as he stared intently at the giant hammer in front of him that was already within reach. Suddenly, Xiaoyan smiled. The expression in his dark black eyes suddenly became stern. At the same time, a light flashed across the storage ring on his finger in a lightning-like manner. Almost at the same time, the Northern King, whose body was emitting a purple-gold glow like a metal tower, suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The Northern King arched his body backward. Soon after, he violently swung his fist forward to meet the Bingnan hammer that was filled with an overbearing strength. Bang! When the attack landed, a frightening buzzing sound reverberated throughout the sky above Feng City. Everyone's body involuntarily trembled. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock were thrown over. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Very quickly, the crowd surged over. Countless gazes were like spotlights as they stared at the South Hall Master, who was currently standing in front of the Obsidian Tower gate, and the Northern King, who was blocking the Bingnan hammer with a single punch. That is, the South Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall. That is a 9-star Dodi. Not only is he a 9-star Dodi, but he is also a peak late-stage Dodi. It is said that he has come to the Obsidian Tower this time around for the 7th floor. I wonder if he has managed to reach it. The 7th floor. TSK, that is a place that only origin transformation experts can reach. It has been so many years, but no one has been able to reach the 7th floor. It is really unexpected. But who is that fellow who is currently exchanging blows with the South Hall Master? To be able to block the South Hall Master's hammer, I'm afraid that he is at least a peak late-stage Do-D. Another peak advanced 9-star Do-D expert. Hey, there will be a good show to watch now. The Northern Desolate Hall has dominated the entire Northern Desolate region for a long time. Many factions do not like them. If it was not because... Shut up. Be careful that a loose tongue causes trouble. Is the Northern Desolate Hall something that you can casually discuss? The surrounding crowd immediately became chaotic when they saw the scene in the arena. Their discussions were filled with surprise at the Northern King. This is, a puppet? At this moment, the South Hall Master, who was the main character in everyone's discussion, undoubtedly understood the situation he was currently facing. The fellow who was currently exchanging blows with him was actually a humanoid puppet that did not have any aura. Its eyes were empty. Puppet? How can it be a puppet? If it is a puppet, how can it use the strength of lightning? The South Hall Master was extremely shocked. If the North King was just an ordinary puppet, it would not have been a big deal. However, what surprised him was that when the North King collided with the North King, an extremely powerful thunderbolt energy erupted from the North King's body. The thunderbolt energy was of great help to the North King in being able to block his hammer attack. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of wind suddenly swept past the South Hall Master's ear. Soon after, a black figure quietly appeared beside him like a ghost. How can this brat speed? The South Hall Master was instantly shocked. However, he did not dare to be careless in the face of Xiaoyan's attack. Relying on his familiarity with the giant hammer in his hand, the South Hall Master pulled his hand violently. The giant hammer was immediately pulled in front of him and forcefully blocked Xiaoyan's attack. Following which, the South Hall Master's figure quickly retreated. Soon, he appeared at the edge of the arena. In response, Xiaoyan did not follow up with another attack. Instead, Li Xing stood in front of the obsidian tower and cautiously scanned the crowd. Finally, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he did not discover the East Hall Master and the West Hall Master. The reason why he had waited for half a day was partly because he wanted to recover from the injuries within his body. The main reason was to avoid the presence of the East Hall Master and the West Hall Master. Although the relationship between these three parties did not appear to be harmonious, they ultimately belonged to the same faction. At the end of the day, they were all in the same group. Once he and the South Hall Master started a big fight, their presence would definitely cause Xiaoyan a lot of trouble. After confirming that they had indeed left, Xiaoyan's heart naturally became much more relaxed. If he only needed to face the South Hall Master alone, it would not be too difficult for him. Just the Northern King alone would be able to hold him back. There was no need to mention his frightening speed, which surpassed that of a 9-star Do-D. So this is the case. The reason why you did not attack earlier was because you were waiting for the two of them to leave. The South Hall Master only came to a sudden understanding in his heart after noticing Xiaoyan's gaze. He curled his mouth. He was not concerned about this. If those two fellows were around, they would only become hungry wolves that would fight for his benefits. However, I am more curious. Why is this puppet of yours able to control the lightning strength? How can that kind of natural strength be used on an inanimate object? Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders in an uncertain manner when he heard this. Honestly speaking, even he did not understand what was going on. However, this was no longer important to him. What was important was that he was able to control this strength. Xiaoyan nodded. No matter how strong the power of the thunderbolt was, as long as the North King was in his hands, everything would naturally fall under his control. The South Hall Master narrowed his eyes when he saw the expression on Xiaoyan's face. His pair of hair would occasionally size up the Northern King. Other than fear, there was also greed in his eyes. A 9-star Do-D class puppet. If he could obtain it, in addition to the puppet that Xiaoyan possessed, it was likely that the person in charge of the Northern Desolate Hall would change hands. Of course, he could only quietly think about this in his heart. After all, before he possessed that strength, it was impossible for him to shake that fellow's position. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan in front of him had become another large obstacle in his heart. Clang, the giant hammer and the huge black ruler collided fiercely, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The invisible void began to ripple intensely, and the sonic boom shook people's eardrums. The plaza below was already in ruins, and because of the shocking collision, it was lifted up layer by layer. In just a short moment, the originally huge plaza had turned into a huge crater. Only in the center of the crater, the obsidian tower still stood motionless, as if it was not affected by the battle at all. A frightening energy violently erupted when the hammer and ruler collided with each other. An explosion sounded and energy swept out. The two figures were sent flying back by each other. Each of them stood at the edge of the open ground. Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the huge ruler, could not help but tremble. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch. What terrifying strength! His opponent was a peak late-stage 9-star Do-D after all. His strength was only second to an origin transformation expert. This kind of strength was truly shocking. If it were not for his great physical body, he would not have been able to last so long against his opponent. While Xiaoyan was quietly feeling surprised in his heart, the Southern Hall chief was also feeling surprised in his heart. This brat, no matter how I look at him, he's just a fledgling brat. How could his cultivation and physical strength be so powerful? If it wasn't for the fact that I started cultivating 100 years earlier than him, I'm afraid, even the South Palace master did not dare to think too much about it. The latter's cultivation and talent could be said to be the most terrifying person he had ever seen in his life. Given enough time, even that person would not be a match for him. Fortunately, with Xiaoyan's current cultivation, it was impossible for Xiaoyan to rely on his own strength to fight him to a draw. This coincidentally gave him an opportunity. Unfortunately, although Xiaoyan's cultivation was far inferior to his, Xiaoyan still had the powerful North King. With the North King's strength as a late-stage 9-star Do-D, Xiaoyan had nothing to fear as long as his opponent was not an origin transformation expert. The South Hall master had also discovered the strangeness of the North King. Although he was powerful, he was still helpless against the North King. The North King's body was made of steel, and he was not afraid of any pain. Even he had to be wary of his terrifying strength. That was especially true of the strange lightning energy in the North King's body. Even he felt pain from it. Once he was struck by the lightning, even with his cultivation, he would inevitably suffer some injuries, not to mention Xiaoyan. Once both of them were present, he was destined to be unable to kill Xiaoyan. At this moment, both sides stood opposite each other. They were not in a hurry to attack, and the atmosphere became strange. In this state, even those outside of the battle circle held their breaths, waiting for the arrival of a storm. The South Hall master glanced around, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. Suddenly, his eyes turned and couldn't help but fall on the towering obsidian tower that stood in the middle of the huge pit. As the closing time of the obsidian tower grew closer and closer, the pressure within the tower had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even he might not be able to withstand such pressure. Thinking of this, the South Hall master's eyes flickered. Perhaps this is a good choice. As a bright light flashed across his eyes, the South Hall master suddenly had an idea. He lifted his eyes and looked directly at Xiaoyan. This time, the South Hall master's solemn face curled into a cold smile. Humph, kid, although your combat strength is not weak, I'm afraid you're too naive. If you want to fight me to a draw. As soon as he finished speaking, the South Hall master's body suddenly shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xiaoyan. He waved his giant hammer and smashed it heavily on Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's eyes turned cold. At the same time that his spiritual strength spread out, the heavy Xian ruler in his hand danced. A dense white flame wrapped around the enormous ruler. From bottom to top, it violently collided with the enormous hammer that was heading toward him. Clang, with a loud sound, a terrifying force poured down and the giant buster sword fell. The South Hall master sneered. His body shook, and a terrifying force poured out again. Clang. At this moment, the North King, who was beside Xiaoyan, suddenly attacked. His fist violently smashed against the giant hammer. The powerful force actually left an inch-deep fist mark on the giant hammer. At the same time, a dark black lightning force swept out like a giant python. It moved along the North King's arm and violently collided with the Bing Nan hammer. Boom! The two enormous forces poured out at the same time. In addition to Xiaoyan's own strength, they actually forced the South Hall Master back. The South Hall Master's feet stepped back in the empty space. After 100 steps, his body finally shook. Powerful Doqi poured out and forcefully removed the enormous force in his body. Damn it! Seeing the faint fist mark on the Bingnan hammer, the South Hall Master could not help but curse. A piercingly cold murderous intent surged onto his face. Kid, if you have the ability, use your own strength to fight with me. Relying on a puppet and using unorthodox methods, what kind of ability is that? The South Hall Master clenched his fist so tightly that it emitted cracking sounds. His veins bulged, and his surging Doqi surged on the surface of his body, revealing the anger in his heart. Xiaoyan curled his mouth and laughed coldly when he heard this. He coldly cried out. He coldly said, "What do you mean by unorthodox methods? All I know is that as long as it is a force that can be controlled, it is the right way." After he shouted, Xiaoyan waved his large hand and pointed his finger at the South Hall Master. The North King seemed to have received an order. His body instantly shot out like a cannonball. It cut through the air and headed straight for the South Hall Master. Humph, the South Hall Master let out a low chuckle. With a thought, a majestic Doqi surged into the giant hammer. Soon after, it collided with the North King. With the South Hall Master's cultivation, he might not be able to destroy the North King. However, if he used all his strength, he could guarantee that the North King would not be able to get close to him. He could even easily suppress the North King. Unfortunately, he was still unable to resist the annoying lightning energy. At this moment, Xiaoyan had also taken a moment to catch his breath. His body flashed and once again joined the battle. The battle, which had originally been suppressed by the South Hall Master, stabilized with the addition of Xiaoyan. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. The giant hammer smashed down and the black ruler danced. The North King, who was like a metal tower, also swung his fist. Doqi shot out and lightning surged. The battle quickly became intense. Gradually, it entered a white-hot stage. Under the deliberate guidance of the South Hall Master, the three of them were unknowingly getting closer to the obsidian tower. Who is this brat? He is actually able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall to such an extent. Looking at the Southern Hall Chief's expression, it seems that he is not having a good time. That's right. The old me has been in the northern region for many years. I don't dare to say that I know all the strong people, but I can say that I know most of them. However, I have never heard of such a young strong person. Just who is this brat? Waves of surprised voices were repeatedly transmitted from the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiaoyan. Being able to fight with the Southern Hall Chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall, who was at the peak of the advanced Do D class, to such an extent, was enough to show how powerful he was. Since when did the Northern region have such a young strong person? Looks like the Northern Wasteland Hall is going to kick an iron plate this time around. Being able to groom such an outstanding member of the younger generation, his clan is definitely not an ordinary faction. If the Northern Wasteland Hall touches him, it is likely that they will end up creating a great enemy for themselves. The sounds of discussion were frequent and incessant. Most of the voices contained surprise, but there were even more sneers. Most of the factions did not have a good impression of the Northern Wasteland Hall. Moreover, in the northern region, it was like a pack of wolves facing a fierce tiger. A pack of hungry wolves would naturally be extremely afraid of the fierce tiger. They always hoped that the latter would reveal a large scar. Currently, Xiaoyan's appearance was able to tear apart the scarlet scar. This was naturally something that they were happy to see. A fierce tiger might be frightening, but if a crack appeared on its body, it would attract countless flies. It was likely that it would only be a matter of time before it fell ill. Clang! With a punch, the Southern Hall Chief once again forced the Northern King back. The frightening strength violently smashed an enormous hole in the Northern King's chest. His entire chest had sunk in. Frightening black thunderbolts surged out. They were just like numerous poisonous snakes as they charged toward the Southern Hall Chief. This time around, the dark black thunderbolts directly surged up his arm and swiftly entered his body. They began to wreak havoc within his veins. At the same time, some slight changes occurred within the Southern Hall Chief's body as a result. The South Hall Master, who was focused on the battle, did not pay much attention to this. The Bingnan hammer that he was holding in his other hand had also changed greatly at this moment. After countless strikes, a large dent had appeared on the Bingnan hammer. The entire hammer looked unusually strange. Even though the South Hall master was unwilling to accept this, he still forcefully endured it. He was very clear about the principle of no pain, no gain. Although Bingnan hammer had been with him for a long time, he didn't know what a real weapon was until he saw the dark heavy buster sword. If he could obtain the heavy Xian ruler, his battle prowess would definitely rise to a whole new level. Once he broke through to the origin transformation realm in the future, it would undoubtedly bring him great benefits. After the Northern King was forced back, Xiaoyan's figure followed closely behind. He viciously swung the huge black buster sword in his hand. Flames flew out like a banner of fire as it viciously slashed toward the South Hall chief. The South Hall chief swung the battered hammer. Doqi filled the hammer as it violently blocked Xiaoyan's attack. At the same time, the remaining force forcefully forced Xiaoyan back. After forcing back Xiaoyan with a single blow, the South Hall chief's eyes turned and looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the Northern King was the closest to the Obsidian Tower. To him, this was also the best opportunity. He wanted to force the Northern King into the Obsidian Tower and use the power of the Obsidian Tower to crush him. That way, without the Northern King, Xiaoyan's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be much easier for him to suppress Xiaoyan. A mere 7-star Dodi was no different from an ordinary expert as long as he didn't have any puppets. He wouldn't cause any trouble for him. This time, he could easily kill Xiaoyan outside the Obsidian Tower. As for the treasures on Xiaoyan's body, they would naturally all belong to him. In the blink of an eye, the South Hall chief's figure flickered. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of the Northern King in an instant. The battered hammer in his hand was raised high. The attack that he had long prepared was unleashed at this moment. Bingnan hammer, sky-raising strike. With a low roar in his heart, the hammer fell and viciously smashed into the Northern King's body. Bang! The surrounding space instantly collapsed. The Northern King's body flew backward uncontrollably. The lightning energy once again surged and rushed into the South Hall chief's body through the hammer. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was in the sky, once again waved his giant ruler and charged over. It was also at this moment that he clearly saw the Northern King's body being blasted into the Obsidian Tower. This guy, Xiaoyan's eyes widened. He finally reacted. He didn't expect the South Hall chief to use this method to deal with the Northern King. Once the Northern King was suppressed by the Obsidian Tower, he would have one less trump card. Northern King! Come back! He shouted, but it was all too late. In the face of such a powerful force, the Northern King was unable to control his body. Even if Xiaoyan tried to control it, he was unable to change the outcome. As Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically, the Northern King's body was directly thrown into the Obsidian Tower. At this moment, the heavy doors of the Obsidian Tower slammed shut. The Obsidian Tower was sealed. The next time it opened would be 5 years later. Hee, kid, although your combat strength is not weak, it's a pity that you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. The South Hall chief laughed coldly. Seeing that the Obsidian Tower had completely closed, the knot in his heart was easily resolved. The Northern King's combat strength was indeed quite a big problem for him. However, the Northern King was currently sealed in the Obsidian Tower. The powerful pressure would definitely crush this puppet into a pile of scrap metal. A puppet was ultimately a puppet. No matter how hard the metal was, it would still be crushed by such a powerful pressure. However, the Northern King's original body was of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. 7 feet. A loud cry was transmitted from the empty space behind him. The South Hall chief had a cold smile on his face at this moment. He appeared unhurried as he randomly tossed aside the broken hammer in his hand. With a smile, he turned his head and looked at Xiaoyan. Green-colored Doqi surged out of his hand with a puff sound. It was like a flame that swiftly agglomerated into an enormous python. It carried a frightening aura and pressure. One attack and Xiaoyan's 7th ruler glow exhausted each other. The moment these two energies turned into an energy storm and dissipated, 5 dark black steel needles suddenly shot out from the energy storm. They were like 5 bolts of lightning as they ruthlessly pierced toward the South Hall chief. Although the South Hall chief's agility was timely, he was ultimately only able to dodge the fourth and fifth steel needles. They unceremoniously penetrated the energy barrier that had formed on the surface of his body. Soon after, the needles pierced into his body in front of his shocked eyes. Crack! In the sky, the pitch-black needle pierced through the Doqi armor that swiftly formed on the South Hall Master's body. It pierced his lower abdomen and flowed into his chi vortex. A powerful destructive force immediately erupted from the needle. However, the outcome was not what Xiaoyan had expected. In fact, it had exceeded the South Hall Master's expectations. Kacha, a clear shattering sound was heard from deep within the South Hall Master's body. An invisible barrier seemed to have suddenly shattered at this moment. The vast and boundless azure sky was also suddenly filled with hurricanes at this moment. Vast natural energy began to gather uncontrollably, forming a large patch of dark clouds in the sky above Feng City. At this moment, it was not just Do Qi. Even the vast and endless Genesis Qi in the area began to move. Two similarly vast energies intertwined as a frightening energy aura spread. Do Qi and Genesis Qi began to merge. Such a scene was extremely rare even in the entire continent. Apart from breaking through to the origin transformation stage, there was no other possibility. This is the fusion of Do Qi and Genesis Qi. This is a scene that only appears when one breaks through to the origin transformation stage. Could it be that the South Hall Master's cultivation, he broke through? He's about to advance to the origin transformation stage. Even in the entire northern region, there are only a handful of origin transformation stage experts. I never imagined that I would have the opportunity to personally witness someone break through to the origin transformation stage. This trip to Feng City has not been in vain. Exclamations continued to be heard from the crowd. As the focus of everyone's attention, the South Hall Master's heart was also filled with shock. However, he was even more overjoyed at the breakthrough. After entering the Obsidian Tower this time around, he had originally thought that he would need another year before his cultivation would truly break through to the origin transformation realm. However, he did not expect that the battle with Xiaoyan would actually coincidentally allow him to break through the barrier between him and the origin transformation realm. Don't tell me, it's the power of lightning on the puppet? It must be. In addition to the strange black needle from that brat, it coincidentally allowed my cultivation to break through. Ha ha ha, it seems that my luck is not ordinary this time. Not only did I break through, I even took all of the treasures on this kid's body. With a ferocious laugh, the South Palace Master's body suddenly shook. He lifted his head to the sky and let out an earth-shaking roar from his throat. A huge torrent of energy wildly sprayed out from his mouth. The torrent of energy soared with the wind and transformed into a huge energy light pillar. It was like a pillar that supported the sky as it directly entered the dark energy clouds above his head. Buzz buzz buzz. Immediately after, Battle Qi and Genesis Qi intertwined, clinging to the energy pillar like a giant python slowly crawling down a tree trunk. Very quickly, two types of extremely enormous energy directly entered the South Hall Master's body from the top of his head. They continuously flowed into the vortex, and the latter's aura rapidly rose at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. God damn it, I didn't expect him to break through in the middle of battle. Xiaoyan's expression was extremely grave as he cursed in his heart. As his figure rapidly retreated, he waved his hand and the other 5 steel needles appeared in the air in front of him. He could not help but hesitate a little. This was already his last trump card other than the Angry Buddha Lotus. Once all 5 were used, it would mean that he would not be able to use the power of Great Tao for a period of time. Facing an expert who was about to break through to the origin transformation stage was undoubtedly a huge threat to Xiaoyan. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan decisively threw out 3 steel needles. He kept the other 2 in his hand in case he needed them. The 3 steel needles ignored the obstruction of space and appeared a foot in front of the South Hall Master in the blink of an eye. Their sharp auras seemed to be able to pierce through everything. However, with the humiliation from before, the South Hall Master was naturally on guard against these 3 steel needles. Humph, you still dare to come? Break! This time around, the South Hall Master did not dodge. The instant the low cry from his mouth sounded, his body suddenly shook. A powerful energy storm immediately swept out wildly with the South Hall Master as the center. It was like 1,000 layers of giant waves that used a thick and viscous energy to forcefully block the 3 steel needles that were shot over. The 3 dark black steel needles disappeared into the empty space without any forewarning. This involuntarily caused the Nanhal chief to raise his eyebrows. Soon after, however, he saw Xiaoyan in the empty space. At this moment, the latter was planning to leave in a flash. In the face of an origin transformation expert, even the current Xiaoyan could only temporarily avoid him. Humph, you want to leave? It won't be so easy. Stay behind. The South Hall master let out a cold cry. The vortex in his body began to wildly rotate as he waved his sleeve. A powerful force immediately shot forward. The special energy that was a mixture of Do Qi and Genesis Qi was undoubtedly many times stronger than the previous attack. Such strength was not something that an expert Do Di could compare with. What frightening power! Is this the power of an origin transformation expert? It is truly terrifying. Cries of surprise could not help but ring out from the surrounding crowd. At the same time, Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. With a thought, great Dao power condensed into a black curtain in front of him in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyan's body moved, intending to enter it. Oh? Great Dao power? No wonder. However, you'll still stay behind. The South Hall master was slightly surprised, but soon after, killing intent surged in his eyes. Although Xiaoyan's speed was not slow, there was still a huge gap between them. With a thought, the speed of the enormous energy abruptly increased. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared behind Xiaoyan and was about to land on Xiaoyan's back. However, it was also at this moment that a golden light suddenly surged from Xiaoyan's back. It swiftly intertwined and agglomerated. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous light formation that blocked the enormous energy that was heading over. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, a muffled sound echoed across the sky. Invisible spatial ripples spread out like a wave. Even though this was the case, the golden-colored light formation only endured for a short instant. Soon after, a clear cracking sound appeared and the golden-colored light formation was instantly shattered. A somewhat painful muffled groan was involuntarily emitted from within Xiaoyan's body. Next, the remaining power of the energy slammed into Xiaoyan's back. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body disappeared into the pitch-black curtain. In the blink of an eye, it had been a week since the battle at Feng City. At the last moment, Xiaoyan had suffered a heavy blow from the South Hall master and was severely injured. Xiao Xian's soul origin had also been slightly injured because he had blocked the attack. In addition, the North King had been blasted into the obsidian tower by the South Hall master. It could be said that Xiaoyan had been completely defeated in this battle. In a week's time, Xiaoyan's injuries had all healed. As for Xiao Xian, he had calmed down and was slowly recovering his soul strength. Xiao Xian's injury caused the fury in Xiaoyan's heart to turn into endless killing intent in an instant. At the same time, Xiaoyan also noticed something else that surprised him. That was the North King. At this moment, the Northern King was already sealed within the obsidian tower. Logically speaking, the Northern King should have been crushed into a pile of fragments under the frightening pressure of the obsidian tower. Xiaoyan's spiritual brand deep within its body should have also disappeared. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan could vaguely sense that the soul brand he had left in the North King's body had not changed at all. This also meant that the North King had not been destroyed by the terrifying pressure and should still be intact in the obsidian tower. The North King had not been destroyed by the obsidian tower, but existed in the obsidian tower. However, due to the distance and the pressure within the tower, Xiaoyan could not sense the North King's exact situation. However, he could be sure that the North King was definitely unharmed at this moment. In this way, he only needed to wait 5 years. When the obsidian tower opened again, that would be the day the North King returned. In 5 years, under the pressure of the obsidian tower, would there be any changes to the North King? He still did not know. He would only have to wait 5 years in Feng City. In the sky, Xiaoyan's figure flew straight north. At the end of his line of sight, there was a huge city sitting there. After a short while, Xiaoyan's figure appeared in front of the city. Nanlin City, where the North Wilderness Hall South Hall is stationed. After passing through here, I should be at the northern mountain where the North Wilderness Hall main hall is located. Xiaoyan muttered softly. his gaze shifted downwards. In the depths of the huge city, there was also a huge ancient castle. That was the South Hall. At this moment, a large amount of human traffic was gathered in one spot within the city. Noise continued to linger in one's ears. Even though he was a great distance away, Xiaoyan was still able to see at a glance that a couple of clusters of different colored flames were rising from the hands of a few people on the empty ground in the middle of the crowd. Xiaoyan focused his attention and looked over. 5 medicinal cauldrons stood in a thick and heavy manner. A faint fragrance permeated the air. From this pill fragrance, Xiaoyan was able to distinguish that the medicinal pills that these 5 people were refining were all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Moreover, 2 of them could definitely be considered high-grade among all the Tier 3 medicinal pills. An alchemy competition, huh? Xiaoyan muttered in his heart. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the city. At this moment, the crowd's attention was still focused on the 5 people. Hence, they did not notice Xiaoyan's sudden appearance. Of course, it was not that everyone did not notice Xiaoyan's presence. 5 human figures slowly stood up in front of the medicinal cauldrons on the empty ground in front of the crowd. 2 chairs were placed behind each of them. 10 people were seated on them. They had already discovered Xiaoyan's existence the moment he landed. Of course, at the same time, an old man with a somewhat sloppy appearance at a certain spot in the crowd was similarly looking at Xiaoyan with a surprised gaze. An extremely obscure light flashed across the depths of his sharp eyes. Soon after, the old man twisted his body and quietly disappeared into the crowd. The gazes of the 10 figures turned and looked at Xiaoyan. The surrounding crowd also discovered this point. Immediately, numerous gazes followed the gazes of the 10 people and landed on Xiaoyan's body. Their eyes were immediately filled with surprise. It was unexpected that the person who caught the attention of these 10 experts was actually a young man. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly surprised by these 10 people. This was because all of them were rank 4 alchemists. One of the old men among them even had an extremely powerful spiritual strength. It was likely that he had already reached the level of a rank 4 middle-grade alchemist. Tisk 10 rank 4 alchemists. I'm afraid that even the Alchemist Alliance of the Western region would not be able to take out such an amount. Indeed, the truly strong like to hide themselves. This continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To be able to see 10 rank 4 alchemists at once, this kind of scene caused even Xiaoyan to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. Haha, this mister, since you have come, may I invite you forward for a chat? Among the 10 people, a white-haired old man slowly stood up from his seat. His pair of shady old eyes flashed with a sharp light as he asked in a sly tone. When these words were spoken, the other 9 people also hurriedly stood up and looked at each other. Their gazes were indeed rather strange. Although these people were gathered together, the atmosphere was not harmonious. It is unexpected that this little brother is actually able to become a rank 4 alchemist at such a young age. This really makes me feel ashamed. The white-haired old man cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan. His old face could not help but reveal an amazed expression. Such a young rank 4 alchemist could really be said to be the first person he had seen in his life. You must be joking. I only relied on a bit of luck to be able to reach the level of a rank 4 alchemist. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling person. The other party had an amiable appearance, so Xiaoyan naturally could not show a cold face to others. He similarly cupped his hands together respectfully as a return of greeting. However, the words that came out of his mouth caused the surrounding crowd to be instantly shocked. Rank 4 alchemist. Such a young rank 4 alchemist, it must be fake, right? TCH, how can it be fake for Elder Hu to personally speak? It's just that I didn't expect that this little fellow who looks so ordinary is actually a rank 4 alchemist. Mr. is too humble. Since you are able to become a rank 4 alchemist, this has already proven your strength. Moreover, luck is also a part of strength many times. Therefore, I hope to be able to invite Mr. to preside over the final results of this competition. Haha, what Master Hu said is true. After all, the 10 of us belong to our own factions. Later on, there will be no sense of propriety in judging and it will be hard to say whether it will be fair or not. This Mr. has appeared at the right time. If this mister is able to help us preside over the fairness of this alchemy competition, this would undoubtedly be the best. Among the 10 people, a middle-aged man laughed as he stood up. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He had already seen through the old man's plans. I just don't know who this mister is? The fastest mobile version of the website, haha, that's true. This mister is merely a spectator. Grandmaster whose invitation is a little unreasonable. Therefore, I would like to ask Mr. to reveal his identity. What is Mr.'s name and which faction do you come from? At the same time, another middle-aged man among the 10 also stepped forward with a smile. He looked at Xiaoyan with a face full of smiles. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes were also constantly sizing up the latter. They were extremely curious about a person with such outstanding talent. For the northern region to be able to give birth to such a young rank 4 alchemist, they had to know the latter's identity and background. This was also to facilitate future negotiations. I am Xiaoyan. I have just arrived in the northern region and do not have any faction behind me. I am all alone. Xiaoyan smiled softly as he looked at the middle-aged man. He did not hide anything in his words. Of course, to him, there was nothing worth hiding. After these words were spoken, the remaining few people all looked at each other. Their eyes flickered slightly. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. In the crowd, the sloppy old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Surprise flashed across his pair of bright old eyes. Haha, since Mr. has come to the northern region, it is fate that we are able to meet. Today, the alchemist grand competition between our 5 great clans will have to rely on Mr. Xiaoyan to uphold justice. Grandmaster who was the first to speak earlier, smiled and said to Xiaoyan with a kind expression. At the same time his voice sounded, his turbid eyes looked toward the 5 young men in the battleground who had each put away their medicinal cauldrons. It's fine. It's just a small matter. In any case, he was just passing by this place. There was no harm in playing a little. He could just treat it as a break on the way. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiaoyan agreed. At this moment, each of the 5 people present was holding a pill in their hands. A rich pill fragrance permeated the air, and a thin layer of mist rose into the air. Mr. Xiaoyan is the role model of your younger generation. At such a young age, he's already a tier 4 alchemist. Let's see if you still dare to think highly of yourselves in the future. Don't think that just because you've become a tier 3 alchemist, no one can compare to you in this world. You have to know that there is always someone better than you. Today, Mr. Xiaoyan has taught you a very important lesson. While he was teaching the 5 people on the field a lesson, the other few clans continuously curled their lips. On the surface, he was indeed teaching the 5 young people a lesson. However, from Grandmaster Hu's words, it was likely that he was flattering this Mr. Xiaoyan. With regards to this, Xiaoyan naturally ignored it. Based on his own experience, he had long since lost interest in such words. Old fellow, are you really treating him as a fledgling brat? How foolish. Seeing that Xiaoyan was unmoved, the few middle-aged men could not help but secretly sneer in their hearts. At the same time, Grandmaster Hu's gaze landed on the young man in front of him. Linner, hand the medicinal pill in your hand to this Mr. Xiaoyan. The quality of the medicinal pills from the 5 of you will be judged by Mr. Xiaoyan. Hearing this, the 5 young people swept their gazes over each other. Their expressions were somewhat unfriendly. As for the other 4 people, under the signal of the elders behind them, they took a few steps forward and passed the pills in their hands to Xiaoyan. The appraisal of the pills only took a short few minutes. With Xiaoyan's current eyesight, he could basically see through the 5 tier 3 pills at a glance. However, it was also because of this that Xiaoying's heart began to feel somewhat hesitant. The characteristics of the 5 pills had already been completely grasped in his mind. However, the differences caused Xiaoyan to feel a trace of suspicion. In fact, he even felt that it was troublesome in his heart. This was because among the 5 pills, there was a pill whose medicinal strength had actually dissipated to a certain extent. This also meant that this pill had not just been refined. Instead, it had been refined long ago. However, no one knew when it had been swapped out. Although the medicinal strength within this pill had dissipated by a lot, due to its quality, its medicinal strength and effects were still above the other 4 pills. From this point alone, it could be seen that the original owner of this pill was not able to complete the refinement. As for the owner of this ammunition, it just so happened that it belonged to the young man from the faction that Grandmaster Hu belonged to. It could be said that this should be Grandmaster Hu's own masterpiece. To be able to refine such a high-quality pill, it was definitely not something that an ordinary Tier 3 alchemist could do. The 5 people present clearly did not possess this ability. Adding the origin of this pill, there was almost no need to think too much. Xiaoyan could be sure that this pill was refined by Grandmaster Hu. However, no matter who refined this pill, swapping the pill in the alchemy competition was already a violation of the rules. From the looks of it, Grandmaster Hu also knew that this junior from his family could not win against these 4 people, which was why he made such a move. However, no matter what, his actions had already violated the rules of the alchemy competition. On this point, Xiaoyan, who was also a Tier 4 alchemist, was unable to turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, cough cough, has Mr. Xiaoyan completed the appraisal? However, it was also at this moment that Grandmaster Hu suddenly coughed twice. His eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Xiaoyan. Once these words were spoken, the gazes of the other 4 clans involuntarily turned towards Grandmaster Hu. Their expressions carried some suspicion. Hearing this, Xiaoyan also nodded. His eyes narrowed as he said, choking with emotion, Chi 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 xiao, www, that's right, I have already completed the appraisal of these 5 pills. I already know the medicinal effect and quality of the pills. Haha, then this is undoubtedly the best. Mister, you must announce the medicinal effect and quality of the pills. You must not affect the fairness of this competition, is that all right? The other 4 clans could not help but frown. The suspicion in their hearts grew even more. At the same time, somewhere in the crowd, a sloppy old man grinned at this moment, revealing a row of dense white teeth. He looked at Xiaoyan with a playful smile, as if he was waiting for the latter to announce the results. Within that pair of bright eyes, there was also a look of surprise at this moment. He also wanted to know what the results of Xiaoyan's announcement were like. The 5 pills are all Tier 3 pills. For our middle grade, 1 is high grade, and they are all complete pills. And this pill is, Xiaoyan slowly raised his hand, opened his palm, and exposed the pill refined by the young man from the Hu clan in the air. However, Grandmaster Hu's old face revealed a satisfied smile as he watched the medicinal pill that he had in mind appear in front of everyone present. His gaze swept over Xiaoyan and looked at the other 4 clans. At this moment, their expressions were ugly. Obviously, they were not satisfied with this answer. Looks like the winner of this alchemy competition is still my Hu clan. Since that's the case, then this old man will respectfully accept. The corner of Grandmaster Hu's mouth curled into a sneer as he pretended to cup his hands towards the crowd. Soon after, he looked at the young man from his clan and laughed. Linner, hurry up and take back the pills. These are all your spoils of victory. Hearing this, the young man also sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He wanted to take his pill and the other 4 pills from his hands. According to the rules of their competition, the winner had the right to control the ownership of the other 4 pills. It could be said that this competition itself was a battle of plundering. The winner would take the pills, and the loser could only return in defeat. Their expressions were unwilling as they watched Hu Yonglin walk closer to Xiaoyan. The people from the 4 clans, including the other 4 young men, may feel unwilling in their hearts, but they could only grit their teeth and swallow it into their stomachs. But please wait a moment. Just as Hu Yonglin was about to take the pill from Xiaoyan's hand, Xiaoyan flipped his palm and took the pill back into his hand. At the same time, he spoke to stop Hu Yonglin in front of him. In the crowd, the sloppy old man nodded with a strange smile on his face. In his heart, he secretly said, not bad. Following that, his figure flashed and quietly disappeared into the crowd. Mr. Xiaoyan, what do you mean by this? Grandmaster Hu frowned and said in a low voice. With regards to the latter's voice, he actually felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that this brat would say something more? At the same time, the people from the other 4 clans and the surrounding passers-by also threw their gazes toward Xiaoyan. Their faces carried a doubtful expression while their hearts were extremely curious. Since the answer had already been announced, the victor should be Hu Yonglin. What was the meaning of Xiaoyan's action? Grandmaster Hu, you asked me what I mean. I think you should know the reason better than me. The quality of this pill is indeed the best among the 5 pills, but a lot of the medicinal strength has been consumed. This should be because it has been stored for too long. As everyone knew, the medicinal efficacy of a pill that had just been refined was extremely dense. This was also the reason why most people would choose to consume a pill immediately after it was refined. However, the pill at this moment was obviously not the case. Grandmaster Hu, what's going on? The other 8 people each took a step forward and looked at Grandmaster Hu with a questioning expression. At the same time, the surrounding crowd also looked at Grandmaster Hu with a strange gaze. Damn it. You're really a calf that's not afraid of a tiger. Being stared at by everyone, Grandmaster Hu's old face suddenly became ashen. The muscles on his old face could not help but twitch slightly. However, he looked like he was speechless, as if he was looking for an excuse in his heart. After a long while, Grandmaster Hu raised his old eyes and his gaze suddenly fell on Xiaoyan. His pair of turbid old eyes were filled with a gentle flame of anger. Humph, Mr. Xiaoyan, we've only met for the first time. There's no need for you to be so against us. You said that the medicinal strength of this pill was damaged. What a joke. How can a pill that was just refined from the medicinal cauldron be damaged? Grandmaster Hu, do you mean that I'm telling the truth? Xiaoyan frowned and said in a deep voice. But what if this isn't a newly refined pill? You're saying that I've swapped the pill? Grandmaster Hu's old face darkened and his expression was extremely displeased. At the same time, the other 8 rank 4 alchemists also stepped forward and came to Xiaoyan's side. They wanted to check the authenticity of the pill. Mr. Xiaoyan, I hope that you can hand over the pill to us. This is a matter between our 5 clans. If this pill is really as you said and the medicinal strength is damaged, this matter should be settled by us. Among the 8 people, a slightly older middle-aged man stepped forward and politely cupped his hands to Xiaoyan and said with a smile. On the other side, Grandmaster Hu looked at the situation over here and his old face became even more gloomy. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would be so ignorant when he asked him to come forward to appraise the pill. He clearly knew that he did not have any power behind him, yet he still wanted to meddle in other people's business. Wasn't this no different from seeking death? At the same time, Xiaoyan also wore a smile on his face as he slowly extended the pill in his hand and handed it to the middle-aged man. Grandmaster Hu, if this matter is really as Mr. Xiaoyan said, then I'm afraid that Grandmaster will have to give us a clear answer. The middle-aged man's face was cold and there was even some anger in his eyes. They had already held this kind of alchemy competition more than once. However, in the past, there would always be someone like Xiaoyan who interfered halfway. In the end, the Hu clan always won. However, they did not expect that Xiaoyan's appearance this time would break the norm. At the same time, it allowed the 4 clans to clearly see the Hu clan's methods. Swoosh! However, just as the words from the middle-aged man's mouth sounded, Grandmaster Hu's body flashed. In a ghost-like manner, he instantly appeared among the few of them. He waved his large hand and grabbed the medicinal pill in Xiaoyan's hand. Humph, brat, the old me has been so polite to you. It is unexpected that you actually dare to slander the clan members of the old me in public and say that we have swapped the medicinal pills. From the way I see it, the ones who have swapped the medicinal pills are you. A slightly angry voice was spat out from the old man's mouth. It was as though he had really suffered some grievances. At the same time, the speed of his descending hand did not slow at all. It looked as though he was about to grab the medicinal pill in his hand. However, it was also at this moment that, buzz. A surging doqi wave swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. He did not use any do technique. Merely the energy that seeped out was enough to easily push back the few people around him. Even Grandmaster Hu had appeared in front of him at this moment, was pushed back. With just one attack, the 10 high-class do-di in the middle of the arena and the 5 young people were easily pushed back by over 10 steps by this energy wave. Only when they fell into the crowd did their bodies come to a stop in a somewhat miserable manner. The instant the 10 of them lifted their gazes, a shocked expression filled their eyes. They had never expected that this black-robed, young man who appeared to be very young, not only possessed great spiritual strength, but even his doqi was also this strong. After easily forcing back the few people, Xiaoyan's face did not have much of a change in expression. A pair of dark black eyes carried an icy cold gaze as they landed on Grandmaster Hu's body. The icy cold gaze caused the latter's body to involuntarily tremble. His feet involuntarily took half a step back and his heart sank. It was unexpected that he had actually kicked an iron plate this time around. This kind of chi, don't tell me that he is a 9-star Dodi? Such a young 9-star Dodi. How is this possible? Grandmaster Hu was not the only one. Even the eyes of the 9 people around him were filled with the same shocked expression when they looked at Xiaoyan. This included the surrounding crowd. The expressions on their faces were also incomparably shocked. To be able to force back 10 elite Dodi with his own strength, just what kind of identity did this black-robed young man have? Just how frightening was his cultivation? The background of this brat is definitely not simple. We must not become enemies with him. The people from the few clans could not resist looking at each other. All of them quietly nodded their heads. Although their relationship was usually not good, the strength of this black-robed young man was already sufficient to threaten their respective factions. Thus, they had no choice but to let this group of local tyrants form a group together. Of course, this group of people would not bother with Grandmaster Hu. It was likely that no one in this city would have a good impression of the latter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed young and promising. Not only is he a rank 4 alchemist, it is unexpected that even his cultivation is this strong. It really makes us feel ashamed. The middle-aged man who had extended his hand to Xiaoyan earlier stood up. He respectfully bowed and cupped his hands to Xiaoyan. If it was said that he only felt respect for Xiaoyan's identity as an alchemist earlier, at this moment, the latter's cultivation strength was the reason that caused him to lower his head. Seeing the middle-aged man act in this manner, other than Grandmaster Hu and the middle-aged man beside him, the others, including the surrounding people, respectfully bowed and cupped their hands to Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan coldly smiled and withdrew the powerful aura that he had released from his body. In this world, the only thing that could cause others to show respect to you was your own strength. Other than this, even if he was a rank 4 alchemist, he would not be able to threaten these people in front of him. After all, in comparison, the other party had a total of 10 rank 4 alchemists. As for 9-star Dodi, there was not a single one present. This was the reason why they were afraid of Xiaoyan. The one with the strongest cultivation among these 10 people was undoubtedly Grandmaster Hu. He was an advanced 8-star Dodi. This kind of cultivation could indeed be considered strong. However, an 8-star Dodi was far from enough in front of a 9-star Dodi. Of course, being a rank 4 alchemist, Grandmaster Hu was naturally able to attract a countless number of experts to step forward by relying on his charisma. However, in a situation where they were of the same class and the other party was a rank 4 alchemist, there was basically no one who would be willing to offend such an expert even if they were similarly a 9-star Dodi. Grandmaster Hu. You just said that I am slandering you. I wonder if you still think so now. Xiaoyan's eyes were icy cold as he stared at Grandmaster Hu. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Although he had withdrawn most of his aura, he did not let Grandmaster Hu off. When faced with such a person, one must either treat him with respect or suppress him. If he was given too much time to breathe, he would only think that others were afraid of him. At this moment, Grandmaster Hu's old face was solemn as he resisted the terrifying aura that came from Xiaoyan's body. Cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. The emotions in his heart were difficult to describe. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not provoke this seemingly harmless fellow in front of him. Who would have thought that a young black-robed man would actually possess such a great strength? Even he, who had trained for his entire life, was unable to compare with him. What was even more frightening was that the latter was also a 9-star Dodi on top of having a strong Doqi. This point was something that he did not dare to imagine in his heart. Little brother, this is the first time that we have met. Why do you need to be so ruthless? Leaving some leeway for each of us will make it easier for us to be friends in the future. Isn't this better? At this moment, Grandmaster Hu had completely scattered his original awe-inspiring manner. Hearing these words, he did not intend to continue pretending to be innocent. Friends? Is there a need for me to be friends with you? Breaking the rules of alchemists and using such despicable methods in an alchemist competition. Do you have the qualification to be an alchemist? Xiaoyan's disdainful cold smile fell. A thought passed through his mind and an even more frightening aura suddenly fell from above Grandmaster Hu's head. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, causing the latter's body to instantly bend. Bang! Grandmaster Hu's body half knelt on the ground. His knees were embedded into the ground. The surrounding hard ground turned into a pile of stone powder with a bang. Ancestor! Grandfather! Seeing the old man kneel on the ground with a bang, the expressions of Hu Yonglin and the middle-aged man standing beside him instantly changed drastically. Hu Yonglin's gaze suddenly turned. His dense cold eyes instantly landed on Xiaoyan. His body shook and Doqi surged as he charged toward Xiaoyan. Bang! However, the moment Hu Yonglin moved, Xiaoyan randomly raised his hand. An invisible strength instantly struck Hu Yonglin's chest like a cannonball. Following a muffled bang sound, the latter's body instantly flew out and entered the crowd behind him. Noisy. A mere 3-star Dodi. This kind of strength was just like an ant in Xiaoyan's eyes. Brat. Don't be too arrogant when you do things. This is the Northern Region, the world of the Northern Wasteland Hall. My Hu clan is a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall. If you dare to attack again, the Northern Wasteland Hall will not let you off. Just as Xiaoyan casually sent Hu Yonglin flying, the middle-aged man took a step forward. His expression was fierce and his tone was filled with threat as he cried out. Oh? You are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He paused for a moment before asking in a questioning manner. Hearing Xiaoyan's questioning words, the middle-aged man rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, as long as one was in the Northern region, anyone who heard of the Northern Wasteland Hall would be afraid. Humph, that's right. We are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall. If you, bang. This time around, however, Xiaoyan did not wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking with a proud face. He flipped his hand and a dense white flame immediately agglomerated above the middle-aged man's head. It transformed into a large flaming hand and instantly smashed the middle-aged man's body until it exploded. Since you are a member of the Northern Wasteland Hall, there is even less need for me to show mercy. After casually killing that middle-aged man, Xiaoyan's eyes turned around. His ice-cold gaze once again landed on Grandmaster Hu's body. The killing intent in his eyes was stern. Since they were people from the Northern Desolate Hall, Xiaoyan naturally did not need to mind when he attacked. Originally, he thought that these fellows would know how to stop after witnessing his strength. However, from the looks of it, it did not seem like what Xiaoyan had imagined. Brat, you should think carefully. It is not easy to kill the people from the Northern Desolate Hall. If you really kill us, the Northern Desolate Hall will definitely not let you off. Grandmaster Hu's heart immediately sank when he noticed Xiaoyan's extremely cold eyes. He only hoped that he could use the Northern Desolate Hall to intimidate the other party. Unfortunately, his thoughts were clearly wrong. The Northern Desolate Hall will not let me off if I kill you, but will they let me off if I don't kill you? Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this. He lifted his hand and the flame above Grandmaster Hu's head immediately soared. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense white large flaming hand that was about to land on Grandmaster Hu's head. Brat, don't go overboard. Grandmaster Hu's heart immediately quivered when he saw this large flaming hand. He had already experienced how frightening this thing was earlier. If he allowed it to land on his body, would he not follow in the footsteps of that person from earlier? Unfortunately, under the deterrence of Xiaoyan's absolute pressure, he was unable to escape even though he was an 8-star Dodi. All he could do was watch the large flaming hand suspended above his head descend with a bang. However, at the instant that the large flaming hand descended, Grandmaster Hu suddenly screamed out in shock and sternly said, "That's right. Hall Chief Su, save me." A sharp cry sounded. Immediately, an extremely powerful aura swept out from the ancient castle deep within the city like a gust of wind. An invisible energy agglomerated into an invisible sharp blade in the empty space and ruthlessly shot toward the large flaming hand. When it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. By doing this, you seem to be looking down on our northern desolate hall. A powerful voice was transmitted over. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted from the air. The large flaming hand suspended above Grandmaster, whose head also scattered. Xiaoyan was indifferent to this. He had already sensed this person's aura when he entered the city. However, he did not pay much attention to it. An initial 9-star Dodi. Xiaoyan had no need to fear this kind of cultivation a few months ago, much less now. When the flaming hand dissipated, the powerful aura that had been suppressing Master Hu also dissipated. Then, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Master Hu, using half of his body to shield Master Hu behind him. A joyous expression immediately surfaced on Grandmaster Hu's old face when he saw the appearance of the middle-aged man. At the same time, there was an additional cold smile in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoyan. That smile seemed to be saying that he was not afraid of Xiaoyan because he had a 9-star Dodi behind him. At the same time this middle-aged man appeared, the other people present immediately threw respectful gazes toward him. Just like Xiaoyan, the latter's deterrence was not inferior to an expert. Perhaps it was because the latter had guarded this place for many years, but these people were even more afraid of this Hall Chief Su when compared to him. With the strength of a 9-star Dodi, other than the 5 large clans, he could cover the sky with one hand in this city. Even the 5 large clans carefully worshipped him. The reason why Grandmaster Hu was able to call him out at such a critical moment was because he had worshipped him for so many years. When Hall Chief Su appeared, a pair of sharp eyes tore through the empty space like a sharp sword and landed on Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, the latter's eyes also calmly met his gaze. Soon after, Hall Chief Su looked at Xiaoyan's young face and seemed to have thought of something in his heart. He had seen this face not long ago. Although he only had a rough appearance, he was still able to confirm that the person in front of him was the person whom the Hall Chief had ordered him to deal with. Xiaoyan coldly smiled when he noticed Hall Chief Su's shocked gaze. He clearly understood in his heart that this fellow had recognized him. However, this was not important. Regardless of whether Hall Chief Su could recognize him or not, he would end them today. Originally, he did not want to create trouble with the Northern Desolate Hall. However, these people thought highly of their positions and no one could touch them. Killing a 1-star Dodi would cause a countless number of ants to rush over. At the end of the day, part of the reason for today's situation was that Peng Lu. However, all of this was no longer important. Xiao Xian was injured, the Northern King was sealed within the Obsidian Tower, and he had nearly been held back by the Southern Hall Chief. Once he was held back, he would definitely die. Since the other party would not give him any leeway, there was naturally no need for him to show any mercy. You are, that fellow who killed Elderly? The middle-aged man's face carried some doubt. He still did not dare to believe that the person who could kill a 7-star Dodi would actually be such a young man. Although he had already seen a portrait of the latter, seeing it with his own eyes still caused his heart to be extremely shocked. Grandmaster Hu's expression immediately changed when these words were uttered. He had naturally heard about this matter. Only then did he understand in his heart why Xiaoyan would attack them without any hesitation. Brat, are you going to leave with me by yourself, or do you need me to take action and bring you back? The middle-aged man's tone was cold and indifferent. It seemed that he was not worried about the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier. After all, he was a young man. Regardless of how strong his cultivation was, how strong could he be? Moreover, there were many experts from the Northern Desolate Hall present. If everyone joined hands, it would be extremely easy to take down Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. That smile was extremely cold. Why don't you come with me? What? The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. It seemed that he did not quite believe Xiaoyan's words. However, in the next moment, a black figure instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man in a ghost-like manner. With a flip of his palm, it landed heavily on the middle-aged man's chest. What? This brat, what frightening speed! Although he was greatly shocked, the middle-aged man did not dare to hesitate. His many years of battle experience allowed him to possess absolute calmness at such a time. Faced with Xiaoyan's attack, the middle-aged man was shocked, but his actions did not show the slightest bit of panic. Douqi surged and quickly gathered in his palm. Soon after, it violently collided with Xiaoyan's palm. Bang! Although the middle-aged man was not seriously injured, he was still sent flying by Xiaoyan's palm. The blood in his body churned. The fastest mobile version of the website, Hall Master Su's expression changed drastically. While his body flew back, his eyes were angrily staring at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with shock. Hall Master Su's feet repeatedly stepped back in the empty space. Each time his feet landed, the empty space under his feet would collapse. Only after dozens of steps did Hall Master Su stabilize his body with a solemn expression. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. His tone was filled with disbelief as he spoke in a deep voice. Advanced 7-star Dodi? How is this possible? Your strength. One's cultivation cannot decide everything, just like how age does not decide one's strength. It's a pity that all of you are still unable to understand this principle. Before Hall Master Su's shocked voice sounded, Xiaoyan coldly smiled and shook his head. At the same time, his right hand was suddenly raised. His 5 fingers were bent into a claw and a thick white flame instantly surged from his fingertips. His ice-cold eyes, which were filled with the thick white flame, also landed on the stunned Grandmaster Hu by the side. Do you think that I cannot kill you just because you have the support of a 9-star Dodi? I hate people like you, who betray kindness the most. After the ice-cold cry sounded, Xiaoyan's hand landed on Grandmaster Hu's throat. The flame swiftly spread. In the blink of an eye, it covered Grandmaster Hu's entire body. Following a hoarse miserable cry, the old man's body was covered by ice in the blink of an eye. The instant Xiaoyan released his hand, it shattered and turned into ice shards that filled the ground. The strangeness of the bone-chilling flame was fully displayed at this moment. Xiaoyan turned his gaze and looked at the people from the other 4 clans. When the latter saw this overbearing attitude of Xiaoyan, they immediately shrank back. Even Hall Master Su, who was a 9-star Dodi, was no match for Xiaoyan. How would they dare to oppose him? At the same time, these people quietly rejoiced in their hearts. It was fortunate that they did not do anything to Xiaoyan earlier. Otherwise, it was likely that Grandmaster Hu would not be the only one who would be covered in ice shards. Brat, how dare you injure people in my Northern Wilderness Palace's territory? You really don't put my Northern Wilderness Palace in your eyes. Palace Master Su's face darkened when he saw that Grandmaster Hu had died just like that. No matter what, Grandmaster Hu was still a member of his Northern Desolate Palace. Over the years, Grandmaster Hu had given him many good things. He could be considered half of his people. Now that he saw his subordinate die, he could not help but feel a little angry. Palace Master Su's figure suddenly flickered. His terrifying speed made people shudder. In the blink of an eye, Palace Master Su had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. With a flip of his palm, Palace Master Su's palm fiercely landed on Xiaoyan's chest. This was a killing move. Reliance Palm. Just as Xiaoyan was about to make his move, Palace Master Su's hands suddenly began to tremble rapidly. Soon after, numerous seemingly real palm imprints appeared in front of Xiaoyan's chest like ghosts. If all of these attacks were to land together, it was likely that even Xiaoyan would not be able to endure it. Sky-reaching hand. Xiaoyan was able to tell just how frightening this Eluo palm was at a glance. However, the combat experience that he had accumulated over the years caused Xiaoyan's heart to be completely fearless. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out, transforming into an enormous palm with a clear outline. The large palm blocked the countless number of palm imprints in front of it. Bang! A loud muffled sound rang out. Xiaoyan and Palace Master Su's figures both retreated backwards. There was a distance of 100 steps between the two of them. Although Xiaoyan had suffered a small loss from the previous attack, he was not seriously injured. On the other hand, Palace Master Su's figure once again flickered after his attack failed. Like a maggot in a tarsal bone, he once again appeared beside Xiaoyan. He appeared behind Xiaoyan and a whip leg heavily smashed down from above, as if he wanted to split Xiaoyan into 2 from the top of his head. Golden Elephant Skill, activate. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. the muscles all over his body immediately became taut. A frightening, enormous strength was like a huge dragon that had awakened as it was emitted from each of his muscles and cells. The invisible strength agglomerated into a thin layer of golden light on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. It was also this thin layer of golden light that had forcefully blocked the frightening attack from Hall Master Su behind him. Clang! As the attack landed, Palace Master Su's legs seemed to have kicked a city wall. Xiaoyan's body shook slightly and easily dispelled the huge force behind him. At the same time, the Force Elephant skill was unleashed at this moment. An even more frightening huge force condensed in Xiaoyan's palm. The moment he turned around, Xiaoyan grabbed Palace Master Su's ankle in his palm. The frightening huge force seemed to want to crush his bones. Just as Palace Master Su's face changed drastically, Xiaoyan swung his arm and ruthlessly threw the latter's body back like trash. Bang! Palace Master Su's body violently smashed into the city. A frightening force poured out, forcefully shaking a large area of the surrounding ground until it caved in. Just one attack had left behind an enormous deep pit in the city. At the bottom of the pit was Palace Master Su, who was usually revered by everyone. A dignified 9-star Dodi appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow in Xiaoyan's hands. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the person who had blasted this 9-star Dodi apart was actually a young 7-star Dodi. This was something that Hall Chief Su had personally said. If the people present had not personally witnessed it today, it was likely that no one would believe that a 9-star Dodi would actually be so tyrannical by a 7-star Dodi. Gulp, as a cloud of dust spread over the place, the sound of people swallowing their saliva that was filled with shock also quietly sounded within the city. Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent as he looked at the bottom of the pit that was filled with dust from the empty air. Both of his eyes were slowly narrowed. An extremely frightening strength was wildly agglomerating at that spot. The doqi within Palace Master Su's body was swiftly flowing away. The enormous doqi had completely agglomerated at one point. It was not difficult to guess that the latter should be using an extremely powerful do technique at this moment. Can't endure any more, huh? Xiaoyan softly muttered in his mouth. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Soon after, he raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved together and familiar complicated seals were formed. His lightning-like speed caused people to be dazzled. At the same time that these seals were formed, an enormous flame finger slowly agglomerated and formed in the air above Xiaoyan's head. Spirit Class Middle Level Do Technique, Great Floating Seal. Spirit Class High Level Do Technique, Desolation Finger. After the cry in their hearts sounded, an enormous square-shaped golden seal shot out explosively from the pit. Its aura was powerful and it was just like a falling star that was flying diagonally as it charged toward the sky. Its target was Xiaoyan. On Xiaoyan's side, the enormous finger that was covered by the dense white flame above his head suddenly fell after the cry sounded in his heart. The empty air became distorted and collapsed wherever it passed. Its powerful aura appeared to be about to destroy the world. A buzzing trembling sound resounded in the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled. Unless one was a 9-star Dodi, no one else would dare to easily touch such a frightening strength. Just sensing this aura was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone present to change. The enormous golden seal and the enormous flamed finger collided with a bang in front of everyone's anxious breathing. A loud explosion resounded over the sky. Everyone in the city could sense that the entire city seemed to be trembling. The ground shook and a couple of people's bodies became unstable because of it. A frightening energy aura covered the entire place. A powerful pressure also descended on everyone's heads at this moment. Such a powerful strength was really difficult to imagine. At this moment, there was actually such a large gap between the cultivations of the two people who were clashing. The entire place became quiet the moment the large golden seal collided with the finger in the sky. Soon after, a frightening energy storm that seemed to be able to destroy the world swept wildly in all directions from the middle of the collision between the two. The dense white flame carried a turbulent doqi energy. The invisible space collapsed wherever it passed. The expressions of all the spectators in the arena changed drastically at this moment. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the buildings in the city were completely destroyed by this frightening energy storm. Other than some of the stronger elite Dodi, who were able to barely block the attacks, the rest of the bandy crowd were also seriously injured. The dense white flame emitted a dazzling white light that covered the entire city. At this moment, everyone's sight was covered. Numerous gazes still involuntarily looked at the middle of the white light. Other than a white light that one could not directly look at, there was an extremely frightening destructive aura at that spot. Everyone present felt shocked in their hearts. It was really difficult to imagine that a 7-star Dodi was able to be completely fearless in front of a 9-star Dodi and even suppress the latter. If it was any other time, it was likely that they would not choose to believe such a scene. However, when all of this had truly appeared in front of their eyes, they were unwilling to believe it and had no choice but to do so. Today, Xiaoyan had used his actions to tell them that any rule could be broken under the precondition of possessing absolute strength. One's cultivation might not be able to decide everything. The two powerful Do skills collided with each other and did not give way to each other. An earth-shaking buzzing sound repeatedly resounded over the sky. However, this stalemate merely lasted for a short 10+ seconds. Crack! Suddenly, a clear cracking sound resounded in the sky. Numerous gazes looked over, and all of their eyes were filled with doubt. They were also very curious as to where this cracking sound had come from. Was it the giant seal or the giant finger? At this moment, on the ground below, at the bottom of the huge pit, Palace Master Su's face was filled with shock. Other people might not know, but his heart was very clear. The big Buddha picture seal was connected to him. Any change in the Do technique was within his perception. At this moment, the place where the shattering sound came from was his big Buddha picture seal. The great Buddha seal and the desolate finger seemed to be on par, but in the end, the desolate finger was still much stronger than the former. This was not only because the Do technique's level was higher, but also because of Xiaoyan himself. The latter's fighting strength was comparable to an intermediate 9-star Dodi, while Palace Master Su was merely an initial 9-star Dodi. In comparison, Palace Master Su was far from being a match for Xiaoyan in every aspect. His defeat was something that was expected. How is this possible, my big Buddha picture seal, how can it be defeated by a little brat's Do technique? How is this possible? Palace Master Su's expression had turned pale as the Do technique was about to shatter. However, before he could do anything, bang! In the next instant, one could hear a sudden shattering sound. The big Buddha picture seal that Palace Master Su had unleashed was completely shattered at this moment. The collision of the two Do techniques lasted for less than a minute from the beginning to the end. The suppression of absolute strength caused Xiaoyan's indifferent expression to not have the slightest change from the beginning until the end. An ordinary 9-star Dodi no longer posed any threat to the current him. After which, the desolate finger carried the remaining great strength as it violently fell toward Palace Master Su without any reduction in its strength. A turbulent heat wave swept apart. The hot temperature grilled the invisible air. The fire wave swept over one wave after another. The dazzling white light that had originally filled the sky suddenly scattered. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed drastically as they frantically withdrew, afraid that they would be affected by this storm. At this moment, Palace Master Su's pale face did not have the slightest trace of redness. His pair of eyes appeared completely empty. Under this kind of incomparable fear, his spirit had already shrunk. Even if Xiaoyan were to pull back at this moment, it was likely that he would still die from fear. Bang! As expected, an earth-shaking explosion resounded over the sky. The entire city began to shake intensely at this moment. Everyone in the city flew into the sky with terrified faces, hiding far away from this world-shaking disaster. It was very difficult to imagine that such a frightening strength was actually something that a 7-star Dodi could do. A long while later, the storm scattered. All that was left in the city below was an enormous pit that was like an abyss. All the surrounding buildings had been mercilessly swallowed. In the sky, those people who had not been affected by the remnant waves of this Do skill were currently watching this scene in front of them with pale faces. Their eyes were filled with an expression of deep disbelief. In the sky, Xiaoyan was expressionless. After being pestered time and time again, he no longer had any pity for these people. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan's toes gently pressed against the empty air. His body moved, intending to sweep past the city and continue moving forward. Just as Xiaoyan's body was about to sweep past the huge ancient castle, his body slowly came to a stop. He withdrew his gaze and it landed on the ancient castle. His eyes were ice cold. With a flip of his hand, the huge heavy Xian ruler landed in his hand. His other hand gently swept across the body of the heavy ruler. With a bang, a thick white flame rose and wrapped around the entire huge ruler. Flame-swallowing tsunami. With a low cry from his mouth, he waved the huge ruler in his hand. Following which, a thick white ruler light shot out with a chi sound. It tore through the empty space and expanded with the wind. Finally, with an aura that could destroy the world, it ruthlessly landed on the ancient castle below. Following which, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the city, the ancient castle where the Northern Wasteland Hall's southern hall was located collapsed and turned into ruins. This time, the Northern Wasteland Hall's southern hall was completely destroyed. The destruction of the southern hall was a shocking matter for the Northern Wasteland Hall. It was believed that not long later, Xiaoyan's name would spread to the Northern Wasteland Hall. At that time, the originally calm northern region would be stirred up by a storm. In the vast and spacious sky, the blue sky spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. The searing hot sunlight descended from the sky, appearing as though it was about to forcefully melt a person. The desolate desert below reflected a reddish-yellow color, causing it to appear deathly still. A boiling hot wind blew through the air. It was just like a red-hot blade that swept through the sky. It easily shattered the corpses of some of the enormous magical beasts within the desert, turning them into yellow sand that was drowned by the strong wind. It was likely that this harsh environment could only be described with the word bleak. The Red Lotus Desert was the largest desert within the northern wasteland. At the same time, it was also the most barren place in the entire northern wasteland. Although the ground in this place was not like yellow sand, it was also a barren land. The rock fragments all over the ground carried a searing high temperature, causing one to have difficulty walking. At the same time, it also scalded one's feet. It was precisely because of this that this Red Lotus Desert had another name, the Barefoot Desert. The extremely hot environment was not suitable for living creatures to exist. However, at this moment, a small group of people was slowly walking forward in this endless desert. Perspiration repeatedly fell from the foreheads of these people. However, before the beads of perspiration could land on the ground, they had already evaporated in this searing hot air. Most of these people were ordinary. However, there were a couple of middle-aged men who were wearing embroidered robes. Their auras were thick and they were not affected by this natural environment. These few people were all elite 9-star Dodi. As for the others, even an ordinary elite Dodi, their faces were similarly ugly in this kind of strange environment. The environment of this northern wasteland was not the least bit better than the western wasteland. Even an elite Dodi would be affected by the environment in this desert. After all, this was the strength of the world. Even someone as strong as an elite Dodi was unable to ignore it. However, there was one person among these people who was not affected by the harsh environment of this desert. A sloppy old man with ragged clothes and a miserable appearance was swaying as he walked among this small group of people. However, his expression did not change at all. His footsteps appeared to be messy, but if one were to carefully observe, one would discover that there seemed to be a special pattern within these messy footsteps. It was this pattern that allowed the old man's swaying body to not fall. Other than this sloppy old man, there was a young man wearing a black robe at the back of this group. His footsteps were steady. At this moment, he was slowly walking forward without changing his expression. From the looks of his manner, he was naturally Xiaoyan, who was heading north. A week had passed since the destruction of the southern hall. At this moment, the desert that Xiaoyan was in was a path that one must pass through in order to head to the northern mountain. Although this place was not a vast desert, it was still a vast area. In this place, even Xiaoyan would have the risk of getting lost if he did not have a guide. In order to avoid this, Xiaoyan could only follow this group in front of him. Although there were not many people in this group, the 3 high-class Dodi leading the way had a certain understanding of this desert. They were like old horses that knew the way. At this moment, they were the only guides in this desert. At this moment, everyone in this group had paid 50 low-grade spirit stones to these 3 people. The fee might be high, but it was not only used to pass through the Scarlet Training Desert. Most importantly, it was to allow them to safely pass through the desert. Although the Scarlet Training Desert was barren, there were also hidden dangers in this harsh environment. Powerful magical beasts struggled to survive in this environment. The struggle for survival was even more intense in this place. There would be powerful magical beasts dying at every moment. However, the ones that survived would be even more powerful existences. In this Scarlet Training Desert, even an ordinary high-class Dodi would be in danger. It was because of this that the leader of this small group was formed by 3 high-class Dodi. Walking at the back of the group, Xiaoyan was neither fast nor slow. Although there were broken rocks under his feet, it did not bring him any trouble. When his feet landed, the broken rocks under his feet were easily crushed like tofu. Wherever he passed, a row of clear footprints was left behind. At the same time, following Xiaoyan's inhalation and exhalation, the powerful fire-type energy that was contained in this world also continuously flowed into his body. Although this kind of training appeared to be slow, it was also extremely solid. Every trace of energy was condensed after being absorbed and refined countless times. The result was undoubtedly the most direct to the growth of one's cultivation. The only drawback was that the speed was slow. However, this did not affect Xiaoyan's interest in this. After the trip to the Obsidian Tower the last time, although Xiaoyan's cultivation had increased quite a bit, his aura was still not stable enough. After this period of slow accumulation, Xiaoyan believed that his cultivation would be able to completely solidify. This could be considered a good thing for him. The path of the strong was like the Scarlet Training Desert. Only by taking one step at a time and being down to earth would one be able to truly grow. Xiaoyan naturally understood this principle very well. Just as Xiaoyan was walking, the figure of the sloppy old man suddenly entered Xiaoyan's line of sight. An ordinary old man naturally would not attract Xiaoyan's attention. However, the difference between this old man and an ordinary old man was his tattered black robe. His robe was simply tattered beyond recognition. Moreover, it was very obvious that the robe had been burned to such a state by flames. However, it was also this that made Xiaoyan even more suspicious. This was because he could clearly sense a fierce and domineering flame aura coming from the old man's body. Just from this point alone, Xiaoyan could be sure that the old man was also a fire-type cultivator. Moreover, his cultivation was definitely not low. At the very least, when Xiaoyan used his spiritual strength to probe the old man, he was unable to find any valuable information. Despite being a fire affinity practitioner, he had ended up in such a miserable manner because of a flame. This really caused Xiaoyan's heart to be extremely curious. Just what kind of flame was able to cause a fire affinity expert to end up in such a manner? When Xiaoyan used his spiritual strength to probe the old man, the latter also sensed something. A smile flashed across the old man's tanned face. After which, his swaying footsteps became slower in an invisible manner. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was absent-minded as he pondered the question in his heart from a moment ago. A flame that could cause an elite Dodi to be reduced to such a miserable state. Unless it was done by someone with a higher cultivation than him, it was likely that there was only one kind of flame in this world that could do so. Could it be a heavenly flame? Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something in his heart. His eyebrows twitched. The instant he raised his head, a human figure suddenly appeared in front of him and actually pounced on him. Soon after, the figure fell in front of Xiaoyan in front of his surprised face. At the same time, a miserable cry also sounded, attracting the gazes of everyone in front of him. Xiaoyan's expression changed in shock. He did not expect that there would actually be someone who could get close to him without him noticing. Even though he had only been absent-minded for a second earlier, such an unexpected turn of events would be sufficient to cause him to be seriously injured if it was any other time. Xiaoyan's body hurriedly pulled back. Only after he confirmed that his surroundings were safe did he use a cautious gaze to look at the spot where he was standing earlier. At this moment, that sloppy old man was curled up on the ground at that spot. His face was filled with a painful expression as he cried out miserably. "Woo woo woo, little brat, why did you bully this old man for no reason? My legs have been broken by you. I can't walk anymore." The moment these words were uttered, the people who were hurrying along behind frowned one after another. They looked at each other. Finally, their gazes landed on the 3 high-class Dodis. Since the three of them had accepted the spirit stones from these people, they naturally had to ensure that they would escort them to their destination. They could not easily abandon anyone in the group. At this moment, the actions of this sloppy old man would undoubtedly slow down their forward speed. Moreover, there were quite a number of powerful magical beasts in this scarlet training desert. Once they were provoked by this old man, it would create even greater trouble. Compared to this, the latter situation was something that no one was willing to see. Woo woo woo, it hurts. The old man hugged his right leg with both hands and randomly rolled on the ground. The somewhat hoarse sorrowful cry from his mouth caused one to feel uncontrollably irritable upon hearing it. There were even more disgusted gazes. In front of everyone, the three middle-aged men in embroidered robes also frowned as they looked at the sloppy old man curled up on the ground. At the same time, they also noticed Xiaoyan. They were naturally able to tell that this sloppy old man had the intention of creating trouble. However, regardless of the reason, they needed to first suppress this matter. Otherwise, if they were to allow him to continue creating trouble, it was likely that he would bring trouble to everyone. This mister, the sky is high and the road is long. It is more important for us to hurry along our journey now. If there are no major problems, we hope that you can endure for a little longer. Wait until the sky turns dark before you check on your injuries. Moreover, the strength of the magical beasts in the Scarlet Training Desert is extremely frightening. Once they are lured over, it will be quite troublesome. I hope that you can consider everyone's safety. One of the three middle-aged men in embroidered robes stood up and opened his mouth with a calm tone. However, that sloppy old man acted as though he did not hear his words. He continued to curl up on the ground. His face revealed a painful expression, causing the people beside him to curse in their hearts. Smelly old man, Master Chen is speaking nicely to you. Why are you still putting on such an act? If you still don't get up and shut up, be careful that I, your father, will ask you to get up. That middle-aged man spoke nicely in consideration of his own interests. However, those who were hurrying along did not care. They only cared about their own journey. They absolutely could not be delayed by anyone. At this moment, Xiaoyan was also frowning with suspicion as he looked at the sloppy old man curled up on the ground in front of him. He had never met the latter before. However, what was the intention of this old man's actions? That sloppy old man directly ignored the words of others. His pair of deep and bright eyes stared blankly at Xiaoyan. His mouth continued to howl in grief. Brat, you broke my leg. You have to compensate me. A sharp and hoarse cry reverberated over this spacious area. The frowns on everyone's faces deepened. Xiaoyan's expression also sank. From the looks of it, this old man was purposely looking for trouble. Xiaoyan's face also sank. However, just as the old man was staring at Xiaoyan, the latter also clearly saw that there were actually a couple of burned scars on the old man's tanned face. However, at this moment, he did not have the mood to pay attention to them. Smelly old man, are you done yet? Seeing that this sloppy old man was actually indifferent, a middle-aged man with a somewhat red face from the crowd by the side softly cursed. His little patience had already been completely worn down by this old man. Now, he needed to use him to cool down. Chi. The middle-aged man's body suddenly shot forward the instant his words sounded. His body and mind were as fast as lightning. The doqi in his body swiftly circulated. With a wave of his large hand, his body had already appeared behind the old man when it fell. He grabbed at the shoulder of the sloppy old man. Buzz, however, it was also at the next moment that the sloppy old man inadvertently turned his head around. His strange gaze instantly caused this middle-aged man's body to be unable to move even a little. The doqi that was flowing within his body to his chi paths also appeared to have solidified in an instant. A deep fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. His originally flushed face had also turned ghastly white at this moment. Bang! Following a soft muffled sound, the middle-aged man's body was involuntarily pulled back. Although he was not seriously injured, just this attack alone was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone present to change. Although the cultivation of this middle-aged man could not be considered the top in this place, he was still a 6-star dodi. However, this sloppy old man was able to force the latter back with just a gaze without even touching his body. One could easily imagine just how strong the old man was. At this moment, it was not just Xiaoyan. Even the expressions of the three middle-aged men had also turned solemn in an instant. Numerous pairs of eyes were filled with a deep fear as they looked at the old man. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to open his mouth, Xiaoxian, who had been quiet for half a month, finally opened his mouth at this moment. "Brat, you must not be careless. This person's aura is extremely deep. Even I am unable to see through it. It is very likely that his cultivation has already surpassed the Do-D class. You should be careful." An extremely solemn voice sounded from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. After these words sounded, it was as though an enormous rock had been thrown into a calm lake. Waves instantly rose within Xiaoyan's heart. Surpassing the Do-D class. Just these 4 words were sufficient to indicate just how great the true strength of this old man was. He was at least in existence at the Origin Transformation class. Origin Transformation class, Xiaoyan's heart trembled slightly. Even with Xiaoyan's character, he could not help but become anxious at this moment. Even the tightly clenched hands under his sleeves had unknowingly loosened. The emotional change in Xiaoyan's heart seemed to have been completely seen by the sloppy old man. He muttered doubtfully in his heart. Soon after, the old man once again cried out in a loud voice. "I don't care. You must compensate me. If you don't, I will cry." Sob, sob, sob. After his words sounded, the old man really began to sob once again. However, his sobs appeared to be extremely awkward. Even though this was the case, no one around dared to say anything this time around. After all, they had seen the scene earlier. A 6-star Do-D had been so casually forced back. If they dared to be insensible and charge forward, the result would be hard to say. At this moment, everyone could only hope that Xiaoyan would quickly take out something to settle the matter. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clean up the situation should those powerful magical beasts be attracted. Xiaoyan felt ashamed in his heart when he heard the old man's shameless words. It was really difficult to imagine that this person was actually an origin transformation expert. Such a character was completely different from what Xiaoyan had imagined. This junior unintentionally offended you in the matter earlier. If I have offended you, this junior will apologize to you. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, Xiaoyan had no choice but to temporarily hide when faced with an origin transformation expert. No matter how one put it, he was currently only a 7-star Do-D. An expert of this level was not someone that the current him could easily offend. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, it was more important to hurry on with his journey. You still have some conscience. You still know to apologize after bullying this old man. Since it has already come to this, I will not make things difficult for you. I will reduce the compensation by half. For Tier 4 medicinal pills, and this matter will be settled. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on the sloppy old man's face when he saw Xiaoyan bow and greet him. He swiftly climbed up from the ground, appearing as though nothing had happened. However, the words that he said were shocking. For Tier 4 medicinal pills? This old man is too black-hearted. The expressions of everyone around immediately changed after the words of the sloppy old man sounded. Even they felt that the request of this old man was unfair. The 3 9-star Do-D exchanged glances with each other. Although their eyes also contained a surprise that could not be suppressed, they ultimately became quiet. Let's go. The sloppy old man's voice sounded. Even though they could not suppress the shock in their eyes, they ultimately became quiet. Others might not know, but the 3 of them clearly understood that this unassuming, sloppy old man was actually an origin transformation expert. It was not up to them to comment on the matters of an origin transformation expert. After all, there were bound to be some eccentric people at that level who could not tolerate the criticism of others. Trouble comes from the mouth. This was not a joke. As for Xiaoyan, after seeing the smile on the old man's face, the fear in his heart turned into doubt in the blink of an eye. Although this old man's actions were deliberately making things difficult, at the same time, it seemed to contain another kind of charm. Xiaoyan immediately recovered after this thought flashed through his heart. Immediately, he took out 4 Tier 4 high-grade medicinal pills from his storage ring without any hesitation and handed them over. Although Tier 4 medicinal pills were extremely precious, Xiaoyan did not show any hesitation on his face when he handed them over at this moment. If he could use 4 Tier 4 medicinal pills to obtain the good impression of an origin transformation expert, it would undoubtedly be worth it for Xiaoyan. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to hand the medicinal pills in his hand to the sloppy old man, the latter suddenly opened his mouth. Wait, the old voice seemed to contain some kind of demonic nature. The instant the sloppy old man's words sounded, Xiaoyan's hand movement also paused. Hiss, Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled. He could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this old man. Soon after, his eyes were surprised as he looked at the latter. He did not know what this old man was planning. Brat, the medicinal pills that I want are the Tier 4 melting flame pill, chasing flame pill, embryonic phoenix pill, and serene wind flame transforming pill. Other than these 4 medicinal pills, I don't want anything else. Don't tell me that you can't take them out. Everyone around immediately knit their brows when the words of the old man sounded. Their hearts were filled with doubt. They had never heard of such a rare medicinal pill. Even the 3 9-star Dodi also knit their brows. Other than 1 or 2 of these 4 medicinal pills, they had also never heard of the remaining ones. Even less needed to be said about the medicinal effects of these medicinal pills. Hearing the sloppy old man's words, even Xiaoyan similarly knit his brows. As an alchemist, he was naturally very familiar with these 4 medicinal pills. These 4 medicinal pills were all Tier 4 medicinal pills. Moreover, without exception, they were all used to fuse flames. In most cases, these medicinal pills would be used by alchemists to increase the degree of fusion between their bodies and flames, further increasing their ability to control flames. Hence, these medicinal pills were extremely rare in the outside world. It was reasonable that they were unknown to others. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to be even more curious was why this old man would choose these 4 kinds of medicinal pills. With his cultivation, it should be impossible for him to use these medicinal pills. Unless, he wanted to use them to control some kind of extremely frightening flame. For example, heavenly flame. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly trembled. Brat, do you have it or not? If you don't, this old man is going to flip out. At this moment, the sloppy old man appeared to have impatiently opened his mouth once again, interrupting Xiaoyan's thoughts. Soon after, the latter did not dare to delay as he swiftly rummaged through his storage ring. Very quickly, 2 crimson and 1 green-blue medicinal pills appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. These 3 medicinal pills were the flame-melting pill, flame-chasing pill, and serene wind flame-transforming pill that the sloppy old man had asked for. As for the phoenix embryo pill, due to its special ingredients, even Xiaoyan was unable to take it out from his collection. These 3 medicinal pills were something that Xiaoyan had obtained through a couple of lucky encounters. Originally, he wanted to use them to assist him in swallowing flames the next time. However, from the looks of it now, he did not have that opportunity. This elder, the 4 types of medicinal pills that you need are really rare. This junior is only able to take out 3 of them. Therefore, I hope that elder can understand. Xiaoyan cupped his hands together and handed the 3 medicinal pills in his hand to the sloppy old man. Although the latter frowned slightly, he still unceremoniously accepted the medicinal pills. Only then did the surrounding people quietly sigh in relief. If this incident could be resolved earlier, it would undoubtedly allow their hearts to relax. Heh, brat, I will accept the medicinal pills. However, you must remember that you still owe me one. After keeping the medicinal pills, the sloppy old man quickly let out a strange laugh. His gaze slyly looked at Xiaoyan. His toes gently pressed on the ground and his body rose into the air. His eyes swept over the surrounding people with a cold smile. Immediately, with a swoosh sound, he transformed into a flaming light and disappeared from this place in the blink of an eye. Brat, we will meet again. The old voice continued to reverberate within this searing hot desert. However, the sloppy old man's figure had already disappeared. Only a moment later did everyone gradually recover from the enormous pressure from earlier. Everyone's tensed nerves suddenly relaxed at this moment. Cold sweat fell like rain. Everyone's originally tired bodies had become a little weaker at this moment. The hot sun's light mercilessly scattered down and landed on everyone's bright red skin. The perspiration quickly evaporated and disappeared. At this moment, other than the 3 9-star Dodi and Xiaoyan, the remaining people were seated cross-legged on the ground. They began to recover the strength that had flowed out from their bodies. The 3 middle-aged men exchanged glances with each other when they saw everyone seated cross-legged on the ground. They nodded and spread out. They carefully observed their surroundings. Xiaoyan watched the sloppy old man leave. At this moment, he had also withdrawn his gaze. His gaze randomly swept over everyone present. He was just about to sit down when Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed in the next moment. Even the eyes of the 3 middle-aged men instantly gathered together. The gazes of the 4 of them turned at the same time and landed in the middle of the group. Under the ground that was filled with rubble, they could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura surging from the ground at an extremely fast speed. It was like lava that was about to break out of the ground, causing the hearts of the 4 of them to tremble. "Hurry up and leave this place!" The 3 middle-aged men cried out in unison in a deafening manner. Everyone who had just sat down were immediately woken up. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back at the same time as they recovered. Each of them flashed and left the place where they were seated. Bang! At the same time, the ground where everyone was seated was suddenly torn apart by an enormous force. Dust flew and an enormous beast broke out from the ground in front of everyone's eyes. A sharp roar transformed into an invisible sound wave. Accompanying it was an extremely frightening and powerful destructive aura. Advanced 9-star Dodiha. Damn beast. I was nearly injured by you. You clearly know that we have 3 9-star Dodi here, yet you still dare to charge out. You are really seeking death. Coming back to their senses, the 3 middle-aged men's faces suddenly became gloomy. With a wave of their sleeves, a hurricane suddenly swept out, sweeping away the dust between heaven and earth. The appearance of the giant beast in front of them also became clear in an instant. Hiss, his scarlet tongue flicked in the air, and an extremely strong stench spread out. His 2 triangular eyes swept across the 3 middle-aged men, and a strong bloodthirsty light flashed in the depths of his purple eyes. His huge body was like a pillar in front of everyone's eyes. A huge shadow shrouded everyone present. At the same time, a huge haze shrouded everyone's hearts. Red-scaled python, how could it be this thing? Damn it, doesn't that mean, seeing the huge python before them, the 3 middle-aged men's expressions immediately changed. If it was any other magical beast, it would be fine, but if it was this beast, bang bang bang. At the same time that the 3 men's expressions changed, another 3 sounds of earth breaking appeared one after another. The expressions of everyone present became unusually ugly. As the matter was swept over, one could see another 3 enormous pythons that were the same size as the first one standing around everyone, surrounding them. In this way, the 4 red-scaled pythons that had appeared were equivalent to 4 9-star Dodi. 4. Damn it, it is actually 4 red-scaled pythons. The red-scaled pythons often lived in groups when they were young. Only when they reached maturity would they leave the group. Even though this was the case, the red-scaled pythons would still form a small group. A 4-headed red-scaled python that lived in a group could already be considered a peak existence in this red training desert. Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. It is all that damn old man's fault. If it were not for him, we would not have provoked these beasts. Seeing these 4 enormous pythons, the expressions of the 3 middle-aged men immediately became ugly. 3 against 4, they did not have any chance of victory. As for these ordinary elite Dodi around them, they did not have any hope. In the face of absolute strength, numbers were not able to decide anything. Even though everyone present was a strong Dodi, these people were still not enough in front of a 9-star Dodi. At the same time that these 3 middle-aged men thought of this point, the surrounding elite Dodi also had similar thoughts in their hearts. These people all had an understanding of how frightening the red-scaled pythons were. From the looks of the situation in front of them, they already had no other choice but to flee. Hiss. However, just as the crowd was preparing to flee in all directions, the 4 enormous pythons struck first. Their enormous bodies twisted and the snake bodies that were buried under the ground drilled out like mountain ranges. Very quickly, they blocked the path of everyone present. At this moment, everyone present, including the 3 middle-aged men and Xiaoyan, had been completely surrounded by these 4 enormous pythons. They had become turtles in a jar with nowhere to retreat. Damn it, there is no way out. We can only force our way through. The expressions of all the elite Dodi changed drastically. A few of them also clenched their teeth hatefully. They turned their gazes to the narrow gap between the bodies of the 4 red-scaled pythons. From there, they could still see a large area of the outside world. Clearly, that was the best place to break through. Charge. We must not sit and wait for death. We must charge out alive. Charge. After a few roars sounded, 2 to 3 elite Dodi rushed forward without caring about the others. They wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the encirclement of the 4 enormous pythons. These few idiots, they are really seeking death. Seeing this scene, the 3 9-star Dodi threw pitiful gazes at them. It was not that they did not want to save them. It was just that these fellows were seeking their own deaths. They could not be blamed for standing aside and watching. Soon after, the few human figures that had charged out had already appeared in front of the 4 enormous pythons in a flash. It looked like they would be able to escape the encirclement in the next moment. However, it was also at this moment that, hiss. A hoarse hiss was emitted from the enormous pythons' mouths. Almost at the same time, a couple of bloody mouths flashed past like meteors flying across the sky. Following a couple of miserable cries, the few elite Dodi with extraordinary strength were cut into pieces by the 4 red-scaled pythons in the blink of an eye. After which, the 4 enormous pythons quickly turned their bloodthirsty eyes toward the remaining people in the battleground in front of the terrified gazes. These 4 beasts are not easy to deal with. The 3 of us will each hold back one of them. As for the remaining one, it will depend on your luck. The expressions of the 3 9-star Dodi were extremely solemn. They let out a warning from their mouths. Immediately, their bodies shot forward and each of them faced a red-scaled python. As for the remaining people, all of them wore terrified faces. They did not even have the time to save their own lives. How would they have the courage to face these red-scaled pythons? As for Xiaoyan, the corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into an arc as he eyed the remaining 9-star Dodi red-scaled python in front of him. Not only did this red-scaled python have a powerful cultivation, but its physical body was also incomparably strong. The wild and violent strength contained within its blood was an excellent material for tempering one's physical body. If he could kill it and obtain its blood, Xiaoyan's physical strength would undoubtedly increase. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and grasped the heavy Xianbuster sword. The tip of his foot lightly tapped the air and his figure immediately transformed into a black shadow. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the red-scaled python. The giant buster sword in his hand danced and smashed down on the red-scaled python's head. Hiss. Xiaoyan's sudden appearance also caused the red-scaled python to be startled. After all, it was a high-ranked magical beast. Even though it lived in the Scarlet Training Desert all year round, its intelligence was not inferior to a human's. Thus, in response to Xiaoyan's frightening speed, the red-scaled python similarly felt an indescribable threat. With a hiss, the red-scaled python twisted its enormous body and its large head nimbly dodged to the side. At the same time, its enormous snake tail swept towards Xiaoyan's back and aimed directly at the latter's head. Humph. With regards to the force that was attacking from behind, Xiaoyan was naturally very clear. The movements of his hands did not change in the slightest. His body twisted and the giant buster sword also swept viciously in front of him in a strange manner. At the same time, it fiercely collided with the red-scaled python's enormous snake tail. Clang! Sparks flew and the sound of metal colliding immediately rang out. The giant buster sword buzzed for a while and Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding on to the heavy Xianbuster sword, could not help but tremble. The enormous snake tail in front of him was similarly shaken back as its scales scattered in all directions. What a tyrannical defensive power this body has. After the collision, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a sense of fear towards the beast's physical defense. With such tyrannical physical strength, it was no wonder that the red-scaled python could be ranked as one of the top existences in the Scarlet Training Desert. To be able to survive in this kind of environment, it was indeed not an ordinary person. However, this was also good. For Xiaoyan, the more this was the case, the more it proved the value of the red-scaled python. He did not wish to expend all his effort only to end up with insignificant results. Hiss. Just as Xiaoyan's figure paused, the enormous snake head suddenly appeared behind him. Its bloody mouth was wide open and the fangs in its mouth were like the scythe of a death god. They were suffused with an icy white luster and were stained with scarlet blood as they bit towards Xiaoyan. If he was bitten by it, even if he did not die, it was likely that he would be left with an irreversible injury. Indeed, it is still a beast, unable to change its nature of sneak attacks. Xiaoyan's eyes were sharp. He did not display the slightest panic because of the sudden appearance of the red-scaled python. Xiaoyan rotated his hand and the heavy Xian ruler was held in a reverse grip. His footsteps changed and the sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. His body instantly transformed into a phantom. When the red-scaled python's mouth was about to land, Xiaoyan's body appeared to have narrowly dodged by the side of its mouth. Even the scarlet-red snake's tongue was about to stick to Xiaoyan's back. An icy cold, bloodthirsty killing intent surged from behind. Xiaoyan's thoughts were clear and his movements were fluid without any delay. Standing in the air, his body leaned forward to dodge the red-scaled python's attack. At the same time, his body, which was originally facing the red-scaled python, suddenly twisted in a strange manner. Within his pair of pitch-black eyes, a thick white flame instantly surged. Almost at the same time, with a pu sound, the thick white flame instantly covered the entire giant ruler like a sail in the wind. In the instant that Xiaoyan's body turned around, the hand that was holding the heavy Xian ruler tightened even more. His right arm abruptly waved and his muscles tightened. A powerful force, along with dou qi, gushed out at the same time. Like a volcano erupting, a heavy blow accurately smashed into the head of the red-scaled python. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, one ruler. Yelling angrily in his heart, the thick white flame suddenly surged violently. The instant the giant ruler came into contact with the red-scaled python's head, the flame transformed into a resplendent ruler's tip. It was like a sharp blade, intending to forcefully slice this beast apart. Chi. The ruler's tip streaked across the sky, shining like the stars in the night sky. The dazzling radiance disappeared in an instant. The shocking ruler's tip swept across a small portion of the red-scaled python's body. The hard snake scales collapsed like a city wall, disintegrating. Under the ice-cold snake scales, the flesh and blood split open, and dark red blood gushed out. Under the scorching heat of the sun, the blood appeared especially dazzling. Roar. A hoarse roar of pain came from the red-scaled python's mouth. At the same time, the latter's body trembled. Its pair of purple triangular eyes suddenly emitted a scarlet glow. After suffering from one strike, this beast was thoroughly enraged by Xiaoyan. The situation here attracted the attention of the 3 middle-aged men. At the same time, the other 3 red-scaled pythons also paid attention. Hiss. This brat looks like he's not an ordinary dodi. He's actually able to anger this beast. The 3 of them saw the huge wound on the red-scaled python's head. The dark red blood caused their expressions to change. He had only attacked a few times, yet he was able to cause the red-scaled python such pain. This was enough to show how powerful the young man who injured the latter was. Who is this brat? I've never heard of such a person in the northern region before. The expressions of the 3 men changed one after another. After roaming the northern region for so many years, they had never heard of such a young 9-star dodi. The appearance of Xiaoyan involuntarily caused them to feel extremely suspicious. Chi. In the next moment, the red-scaled python opened its mouth and a scarlet-yellow dou qi immediately spurted out. It turned into a dou qi light pillar that carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, as if it wanted to pierce through Xiaoyan in one strike. Hey, are you going to use your true strength? That's fine too. I wasn't satisfied enough the last time. Today, I'll use you as a test stone. Seeing the red-scaled python reveal such an appearance, Xiaoyan's expression did not reveal any seriousness. Instead, he had an eager appearance. The deputy hall chief of the southern hall was only an intermediate 9-star dodi the last time. It was insufficient for him to display his true strength. This time, however, the appearance of this red-scaled python allowed Xiaoyan to give it a try. A powerful force mercilessly streaked across the sky. The invisible space was like a fragile mirror that instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the Doqi light pillar had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. 7-layered. Skybreaking ruler, 2 feet. Xiaoyan held the huge ruler in his hand and viciously hacked down from above. The ruler glow once again shot out and destroyed the red-scaled python's attack. Buzz. Almost at the same time the Doqi light pillar was destroyed, the red-scaled python's huge snake tail once again arrived behind Xiaoyan. Unlike the last time, the red-scaled python did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, it used its snake tail to wrap around Xiaoyan's body at an extremely fast speed and tightly curled up. A frightening force erupted at this moment. It was as if it was crushing an ant, intending to crush Xiaoyan's body. Unfortunately, this beast had clearly underestimated Xiaoyan's methods. Although his arms were bound and he had no way to use the heavy Xian ruler, other than Doqi, his physical strength was also his strong suit. Force Elephant Technique. Golden Elephant Technique. Activate. The two techniques were used at the same time. The golden light shone brightly. Under Xiaoyan's seemingly thin body, a powerful force as heavy as Mount Tai suddenly awakened at this moment. Boom! Xiaoyan's body shook violently. A huge virtual image that was almost solid suddenly rose from the ground behind him. Following the movements of Xiaoyan's hands moved together and forcefully broke free from the red-scaled python's huge body. After which, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, it hugged the red-scaled python's tail and forcefully swung it. It actually lifted the entire body of the red-scaled python into the air. The two arms of the virtual image stretched out and hugged the red-scaled python's huge tail. Its frightening strength was even greater than the red-scaled python's, and it actually lifted the red-scaled python's body up. Within the encirclement formed by the other 3 red-scaled pythons, Xiaoyan lifted up the huge beast in his embrace. Everyone's gazes were immediately attracted and turned to look at Xiaoyan. Hua! The crowd was agitated in an instant. Their faces, which were originally carefully moving about, revealed a shocked expression at this moment. Even the 3 middle-aged men were panting at this moment as they threw their gazes of disbelief toward Xiaoyan. This guy, who exactly is he? What a frightening strength! The faces of the 3 middle-aged men were filled with shock, joy, and joy. They were shocked at Xiaoyan's terrifying strength and at the same time, were happy that the latter had reduced one of their opponents. What was even more fortunate was that the 3 of them did not make things difficult for Xiaoyan earlier. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say what kind of situation they would be in now. Losing such a powerful teammate was definitely a fatal blow to them. Fortunately, they did not do such a stupid thing. In Xiaoyan's embrace, the red-scaled python was like a withered tree swaying in the wind. Following Xiaoyan's deliberate twisting of his body, it swayed counterclockwise. Its huge body was not under its own control and swayed in this narrow encirclement. The situation that should have been under the control of the red-scaled python had now fallen into Xiaoyan's hands. Chi-chi-chi, the chi-chi sound of rushing wind gradually resounded over the place. The swaying of the red-scaled pythons had already affected the 3 battlegrounds. The 3 middle-aged men and the 3 red-scaled pythons also ceased their intense collisions because of this. The 3 9-star Dodi threw surprised gazes at this windmill-like enormous snake. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on Xiaoyan, who was in the middle, who had caused this scene to occur. The shock in their hearts became even denser. Hiss! The appearance of this scene also caused the other 3 scarlet-scaled pythons to roar endlessly. One after another, they twisted their bodies, and their huge snake tails hooked onto the swaying body of the scarlet-scaled python from 3 different directions, wanting to use this as a pretext to stop its body. Buzz! The invisible empty space fluctuated intensely and the huge beast's body in Xiaoyan's embrace came to a stop. At the same time, the red-scaled python in Xiaoyan's embrace recovered and abruptly twisted its body. The head that had been thrown away abruptly turned around. The moment it opened its bloody mouth, a huge Doqi light pillar immediately shot out and shot toward Xiaoyan. Hey! With a cold laugh, Xiaoyan watched as the Doqi light beam shot towards him. However, the illusory figure that was hugging the crimson-scaled python's tail fiercely swung it. The frightening force caused the crimson-scaled python's tail to uncontrollably block in front of Xiaoyan. Boom! A muffled collision sound was emitted. Immediately, the python's skin and flesh were split open. Fresh blood splattered in all directions. A painful roar transformed into an invisible sound wave that swept across the area. Haha, a beast is indeed a beast. When it becomes ruthless, it even hits itself. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth parted into a cold smile. His body flashed and he arrived in the air above the snake tail that was writhing intensely. A cold glint was revealed in Xiaoyan's eyes when he saw the dense white bones and the huge snake tail that was dripping with fresh blood. Seeing that your blood is flowing, let me help you stop it. As the cold cry from his mouth sounded, a dense white flame suddenly ignited on the surface of Xiaoyan's body, turning his entire body into a flaming person. Ha! The instant the flame covered his body, Xiaoyan's body immediately shot downwards. His entire body was like a shooting star as he pierced through the crimson-scaled python's tail in one strike amidst the crimson-scaled python's painful roar. Roar! The roar went from sharp to hoarse until it was completely silent. However, that kind of pain was still hair-raising even if one didn't personally experience it. Scorch marks covered half of the crimson-scaled python's body. The blood had indeed been stopped, but the crimson-scaled python's control over its own snake tail had also been stopped. Chi. After the pain, it became even more violent and crazy. The crimson-scaled python's huge body violently twisted as it charged towards Xiaoyan without caring about anything else. Its extremely fast speed coupled with its huge body was simply inconceivable. At the same time, the other three huge pythons also focused their attention on Xiaoyan at this moment. However, just as they were about to attack the latter, the three middle-aged men each dodged and blocked them. Haha, little brother, I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert like us. Just leave these three beasts to us. As for this one, I'll leave it to you. The three middle-aged men parted their mouths and smiled. The situation in front of them was undoubtedly what they wanted to see the most. Of course, this was also something that they had least expected. Who would have thought that a black-robed, young man who looked so young would actually possess such a frightening strength? This kind of strength caused even them, who were 9-star Dodi, to feel solemn. Fortunately, they were on the same side as the former. Hearing the loud laughter of the three middle-aged men, Xiaoyan also nodded his head heavily. It was undoubtedly the best that these three could help him delay the other three crimson-scaled pythons. His feet moved as he randomly used the sky extinction step and easily dodged the crimson-scaled python's attack. Xiaoyan was just about to move when he immediately frowned. His gaze swept towards the land to the south. Relying on the strength of his spiritual strength, he could vaguely sense a few other obscure auras approaching. Oh? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He waved his arm and blocked the crimson-scaled python's attack. After which, he slowly turned around and his gaze returned to the crimson-scaled python's body. Looks like the current situation does not allow me to drag this out any longer. Since this is the case, I can only end this quickly. Xiaoyan laughed faintly. The crimson-scaled python appeared to have understood him. It roared and charged towards Xiaoyan without caring about anything else. Chi. Faced with the crimson-scaled python that was charging toward him, Xiaoyan similarly did not dodge. His body shook slightly and the illusionary image behind him suddenly trembled. Following Xiaoyan's body, it flashed and appeared in front of the crimson-scaled python in an instant. When the bodies of the two were compared, it was like comparing a mountain to a flat hill. With such a difference in size and this seemingly crazy action, it was likely that an ordinary person would only think of two words. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. However, this was not the case. Xiaoyan bent his right arm and clenched his fist. The illusionary image behind him moved exactly the same as Xiaoyan. Facing the gigantic crimson-scaled python, Xiaoyan did not use any fancy movements. Instead, he used the most direct method, which was to meet force with force. Bang! As the fist smashed down, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan collapsed with a buzzing sound. A frightening strength agglomerated into an invisible wind wall in front of him. The heavy fist violently smashed onto the body of the red-scaled python. The hard snake scales only lasted for less than a breath's time before they were suddenly shattered. The flesh and blood below could not even withstand a single blow. A terrifying force poured out and the crimson-scaled python's body rapidly caved in like a deflated balloon. The sound of bones breaking was like the sound of piano keys. Such a miserable state was simply unbearable to watch. The gigantic beast was forcefully blocked by Xiaoyan's punch. The latter's body was towering and unmoving while the crimson-scaled python was nailed into the empty space. Regardless of how enormous the force that surged out of its body was, it was ultimately useless. Under full force, even the crimson-scaled python was no match for Xiaoyan. Roar! The crimson-scaled python's painful cries were mixed with madness. It struggled to turn its gigantic head and opened its mouth wide. Countless fangs closed downwards like a ghost demanding for its life. Immediately after, under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd, it actually swallowed Xiaoyan in one gulp. The appearance of this scene caused even the 3 9-star Dodi to be involuntarily stunned. This brat won't be, the expressions of the three changed. They were clearly aware of how frightening the crimson-scaled python was. Once one was swallowed by it, there was no need to think too much about the result. Now that Xiaoyan had been swallowed by this crimson-scaled python, there was no need to say more about his fate. Ugh, even if he was completely confident, he shouldn't have dragged it out like this. This brat has ultimately harmed himself. The three of them sighed. They could not help but frown. Even with such great talent, he had still ended up ruining himself. However, it was also at this moment that everyone present suddenly realized that after the crimson-scaled python had swallowed Xiaoyan, there was no longer any movement. Only after 10 breaths did they gradually see that the surface of the crimson-scaled python's body had unknowingly been covered by a thin layer of cold ice. What is that? Everyone was shocked. While they were feeling suspicious in their hearts, a slight caw-caw sound was emitted from the crimson-scaled python's body. The expressions of the surrounding elite Dodi immediately changed. Each of them carefully stepped back. On the other side, the battle between the 3 9-star Dodi and the 3 crimson-scaled pythons was becoming increasingly intense. Bang! The sudden explosion sounded in this area. The expressions of everyone present immediately changed. They could clearly see that the red-scaled python, which had swallowed Xiaoyan into its mouth a moment ago, had actually burst apart an inch at a time in front of their eyes. This strange scene caused everyone who saw it to feel a shock in their hearts. They felt an inexplicable fear. Soon after, an even more shocking scene appeared once again. Following the explosion of the crimson-scaled python's body, a young man wearing a black robe once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes without any injuries. Who else could this person be other than Xiaoyan? The hot sun hung high in the boundless desert like a cluster of fireballs. It emitted a high temperature that roasted the land below. At this moment, a group of people and 3 huge pythons were standing high in the sky above a desert that was in a mess. The hot air was filled with a tense atmosphere. The aftershocks from the intense battle from a moment ago had yet to subside. However, at this moment, all of their gazes were focused on a black-robed young man in the battleground without exception. The latter's body was standing straight in the empty air. One of his hands was behind his back while the other hand was extended forward. A dense white flame slowly rose from his palm. The frightening high temperature that it emitted caused people to feel terrified. Compared to the hot sun that hung high above their heads, this cluster of dense white flame was even more terrifying. Everyone present felt shocked from the bottom of their hearts as they looked at the uninjured black-robed young man in the battleground. Even the 3 9-star Dodi felt incomparably shocked in their hearts at this moment. Of course, the ones who felt even more terrified were undoubtedly the 3 remaining red-scaled pythons. Even though they were naturally bloodthirsty, fear involuntarily rose in their hearts when they saw their companion die in such a strange manner in front of them. In the sky, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his hand that was covered by a rising flame. At the same time, the cluster of fist-sized essence blood that was wrapped in the middle of the flame was also kept by Xiaoyan into his storage ring. This cluster of essence blood belonged to this red-scaled python. It contained an extremely powerful wild and violent energy. That kind of energy was what Xiaoyan needed to refine his physical body. However, this amount seemed to be a little unsatisfactory. After keeping the essence blood, Xiaoyan's eyes turned. His ice-cold gaze shot toward the remaining 3 red-scaled pythons. His dense, cold eyes caused the bodies of these 3 enormous creatures to involuntarily tremble. In the face of absolute strength, their outer appearance did not represent anything. When Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the 3 red-scaled pythons, the 3 9-star dodies' bodies flashed and arrived beside Xiaoyan. After which, their gazes that were filled with murderous intent landed on the bodies of the 3 huge pythons. The original 3 against 4 situation did not change. However, the relationship between the hunter and the prey had undergone a great change. Roar! The 3 red-scaled pythons involuntarily retreated amidst a low roar. If they continued to stay in this kind of situation, it was likely that they would have to pay an even more painful price. Unknowingly, escape had become the only choice of these 3 enormous creatures. Xiaoyan watched these 3 fellows leave from the empty space. He did not have the slightest intention of stopping them. The 3 middle-aged men beside him also sighed in relief. Once they were certain that these 3 chis had completely disappeared from the range of their senses, the 3 of them finally let out a long sigh of relief. They recovered, cupped their hands to Xiaoyan, cupped them together, and laughed. Hee, it's all thanks to you, sir. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't know how to deal with this. Xiaoyan turned his gaze around and saw the relaxed expressions on the faces of the 3 middle-aged men. He shook his head and said with a frown, the 3 of you, now is not the time to relax. I can sense that there are a few other auras hurrying toward us. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid that we will face even greater trouble. Therefore, I hope that the 3 of you can lead the way and leave this place first. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the expressions of the 3 middle-aged men were involuntarily startled. They did not sense any auras approaching. Although this was the case, after witnessing Xiaoyan's strength, the 3 of them did not doubt the former's words. The 3 of them nodded and immediately gathered the remaining elite Dodi. After pointing out the direction, the group immediately headed north. After experiencing the tense atmosphere from before, all of these people were extremely tense. They did not dare to relax even a little along the way. Their speed was much faster than usual. However, the group of people followed closely behind Xiaoyan. As for the 3 9-star Dodi, they split up and led the way. The 3 middle-aged men could only feel a little embarrassed in their hearts when faced with this situation in the group. However, they did not dare to slow down their speed even a little. Not long after this group of people left the place where the big battle had occurred, a few huge beasts furiously rushed over. Their imposing manner was not the least bit weaker than the few red-scaled pythons from before. It was hard to imagine that if this group of people continued to stay here, it was likely that they would not have any chance of surviving today. Sensing the threat of frightening powerful aura that was transmitted from the distance, the expressions of the 3 middle-aged men changed. Their bodies that were flying forward became even faster. At the same time, a respectful expression appeared in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. It was a long while later that this group of people finally left the area where the big battle had occurred. At the same time, the originally hot sun that was hanging in the sky had unknowingly descended on the western horizon. It was close to dusk. The day's time was about to end. What awaited this group of people was another long and short night. At the same time, there was also an unknown tomorrow. As dusk descended, this group of people temporarily stopped in front of a strange rock under the guidance of the 3 9-star Dodi. Within this red training desert, the flowing wind that blew in the air was still unbearable even when it was night time. Therefore, this strange rock became the best place for them to temporarily hide from the strong wind. Not long after everyone set up camp under these huge rocks, the sky had already turned completely dark. After the 3 middle-aged men once again expressed their thanks to Xiaoyan, each of them spread out to the periphery of the crowd and cautiously observed their surroundings. Compared to the day, the red training desert at night was undoubtedly much more dangerous. This was also one of the reasons why they had stopped. As for Xiaoyan, he was currently sitting cross-legged on top of an enormous rock. With a flip of his hand, the cluster of red-scaled python's essence blood that he had obtained during the day once again appeared in his palm. A thin layer of thick white flame wrapped around this cluster of viscous blood. Even with the isolation of the flame, the wild and violent energy within it still seeped out. The violent aura caused one's blood to boil, causing one to involuntarily want to let out a long howl. Seeing this cluster of essence blood in front of him, Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. This kind of wild and violent energy was exactly what he needed. Unfortunately, the essence blood within this red-scaled python's body seemed to be a little lacking. If it was not to avoid those fellows behind him today, Xiaoyan would really not be willing to let those 3 fellows leave so easily. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little regretful as he shook his head. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and a suction force surged out. He actually swallowed this fist-sized cluster of blood into his stomach. The instant this ball of essence blood entered Xiaoyan's body, it immediately emitted an extremely vigorous and violent energy, forming a circle of blood-colored waves that wreaked havoc within Xiaoyan's body. It was as if it wanted to destroy his meridians and internal organs. Regarding this situation, it was naturally within Xiaoyan's control. Since he was able to let it in, he naturally would not be unprepared. Pooh! With a thought, a dense white flame immediately emerged from all parts of his body, enveloping all of his meridians and bones. No matter how the energy within the ball of essence blood collided, it was completely ineffective. Looking inside his body, the heavenly flame condensed and transformed into a finger. Without any hesitation, it touched the ball of bright red blood. Bang! Accompanied by a slight muffled sound, the ball of essence blood the size of a fist suddenly burst open, transforming into countless tiny blood droplets. Like dense raindrops, they scattered to all parts of Xiaoyan's body in the blink of an eye, rapidly merging into his bones and flesh. If he wanted to use this ball of essence blood to temper his body, then the best way was naturally to completely release the energy within this ball of essence blood, allowing the energy contained within to completely explode into every cell in Xiaoyan's body, allowing them to explode and destroy him. With regards to this process, Xiaoyan only needed to be patient. Bang bang bang, the tiny droplets of blood entered his muscles. After which, they exploded like balloons. The wild and violent destructive power within them was completely displayed at this moment. The powerful energy transformed into a wave of energy that continuously bombarded every cell. Instantly, the pain of his muscles being torn apart immediately transmitted from every part of Xiaoyan's body. The intensity of the intense pain was as if heavy rain was pouring down on his body. The intense pain that stimulated his nerves was even more like being pierced by countless steel needles. Although the energy contained within the red-scaled python's essence blood was violent, after being broken down countless times, the energy within had already been diluted by a lot. At the very least, it would not bring any negative effects to Xiaoyan's body. Even so, this extreme tempering method still caused one's entire body to feel cold. The pain that caused one's soul to be torn apart was simply not something an ordinary person could endure. Even so, at this moment, Xiaoyan's body did not dare to tense up in the slightest while enduring this extreme pain. Any resistance would affect the benefits that the essence blood brought to him. Therefore, Xiaoyan had to allow his body to perfectly receive this energy without any resistance. The entire process was bound to be extremely painful. Fortunately, what Xiaoyan could endure the most was pain. In order to obtain power, one had to pay a price. If he could not even endure this pain, then this could only prove that Xiaoyan did not have the qualifications to obtain this power. However, the reality was that he had done it. After 4 hours of agonizing torment, the red-scaled python's essence blood within Xiaoyan's body was finally completely exhausted. During this process, Xiaoyan did not make any moves to resist. He allowed the energy contained within the essence blood to explode within his body, absorbing the energy from each destruction. Hugh, feeling the pain that was transmitted from all over his body, Xiaoyan trembled as he exhaled. After 4 hours, the muscles all over his body had involuntarily tensed up. Every muscle cell had expanded by more than a couple of times and the strength hidden within was especially great. At the same time that the essence blood was completely exhausted, it also brought about an extremely great stimulation to Xiaoyan's body. However, he could even clearly sense that each of his muscle cells was wildly breathing as though they had experienced an intense exercise. Although Xiaoyan had already intentionally relaxed his body, the appearance that this body displayed at this moment still appeared unusually strong. One could imagine how powerful Xiaoyan's physical strength would be when he completely recovered. Only after an hour did Xiaoyan gradually recover. Once again, he sat down cross-legged. However, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to cultivate his physical strength. The cultivation of one's physical strength originally required a balance between tension and relaxation. Only after a suitable amount of rest could one ensure that one's physical body would not be damaged. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If one were to rush for success, it could instead affect the foundation of Xiaoyan's body. A thought passed through his mind, and the enormous spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into 9 avatars around Xiaoyan's body. Ever since he had left the Zhu family village, Xiaoyan had placed most of his attention on these 9 avatars other than hurrying along the way. With the high-grade spirit stones as a source of energy, the training of the 9 avatars had naturally sped up. Currently, the cultivation of these 9 avatars had all stepped into the middle stage of the 6-star Do-D class. Their strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, when the 9 avatars merged into one, their cultivation had advanced to the next level. They were able to reach the initial stage of the 7-star Do-D class. Their fighting strength was undoubtedly much stronger than many ordinary elite Do-D. Additionally, they had Xiaoyan's actual body. With the two of them joining hands, their fighting strength was incomparably powerful. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of light shot out. They were 3 high-grade spirit stones. Under Xiaoyan's intentional concealment, the shocking energy aura within them did not spread outwards. Even the dazzling milky white light from the spirit stones had been completely covered. Just how precious were high-grade spirit stones? Even origin transformation experts would be moved by them. How could Xiaoyan casually take them out? For safety's sake, he had even added the Way of the Void onto them. Not only did it conceal the enormous energy aura contained within the high-grade spirit stones, it also concealed their light. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still chose a high spot on the huge rock to prevent others from discovering the spirit stones if they were too close. Soon after, the 3 rays of light each floated in front of the 3 avatars. Under Xiaoyan's guidance, waves of pure energy surged out and swiftly entered the bodies of the 9 avatars. When the sun rose from the distant east the next day, the group that had rested for an entire night had already disappeared. Only a few traces of their departure could be seen on the ground covered in rubble. The group had already begun their journey once again. During the next few days, the journey was still arduous. However, for some unknown reason, everyone's footsteps had become much faster. Along the way, everyone used Xiaoyan as the core and did their best to keep up with the footsteps of this young man. Although the process was even more tiring compared to a couple of days ago, these people were surprised to discover that the strength within their bodies appeared to have become much thicker. In this way, the originally dull and boring journey actually made these people feel more energetic. By noon on the 3rd day, the environment around the group gradually changed. They could see a boundless mountain range at the end of their line of sight. That was where the main hall of the Northern Desolated Hall was located, the Northern Mountain. At the same time that Xiaoyan passed through the desert, the Southern Hall Master of the Northern Desolation Hall, who had just broken through to the Origin Transformation Realm, was currently standing in the main hall of the Northern Desolation Hall. What did you say? The Southern Hall was destroyed? The Southern Hall of my Northern Desolation Hall was destroyed by a brat. You sure are competent as a hall master. A dignified middle-aged man in embroidered robes sat on the main seat of the hall with a frown on his face. He angrily looked at the Southern Hall Master, who was standing in the center of the hall with his head lowered. His tone was extremely low. The destruction of the Southern Hall was due to this subordinate's negligence, and I am willing to accept the punishment. However, this subordinate was at a critical juncture of breaking through at the time and was unable to do anything else. That is why this disaster happened. I hope that the Hall Master can understand. The Southern Hall Master clasped his hands towards the middle-aged man. His words were an apology, but his tone sounded more like he was asking for credit. Oh? Breakthrough? You mean, you broke through to the Origin Transformation Realm? Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. A light flickered in the depths of his eyes as he asked a question that he already knew the answer to. Yes, I wasn't in the Southern Hall at that time. I chose another place to break through. Therefore, I didn't know what happened in the Southern Hall. When I returned to the city, it was already a mess. I couldn't help but panic. That's why I hurriedly came here to apologize. The Southern Hall Master lowered his head, but his lips curled into a cold smile. Asking for forgiveness was bullshit. If he had not broken through, the person before him would not have spared him so easily. However, now that they were both origin transformation experts, the person before him would definitely be wary of him. There was no need to ask for forgiveness. Oh, so that's how it is, the Southern Hall Master revealed an expression of sudden realization. Hearing this, the Southern Hall Master smiled inwardly. But soon after. Since you have come to beg for forgiveness, why do you have to emphasize that you have broken through to the origin transformation realm? What, do you think I can't tell? Or do you think that I will be wary of you just because you have broken through to the origin transformation realm? The domineering voice reverberated in the hall. An extremely powerful aura instantly swept out from the middle-aged man on the main seat. The terrifying pressure caused the entire hall to buzz at this moment. Boom! A merciless pressure descended on the South Palace Master's head. Before he could regain his senses, the terrifying power had already pressed down heavily on his body. With a bang, he half knelt on the ground, and his entire body was completely bent. Humph, the South Hall Master felt a sweetness in his throat after he let out a muffled groan. A faint fishy sweetness surged up. At the same time, a rich horror crazily surged from the bottom of his heart. It was accompanied by an incomparable shock. He had underestimated the strength of an origin transformation expert. I don't dare. Only after enduring the terrifying pressure from the Hall Master with a deathly pale face did the South Hall Master understand that the difference between him and the Hall Master was like the distance between heaven and earth. Even though they were both origin transformation experts, his cultivation was far from being the latter's opponent. If the Hall Master really wanted to attack him, the outcome would be a one-sided slaughter. Humph. You'd better put away your thoughts. You have to remember who is the boss in the Northern Wilderness. If you want to be promoted, you have to see how capable you are. Glancing coldly at the South Palace Master, the South Palace Master sneered in his heart. He had been the overlord of the Northern Barren territory for so many years. He had seen all kinds of people and killed all kinds of strong cultivators. If the person in front of him could obey him, he would be his loyal dog. But if not, he could just kill him and raise him again. Humph, get up. Now that the Southern Hall has been destroyed, it's too late to say anything. Although you had your reasons, the Southern Hall is still under your jurisdiction. Aside from something like this, you have to be punished. What do you think? Only after a series of cold words did the Hall Master withdraw his pressure. Since he had achieved his goal of intimidating the South Hall Master, there was obviously no need for him to force the South Hall Master. Otherwise, it would only backfire, which was not an outcome he wanted to see. At this moment, the South Hall Master was also shocked by the middle-aged man's terrifying cultivation. He did not dare to refute the man's words, so he immediately nodded in agreement. If that's the case, I won't make things too difficult for you. Go back and rebuild the Southern Hall. Make those who dared to mock my Northern Desolate Hall pay the price. Make them understand just who is the boss in the Northern Wilderness. Yes. The South Hall Master respectfully nodded. His half-kneeling body trembled as he climbed up from the ground. After rebuilding the Southern Hall, I'll punish you by prohibiting you from leaving the Southern Hall for 5 years. No matter what happens, you must remain in the Southern Hall. This will be your punishment for failing to fulfill your duty. What do you think? The Palace Master withdrew his previous cold attitude and spoke in a calm tone. The South Hall Master immediately nodded. Being prohibited from leaving the Southern Hall for 5 years was equivalent to nothing to him. Perhaps this was another way for the Palace Master to subdue the South Hall Master. After a few more words, the South Hall Master left the hall under the signal of the middle-aged man on the main seat. In the blink of an eye, the huge hall became empty again. The middle-aged man sat silently on the chair, frowning slightly. His right index finger, which was placed on the armrest, gently tapped on it, as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, in a dark corner of the hall, a faint and strange fog suddenly rose. It was like a ghost, passing through the stone pillars that supported the hall, and the lights on them were extinguished at the same time. TSK 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 TSK. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to survive in the ancient tomb and come to the northern region. Tsk, a strange laughter came from the black fog. When the palace master heard this voice, he unconsciously twisted his body. Given his temperament, he was also afraid of this thing that was neither human nor ghost. He is the person you are looking for? The palace master's emotionless voice came out of his mouth. Looking at the strange black fog that was approaching him, the palace master did not hide the disgust in his eyes. The longer he interacted with them, the more he could feel their disgust. Tsk. That's right, we have been waiting for him for a long time. The person who is targeted by you will definitely have a terrible ending. The palace master said without any fear. Tsk, palace master, we will need your help next. As long as you can capture him, the higher-ups will be very satisfied with you. I only ask about the reward. Without any formalities, the palace master asked the question he was most concerned about. Yuan Wang. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. This time around, even the middle-aged man's expression involuntarily changed. In the past, when he worked for these fellows, he was at the very most able to obtain a small portion of the benefits. However, it was unexpected that capturing a small Dodi this time around would actually give him such an exciting benefit. What is the identity of this brat? He is actually worth all of you paying such a price for his life? Tsk. Palace master, the higher-ups do not like people who talk too much. A dark and cold voice was emitted from the black fog. Immediately, the cluster of black fog drifted away. In the blink of an eye, it once again disappeared into the dark corner of the hall. 2 days later, Xiaoyan stood at the foot of the northern mountains. The northern mountains before him would become the greatest obstacle he would encounter in the northern sea. It was for no other reason than the colossus that stood there. The northern desolate hall. As long as he could cross the northern mountains, the rest of his journey would be much easier. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable anxiety in his heart when he arrived at the foot of the northern wasteland mountain. Perhaps it was because the northern wasteland hall leader was an origin transformation expert, but Xiaoyan felt an invisible pressure from the outside world. Although the pressure was not heavy, it had already descended onto Xiaoyan's shoulders the moment he arrived. The heavy pressure caused Xiaoyan's breathing to involuntarily become a little hurried. Is this the power of an origin transformation expert? Even if they don't purposely release their pressure, they're still able to make others feel pressured despite being so far away. An origin transformation expert can truly be described as terrifying. Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim inside. He took in 2 deep breaths of the fresh air in the forest and followed the path left behind by the people before him. His footsteps were steady as he quickly advanced. Although the rest of the journey was not very far, the invisible pressure was still enough to make people feel fearful. Occasionally, there would be people walking past on both sides of the road. Xiaoyan was not the only one who was walking back and forth between the 2 places. However, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel surprised was that the people walking beside him did not appear to be affected by this pressure. Xiaoyan was surprised by this, but he also believed that it was because these people had been traveling between the 2 places for so long that they had become accustomed to it. However, this thought that was suspended in Xiaoyan's heart quickly disappeared. This was because he clearly saw the doubtful gazes that the passers-by around him threw at him. As Xiaoyan's footsteps continued to advance, the pressure above his head also became increasingly powerful. Within a short half an hour, each of Xiaoyan's steps had become incomparably heavy. Each time his foot landed, it would leave behind an inch-deep footprint on the ground. With the flow of time, the depth of the footprint was gradually increasing. God damn it, what's going on? The increasingly powerful pressure above his head caused Xiaoyan to feel an uneasiness in his heart. This kind of deliberate pressure was as though someone was intentionally pressuring him. Could it be? Thinking up to there, Xiaoyan's footsteps immediately came to a halt. He raised a solemn face and stared at the towering mountain before him. If the pressure was not directed at everyone, then only the person at the top of the mountain could give him the answer. You've discovered me? While Xiaoyan was raising his head, a middle-aged man, whose body was leaning against a chair in the main hall of the northern wasteland hall at the top of the northern mountain, slowly opened his gently shut eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as a faint voice was emitted from his mouth. At the same time, it landed in Xiaoyan's ears. Buzz. Xiaoyan's heart immediately felt as though it had been struck by lightning. His expression changed. His body shook and the pressure above his head was suddenly removed. His footsteps changed and he instantly used the sky extinction steps. His body flew backward like a ghost. Damn it. It's the Hall Chief of the Northern Desolate Hall. How did he know that I am here? Xiaoyan was greatly shocked in his heart. The speed at which he retreated became even faster. In the blink of an eye, his body had already appeared out of the sight of the surrounding passers-by. This speed could be considered unparalleled among the elite Dodi. This brat actually removed my pressure so easily. His speed is also so fast. He is indeed not someone that an ordinary Dodi can compare with. The Northern Desolate Hall Chief could not help but feel surprised in his heart as he exclaimed. Even though this was the case, the cold smile that hung on the corner of his mouth did not disappear. Regardless of how strong you are among the Dodi class, a mere Dodi is just like an ant in front of this Hall Chief. At the same time that the cold laughter sounded, Xiaoyan's body, which was currently swiftly retreating at a lightning-like speed, suddenly became sluggish. The pressure above his head instantly pressed down. An incomparable force instantly caused Xiaoyan's body to be stunned and rooted to the spot. Regardless of how Xiaoyan struggled against the frightening strength, it was useless. Immediately, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan slowly became distorted. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe appeared in front of him. It was the Hall Chief of the Northern Desolate Hall. It is unexpected that you actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. You have saved this Hall Chief the effort to find you. The middle-aged man's gaze swept up and down Xiaoyan's body. Immediately, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. The immaturity of this black-robed young man in front of him caused him to be extremely surprised. It was very difficult to imagine that this young brat in front of him was actually the prey in the eyes of that group of people. Just what was so special about him? You can be considered to have some ability to forcefully endure the pressure of this Hall Chief without collapsing. However, that is all there is to it. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and faintly mocked. Soon after, he gently waved his sleeve. A frightening strength immediately swept forward like a tsunami and heavily smashed into Xiaoyan's chest. Bang! Immediately, Xiaoyan's entire chest violently caved in. A large number of ribs in front of his chest suddenly broke. Even his internal organs suffered quite a lot of damage. His frail figure flew backwards like a broken sack. After drawing a parabola in the air, he heavily smashed into the ground. His originally serious face instantly became deathly pale. Fresh blood sprayed out as if it was free. His entire aura became weak in the blink of an eye. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. At this moment, Xiaoyan no longer had the time to consider how the person in front of him had discovered his identity. He knew that if he did not resist, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. With a thought, the bloodline power in his body immediately erupted. The Golden Elephant Technique and the Force Elephant Technique were completely activated. The heavenly flame within the vortex swept out without any reservation. Facing an origin transformation expert, if he dared to hold back in the slightest, it would bring about a devastating blow to him. However, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. However, brat, you still don't understand just how insignificant a so-called Dodi is in the eyes of an origin transformation expert. Seeing that Xiaoyan had used all his strength to display all his techniques, the middle-aged man in front of him continued to mock him. At the instant that Xiaoyan stood up, the middle-aged man's extended palm opened in the air with his palm facing downwards. A palm gently slammed downwards. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body, which was covered by the heavenly flame, was smashed heavily into the ground by an extremely frightening strength. Even though Xiaoyan had used all his strength, there was nothing he could do in the face of the absolute strength of the Northern Wastelands Hall Master, an origin transformation expert. Bang! Xiaoyan's body, which was wrapped in heavenly flames, slammed heavily into the ground. The flow of Doqi in his body and the support of the heavenly flames were instantly severed. Xiaoyan's strength was like a child's play in front of the middle-aged man. With just a wave of his hand, Xiaoyan was once again defeated by the middle-aged man. Incomparable shock rose in Xiaoyan's heart. The strength of the middle-aged man was the only one he had seen among all his opponents along the way. Even though he still had some strength left, he already felt powerless against this kind of strength. This was proof of the saying that in the face of absolute power, all means were useless. In the past, this saying was usually given to his opponents. Now, however, the tables had finally turned and it was given back to Xiaoyan. "Brat, things haven't come to an end yet. You can't fall like this." At this moment, Xiao Xian's solemn voice finally sounded from the depths of Xiaoyan's body. Along with it was the latter's extremely enormous spiritual strength. Rank 5 spiritual strength. "Brat, you must stand up. You must remember that your wife has fallen into the hands of your opponent. She is still waiting for you to rescue her. As a man, you must stand up now. No matter how strong the opponent in front of you is, you still have me to face it with you. Stand up." The order sounded within Xiaoyan's heart. The latter's body, which was crushed under the ground, immediately began to tremble intensely. Surging doqi surged wildly, shattering the surrounding rock fragments into a pile of rock powder. His body, which had fallen to the ground, also straightened and slowly stood up. Buzz! In an instant, the vast spiritual strength turned into an invisible wave that swept out in all directions with Xiaoyan at the center. The frightening pressure that descended on Xiaoyan's head was once again forcefully blocked by the latter. His body, which had fallen, once again stood up. "Eh? There is actually another spirit hidden in your body? Humph, it is merely an unorthodox method. The borrowed strength is ultimately not yours. Even if you have a rank 5 spirit in your body, it still cannot change the fact that you are a Do-di." The middle-aged man rubbed his eyebrows in surprise. Then, he sneered. "How do you know if you don't try?" A low roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth the instant he lifted his head. Almost at the same time, his feet heavily stomped on the ground as a frightening energy poured out. The ground beneath Xiaoyan's body directly exploded as his body transformed into a pitch-black ray of light. Just like a ghost, he violently charged towards the middle-aged man. "Humph, stubborn." With a cold snort, the middle-aged man's body also shot forward in an instant. His right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely collided with Xiaoyan's head-on attack. Buzz! The surging spiritual strength was like the waves of the sea as it swept across the area. The rapidly charging figure of the middle-aged man immediately slowed down in Xiaoyan's mind. At the same time that Xiaoyan's right hand was clenched into a fist, the spiritual strength in his left hand crazily surged, agglomerating into an invisible hand that grabbed at the middle-aged man in front of him. Towering hand. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, the invisible hand had already firmly grasped the middle-aged man's body. The latter's charging figure also paused for an instant. After which, he easily broke through the control of the towering hand. Spiritual strength? Just as the middle-aged man was feeling surprised in his heart, Xiaoyan's body instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost. His right fist struck out and heavily smashed into the middle-aged man's chest. Bang! A muffled thud was heard as the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly froze. The moment his fist landed, surging Genesis Chi rapidly gathered at the middle-aged man's chest. In the blink of an eye, it formed a circular shield that easily blocked Xiaoyan's attack. However, the latter's punch did not hold back at all as it landed on Xiaoyan's body. Bang! When the punch landed, the black robe on Xiaoyan's upper body burst apart with a bang. His entire chest violently sunk inwards. Fresh bright red blood was spat out from his mouth. The strength that had just gathered in his body was once again scattered. By the impact, this time, Xiaoyan's body finally collapsed. I've already said that even if you have rank 5 spiritual strength, a Do-di is still a Do-di. The gap between you and me cannot be made up for with external objects. The middle-aged man took heavy steps and approached Xiaoyan step by step. This time around, the latter's body was completely limp on the ground. The methods of the person in front of him were far beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that he could temporarily control the latter with the help of his spiritual strength. However, Xiaoyan did not expect that the person in front of him was not affected by the heaven-reaching hand. Although you are not worth mentioning in my eyes, I still have to praise you. You are the first person in so many years to be able to touch my body with your Dodi cultivation. Although he clearly knew that he had to kill Xiaoyan in front of him, what the middle-aged man had said was the truth. At the very least, no Dodi had dared to attack him in the past, much less touch his body in a fight. Ahem. Then should I feel honored? Forcefully supporting his body with great difficulty, Xiaoyan crazily agglomerated the scattered doqi in his body in an attempt to launch a final attack. In the face of life and death, Xiaoyan was definitely not an indecisive person. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was deep within his body, had already made preparations. Once the person in front of him tried to kill Xiaoyan, he would use all of his spiritual strength to try and delay the latter so that Xiaoyan would have the opportunity to escape. However, just as the middle-aged man arrived within 10 feet of Xiaoyan, his expression involuntarily changed. He suddenly withdrew his foot that was originally lifted. At the same time, his body also swiftly withdrew. Bang! Just as his body withdrew, the ground where the middle-aged man's foot had landed a moment ago suddenly exploded. A shocking explosion resounded through the clouds. The middle-aged man's expression also became gloomy at this moment. After his body came to a stop, he lifted his gaze. His gloomy gaze quickly locked onto a black-robed figure high in the sky. You are also an origin transformation expert. Don't tell me that you want to go against my northern desolate hall for a mere Dodi? The middle-aged man's tone was deep. His cold words contained a warning. In the entire northern desolate region, even an origin transformation expert would not easily interfere when the northern desolate hall was mentioned. His words could already be considered a threat. Haha, you injured my people and even threatened me not to interfere. Do you really think that the northern desolate region belongs to you, Xianxia? His calm laughter was filled with a domineering aura. What kind of power was the Northern Wastelands Palace? It could be said to be the most powerful power in the Northern Wastelands. However, the black-robed man's voice was filled with disdain. From this point alone, it could be confirmed that the black-robed man was definitely not an ordinary person. With regards to this point, Xianxia, who was on the ground below, immediately thought of it. There were not many people in the Northern Wastelands who could directly call out his name in such a tone. However, he seemed to have never heard of the person in front of him. In fact, even the other party's voice sounded so unfamiliar. What made Xianxia most suspicious was the person's words just now. He clearly said that the black-robed young man in front of him was one of his people. However, according to what he knew, Xiaoyan was clearly alone and did not have any power behind him. Of course, Xianxia was not the only one who was shocked by the latter's identity. Xiaoyan was also extremely shocked. The voice that came from the sky was still fresh in his memory. From the sound of it, it was clearly the sloppy old man who wanted to compensate him with pills a few days ago in the Scarlet Desert. It's actually him. At this moment, Xiaoyan's and Xiaoxian's hearts were filled with surprise. It was unexpected that this person, whom they had only met once, would intervene and save them at such a critical moment. However, just like Xianxia, Xiaoyan was also filled with suspicion. He had never joined any power. Sir, you said that this kid is one of your people? On the ground, Xianxia's face was gloomy. His purpose was to bring Xiaoyan back, but he did not expect that someone would interrupt them halfway. This made him extremely unhappy. Why, do you have a problem with it? As he spoke, the figure had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Without any explanation, he directly stuffed a pill into Xiaoyan's mouth. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Xianxia behind him. While Xiaoyan was feeling shocked in his heart, Xianxia's dark and solemn gaze had also landed on the black-robed human figure in front of him. He was just about to open his mouth and ask when his gaze noticed the shiny badge on the latter's chest. The expression on his face instantly changed drastically. That badge belonged to the Alchemist Alliance. It was not only a representation of the latter's identity, but also a symbol of their status, an origin transformation expert who was also a member of the Alchemist Alliance. With his cultivation and identity, he would be an existence equivalent to the vice-chairman of the Alchemist Alliance. Alchemist Alliance, the muscles at the corner of Xianxia's eyes could not help but twitch. He clearly knew that although the Northern Wastelands Hall was an overlord in the Northern Wastelands, there were still quite a few low-key powers in the Northern Wastelands. The foundations of these powers were so great that even the Northern Wastelands Hall had to treat them with respect. As for the Alchemist Alliance, it was publicly acknowledged as a great power that could not be made an enemy of. This was because behind the Alchemist Alliance stood the strongest supreme power on the continent. The Pill Tower. Damn it, why would someone from the Alchemist Alliance help this kid? Xianxia cursed in his heart. At the same time, he hated that damn thing for not telling him Xiaoyan's identity as an alchemist. Otherwise, he would have considered this point. So, do you still want to kill him now? The old man's expression was calm. His hands were behind his back as he calmly stared at Xianxia and spoke at a steady pace. The expression on Xianxia's face alternated between green and white upon hearing these words. Forget about the fact that the other party was also an origin transformation expert. Just the latter's identity alone was sufficient to cause fear to form in his heart. It was impossible for him to kill Xiaoyan now. However, when he thought about the allure of the Origin King realm, Xianxia could not help but waver. As long as he became a Origin King expert, even the Alchemist Alliance would not be able to do anything to him. Even if the Pill Tower sent people, the continent was so large that he could still run if he could not defeat them. Currently, the most important thing was Xiaoyan. As long as he could capture him, he would have the opportunity to become a Origin King expert. So it is a friend from the Alchemist Alliance. Since you have stepped forward, I will naturally not attack this kid. However, Grandmaster, you may have saved the people from the Alchemist Alliance, but do you think that the people from my Northern Wasteland Hall can only die in the hands of this kid? In the past month, over 10 elite Dodi from my Northern Wasteland Hall have died in the hands of this kid. Among them is a deputy hall leader of my Northern Wasteland Hall. If I do not settle this debt, how will I, Xianxia, be able to convince everyone in the future? How will the Northern Wasteland Hall continue to be maintained? Xianxia's eyes flickered. He mused for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. The old man narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared intently at Xianxia. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Then what do you want? Why don't you hand him over to me first and allow me to bring him back? Let him personally apologize to the heroic spirits in my hall. After that, I will release him after appeasing the others in the hall. What do you say?" Xianxia hurriedly continued the conversation. This was exactly what he wanted. Do you think that I am a fool? If I really hand him over to you, whether you can bring him back or not is another matter. Do you not trust my Northern Wasteland Hall? Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice. Why should I trust you? Just because of your status as the Northern Wasteland Hall leader? I don't think I need to say more about the reputation of your Northern Wasteland Hall in the Northern Wasteland. Do you think that you are worthy to talk about credibility with me? Don't go overboard. Don't tell me that the people from my Northern Wasteland Hall have died in vain. Xianxia was immediately furious when these words were spoken. He took a step forward and a powerful aura immediately pressed forward. The black-robed old man waved his large sleeve and a large flame immediately shot forward. It forced Xianxia back by 100 steps. The frightening flame even burned most of the brocade robe that Xianxia was wearing, causing him to appear extremely miserable. This is the way of fire. Damn it, this old fellow has actually mastered the way of fire. Xianxia's expression changed. The strength of the old man before him was much greater than he had imagined. Do you still want to try? I haven't fought with anyone in many years. Why don't I use this opportunity to exercise my limbs? Xianxia had just stabilized his body when the old man in front of him took a step forward. A terrifying aura immediately pressed down on Xianxia and the latter's face revealed an even more shocked expression. While he hurriedly retreated, he could not help but cry out in alarm. Late Origin Transformation Realm. Under the intimidation of the old man's frightening cultivation, Xianxia immediately did not dare to stay any longer. He clearly understood the gap between him and the old man. If they were to really fight, it would be troublesome. After Xianxia left, Xiaoyan also stood up from the ground. With the medicinal pill that the old man fed him, the injuries in his body were quickly suppressed. The light injuries had already been completely healed and only some of his internal organs and bones had suffered damage. It was likely that he would need some time to slowly recover. Fortunately, Qin Su's attack did not cause any irreparable damage to Xiaoyan. Junior Xiaoyan thanks Elder for saving my life. After standing up, Xiaoyan immediately bowed to the old man in front of him. He did not expect that this old man would actually help him after just meeting him once. This really caused Xiaoyan to feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Of course, part of this was naturally due to the old man's identity. However, what caused Xiaoyan to be curious was that he seemed to have never heard of such a person within the Alchemist Alliance. He had also never come into contact with the Alchemist Alliance in the northern region. Therefore, at this moment, the identity of this old man had become the main point that Xiaoyan was concerned about. Ha ha ha, little fellow, you are not bad. You are even able to fight against that old fellow. Among all the Dodi that I have seen, you are the most outstanding one. The quality of your body is also not bad. After eating my medicinal pill, you are actually able to stand up so quickly. Not bad, not bad. After continuously praising, the old man clearly understood in his heart that although his medicinal pill had helped Xiaoyan recover from the injuries in his body, the fact that Xiaoyan was able to recover so much in such a short period of time was not only because of the medicinal pill's strength. More importantly, it was because of the quality of his body. Elder is too kind. This little trick of mine is nothing in the eyes of that guy. Xiaoyan shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. After that brief collision, he knew that Qin Su's strength was far above his. The latter's strength could be said to have completely crushed him. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, any fancy moves were useless. Haha, it's an honorable defeat. You're quite modest. Even if you're not the first person on the continent to be able to punch an origin transformation expert with the strength of a Dodi, you're definitely one of the few. You can accept this. A loud laugh sounded. Immediately, the old man changed the topic in front of Xiaoyan's surprised eyes and said once again, also, little guy, you don't have to call me senior anymore. This old man isn't some nameless senior. You have to call me president, got it? President. President? Xiaoyan was taken aback. Although he knew that the old man was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, where did the matter of the president come from? Hee, looks like Han Dong hasn't introduced me to you yet. I'm Xianxia, the president of the Western Region Alchemist Alliance. You joined my Alchemist Alliance through Han Dong, so don't you think you should call me president? The old man laughed. Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed when he heard this. Surprise immediately surged into his eyes. He had never expected that the chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, who had disappeared without a trace in the Western region, would actually appear in the Northern region. This really caused one to feel surprised. Xiaoyan's expression changed when he heard this. He could not help but sigh. This world was really small. It was really a small world. Fortunately, if he had not run into the old man, Xiaoyan probably would not have been able to escape death today. Xiaoyan had obviously heard of Xinggan's name before. After all, he was one of the 3 peak origin transformation experts in the Western region, the president of the Alchemist Alliance, and a Class 6 alchemist. How could Xiaoyan not know of such an identity? However, now that he had personally seen him, Xiaoyan still found it hard to believe that the crazy old man he had seen not too long ago was actually the president of the Alchemist Alliance. Junior Xiaoyan greets the president. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately laughed heartily. However, he immediately put on a serious expression and said, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to defeat you. Not bad, kid. However, don't think that you won't return the pill you owe me just because of this. I still remember this matter, ha ha ha. Xiaoyan could not help but curl his lips when he heard this. As the president of the Alchemist Alliance and a Class 6 alchemist, why did he have to make things difficult for a junior like him? At the same time, Xiaoyan also came to a realization. No wonder Xinggan had asked him for those 4 medicinal pills back then. It was likely because of the great Dao strength that Xinggan had grasped. The Grand Dao of Fire was firm and ferocious. It was ranked at the top of all the Grand Daos, and it was precisely because of this that it was rather difficult to grasp. On the other hand, the 4 types of medicinal pills just happened to be the best medicinal pills to fuse with flames. Consuming them would naturally be beneficial towards condensing the Grand Dao of Fire. Kid, I see that you're heading north. You're probably going to the Northern Sea, right? Xingan had obviously seen through Xiaoyan's goal as he followed him along the way. From the fact that Xiaoyan wanted to pass through the northern mountain range, Xingan's goal was definitely the most resolute. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on going to the Tiger Mountain range despite knowing that it was dangerous. Xiaoyan gently nodded when he heard that. Xingan could not help but suck in a deep breath as a serious light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Kid, the Northern Sea is not like the Northern Wasteland. Once you get there, you have to be extremely careful. I can't help you with anything, but I can tell you that while someone like Qin Su can stir up trouble in the Northern Wasteland, he's only a minor character in the Northern Sea. Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed when these words were uttered. Even an origin transformation expert like Qin Su could only be considered a small character. Just how frightening was the interior of the Northern Sea? Thank you for telling me, President, but I've already made up my mind. I'll definitely go to the Northern Sea. Xiaoyan solemnly clasped his fist. His face was filled with gratitude, but the goal in his heart remained firm. I know that you won't change your path, so that's all I can tell you. Although I can't help you with much, let me send you on your way so that guy won't give up. Once we pass through here and you're safe, I'll leave to do my own things. Then I'll thank you, President. Xiaoyan smiled. Soon after, Xingan extended a hand and placed it on Xiaoyan's shoulder. The latter slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, the two of them began to gently ripple like water. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared from the northern mountain range as if they had never appeared in the first place. At the same time, in the northern wasteland's hall, Qin Su, who had retreated in a fluster, cast his gloomy gaze towards a dark corner of the hall. After the two of them left, a ball of black fog slowly rose from that corner. You still have the face to show yourself. This time, Qin Su did not hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, an unparalleled force immediately shot out and struck the black fog that had floated out from the dark corner. Chi, the force was quietly dissolved by the energy that surged out from the black fog. At the same time, a hoarse voice was emitted from within. Palace Master, why are you so angry? Even we did not know about this matter. We did not expect that someone from the Alchemist Alliance would actually save him. This brat is really lucky. Humph, why didn't you show yourself earlier? If the two of us joined hands, would we be afraid of him alone? Now that you have seen your prey escape from under your nose, are you happy? Qin Su's heart was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that this thing in front of him that was neither human nor ghost was timid, Xiaoyan would have already fallen into their trap and the reward that they had promised him would have already landed in his hands. He would not be in this situation where he was actually chased away by the other party. Palace Master, you should understand that in the situation just now, once I show myself, my identity and location will immediately be exposed. At that time, the various factions will shift their attention to this place. Not only will we be exposed in front of everyone, even your northern wasteland palace will definitely become the target of everyone. At that time, forget about capturing Xiaoyan, it will be extremely difficult to even protect yourself. We have prepared in the northern region for so many years. We definitely cannot lose everything because of a moment of recklessness. Otherwise, even if we can hide from these people, once the higher-ups punish us, both of us will not be able to escape death. When these words were spoken, the expression on Qin Su's face was slightly startled. After pondering for a while, he coldly snorted and said, now that brat has escaped, what should we do next? After leaving this place, we will have no idea of his whereabouts and will not be able to find him for the time being. As for this matter, I will report it to the higher-ups. Let's leave it at that for the time being. A voice that sounded like an order was emitted from the black fog. When Qin Su heard this, the expression on his face became somewhat unnatural. However, in the end, he remained silent and did not say anything. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. After a month of bumpy travel, Xiaoyan finally arrived at the extreme north of the northern wilderness, which was also the North Sea. The boundless sea filled Xiaoyan's eyes. Waves rolled on the surface of the sea, and the sound of crashing against the shore could be heard incessantly. Above the dark blue sky, there were large pagoda-like clouds that were as white as milk. From time to time, seabirds would fly past the surface of the sea, and their reflections in the water would complement each other. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes was an enormous city that sat on the surface of the sea with the exception of the endless sea on both sides. Beijing City, this was the last checkpoint to enter the North Sea. At the same time, everyone who wanted to enter the North Sea had to pass through this checkpoint. Beijing City bordered the North Sea to the north and the Northern Barren Territory to the south. It was the main route between the North Sea and the Northern Barren Territory. People from the Northern Barren Territory could not enter the North Sea without Beijing City. At the same time, people from the North Sea could not return to the Northern Barren Territory. The reason for this was because the North Sea was so vast that even a Dodi could not easily pass through it. If one wanted to travel between the two places, one would need to be at least at the origin transformation realm. Just this point alone was enough to show how vast the North Sea was. Therefore, any expert below the origin transformation realm could only travel by boat if they wanted to pass through the North Sea. In the entire Northern Barren Territory, all the boats that entered the North Sea were under the control of a company called Ryuzawa Square in Beijing City. It could be said that almost all the boats on the sea were under the control of Ryuzawa Square. It was also because of this that Ryuzawa Square became the #1 power in Beijing City. After arriving in front of the city gate, Xiaoyan was able to see a gray-robed old man guarding the city gate at a glance. From the latter's aura, he was clearly a 6-star Dodi. This kind of cultivation could already be considered extremely powerful in this place. At a glance, Xiaoyan could see a boat-shaped badge on the old man's chest. This was the symbol of Ryuzawa Square. This old man was someone from Ryuzawa Square. At this moment, every person who entered the city had to pay 50 low-tier spirit stones. Xiaoyan was no exception as he walked closer and paid the spirit stones. The gray-robed old man in front of him seemed to have seen that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. He cupped his hands together and smiled. "Mister, there is a relay station that I have set up in Ryuzawa Square at the center of the city. You can rest there. Thank you for the information. Also, I would like to ask, where can I board a boat that enters the North Sea from Beijing City?" With a smile, Xiaoyan asked in a flat tone. "Mister, you have come at a bad time today. The nearest boat is currently under repair and the departure time will be delayed. Please wait for a few days. Once the boat is repaired, we will be able to depart." Hearing this, the gray-robed old man cupped his hands together and said apologetically, "Delayed?" His brows furrowed. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. He had just arrived at Beijing City and he actually encountered such a situation. "How long will it take for your boat to be repaired?" With a frown, Xiaoyan asked again. "I am not too sure about this. Our boat is supported by a formation. Because it has been in use for too long, it often needs to be repaired. I am not proficient in the repair of boats. I only know that it used to take 3 to 5 days. If it takes longer, it might take 10 days to half a month. I hope Mr. will forgive me. If Mr. does not mind, you can stay in the city for a few days and there should be a result." The gray-robed old man shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. "Formation, huh?" Xiaoyan muttered softly. Immediately after thanking the old man, he entered the city. Seeing Xiaoyan enter the city, the old man helplessly shook his head again and bitterly sighed in his heart. After experiencing so many attacks from the sea beasts, the damage to the boat this time seems to be not small. Otherwise, with the president's ability, he would not need to invite other formation masters to help. However, those guys are not easy to invite, they are a group of tigers and wolves. After entering the city, Xiaoyan somewhat helplessly walked into the city. His heart recalled the words that the old man had said earlier. Finally, he helplessly sighed. Xiaoyan did not listen to the old man's suggestion. He randomly found a wine shop in the city and planned to rest for a day to eliminate the fatigue he had accumulated from traveling for over a month. He would wait until the next day to inquire about the situation. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window onto the bed, Xiaoyan, who had slept soundly for an entire night, slowly woke up. The deep sleep completely expelled the fatigue that Xiaoyan had accumulated over the past 1.5 months. His entire being, from his body to his soul, felt much more relaxed. This kind of comfortable feeling was something that he had not felt for a long time. "It is time to go to the city to take a look. I wonder how long it will take for the ship to be repaired. By the time he left the restaurant, the streets outside were already filled with pedestrians. The noise did not stop. The entire city had entered a new day of bustle. Walking among the crowd, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, appeared inconspicuous. However, his sharp eyesight was something that an ordinary person did not possess. Not only was there a post set up by Ryuzawa Square in the center of the city, there was also a manager of Ryuzawa Square. When he went there, Xiaoyan would be able to obtain some information that he wanted to know. In a short period of time, a large number of lofts in the center of the city appeared in Xiaoyan's line of sight. Without exception, the lofts all had the signboard of Ryuzawa Square hanging on them. Moreover, the area that these lofts occupied was the best location in the northern military city. It must be said that this move by Ryuzawa Square could be said to be very generous. Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in his heart. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, a sharp aura was suddenly transmitted from the end of the street behind him. The owner of that aura was surprisingly a 7-star Dodi. At this moment, the latter's body was flying through the air. His feet unceremoniously stepped on the shoulders of the pedestrians in front of him, and his body borrowed the force to charge forward. Although this person's actions appeared overbearing, most of the people in the city chose to endure in the face of the latter's strength. This was especially true for some of the passers-by who knew this person. They even threw disgusted and fearful gazes at the latter. Seeing the rapidly approaching figure, the passers-by around Xiaoyan consciously retreated. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan was the only one left on the street. Xiaoyan frowned. Just as he was about to dodge, the figure had already arrived above Xiaoyan's head and stomped down heavily. This time, it was actually aimed at the top of Xiaoyan's head. Be a good stepping stone for me. I don't want to dirty my shoes. A sharp and domineering voice came from above. The figure did not care about other people's feelings at all. He did what he wanted, and his heavy feet were about to stomp down. Humph! A deep and cold snort sounded. The person above his head was fast, but Xiaoyan was even faster. Just as the foot was about to land, Xiaoyan's fist suddenly shot upward and violently smashed into the center of the foot that the human figure was about to step down. A frightening strength immediately poured out. With another soft cracking sound, the entire leg of the human figure above Xiaoyan's head was immediately twisted. The bones were broken and the human figure's face instantly revealed a painful expression. Ah! He had never imagined that he, who had always been untouchable in the northern military city, would kick an iron plate today. Moreover, the rebound force of this iron plate was so frightening. The figure's body flew backwards uncontrollably. Immediately after, his entire body fell miserably on the street. A painful groan sounded from his mouth, attracting the attention of the surrounding passers-by. Seeing that this person was punished, many of the passers-by laughed bitterly in their hearts. This person only had himself to blame for today's outcome. I think your person is dirtier than your shoes. With a disdainful and mocking tone, Xiaoyan waved his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with coldness. Bastard! Wild brat, how dare you hurt me? I want you to die. Resisting the intense pain from his leg, the figure climbed up from the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, a sharp dochi light suddenly shot forward, directly towards Xiaoyan. In response, Xiaoyan casually raised his hand and flicked his finger. An invisible force shot forward, easily destroying the opponent's attack. Damn it! After cursing fiercely, the figure raised his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. His skin was as thin as bone, and his eyes were sunken. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like a person who lacked energy. One could imagine how he spent his daily life. His two hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge amount of soul energy gushed out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a golden light, condensing into a small array in front of him. Immediately after, a sharp golden light shot out, once again meeting Xiaoyan. Oh? You're actually an array master? Unfortunately, you don't want to improve yourself. You're just a cripple. Xiaoyan randomly glanced at them. Other than disdain, there was nothing else in Xiaoyan's heart. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force also gushed forward, turning into a storm. In an instant, it annihilated the golden light, and the terrifying force easily broke the array in front of the middle-aged man. Immediately after, the invisible force turned into a sharp blade, falling in front of the middle-aged man's throat. The latter was immediately terrified. Just as he was about to fight back, a bone-chilling voice slowly came out from Xiaoyan's mouth. "If you dare to move again, I'll cut your head off." The moment the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man's body violently trembled. The invisible blade trembled as well, leaving behind a ghastly wound on his neck. This caused the latter's body to immediately freeze on the spot like a statue, not moving at all. "Sir, I hope you can show mercy." However, at this moment, behind Xiaoyan, on the other side of Ryuzawa Square, following a shout, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 4 old men appeared on Xiaoyan's left and right. One of the old men in a yellow robe quickly cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and said respectfully, "Sir, Master Jean is the array master invited by Ryuzawa Square to repair the ship this time. I hope you can let him go for the sake of Ryuzawa Square. After all, the ship is related to the journey of many people to the North Sea, so I hope you can put the interests of the majority of the people in the city first." The gazes of quite a number of people on the street involuntarily landed on Xiaoyan when these words of the old man were uttered. Currently, there were so many people in the city who were waiting for the ship to be repaired. Once Xiaoyan attacked and killed the so-called Grandmaster Jean, he would definitely become the target of everyone. In this way, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this case, this guy surnamed Jean was not easy to kill. Everyone frowned. They also hoped that this guy surnamed Jean would pay the price, but from the looks of it, their idea was not going to work. Even Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. When the old man noticed this, he immediately struck while the iron was hot and spoke again. "Sir, you must also be a traveler to the North Sea. In this case, please put your own journey first. Don't delay your journey for such a small matter." "Humph, kid, kill me if you have the guts. Let's see if you will become the target of public criticism and pay the price for this. Huang Quan, let me tell you, I can repair the ship without half of the reward this time, but I will not allow him to board the ship. Otherwise." "Chi." An insolent and strange laughter was emitted from the middle-aged man's mouth. However, before he could finish speaking, the invisible sharp blade chopped off his head with a chi sound. "I told you not to move, but you don't seem to understand what I said." With a chi sound, fresh blood splattered and a head fell to the ground. Even his soul had been shattered by Xiaoyan. However, in the blink of an eye, before the people present could recover, even the 4 elite Dodi beside Xiaoyan had not completely recovered from the words spoken a moment ago. However, that Grandmaster Jin's head had already been separated from his body. He was dead to the point where he could not be any more dead. After which, when everyone recovered, the expression on their faces instantly became one of shock. It was likely that no one present would have thought that Xiaoyan would actually dare to kill Grandmaster Jean when he clearly knew that the latter's identity was related to the repair of the ship. Did this not directly confirm what Grandmaster Jean had said earlier? By killing him, Xiaoyan would definitely become everyone's target. Such a crazy action was really difficult for people to imagine that he would actually still insist on killing. This brat, has he gone crazy? By the side, the yellow-robed old man who had spoken earlier also had a face of disbelief as he looked at Xiaoyan who was in front of him. He really did not dare to believe that the latter had actually killed Grandmaster Jean. Moreover, it was under the situation where he had already spoken first and advised against it. Brat, Jean Luan's character is indeed a little domineering. However, what Deacon Huang said earlier is also right. Once he dies, the repair of the ship will definitely be delayed. We cannot afford to wait for this time. Don't tell me that you want to take responsibility for this? This, mister, your actions are indeed what we have always wanted to do. However, Deacon Huang is right. If you kill him now, it is equivalent to delaying the journey of so many of us. Mister, you cannot afford to take responsibility for this matter. Very quickly, dissatisfied discussions were emitted from the crowd. Numerous gazes that were filled with anger landed on Xiaoyan. Once Grandmaster Jean died, the repair of the ship would definitely be affected. These people had bitterly waited in the city for a few days or even 10 days to half a month. Now that they were once again affected because of Xiaoyan, it would be strange if they did not direct their anger onto Xiaoyan. Subsequently, the 4 elite Dodi beside Xiaoyan also looked at him with gloomy expressions. The delay of the ship's repair was not only a loss to the pedestrians but also a huge loss to Ryuzawa Square. Therefore, Xiaoyan in front of them could be said to have affected not only the pedestrians but also Ryuzawa Square. "Mister, please make a trip with us to Ryuzawa Square to meet the chairman and explain this matter clearly," Huang Quan said in a low and deep tone. He raised his large hand and grabbed at Xiaoyan's shoulder. Now that Grandmaster Jean was already dead, he could not allow this black-robed, young man in front of him to escape for any reason. "Don't tell me that your Ryuzawa Square invites people in this way?" The moment Huang Quan made his move, Xiaoyan also frowned. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. His body shook and a powerful aura immediately surged out. The enormous strength forced the 4 people around him to take a few steps back. Shock immediately surfaced on their faces. They did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of them would actually possess such a powerful strength. "Attack together. We must not let him continue." The 4 of them exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, their feet stomped on the ground in unison. Their bodies immediately shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside Xiaoyan. Each of them extended their hands and grabbed at Xiaoyan's body. For 7-star Dodi. Under normal circumstances, this could indeed be considered quite a strong faction. However, in front of the current Xiaoyan, they were still far from enough. "All of you are really going all out." Xiaoyan's eyes turned cold. His gaze swiftly swept over the 4 of them. With a wave of his large sleeve, Dochi agglomerated. The soft sleeves immediately became as hard as steel. At the same time, they smashed into the chests of the 2 old men with lightning-like speed. Although the strength was not enough to seriously injure them, it was enough to send them flying. Bang bang. The moment a low and deep collision sound appeared, the remaining Huang Quan and the other old man were actually struck once again. The speed of the 4 7-star Dodi appeared to be so unbearable in front of Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them had been defeated by Xiaoyan one after another. "Humph, that fellow from earlier only has himself to blame. If all of you do not know what's good for you, don't blame me for being vicious." Xiaoyan's ice-cold gaze swept over the 4 miserable-looking people on the ground. He continued to stand with his hands behind his back. However, the aura that seeped out from his body was something that no one dared to underestimate. The hearts of these 4 old men were shaken by the great strength that Xiaoyan had displayed. However, they did not dare to make any movements behind him. The fate of that Grandmaster Jean from earlier was still in front of their eyes. On top of feeling helpless, they could only quietly complain in their hearts. This Grandmaster Jean was used to being overbearing. Now, not only had he harmed himself, but he had also implicated Ryuzawa Square. As for the surrounding passers-by, although they already had a grudge against Xiaoyan for killing Grandmaster Jean, their hearts were also filled with fear after seeing the frightening strength that Xiaoyan had displayed. They did not dare to act recklessly. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan, who was standing on the street, suddenly turned around. His brows were tightly knit together. A pair of eyes that were filled with a dense white flame once again looked behind him. A golden-robed human figure stood in the sky. An enormous spiritual pressure descended upon the sky above the city. The frightening aura caused the expressions of everyone in the city to change. Only Xiaoyan revealed an unresigned expression on his face. The people who had come one after another had already exhausted what little patience he had. If this person did not know what was good for him and continued to attack, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. With Xiaoyan's current strength, as long as the other party was not an origin transformation expert, Xiaoyan would not be afraid even if he was a 9-star Dodi. However, this person's strength was only at the late stage of a 9-star Dodi. It's actually the owner of Ryuzawa Square. With Grandmaster Jin's death, the repair speed of the ship has been affected. Naturally, the owner of the ship will not be able to sit still. Looks like someone has already reported this matter to the owner of the ship. The owner of the ship has already advanced to a 9-star Dodi a few years ago. This brat still dares to touch the people of Ryuzawa Square after killing Grandmaster Jean. I'm afraid that he is going to invite trouble upon himself. Exclamations immediately sounded around the street when some of the surrounding pedestrians saw this golden-robed human figure. At the same time, the golden-robed man's gaze landed on Xiaoyan below. "This young friend, is it you who killed Grandmaster Jin?" The calm voice contained both shock and helplessness. He had already expected Grandmaster Jin's fate, but he did not expect it to be at such a time. What was even more unexpected was that the person who had killed Grandmaster Jin would actually be a young brat. "It's me." "Who are you?" Xiaoyan softly asked as he replied with a calm tone. "I am Lu Jin, the owner of Ryuzawa Square. You have killed Grandmaster Jin. This is no small matter. As such, I hope that young friend can give Ryuzawa Square and all the passengers of the ship an explanation for this matter." Lu Jin's gaze paused on the ladder as he descended. He glanced at Huang Quan's group of four and a shock involuntarily flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually able to block Huang Quan's group of four by himself. This was really unbelievable. "Explain? How do you want me to explain?" Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyan asked in a neutral tone. "I don't want to make things difficult for you, I just hope that you can compensate all the passengers here and Ryuzawa Square's economic losses." Lu Jin opened his mouth and Xiaoyan quickly followed suit. "How much?" 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Lu Jin's demand was really exorbitant. However, when everyone thought about it, it was understandable. There were many passengers on the ships in Beijing City, and Ryuzawa Square was the largest force that managed the ships. Now that Xiaoyan had killed Master Jin, the ships would be affected, and the passengers in the city would also be implicated. To be honest, 10,000 spirit stones was not a lot. However, to ask Xiaoyan to take out 10,000 spirit stones alone was a bit too much. Slowly shaking his head, Xiaoyan decisively rejected the other party's request. He killed Master Jin because his actions were too extreme. As for the benefits of these people, he never thought about it, and there was no need to think about it. Xiaoyan was neither close nor acquainted with these people. Why did he need to consider their interests? It was because he thought that if this matter were to happen to them, how would these people consider his feelings? If these people were like this, the Dragon Pool Square was even more so. Xiaoyan did not owe anyone anything. These people also did not have any reason to accuse him of owing anyone anything. The reason why they would say this was merely because of the benefits in their hearts. Even if there were really a couple of people who had a greater influence, Xiaoyan would similarly not bother about them. What happened today could happen at any time in the continent. Could it be that those who caused all of this had to pay the price? The weak were prey to the strong. That was the rule of this world. There was no right or wrong here. Only the strong had the right to choose. Right now, this choice was in Xiaoyan's hands. Lu Jin in front of him did not have the ability to change anything. However, just as Xiaoyan chose to reject the person in front of him, a voice came out from his body. Lu Jin's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Jin, who was standing in front of him, furrowed his brows tightly. What had happened today could be said to have a huge impact on his Dragon Pool workshop. If he did not take action to control it, it would definitely attract criticism in the future. However, if he took action, he was afraid that he would leave behind a bad reputation of bullying the weak. After thinking for a while, Lu Jin frowned and spoke to Xiaoyan again. "Young friend, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but this matter is very important. 10,000 spirit stones is the biggest forgiveness. Of course, if you really can't take out 10,000 spirit stones, if you can find a third-order formation array master as well as Master Jin's." Master Jin was already one of the few formation array masters around Northern Military City. Because he had helped Ryuzawa Square repair ships for many years, he knew how important Ryuzawa Square was to Ryuzawa Square. Therefore, the latter did not fear him in Northern Military City. Now that Master Jin was dead, where was he going to find a third-order formation array master? Of course, even Lu Jin himself held a trace of hope towards this request. Unfortunately, until the end, Xiaoyan still shook his head with a calm expression. "I don't know where to find a third-order formation array master." Lu Jin's face instantly turned ugly. Since there was no third-order formation array master, he could only choose to use force. Ryuzawa Square's reputation could not be damaged because of this. Otherwise, no formation array master would be willing to help them in the future. However, I do know where to find a fifth-order formation array master. However, just as Lu Jingang was about to become furious, the words that continued to be spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth caused him to be instantly stunned like a wooden chicken. An expression of disbelief immediately surged into his eyes. Even the passers-by who heard Xiaoyan's words widened their eyes and mouths. They stared at Xiaoyan with a dumbfounded expression. The shock in their hearts was no less than the former's. You. Sir, are you serious? It was only after a long while that Lu Jin asked in disbelief. This was exactly what the passers-by wanted to say. Ha, Xiaoyan smiled faintly. With a thought, the white flames in the depths of his eyes quickly disappeared. What replaced it was a milky white color. Xiaoyan's own aura quickly faded and turned into a powerful yet somewhat unfamiliar aura. This was Xiaoxian. At this moment, the person who was controlling this body was undoubtedly Xiaoxian. Almost at the same time that the flames dissipated, an incomparably vast soul power surged out of Xiaoyan's body and turned into an invisible energy storm that swept through the city. Buzz, immediately, everyone in the city who felt the spiritual pressure felt dizzy. Even the expression on Lu Jin's face changed. He never thought that the fifth-order formation array master that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually himself. This fifth-order soul power. Fifth-order formation array master. The shock in his heart was uncontrollable. As he said this, Lu Jin's breathing became a little shaky. The shock in his heart could not be expressed with words. Is this explanation enough? Xiaoyan's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, the person in front of him instantly came back to his senses. Then, he hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully to Xiaoyan and hurriedly said, Master, you must be joking. With your status, killing a mere Xianxia is nothing. Naturally, there is no need to talk about an explanation. I spoke abruptly earlier. I hope you don't blame me. Although he was a fourth-order formation array master, Lu Jin did not dare to have any temper in front of a fifth-order formation array master. Even the words that he had said earlier were now shamelessly taken back. What a joke. The other party was a fifth-order formation array master with an extraordinary status. He might even be a consecrator of some large force. If he offended him, even Ryuzawa Square would not be able to bear the consequences. However, the thing that caused suspicion to quietly form in Lu Jin's heart at this moment was that the Xiaoyan in front of him appeared to have suddenly become a different person. The aura all over his body had become strange and long. However, due to the latter's great strength, he did not dare to make any wild guesses. The first step and then the second, the thought of it makes me laugh. Lu Jin said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Jin hurriedly smiled awkwardly and accompanied him. I'm not here to laugh at you. I just want to know where the ship I want to take is. Lu Jin was stunned. Then, he hurriedly gestured to Xiaoyan and said respectfully, the ship is currently in the process of repairing the ships. Repair. The ship is currently being repaired at the port at the north gate of the city. I hope that Grandmaster can lend us a hand. I believe that the damage to the ship can be repaired very quickly. Of course I can help you repair the ship, but, in return. Xiaoyan's words once again made Lu Jin speechless. Repairing the ship would allow him to enter the North Sea sooner. Was this not enough to attract him? Master, if you can repair the ship as soon as possible, it will help your journey. I believe that this ship will be repaired sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry to go to sea. However, I'm afraid that the profit of Ryuzawa Square will decrease a lot because of this. If you don't want to, then forget it. Xiaoyan turned around as he spoke. Lu Jin's expression immediately changed drastically. Since Xiaoyan had already revealed his identity, Lu Jin would definitely invite him back to help. However, this so-called reward caused him to feel somewhat helpless. Lu Jin nodded. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This was probably the former's revenge for his behavior just now. Rolling his eyes, Lu Jin hurriedly stopped Xiaoyan, who was about to turn around. He quickly put on a smile on his face and said, how about this? In addition to sailing ships, Ryuzawa Square also sells some medicinal materials. If Master is willing, we can use some medicinal materials as a reward. Using medicinal materials used in alchemy as a reward to a formation master. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fallen out long ago. However, this time, Xiaoyan frowned and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Lu Jin saw this and hurriedly smiled. In this way, the two of them could be considered to have secretly exchanged blows. However, what Lu Jin did not know was that the fifth stage formation master standing in front of him was not only a formation master, but also a fourth stage alchemist. Pills were Xiaoyan's main path, Xiaoyan mocked in his heart. His expression did not change as he snorted softly. Only then did he speak in a somewhat unwilling manner. Sure, but I want 10 batches of medicinal ingredients. Although Xiaoyan's request was high, Lu Jin agreed in the end. After all, as a formation master, even if he took 10 sets of medicinal ingredients, it would still be useless. Of course, this was only Lu Jin's thought. Although the others were suspicious, they did not dare to say anything. Then, under Lu Jin's lead, the two of them quickly arrived at the north gate of Northern Army City, which was also the port where they entered the North Sea. Sure enough, there was a huge ship there, standing there like a giant beast in the sea. The gigantic ship was dark gray in color, and only a small portion of it still had a pure black color. Most of it was covered in extremely eye-catching scars, and those were the proof of the ship's passage of time. The person who added the formation to this ship back then shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Seeing the mysterious patterns that could still be vaguely seen in some corners of the ship, Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across the depths of his milky white eyes. Lu Jin's body, which was originally slowly walking forward, paused slightly when he heard this. His gaze followed Xiaoyan's line of sight and immediately saw those mysterious lines. Immediately, his face involuntarily revealed a proud expression as he said with a smile, "Don't worry. That was left behind by the first owner of Ryuzawa Square. He was once a rank 6 formation master, and was a well-known figure in the northern region back then. Now, all the large ships in Ryuzawa Square have been added by the owner himself. It is because of this that our ships have been able to last until now, but unfortunately, although his words were full of confidence at the beginning, towards the end, Lu Jin's face gradually revealed a lonely expression. Ever since the first owner of the Dragon Pool Square, there hasn't been a level 6 formation master. The strongest was only a level 5 formation master. It's because of the foundation laid by our ancestors that we've been able to come this far. Unfortunately, even so, when it comes to me, Lu Jin fell silent, and so did Xiaoyan. Looking at the shame that flashed across the latter's face, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian could not help but feel surprised. However, in the end, they did not say anything and walked silently. The two of them boarded the ship one after the other. A few minutes later, they arrived at the core of the ship's central secret room. The spirit stones on the ground emitted a sparkling white light, illuminating the entire secret room. A rich aura of energy filled the entire secret room, and most of the energy in the spirit stones converged into a huge formation that was shining on the floor of the secret room. At this moment, in addition to the spirit stones piled up in the secret room, there were 2 old men sitting cross-legged. A steady stream of golden light poured out of the 2 old men's bodies, and poured into the formation under them. The spirit stones were used to maintain the formation's operation, while the golden light was the key to repairing the formation. Because I can't repair the ship's damage alone, I could only invite them. That Xianxia was originally one of them. Seeing the two of them, Lu Jin immediately explained for Xiaoyan. He could hear a hint of helplessness in the latter's words. Yes, if Lu Jin was a rank 5 formation master, these 2 old men would not have the chance to sit here. The entrance of Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian immediately disturbed the 2 old men. The moment the two of them opened their eyes, a small golden light flashed across their eyes. Then, the two of them glanced at Lu Jin, then frowned and looked at the young-looking Xiaoyan. "Owner Lu, didn't you go to find Xianxia? Why did you bring back a kid instead? Don't tell me you dismissed Xianxia and called a kid to help us. Nonsense. What can a brat who is still wet behind the ears do?" The two of them echoed each other, their words full of mockery. Xianxia is dead. He can't come anymore. As for him, whether he can be useful or not is not up to you to decide. Moreover, Lu Jin smiled coldly. Although these two were not as domineering as Xianxia, they were not good people either. Every time he helped them repair the ship, the cost was ridiculously high. He had long had enough of these two. What did you say? Xianxia is dead? Who has the guts to kill him? Where is the person who killed him? Didn't you catch him? The two old men's expressions changed. Xianxia was someone invited by Ryuzawa Square. Since he was dead, Ryuzawa Square naturally had to take responsibility. No, I didn't catch him. I invited him. In the name of Ryuzawa Square, I invited this master to help repair the ship. Shaking his head, Lu Jin smiled and refuted the two old men's words. What did you say? You're saying that this little brat who hasn't even grown out his hair is the one who killed Xianxia? How is that possible? Boom. However, this time, the instant the old man cursed, an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure instantly filled the entire dark room. The two old men, who were sitting cross-legged, actually did not have the slightest time to resist as they lay face to face on the ground. The two of them were fiercely pressed against the array. Their entire old faces became abnormally distorted. At the same time, endless fear instantly surged into the old man's heart. If you dare say another word, I will tear your tongues apart. Xiaoyan's calm voice was filled with an overbearing strength. The two old men immediately used their indistinct voices to forcefully respond. Only when the pressure pressed the two of them until they were unable to breathe did a thought pass through Xiaoyan's mind. He withdrew the spiritual strength that he had unleashed. After which, the two old men finally climbed to their feet while their hearts were filled with fear. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaoyan as they admitted their mistakes. Lu Jin, who was beside Xiaoyan, saw all of this with his eyes. His heart repeatedly laughed coldly. At the same time, the words that Xiaoyan had given him earlier echoed in his heart. Kneel first and bow second. Thinking about it makes one laugh. It had to be said that this sentence was suitable for most people. Haha, Grandmaster, next, we will rely on you to help us repair the formation on this ship. Seeing this, even Lu Jin's attitude towards Xiaoyan became even more respectful. The latter nodded slightly upon hearing this and sat down according to Lu Jin's instructions. The two old men hurriedly followed behind Xiaoyan. Soon after, the four of them entered a state of mind and began to slowly repair the formation under them using some special formation techniques. This time, with the addition of a rank 5 formation master like Xiaoyan, the speed at which the formation was repaired was undoubtedly much faster. While Lu Jin was pleasantly surprised, Xiaoyan, who had already handed over control of his body to Xiaoxian, also heaved a sigh of relief. The next day, after a whole day of joint repairs, Xiaoyan's ship was finally repaired. As a result, the ship could set sail today. This was great news for both Ryuzawa Square and Xiaoyan. After this, Lu Jin fulfilled his promise and gave Xiaoyan 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the elixir. These 10 sets of medicinal ingredients were the ingredients needed to refine the embryonic phoenix elixir. This was also the last elixir that Xiaoyan had promised Xingan. The trip to the North Sea would take at least 3 to 5 months. Within this period of time, Xiaoyan would be able to refine the embryonic phoenix elixir. Despite not knowing what kind of medicinal pill it was, Lu Jin's old face involuntarily twitched violently when he saw Xiaoyan take away 10 sets of medicinal ingredients needed to refine the embryonic phoenix pill. Even with Lu Jin's character, he did not know what kind of medicinal pill it was. Just by seeing those precious medicinal ingredients being unceremoniously swept away, Lu Jin's old face involuntarily twitched violently. He grimaced in pain. Helping Ryuzawa Square repair the ship not only brought forward the date of his departure, but also allowed him to obtain 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the embryonic phoenix elixir. It could be said that he had made a huge profit. As for Ryuzawa Square, although the medicinal ingredients seemed precious, it was not difficult for them to guess that these 10 sets of medicinal ingredients were just a drop in the ocean for them. Moreover, the ship repair would bring them the most profit. Just one round trip on this ship was enough to earn everyone in Ryuzawa Square a lot of money, let alone several ships going out to sea at the same time. In comparison, the medicinal ingredients were nothing. After receiving the medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan boarded the ship with a burning heart. He could not wait for this moment. With regards to the North Sea and the so-called Beihai College, Haimachan was already a little impatient. As the original body of Haimachan's sea heart flame, not only could it help him increase his cultivation, the other part of the flame mantra in his hands was also something that Xiaoyan had been looking forward to for a long time. Other than this, there was also a slight throbbing deep within Xiaoyan's heart. For some unknown reason, he felt that he would likely obtain an unexpected gain during this trip to the Northern Sea. The passengers in the city also swarmed over when they boarded the ship. After paying countless spirit stones as the price, there were only 100 people who boarded the ship in the end. Even these people had to pay a huge price to board the ship. The ship began boarding in the morning. Only at noon did it officially leave the harbor and turn into the sea. Thus, Xiaoyan's journey to the Northern Sea officially began. At almost the same time, in the western region, after several months, Yi Luotian's group finally made their move again. In a certain natural valley within the western wastelands, there were numerous pavilions and pavilions. The valley was lush and verdant, and spring water gurgled, transforming into a small stream that encircled the inside of the entire valley. Green smoke curled up into the air above the pavilions, causing this place to have a dreamlike feeling. This valley was actually like a hidden paradise. From time to time, figures could be seen walking between the pavilions. Although their clothes were simple, the aura that they invisibly gave off made one not dare to underestimate them. In this place, even the most ordinary person had an extraordinary cultivation. At the entrance of the valley, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, several figures quickly stepped into the place. Almost at the same time, the originally relaxed figures in the valley immediately revealed a vigilant expression on their faces. They looked at each other, and in the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared into the darkness. These people's movements were especially nimble. No matter how one looked at them, they did not look like ordinary villagers. Instead, they looked like a well-trained army. No need to be nervous, it's us. At the entrance of the valley, two figures stepped forward first. The person in the lead spoke in an indifferent voice. Immediately, the people in the valley relaxed. At this moment, the person who had spoken was Xianxia, who had originally been by Qin Yan's side. The one standing beside him was undoubtedly Yan Lai. Besides the two of them, there were two other people following behind them. One of them was the sect master of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. The other person was a fellow whose entire body was covered by a black robe. His face could not be clearly seen. The two of you go in first. When the time is right, we will enter. The indifferent voice carried a trace of an order. Hearing this, Yanhua and Yan Lai immediately nodded respectfully. Soon after, the tip of their feet tapped on the ground, and their figures turned into streaks of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The corners of Yi Luotian's mouth slowly lifted into a smile as he watched the two of them disappear in front of his eyes. His gaze swept around the valley in front of him, while ridicule continuously sounded in his heart. As the overlord faction of the western region, you are actually willing to hide in this small valley. The so-called seclusion is complete nonsense. From today onwards, I want your Qin wasteland maze valley to once again dominate the western region. Qin Shua, you should thank me. He 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 he. A sinister and strange laughter lingered around the two of them. Soon after, the surrounding environment quickly regained its calmness. The other people in the valley did not pay much attention to the two of them as they continued to busy themselves. Half an hour later, a loud bang was emitted from the depths of the valley. The entire valley suddenly trembled, while the expressions of everyone in the valley changed drastically. Numerous gazes simultaneously looked towards the deepest part of the valley. At the same time, Yi Luotian, who was at the entrance of the valley, parted his mouth into a smile. He glanced at the black-robed person beside him and nodded. Soon after, his body moved, transforming into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in the air above the valley. Who dares to trespass into the Qin wasteland maze valley? Immediately, an order was transmitted from all over the valley. It was like a loud and clear bell that reverberated within the valley. It was quite imposing. At the same time, several powerful auras swept outwards, pressuring Yi Luotian and Yi Luotian in the air. I am the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. I have come to pay a visit to the Qin wasteland maze valley. With a cold laugh, Yi Luotian's forward-flying figure did not pause at all. As the words left his mouth, he transformed into an invisible energy wave that easily broke the surrounding pressure. Soon after, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the valley, he and the black-robed person beside him entered the deepest part of the valley in a flash. That was the place where Yan Hua and Yan Lai had entered earlier. At the same time, it was also where the valley master of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was located. Northern Region, Northern Sea. On the third day after the ship entered the Northern Sea, Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged in an independent room, slowly opened his eyes. After training for 3 days, Xiaoyan had already adjusted his body to its peak condition. At this moment, it was time to prepare to refine the embryonic phoenix pill. The embryonic phoenix pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill. Its quality was ranked high among rank 4 medicinal pills. Naturally, there would be some trouble when refining it. During this process, if one could adjust one's body to its peak condition, it would undoubtedly be able to provide some assurance when refining the medicinal pill. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind as he sat cross-legged on the bed. His spiritual strength immediately spread out and probed the current situation on the ship. At this moment, other than the 2 initial 9-star Do-D experts sent by Ryuzawa Square to protect the ship, there were 5 8-star Do-D and over 10 7-star Do-D. The rest were all below 6-star Do-D. This kind of team could be considered powerful. After withdrawing his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan flicked his finger and the heavy Luo Tian cauldron immediately landed in front of him. An ancient aura filled the room, causing one's mood to become calm. Using the Luo Tian cauldron to refine pills could increase the refining speed to a certain extent and increase the success rate. With the Luo Tian cauldron, refining the embryonic phoenix pill would naturally be much easier. As the heavenly flame rose within the medicinal cauldron, the interior of the green-gold medicinal cauldron immediately lit up. Following which, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve and medicinal ingredients flew out from the storage ring. Under the control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, they were thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they began to rapidly refine. This refinement lasted for 2 months. Time was like quicksand between one's fingers, quietly passing by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. Xiaoyan, who had been sitting in the room for a long time, saw that the originally fresh medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of him had all disappeared without a trace. Instead, they had condensed into a spinning round pill. Within the medicinal cauldron, waves of pill fragrance were emitted. After consuming 2 sets of medicinal ingredients, the embryonic phoenix pill was finally refined. Now, it had reached the final stage before the pill was collected. After a while, the embryonic phoenix pill would be completed. Rumble, suddenly, the sound of thunder reverberated in the sky above the azure sea. The sky changed color, and in the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky was covered by a mass of dark clouds. The entire world suddenly became dark, and the ship that was originally slowly sailing on the sea also stopped at this moment. The sudden change in the weather forced them to stop the ship and wait for the storm to pass. Everyone standing on the deck could not help but raise their heads. Their eyes were bewildered as they looked at the thunderclouds that had suddenly condensed in the sky. Most of their faces revealed a grave expression. Some of the experts who were in their houses also walked out of their houses because of the activity in the outside world. Their eyes were bewildered as they looked at the sky. What's going on? These don't look like ordinary dark clouds. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the thundercloud, the people on the ship couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some of them had even guessed what this strange thundercloud was. Is this pill lightning? Could it be that someone is refining pills on the ship? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned when these words were spoken. There was both bewilderment and excitement. The pill lightning had condensed. This meant that the medicinal pill had already been refined. This involuntarily caused some of the people on the ship to have evil thoughts. Now that the pill lightning had already been condensed, it was like riding a tiger. That mysterious alchemist would definitely take action to resist the pill lightning. The gap in between was the best opportunity for them to snatch the medicinal pill. Such a good opportunity was something that some desperados would definitely not miss. Chi. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air appeared on the ship. A human figure rushed out from a house below in a ghost-like manner. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the sky. From the looks of it, it was Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over the people standing on the deck below. Immediately, he raised his head and stared at the pale lightning in the sky. The corners of his mouth were slowly lifted into an arc as he sensed the powerful destructive aura that surged out from it. Haha, I have been waiting for you. Currently, his golden elephant skill was still some distance away from mastering. The appearance of the pale lightning today might just be able to help him make up for this gap. Chi, while Xiaoyan's body was standing in the sky, a couple of rushing wind sounds were quickly transmitted over. Over a dozen human figures swiftly surrounded Xiaoyan in the sky within 100-meter radius of him. A piercingly cold expression surfaced on Xiaoyan's face when he saw the greedy expressions on their faces. He had already expected the current situation. There would always be some people in this world who could not help but attack because of greed. The best way to deal with such people was to teach them a lesson in blood. Although these dozen people had surrounded Xiaoyan, none of them attacked. They were all waiting for the moment the pale lightning descended. As long as the pale lightning descended, Xiaoyan would not have the time to bother about them. They would also be able to use this opportunity to snatch the medicinal pill that was still in the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan ignored these people. He continued to raise his head. His pair of rippleless eyes contained some disdain. He coldly laughed in his heart as he quietly waited for the pale lightning to descend. Two middle-aged men stood at the top of a building at a certain spot on the ship. The expression on their faces, which were originally frowning as they looked at Xiaoyan, involuntarily changed. They had originally planned to intervene and stop the dozen-plus elite Dodi. However, the two of them had clearly seen the faint cold smile that flashed across the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Immediately, the thoughts in the hearts of the two of them were suppressed. Rumble. Faced with Xiaoyan's provocative eyes, the cluster of thunderclouds actually appeared to have come alive. It suddenly churned intensely. The earth-shaking rumbling thunder repeatedly sounded. Frightening thunderbolts that were filled with a destructive aura would occasionally emerge from the thunderclouds. The frightening aura merely flashed past, but it still caused the hearts of everyone below to tremble. The pill lightning that was attracted by a Tier 4 medicinal pill was really becoming increasingly frightening. Even an elite Dodi would feel a fear in his heart. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the pill lightning that was attracted by an even higher tier medicinal pill would be. Bang! At a certain moment, just when the rumbling sound within the thunderclouds was about to disappear, an earth-shaking thunderbolt that was 1,000 feet long suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. It carried a world-destroying strength as it violently hacked down toward Xiaoyan, who was quietly waiting below. At this moment, the expressions of the elite Dodi standing on the deck below involuntarily changed. Numerous solemn gazes stared intently at the frightening thunderbolt that was swiftly descending from the sky. The doqi within the vortexes within everyone's bodies also involuntarily surged out. They agglomerated into energy barriers of different colors on the surface of their bodies. At the same time, the two middle-aged men a short distance away also quietly circulated the doqi within their bodies. They would immediately intervene if the situation was not right. Almost at the same time, the dozen-plus elite Dodi surrounding Xiaoyan also flashed their bodies. Their faces carried a fiery heat as they charged toward Xiaoyan's house below. Soon after, Xiaoyan suddenly clenched his hands into fists the instant that the earth-shaking thunderbolt descended. A frightening force wildly agglomerated in his palms. His feet stomped heavily on the empty air and the invisible space under his feet immediately collapsed. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared directly under the thunderbolt. A fist was thrown out heavily to meet the pill lightning. Everyone below who witnessed the scene held their breaths and focused their attention. They focused all their attention on Xiaoyan and the thunderbolt. Such an earth-shaking pill lightning was something that even some of the best among them had to be careful when dealing with. At the same time, those 10-plus elite Dodi had also landed around the house that Xiaoyan was in at this moment. They were about to forcefully barge in. Bang! An earth-shattering collision sound suddenly rang out, and a terrifying energy wave swept out from the point of collision between the fist and the pill lightning. The ear-piercing energy explosion repeatedly reverberated beside everyone's ears. The originally calm surface of the sea below began to churn intensely because of it. Soon after, the people on the deck raised their heads and looked over. Their faces involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. That thunderbolt with a shocking momentum had actually been forcefully shattered by Xiaoyan's punch. The 1,000-foot-large thunderbolt in the sky suddenly shattered, transforming into a countless number of light spots that swiftly scattered. At the same time, the enormous thunderbolt strength had already poured into Xiaoyan's body. Under the wrapping of the heavenly flame, it roamed all the muscles in Xiaoyan's body. Haha, awesome! Again! Xiaoyan parted his mouth and laughed out loud as he sensed the waves of piercing pain that were transmitted from all over his body. He raised his head and looked arrogantly at the cluster of thunderclouds in the sky. His feet heavily stepped on the empty air and his body immediately shot to the sky. Bang 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 bang. At the same time, a wave of muffled collision sounds appeared on the ship below. The 10+ elite Dodi who had charged into the house a moment ago were easily thrown out by a frightening strength. Among these people, even someone with a cultivation as strong as a 7-star Dodi was ultimately mercilessly thrown out. Immediately, the gazes of everyone on the deck once again shifted. Those elite Dodi who had been thrown out all lay on the ground with swollen red faces. Their mouths were painfully moaning. This also caused the expressions of the others to change. Their hearts involuntarily felt surprised. There were actually other experts in that room. After the last person flew out of the room in a miserable manner, a human figure quickly followed and stepped out of the room. He swept his eyes over the person in front of him who wanted to attack again. His eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, his nose emitted a cold snort. His body flashed and appeared in front of that person in a ghost-like manner. Without any hesitation, he turned his body and kicked that person's chest. A frightening force immediately erupted like a flash flood and surged into the body of the person in front of him in an unstoppable manner. At the same time that a muffled sound was emitted, the latter's body also flew out. Following which, he heavily smashed onto the ground and was unable to get up. After finishing off an elite Dodi with a kick, the human figure stood proudly in front of everyone. His hands were placed behind his back as his gaze swept over those people lying on the ground at this moment. Immediately, the couple of elite Dodi, who were about to get up, hurriedly lay on the ground in a panic. They did not dare to move. His sharp and overbearing methods and powerful strength had really caused them to be scared out of their wits. After which, the human figure flashed back to the door of the room and guarded the medicinal pill inside. Only at this moment did everyone on the deck a short distance away clearly see the latter's appearance. Their faces immediately revealed a shocked expression. The latter's appearance was actually exactly the same as the black-robed man in the sky. This was the result of the 9 avatars merging into one. An intermediate 7-star Dodi who possessed nearly half of Xiaoyan's fighting strength was completely fearless against anyone below the intermediate 8-star Dodi level. Unfortunately, the strongest person among these 10+ elite Dodi was merely a 7-star Dodi. Oh, no wonder he is so fearless. There is actually another twin brother guarding the medicinal pill. That's not right. Although this person's aura is powerful, his body is not an absolute entity. Instead, it seems to be agglomerated from energy. This is probably some kind of Do technique that can agglomerate avatars. Not far away, the 2 middle-aged men who had been observing all of this had similarly turned their gazes to the second Xiaoyan who had appeared. After some careful observation, the 2 of them immediately recognized the essence of the latter. TSK, Avatar Ha. It is actually able to raise its cultivation to such a level. This Do technique is likely quite extraordinary. Soon after, the faces of the 2 involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Their mouths also let out a sigh. Being able to possess half of the fighting strength of the original body, this kind of avatar could be said to be extremely powerful. This group of people actually have the delusion of having thoughts of snatching his medicinal pill. Hey, if this brat wants to kill someone, it is likely that they won't even have the chance to attack. TSK. While Xiaoyan's avatar on the ship below was displaying its great strength, the Xiaoyan in the sky was also violently colliding with the thunderbolts time and time again. The dozens of intense collisions caused a portion of Xiaoyan's body to become a little numb. Even his attacking action had become a little sluggish. Moreover, there were traces of fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. All of this was because of this pill lightning. However, Xiaoyan not only did not show any signs of being defeated under the dozens of attacks from the pill lightning, but he was instead in high spirits. The blood in his body appeared to have been ignited and all the strength in his body was completely unleashed. His completely red and numb hand trembled slightly. Threads of electric current passed through his chi paths. His entire arm involuntarily twitched as a piercing pain was transmitted. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily parted. However, his eyes were still emitting a hot fire. Ha ha ha, it is indeed worthy of being a world. Not bad, again. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart as he laughed out loud. Surging doqi immediately surged to his arm and removed the numbness. Soon after, both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers moved together and formed a seal. At the same time, the surging doqi above his head gathered. Very quickly, it agglomerated into an enormous finger. Desolation finger. An explosive cry sounded and the enormous finger immediately shot forward. It violently collided with the frightening thunderbolt that was heading toward him. Soon after, an earth-shaking explosion sounded. The earth-shaking thunderbolt and the desolation finger were both annihilated. Bang bang bang, the continuous collisions lasted for hundreds of rounds, and the thunderclouds in the sky persisted for 4 hours. Finally, the pill lightning scattered. Everyone on the boat below was stunned. On top of being stunned, they also felt an excitement that was difficult to suppress. Using the strength of a single person to contend with the might of the world. Such a pioneering act really caused one's blood to boil. Exclamations sounded from the boat after the final pill lightning scattered. Even the 2 middle-aged men revealed shocked expressions. They looked at Xiaoyan in the distant sky and could not help but sigh in their hearts. It is really the case of the new generation surpassing the old. Look at us. Such a pioneering act is something that even you and I did not manage to accomplish when we were young. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyan only descended after the pill lightning in the sky gradually scattered. His body sat on the roof of the house. A thought passed through his mind and his avatar turned into a ray of light that returned to his body in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyan ignored the surprised gazes of the people on the deck. He raised both of his hands and swiftly formed a seal. Soon after, a golden-colored illusionary figure transformed into a golden-colored giant that rose from the ground behind Xiaoyan. It was the golden elephant mantra. At this moment, the lightning energy in his body had yet to dissipate. Xiaoyan wanted to use this energy in addition to the energy he had absorbed earlier to completely form the golden elephant mantra. As the illusory image rose behind him, the gazes of the people on the deck were once again attracted to Xiaoyan. Immediately, the expressions of many people changed slightly. Even the 2 middle-aged men standing on the pavilion could not help but raise their eyebrows. Although the golden illusory image behind Xiaoyan appeared illusory, everyone present could feel a faint pressure from it. This kind of pressure was different from doqi or spiritual strength. Instead, it was an even more domineering and vigorous aura. Not only does this brat have a powerful doqi, but he has also cultivated his physical strength to such a frightening level. The most frightening thing is that while he has cultivated these 2 types of energy to such a level, he also has such shocking attainments in alchemy. I have to say that his cultivation talent is really frightening. On the pavilion, the 2 middle-aged men looked at each other and saw the dense shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, the thought of roping in the ladder rose in their hearts. With such a frightening cultivation talent, even if they could not rope him into their Ryuzawa square, it would be their fortune to be on good terms with him. That's right, before we uploaded it, the owner said that there was a rank 5 formation master on the ship. However, he did not seem to be staying in the room that the owner had chosen for him. Now, we don't know where he is. That's right. It's probably because he's not at ease with us that he found a room for himself. This is also normal. Although this kind of person's spirit is strong, his doqi cultivation would be somewhat lacking. Perhaps this is also one of his methods of self-protection. The 2 of them continued to talk. However, one of the middle-aged men suddenly looked suspiciously at Xiaoyan, who was currently sitting cross-legged, and asked doubtfully, "Say, do you think that the array master that workshop owner was talking about is him?" According to the owner of the workshop, that lord seems to be very young. Hearing this, the person beside him frowned. That was indeed the case. The rank 5 formation master that Lu Jin mentioned did indeed look very young. However, in the blink of an eye, he dispelled the suspicion in his heart and shook his head. It shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the case. After all, that lord is a formation master and this young man is an alchemist. Who doesn't know that the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations can't be merged into one? Since ancient times, when has there ever been a case where the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations could be merged into one? Once these words were said, the suspicion in the former's eyes was greatly reduced. Soon after, when the two of them turned their gazes, they saw that not far behind Xiaoyan, a middle-aged man with blood on the corner of his mouth was quietly approaching Xiaoyan. This person was one of the 10+ elite Dodi that had been sent flying by Xiaoyan's incarnation. Moreover, from his aura, he seemed to be a 7-star Dodi. Previously, he did not have the opportunity to hurt Xiaoyan. At this moment, this fellow actually wanted to secretly attack after seeing that Xiaoyan was concentrating on practicing the golden elephant skill. Unfortunately, although Xiaoyan's back was facing him and he could not see it, he was similarly unable to see it. At this moment, there was a thumb-sized black steel needle quietly floating in Xiaoyan's sleeve. However, in the next moment, before that middle-aged man could arrive behind Xiaoyan, the two middle-aged men in embroidered robes on the building moved first. Their bodies were like ghosts as they arrived in front of that person in the blink of an eye. They pressed their hands on the latter's shoulders and a frightening aura spread outwards. Immediately, the middle-aged man was suppressed until he knelt on the building. "Mister, don't tell me that you haven't caused enough trouble for the previous matter?" Their sharp gazes stared at the middle-aged man as a powerful pressure descended on his head. Immediately, an endless amount of fear caused the unwillingness and killing intent in his eyes to disappear. At the same time, the other middle-aged man in embroidered robes had an extremely solemn gaze that landed on Xiaoyan's body at this moment. At this moment, he was merely a few dozen feet away from Xiaoyan. It was also because of this that he could vaguely sense the extremely obscure strength that was transmitted from Xiaoyan's sleeve. It was sufficient to cause him to feel fear in his heart. What a frightening strength. That thing, just what is it? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly shrunk. Soon after, he swiftly brought the person who had launched a sneak attack down from the roof with the former. Soon after, the obscure aura that had seeped out from Xiaoyan's sleeve quietly scattered. Only then did the former sigh in relief in his heart. However, the eyes of this middle-aged man in embroidered robes involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when he looked at Xiaoyan. After Xiaoyan withdrew the steel needle, he became even more focused on the formation of the golden elephant skill. Unlike the force elephant skill, which was firm and fierce, the golden elephant skill was a defensive Do technique. It was able to control and utilize one's physical strength to the greatest extent. In a situation where one did not rely on Do Qi, one could use one's physical strength to agglomerate a defensive barrier that had the ability to withstand thousands of tribulations. At the peak of refinement, even some defensive Do techniques could not compare with it. From this, one could see just how overbearing the golden elephant skill was. Now, what Xiaoyan needed to do was to withdraw the golden elephant skill virtual image that had been released from his body into his body and agglomerate it on the surface of his body to form a protective barrier. From there, he would be able to master the golden elephant skill. Of course, this action could be described as simple. However, it was extremely difficult to actually do it. Xiaoyan needed to perfectly control all of the physical strength in his body. He needed to compress and agglomerate it to the greatest extent. He needed to agglomerate something that did not seem to exist. He needed to agglomerate the purest strength on the surface of his body like Do Qi. It could be said that if one wanted to do this, one would not be able to do it without understanding the physical strength. In order to successfully agglomerate the golden elephant skill, Xiaoyan needed to first have a deeper understanding of his physical strength. He needed to successfully control this thing that was even more illusory and ethereal than Do Qi in his mind, and this process was destined to be slow. However, it seemed that this world did not intend to give Xiaoyan any more time. Just as he was fully focused on practicing the golden elephant skill, a frightening danger was rapidly approaching from below the huge ship. Splash! Suddenly, an earth-shaking wave shot into the sky. The originally calm surface of the sea began to ripple intensely like a pond that had a huge rock thrown into it. The seawater flowed backwards and the sea region where the ship was located actually caved in. At the same time, the surface of the sea once again exploded in front of and behind the ship. Soon after, two ferocious-looking huge sea beasts suddenly charged out from under the water and blocked the ship's path. Damn it! Were these beasts attracted by the pill lightning earlier? Everyone on the ship, be alert. Activate the defensive formation. Everyone on the ship, enter battle mode. The two colorful-robed men rushed into the sky one after another. A golden light swiftly rose from the exterior of the ship when the loud cry from their mouths sounded. In the blink of an eye, it had already wrapped around the entire ship. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the sea. The color of the sky changed because of it. The thunderclouds had just dispersed, but in the blink of an eye, the entire sea became dark again, as if night was approaching. Raging waves rolled on the surface of the sea, splashing water in all directions. Shockingly huge waves that were hundreds of feet high continuously slammed into the sea around the ship, causing the entire ship to sway left and right. If it wasn't for the protection of the golden light that allowed the ship to maintain its center of gravity, everyone on the ship would have fallen into the sea and been swallowed by the boundless sea. At this moment, after the two 9-star Do Emperors from Ryuzawa Square shouted, all the passengers on the ship had entered battle mode. Of course, Xiaoyan was an exception. At this moment, the latter was still obsessed with the condensation of the golden elephant tactic. As time passed, the virtual image of Ling Tian behind him had shrunk by more than half. However, the further he progressed, the more difficult the condensation process became. It was no longer as easy as it was at the beginning. Instead, the compression and condensation of every trace of power became as difficult as wringing a towel. At this moment, even though the golden light that condensed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body was much more solid than before, it was still a distance away from becoming a real entity. Fortunately, with Xiaoyan's temperament, the more it was like this, the calmer he became, and the more stable he was in condensing. Xiaoyan's countless experiences of growth in the past made him very clear that the more anxious he was when facing difficulties, the more he would be wary of them. On the other hand, being calm and unhurried could allow one to grow imperceptibly. The power that one obtained in this way, no matter how much it was, would only be beneficial to oneself. On the contrary, if one was eager for quick success and quick benefits, even if one obtained a seemingly powerful power, it would only be a one-sided power. On Xiaoyan's side, the condensation still required some time. However, the two huge sea beasts that surrounded everyone from the front and back of the ship could not wait any longer. The two giant beasts were like mountains that rose out of the sea. They attacked from the front and back, blocking the ship's path. The waves violently slammed against the hull of the ship as the giant beasts swayed. The golden light that enveloped the ship buzzed and shone brightly, blocking the waves. At this moment, everyone on the ship also flew up into the air. Their dochi gushed out from their bodies, ready to attack at any time. Damn it, it's the Bramble Sea Lions, and there are actually two of them. Quick, turn the ship around and leave this place immediately. Seeing the two giant sea beasts emerging from the sea, the faces of the two middle-aged men on the ship immediately became ugly. At the same time, the other people on the ship who heard the name of the giant beasts could not help but show an extremely worried look on their faces. Some people's bodies even trembled uncontrollably. The Bramble Sea Lion, as its name suggested, was a thorn-like existence in the sea. Because of its own characteristics, it had many tentacles growing on its body. Although these tentacles were not very aggressive, under the control of the Bramble Sea Lion, those tentacles were like huge thorns, wrapping the entire ship from the bottom of the ship, making it impossible for the ship to escape from the sea controlled by the Bramble Sea Lion. In the end, the energy of the formation on the ship would be exhausted, and the ship would be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Naturally, all the human experts on the ship would not be able to survive. Such an example not only applied to the ships in the sea, but also to some of the other Overlord-class sea beasts in the sea. Under the terrifying confinement ability of the Bramble Sea Lion, most of the sea beasts under its control would eventually die from exhaustion. Even the magic beasts that lived in the sea would face such danger, let alone the humans. Although there were two 9-star Do-D on the ship, unfortunately, the two of them only had the strength of an initial 9-star Do-D. The two giant beasts in front of them both had the strength of an intermediate 9-star Do-D. Just in terms of cultivation, the two of them were inferior to the two giant beasts. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to rely on brute force to escape from danger. Amidst the tumbling sea, the surface of the sea below the ship was deeply sunken, like a whirlpool, firmly confining the ship here. The huge behemoths attacked from the front and back. Under the sea, countless tentacles like thorns climbed to the bottom of the ship. Once the ship was completely confined here, the two behemoths would launch their attack. On the ship, the two 9-star Dodi continuously gave out orders. In the ship's control room, the crew tried their best to control the rudder of the ship. However, the resistance against the hull of the ship was increasing. Even though they tried their best, they could only slightly change the direction of the ship. When they were panting, the ship once again returned to its original angle under the deliberate control of the two huge beasts. Damn it! Everyone, attack! Hold these two beasts back. Seeing that the situation was not good, everyone hurriedly joined forces and attacked. Hundreds of people formed hand seals and dough skills gathered. Bright lights that were like stars in the night sky shone in the sea. After which, they wildly bombarded the two giant beasts. However, these two thorny sea lions were not ordinary creatures. Their powerful strength allowed them to easily block most of the attacks. Only the dough skills of the two 9-star Dodi on the ship were able to leave some damage on their bodies. The waves were like a tall wall blocking in front of everyone. While it repeatedly slammed against the formation, it also blocked most of the attacks. As for the two 9-star Dodi, they had no choice but to face it head-on. Unfortunately, after a couple of hours. Although the two giant beasts were seriously injured, the two 9-star Dodi were even more seriously injured. At this moment, not only were the two of them covered with injuries, one of them had his shoulder pierced by the giant beast. Helpless, they could only return to the deck. Bang bang bang. A countless number of tentacles that were as thick as an adult's thigh rushed out from the surface of the sea. They swiftly clung onto the light formation. Like wildly growing vines, they swiftly covered the entire ship from bottom to top. Within a couple of hours, the two giant beasts had not only controlled the bottom of the ship, but they were also attempting to use their tentacles to wrap around the entire ship. In that case, everyone on the ship would not even have the chance to escape. A frightening strength surged from them. The ship, which was originally floating steadily on the surface of the sea, suddenly swayed. The bodies of everyone on the ship swayed. After which, they clearly saw that the ship was sinking deeper and deeper into the water. These two thorny sea lions were planning to drag the entire ship to the bottom of the sea. The formation that wrapped around the ship could only guarantee that the ship would not be damaged. However, it could not guarantee that the ship would not be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Once that happened, even if the formation could guarantee that the ship would not be swallowed by the sea for a short period of time, once the formation was broken, only death would await them. Immediately, an endless amount of panic immediately surged into everyone's hearts. Other than the struggle in their hearts, everyone on the ship used all their strength to attack. Everyone did not hold back as the do chi within their body surged out. Numerous do skills were continuously thrown out, repeatedly bombarding the tentacles that were spreading toward the top of the ship in an attempt to stop the thorny sea lions from sinking the ship. However, no matter how hard the people on the ship tried, those tentacles still managed to occupy over half of the ship after a long delay. Moreover, nearly half of the ship had already sunk into the sea. The situation became increasingly tense. Everyone watched the sky above their heads gradually being covered by numerous thick tentacles. Unknowingly, a sense of loss and despair began to climb into their hearts like the vines that covered the ship. The originally intense bombardment gradually slowed down. In the end, even the two 9-star Dodi unwillingly put down their hands. The formation was still there, but the hope in the hearts of the people on the ship had already been shrouded by despair. Faced with such a crisis, they did not seem to have any chance of winning. This guy, at such a time, what is the use of gradually slowing down? Looking at Xiaoyan, who was still sitting cross-legged on the roof, someone from the dejected crowd could not help but helplessly say this. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to scold the latter. Once these words were spoken, many people on the ship turned their gazes toward Xiaoyan. Most of them were like the former. They merely glanced at him and then ignored him. On the other hand, the two 9-star Dodi from Ryuzawa Square had an inexplicable glimmer of light in their hearts. For some unknown reason, after seeing the latter again, the two of them had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts that they and this ship had not truly reached the point of despair. In front of them, there was still a chance of survival waiting for them. The two of them swiftly exchanged glances with each other. After which, they raised their heads at the same time. There was still a small area of the sky above their heads that was not covered by the tentacles. The two of them parted their mouths and smiled. Since the sky above their heads was still there, how could the hope in their hearts be so easily extinguished? Buzz. At almost the same time, the illusionary image behind Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged for a couple of hours, finally completely disappeared. Instead, it agglomerated into a layer of solid golden barrier on the surface of his body. This was the result of the complete agglomeration of the golden elephant skill. At the same time, it also represented that the golden elephant skill that Xiaoyan had practiced had reached the advanced stage. The golden body agglomerated, the golden elephant skill completed, a dazzling golden light erupted from Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, the light contained an incomparable pressure that caused everyone present to involuntarily fall to the ground. After which, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened at this moment. In an instant, two dense white flame beams shot out from his eyes. With just a glance, it easily shattered the bramble sea lion's tentacles that covered the top of the ship. It even penetrated through the clouds in the sky, allowing sunlight to scatter down and shine on the ashen faces of everyone on the ship. Standing on the roof, Xiaoyan casually glanced at the countless strange-looking tentacles that still covered more than half of the ship. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. While the others were staring at him, Xiaoyan tapped the roof with the tip of his foot. His figure suddenly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the top of the ship. From here, he could clearly see the rapidly spreading tentacles. At the same time, he could also clearly see the huge bodies of the two giant beasts outside the tentacles. Two intermediate 9-star Do-D beasts, their strength is not weak. Xiaoyan sighed softly in his mouth. Immediately, he violently charged out of the formation from a spot where the tentacles were denser in front of everyone's eyes. With a bang, a large number of tentacles turned into fragments that filled the sky and fell down in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared outside the large formation and was facing the two bramble sea lions. Everyone on the deck eyed Xiaoyan, who had easily destroyed the bramble sea lion's tentacle. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, a thread of hope once again rose from the bottom of these people's hearts, which were originally filled with despair, because of Xiaoyan. Bang! At this moment, the two 9-star Do-D were the first to launch an attack. The surging Do-Chi condensed into two powerful Do skills and fiercely bombarded the tentacles, shattering a large number of tentacles. With this scene appearing again, the surrounding people on the deck were immediately encouraged. One by one, they stood up and led by the hope that rose in their hearts. With scarlet eyes, they used all their strength to display their trump cards. The continuous bombardment caused the hearts of these people to be unconsciously united. The strength that came from the bottom of their hearts caused them to quickly become tacit. Their attacks were no longer chaotic. Instead, they formed a kind of special tacit understanding. For a moment, they actually succeeded in forcing the remaining tentacles to retreat. This also caused the hearts of these people to become even more fiery. Like a spark of hope, at this moment, was burning fiercely in the tentacles. The fire of hope was rising higher and higher, like a prairie fire, rose in the hearts of these people. This was called, a single spark can start a prairie fire, and the person who lit this spark was Xiaoyan, who was currently being chased by the two giant beasts outside the formation. Chi-chi-chi. The sound of air breaking was like raindrops that densely resounded in Xiaoyan's ears. Thick tentacles rapidly flew in front of and behind Xiaoyan. The tentacles that should have touched Xiaoyan's body were easily dodged at the most critical moment. As for those that could not be dodged, Xiaoyan easily destroyed them. Xiaoyan. Bye. When the countless tentacles tightened around each other, Xiaoyan's body was bound tightly. It was no surprise. The countless tentacles already possessed an extraordinary toughness under the support of Do-Chi. Adding the fact that they were bound in such a manner, it was likely that even a 9-star Do-D would not be able to escape within a short period of time. At this moment, the two giant beasts also grabbed this opportunity to extend even more tentacles. Under the cover of Do-Chi, they carried an incomparably sharp aura as they penetrated through the air and viciously pierced toward the bound Xiaoyan. In such a situation, once those tentacles penetrated one's body, even if one did not die, it would definitely leave behind quite a serious injury. This scene was naturally seen by the crowd on the deck, who had already gotten rid of most of the tentacles. Immediately, everyone's hearts involuntarily clenched together. Currently, Xiaoyan could be said to be their spiritual support. Once the latter was defeated in this manner, this group of people who had just pulled themselves together with great difficulty would once again collapse to the ground in the blink of an eye. If they were dispirited again this time around, they would no longer have the possibility of standing up again. Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as those tentacles firmly bound Xiaoyan, within a short span of a few breaths, everyone clearly saw numerous dazzling golden lights shoot out from deep within the cluster of tentacles. Soon after, numerous cracks swiftly spread from the countless tentacles. Without waiting for more tentacles to shoot toward Xiaoyan, the large cluster of tentacles that bound Xiaoyan suddenly exploded with a muffled bang. Dang 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 dang. Soon after, intense collision sounds once again sounded. Those tentacles covered in Douqi violently collided with Xiaoyan's body. His body, which was covered in golden light, did not move at all. On the other hand, those tentacles that collided with the golden light suddenly exploded in an instant. The collision between the two was as weak as an egg striking a rock. After a few minutes of intense collision, Xiaoyan's body still did not move at all. Even the golden light on the surface of his body did not scatter at all. This was the dominance of the golden elephant skill. Hua! Seeing this scene, the people on the ship immediately burst into an uproar. At the same time, a blazing fire of hope ignited in their eyes, and their attacks became even more ferocious. Ha! At a certain moment, Xiaoyan, who was in the sky, suddenly let out a violent roar. The invisible sound wave seemed to contain a powerful force. Wherever it passed, those tentacles that were charging toward the ladder once again broke inch by inch. I'm still in a hurry, so I won't play with you guys anymore. As the faint sentence fell from his mouth, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve. The dense white flames immediately turned into a raging wave of flames, sweeping toward the tentacles that wrapped around the ship in an overwhelming manner. Soon after, everyone on the ship clearly saw that wherever the flames passed, all the tentacles were strangely frozen. Then, under the shocked gazes of these people, they shattered into countless ice shards and fell into the vast sea. In just a short moment, those tentacles that were wrapped around the ship a moment ago had all fallen into the sea. At the same time, the ship also regained its original control. That's heavenly flame? A flame that can freeze things. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the bone-freezing flame, ranked 11th on the heavenly flame list. Who exactly is he, to be favored by the heavenly flame? Suddenly, the people on the ship recognized the flame and could not help but be curious about Xiaoyan. Of course, more than this, was naturally the latter's timely intervention and saving their lives. At the same time, Xiaoyan's figure appeared above the head of a bramble sea lion in a ghost-like manner. When the latter saw that Xiaoyan had arrived in front of it, it opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit at Xiaoyan. At the same time, another bramble sea lion in the sky behind Xiaoyan also shot out countless tentacles. They were like a rain of arrows that filled the sky as they furiously shot at Xiaoyan. In response to the attack behind him, Xiaoyan blasted out with his palm. The flame palm print rose sharply against the wind and easily swallowed the countless tentacles. Then, his body suddenly rushed down, dodging the attack of the bramble sea lion below, landing on the latter's head. His hands clenched into fists, blue veins popping out, and a terrifying power suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand. Then, he mercilessly smashed down. Bang! The fist fell and immediately left a huge pit on the beast's head. Its flesh and blood were separated, revealing the white bones. The giant beast's huge body, which was above the surface of the sea, sank uncontrollably. Half of its body directly sank into the sea, and a huge footprint was left on its broad back. Before the giant beast could struggle again, Xiaoyan continued to attack. His right hand spread out, and the Douqi condensed in the palm of his hand. Soon, it turned into a thumb-sized black light spot. Great Heaven Creation Palm. With a low shout in his heart, Xiaoyan's right palm fell on the head of the bramble sea lion. A terrifying devouring power suddenly spread out, and the giant beast below him roared. In a short moment, it was completely submerged in the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Even the surrounding sea was swallowed by the great heaven creation palm. The seawater poured in, and the ship, which had just stabilized, shook violently. The people on the ship were shocked. When they came back to their senses, the thorny sea lion, which was originally at the stern of the ship, was nowhere to be seen. What a terrifying skill! In an instant, everyone on the ship was shocked. Even the other bramble sea lion also felt the terror of this human. Its huge body quickly turned and dived. As the sea churned, half of its body had already sunk into the sea in the blink of an eye. Huh? Is it trying to escape? Its speed is quite fast. It is worthy of being the top magical beast in the sea. Xiaoyan whispered in surprise. He wanted to turn around and get on the ship, but then he raised his eyebrows. The bramble sea lion's speed in the sea was extremely fast. If he could tame it and use it to pull the ship forward, wouldn't the speed of reaching their destination be reduced by a lot? With this thought, Xiaoyan suddenly grinned. He looked at the giant beast, whose back had just sunk into the sea, and its body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sea under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship. This guy, could it be that he wants to kill that bastard? That thing had tormented us quite a bit just now. It is understandable for him to have such thoughts. Everyone frowned as discussions rang out. At the same time, their hearts, which had been tense for an entire day, finally began to slowly relax. However, after a short while, the sea surface, which had just calmed down, suddenly began to churn intensely. Soon after, the huge body of the bramble sea lion once again surged out from the sea. The faces of the people on the ship, who had yet to catch their breath, changed drastically. Everyone mobilized the little remaining qi in their bodies. Their eyes were alert as they looked at the giant beast that had appeared in front of them. However, at a certain moment, a sharp-eyed person in the crowd suddenly discovered that there was a black-robed human figure standing on the head of the bramble sea lion. When everyone followed his gaze and looked over, sure enough, that human figure was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. As for the bramble sea lion at this moment, it did not show any signs of resistance under his feet. Although its huge body still gave people an infinite visual impact, the terrifying bloodthirsty aura from before had completely disappeared. The people on the ship could not help but inexplicably think that the latter at this moment was like a well-behaved lion. What is going on? Xiaoyan gently stomped his feet while everyone was feeling surprised. The enormous beast under his feet immediately obediently sent him to the edge of the boat. Xiaoyan immediately boarded the boat in front of the cautious gazes of everyone on the boat. He immediately smiled and said, "Let's go. Everyone, for the rest of the journey, let this big guy pull the ship for us. I believe that with it pulling the ship, the time we take to reach our destination should be reduced by more than half." As soon as these words came out, everyone on the ship was shocked. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the giant beast in front of them. They did not dare to believe that this giant beast, which wanted to drag them to the bottom of the sea a moment ago, would actually become their labor at this moment. "Mister, it won't have any problems, right?" Two 9-star Dodi walked forward while supporting each other. They respectfully cupped their hands to Xiaoyan and then carefully asked. This was also the problem that everyone present was worried about. After all, the bramble sea lion was best at dragging its prey into the depths of the sea. If Xiaoyan's actions were to backfire and the bramble sea lion took advantage of it and dragged their ship into the sea, then the result would be unbearable for everyone on the ship. And for this point, Xiaoyan seemed to have expected it. Please. Rest assured that there will definitely be no problems." With a slight smile, Xiaoyan's gaze swept across everyone present. His face was full of a confident smile. Seeing the latter like this, most of the people on the ship hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding their heads in agreement. After all, the strength that Xiaoyan had previously displayed had already proven everything for him. His persuasiveness was undoubtedly stronger than the two 9-star Dodi controlling the ship. Moreover, there were indeed many people in the crowd who were eager to give it a try. After all, they had never seen a magical beast in the sea pulling a ship. Now that they had the opportunity to experience it, how could they not be moved? As for those who were still worried, they also chose to nod their heads in affirmation after struggling for a while. Seeing everyone nod their heads, Xiaoyan immediately smiled with satisfaction. He turned around and ordered the giant beast behind him. The latter immediately twisted its body obediently and came to the front of the ship. It used its countless tentacles to pull the hull of the ship. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship was indeed pulled by the bramble sea lion and sailed towards the depths of the North Sea at an even faster speed. The Snake Island was the largest island in the North Sea that was close to the North Sea. It was a place that all practitioners had to pass through on their way to and from the North Sea. At the same time, it was also the location of a branch of Ryuzawa Square, which was the destination of Xianxia and the others. The Snake Island got its name from the shape of the island, which looked like a huge snake. There was also another saying, which was that there were countless dragon snakes on the upper level of the Snake Island that had fallen here. That was how it got its name. But no matter what, it did not affect the fame of the Snake Island in the North Sea. The entire island was circular, like a pagoda. Perhaps it was because of its name, but all the buildings on the island were arranged in a circle, like a giant snake. Of course, it was also because of the terrain. On the other side, the ship was being led by the bramble sea lion. Its speed was naturally several times faster. The journey that would have taken 2 months was now under the lead of the bramble sea lion. In just 1 month, the people on the ship could already see the huge island on the horizon. This made the people on the ship very happy. At the same time, they were also surprised by the speed of the bramble sea lion. Other than this, everyone on the ship, including the 2 9-star Dodi, felt admiration for Xiaoyan, who had caused all of this, from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking young man would have such powerful strength? The 2 bramble sea lions were each comparable to a 9-star Dodi in the middle stage. Even so, in the hands of the former, they were defeated in just a short time. He easily killed one of the bramble sea lion and even used shocking methods to make the other one listen to his orders. Everyone on the ship knew that if it wasn't for the bramble sea lion leading the way, they wouldn't have been able to get here in such a short time. Along the way, because of the bramble sea lion, all the powerful sea beasts that they encountered along the way were scared away by the bramble sea lion before they could do anything. This was also thanks to Xiaoyan. Up until now, everyone on the ship, including the people who attacked Xiaoyan for the pills, were all in awe of him. This kind of awe wasn't just because he saved their lives, it came from the bottom of their hearts. It came from the respect they had for a truly powerful person. By noon, the ship had already arrived at the Snake Island. Looking at the island that was getting closer and closer, everyone on the ship had a joyful expression on their faces. Once they were here, they would be truly safe. They would no longer have to worry about any sudden attacks from the giant beasts in the ocean. However, when the ship was approaching the port of the island, the people near the port also noticed the ship that was quickly approaching them. At the same time, they also noticed the bramble sea lion that showed its head on the surface. That's the bramble sea lion. Not good, the sea beasts are coming. Damn it, those annoying guys haven't left yet. Why is this thing coming too? Everyone be careful, it's the bramble sea lion. Notify the guards around and send reinforcements. Before Xiaoyan and the others arrived, the atmosphere at the port was already tense. Loud shouts came one after another. Many figures quickly gathered at the port. Before the bramble sea lion got close to the shore, the strong people on the island had already used their Do skills and bombarded the bramble sea lion. What's going on? What's happening at the port? At the same time, on the deck of the ship, the people who noticed the intense energy wave in front of them immediately looked over. The people at the front were naturally the 2 9-star Dodi. When everyone saw the situation in front of them, their faces immediately changed. They were so happy that they almost forgot that the bramble sea lion was in front of them. Now the people on the island must have thought that their ship was an empty ship. They thought that the bramble sea lion had found a cover for them and directly attacked them. This was going to be troublesome. Facing the bombardment that came from all directions, the bramble sea lion in the sea naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. Immediately, its huge body pounced forward. Immediately, a shocking wave swept forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a water wall that was hundreds of feet tall. It successfully blocked the attacks that came from the front. The remaining power continued to sweep forward without any decrease in power. Finally, the port that was set up on the shore was completely destroyed. What's going on? Why is the bramble sea lion angry? Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who was originally sitting cross-legged in his room, unknowingly appeared on the roof of his room. He frowned as he looked at the huge wave that destroyed the port. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with doubt. He had already communicated with this big guy. He would use 2 tier 4 medicinal pills as a reward to get this guy to send them here. Moreover, because of him, the bramble sea lion shouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. But what was the situation now? Greetings to Senior Xiaoyan. Seeing Xiaoyan appear, everyone on the ship immediately bowed respectfully to him. Although the person in front of them was young, they didn't feel anything wrong when they bowed to him. As the saying goes, the one who reaches first becomes the teacher. The current Xiaoyan had the ability to make them call him senior. The 2 9-star Dodi nodded gently. Soon after, the 2 9-star Dodi swiftly explained everything that had happened in front of him. Oh, Coiling Snake Island. In other words, we have reached our destination. Xiaoyan softly muttered. After which, he once again frowned and turned his gaze to the front. The strong people on the island had once again used their Do Qi, wanting to attack the bramble sea lion again. At this moment, the bramble sea lion had already accumulated its strength and was ready to send them another tsunami. Swoosh! Just as the bramble sea lion was about to attack, Xiaoyan suddenly appeared on top of its head. He gently stomped his feet and the huge beast's movement also stopped. At the same time, the doqi that came from the sky like rain did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It still carried a terrifying destructive force as it ruthlessly fell on Xiaoyan and the bramble sea lion below. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiaoyan waved his right arm. A light flashed in his palm and the huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. He covered it with the heavenly flame and filled it with doqi. After which, the moment those doqi fell, the heavy Xian ruler suddenly swept across in front of Xiaoyan. Following which, a shocking white ruler glow shot out. With just one attack, it completely destroyed the countless doqi. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The doqi of all the dodi in front of the harbor were swept away by Xiaoyan's ruler. After which, without waiting for them to attack again, Xiaoyan's figure appeared on the coiling Snake Island like a ghost. He waved the huge ruler in his hand and the invisible air was instantly crushed into an air cannonball. It shot out and caused the ground below to explode. After which, the gazes of the strong people at the harbor were attracted by this shocking attack. After which, they landed on the black-robed man in midair. All of you, stop right now. Xiaoyan's figure stood in midair. His majestic voice gathered everyone's gaze. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the person in front of them, a human, would actually stop them from attacking the bramble sea lion. Why, at this time, the bramble sea lion pulled the ship and docked it on the shore. Then, a group of people jumped down from the ship and appeared in front of everyone on the island. What is going on? Everyone who saw this scene was surprised. Why was it that the boat behind the bramble sea lion was not empty? There were actually people on it. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was clear that they were very safe. While everyone on the island was feeling surprised, a couple of human figures within the crowd recognized the 2 9-star Dodi who had just descended from the ship. Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhou, why is it you? Shouldn't your boat arrive in 1.5 months? Why are you on this boat? 4 human figures swiftly flashed and stepped forward. They cupped their hands to the 2 9-star Dodi. After which, they cried out in surprise and inquired. Even some of the gazes from the crowd behind were attracted by the words of these few people. The 2 9-star Dodi immediately recognized these people when they saw them. These 4 people were from the Dragon Pool Square. After which, the 2 of them smiled and told the 4 people in front of them about what had happened earlier and the reason why they had arrived here so quickly. Of course, their words did not contain any intention of hiding anything. Hence, the matter of Xiaoyan easily subduing the bramble sea lion and using it as labor fell into the ears of the people behind them without missing a single word. These words immediately stirred a great commotion in the crowd. Countless numbers of eyes that were filled with shock landed on Xiaoyan's body. This bramble sea lion's cultivation was at least that of an intermediate 9-star Dodi. Even though this was the case, it was still easily subdued by this black-robed, young man in front of him. From this, one could tell just how great the latter's cultivation was. When everyone saw his young face, a storm was set off in their hearts, and the expressions on their faces also turned into a dumbfounded look. If the two deacons of Ryuzawa Square did not personally explain it, in addition to seeing the bramble sea lion with their own eyes, it was likely that no one present would believe that such a powerful energy could erupt from the body of the skinny black-robed young man. When the group of guests who had flown down from the ship behind Xiaoyan saw the expression on the faces of the crowd in front of them, their faces involuntarily revealed a mocking and prideful smile. Perhaps it was because their faces had once revealed such an expression, or perhaps it was because they had personally witnessed the matter, but when these people looked at the crowd on the shore, their eyes would carry an expression as though they were looking at country bumpkins. As for the inexplicable pride, it should be because they were fortunate to be able to enjoy the process of the sea beast pulling the boat. After all, according to their knowledge, although they did not dare to say that there had never been a sea beast pulling the boat, people at their level had never had the qualification to enjoy such a thing. Just this point of this trip to the Northern Sea was enough for them to remember for a long time. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Xiaoyan's body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the bramble sea lion. Now that they had arrived at their destination, the promise with the bramble sea lion would naturally be fulfilled. Although he had forced the bramble sea lion to pull the boat back then, the beast was unwilling to submit to Xiaoyan's powerful pressure. Therefore, Xiaoyan had no choice but to use 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills as payment in exchange for a smooth trip. It must be said that with the bramble sea lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiaoyan's expectations. It could be said that with the bramble sea lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiaoyan's expectations. Under the bramble sea lion's impatient roar, Xiaoyan flipped his palm, and 2 perfectly round pills instantly fell into his hand. He waved his hand, and the big guy in front of him swallowed them in one gulp. After that, it let out 2 joyful cries, and its huge body slowly sank down. Finally, it disappeared from the Snake Island. Seeing this big fellow leave, Xiaoyan rubbed his nose for some unknown reason. After which, he turned around and boarded the coiling Snake Island under the escort of everyone. Under the escort of the crowd, Xiaoyan walked on the street that led to the center of the Snake Island. Due to the terrain of the island, the street showed the scene of tens of thousands of stairs. At a glance, the winding stairs were endless, and at the end of one side, there was a group of grand buildings. At the same time, it was also the highest point of the Snake Island, the most central area. Being surrounded by the crowd behind him, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart. The vast and mighty aura of this large group of people was like a group of robbers who had charged up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. Quite a number of shops in the streets were unable to endure it and closed their doors one after another wherever they passed. Even the passers-by on the street revealed frightened faces as they opened up a path for this group of people. Facing this, Xiaoyan could only helplessly smile bitterly in his heart. He shook his head, and only then did he turn his gaze to the 2 9-star Dodi who were still following him. Although the port of Ryuzawa Square was at the outer side of the island, due to the special nature of the island, the headquarters of Ryuzawa Square on the Snake Island was built at a high place. This allowed Xiaoyan to pass by. May I know if the 2 of you know the exact location of Beihai College in the Northern Sea? Hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It seemed that they were a little surprised by this. However, they immediately looked at Xiaoyan respectfully. After thinking for a moment, they cupped their hands together and smiled. "Elder, are you going to Beihai College?" Xiaoyan nodded, and the person in front of him immediately spoke again. "From Elder's tone, you don't seem to be familiar with Beihai College. Why don't I introduce Beijing College to you before I tell you the exact location of Beijing College? How about it?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan frowned. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he was very familiar with Beihai College. He couldn't help but ask. "Don't tell me that the 2 of you came from Beihai College?" "Haha, Elder must be joking. The 2 of us don't have the ability to enter." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the 2 of them shook their heads and sighed. From their eyes, it could be seen that even the 2 of them had a deep yearning for Beihai College. After laughing bitterly, the 2 of them collected their emotions. They lifted their gazes, looked at Xiaoyan, and asked with a smile. "May I know if Elder has heard of the 3 great heads of the Northern Sea?" "The 3 great heads of the Northern Sea. What are they?" Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard the words that were emitted from the person in front of him. A doubtful expression appeared on his face. He had just entered the Northern Sea and was unfamiliar with everything in the Northern Sea. Other than Beihai College, he did not know anything about any other factions. The two people beside him helplessly smiled when they saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. It turned out that the former did not know about any other factions other than Beihai College after coming to the vast Northern Sea. Elder, the so-called three great heads of the Northern Sea are the three strongest factions in the Northern Sea. Beihai College is one of them. Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows when these words were spoken. He did not expect Beihai College to have such a deterrent force. It was actually able to become one of the three great factions in the Northern Sea. However, Xiao Yan understood after thinking about it. Beihai College was single-handedly established by Haimachin. His cultivation was likely comparable to Gu Yu's. It was likely that no one in the entire northern region could match up to him. It was understandable for him to be able to bully the three great factions. Other than Beihai College, the other two great factions are the true overlords of the Northern Sea. They are also the two magical beast tribes that have existed for the longest time in the ocean. The Sea Shark tribe and the Sea Serpent tribe. In front of these two enormous creatures, the human factions are not even worth mentioning. The two great magical beast tribes have divided the entire sea into two parts. One half is controlled by the Sea Shark tribe while the other half is controlled by the Sea Serpent tribe. Their territories coincidentally extend to the area around Snake Island. Hence, there are no members of these two tribes in the sea region that we came from. They are only doing this to maintain the balance of the sea. Otherwise, if their factions continue to expand endlessly, other than these two great magical beast tribes, it is likely that no other magical beast will exist in the entire sea. However, Beihai College is at the intersection of the territories of these two magical beast tribes. If we want to travel from Snake Island to Beihai College, we will need another month of travel. Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhou involuntarily paused their bodies when they spoke until this point. They spoke respectfully to Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Due to the fact that the sea region after this is more dangerous, Ryuzawa Square will not send any ships into the deep sea. Please forgive us for this. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand. With a flick of his sleeves, he lifted the two people who were bent over. This is your responsibility. There is nothing to apologize for. Moreover, I am very thankful that you too. There are many experts within the two great magical beast clans, and there are even a few origin transformation experts. Senior, you must be extremely cautious in your journey. Thank you for the information. Xiao Yan clasped his hands and nodded to express his gratitude. Deacon Qian then took out a scroll from his storage ring. It was a detailed map of the North Sea. After taking the map, Xiao Yan did not have time to look at it. He put it into his storage ring. When he turned around to look, he realized that they had already arrived at the top of Snake Island. From his current position, he was able to see over half of the coiling Snake Island at a glance. He was even able to see the huge sea region where they had come from. The endless sea caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh. Just now, Qian Er and Zhou Er had said that the sea in front of him at this moment was left for the other magical beasts in the sea to live in by the two magical beast clans. From this, it could be imagined that the two magical beast clans occupied an enormous amount of marine resources, and all of this was because of the difference in strength between them. Even so, if one were to think about it from a different perspective, one would realize that even though the two magical beast clans could be said to be overbearing, they at least left enough space for the other creatures in the ocean to survive. In other words, if it were humans, when a clan continued to expand endlessly, how could they give other forces the chance to grow wantonly? Dang. 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 However, right at that moment, from the highest point of the Snake Island, a series of urgent bell-ringing sounds suddenly came. It was not hard to hear that kind of urgency. Something must have happened on the island. What happened? What does that bell sound mean? Xiao Yan frowned and involuntarily asked. Almost at the same time, the expressions of everyone behind him, and even everyone on the island, changed drastically. All the strong people who were at least a do flashed and appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the coiling Snake Island was covered by a countless number of human figures. Not good, the snakes are here. Deacon Qian, who was beside him, quickly explained to Xiaoyan. The snake horde was actually a beast horde in some sense. This beast horde was formed by the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe. All the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in the beast horde were above the Do-D level. They were extremely powerful. The meaning of the existence of this beast tide was a tradition within the Sea Serpent clan. It was to select true warriors from the countless sea serpents and join a special force within the Sea Serpent clan to protect the Sea Serpent clan. The first condition to select this kind of warrior was to kill 10 Do-D level warriors. In the ancient times, this kind of selection was usually only held within their own tribe. The battlefield was also the Snake Island. However, because of the intervention of humans, the Snake Island no longer belonged to them. Therefore, the rules of the selection of warriors had a small change. It was transferred from the tribe to the human warriors. The battlefield was still the same. The warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in this kind of selection were usually at the bottom of the tribe. Their status was lower. Their purpose of participating in the selection was to change their status in the tribe. Also, because the number of warriors in the selection was limited, these guys were usually very cruel. They would choose to fight in the craziest way from the beginning in order to complete the selection as quickly as possible. Although this process might cost them their lives, they were still very passionate about it. This was because these fellows clearly understood that if they couldn't complete the selection, they would forever be at the bottom of the hierarchy. The division of status made them value their own status. In order to be able to sit at the top, these fellows would not hesitate even if they had to risk their lives. Hearing what the two said, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel shocked. The Sea Serpent race was crazy. In order to pick out the best warriors, they didn't even care about the lives of their people. Of course, this might have something to do with the number of their own race. The huge number of people forced the Sea Serpent race to use such extreme methods to control the number of their people. Other than that, it might also be because of the nature of the demon beasts to fight. On this point, it was said that even the sea shark race was the same. Of course, the difference was that they wouldn't choose to kill each other, and they wouldn't attack humans so easily. Just as the few of them were talking, they looked up. Other than the countless human warriors in the sky, there was also a huge amount of powerful aura in the northern sky. It was quickly approaching them. The Snake Island that was originally under the clear sky was now covered in a layer of haze. The powerful aura was quickly approaching the Snake Island like an avalanche. It only stopped when it reached the sky above the island. Everyone on the island raised their eyes at this moment and focused their gazes. The muscles on their faces involuntarily trembled as their gazes swiftly turned dark. A grave expression surfaced on the faces of everyone in the sky above the island. At this moment, a large group of people with human bodies and snake tails were high up in the sky. Their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and battle intent as they stared at all the humans on the island below. The flames of war were spreading rapidly in their hearts. The crazy killing intent caused them to constantly scan the humans below, choosing their prey. Damn it. These half-human half-beast bastards. They are actually picking us as prey. Quite a number of people immediately emitted a reprimand when they noticed those unknown gazes. Even Xiaoyan felt a little unnatural when those gazes swept over him. At this moment, the bell ringing from the highest point of the Snake Island finally stopped. Then, 3 silhouettes flashed out from the buildings and hovered in the air. Their sharp eyes stared straight at the group of dragon men across them. After 3 years, Blood Commander, we meet again. A voice filled with authority came from a black-haired middle-aged man among the 3. Along with it, there was also an extremely powerful aura coming from his body. An extremely powerful aura gushed out from the middle-aged man's body. When the countless clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan felt this aura, they couldn't help but retreat. Their faces were filled with fear. Immediately after, another powerful aura swept out from the clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan and blocked the middle-aged man's aura. Hiss. 2 origin transformation experts. Sensing the strength of these 2 auras, Xiaoyan, who was standing on the street below, could not help but raise his eyebrows. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. His heart was extremely shocked. The Northern Sea was truly a place of power. He had just arrived here today and he had already seen 2 origin transformation experts. It was hard to imagine what it would be like in the depths of the Northern Sea. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out from the crowd of the sea serpent race. Afterward, a burly man slowly walked out with heavy steps. Unlike the other members of the sea serpent race, although his appearance was similar to theirs, the snake tail on his lower body had already transformed into a pair of legs. This was a rule of the sea serpent race. All experts below the origin transformation realm were required to keep their snake tails. Humph, Wang Ziyuan, it's been 3 years. I didn't think that your cultivation hasn't increased at all. Have I overestimated you? There was a hint of mockery in his cold laughter. When he spoke again, the already tyrannical aura within the burly man's body actually increased a little. It was several times stronger than before. Humph! At the same time, Wang Ziyuan also frowned and let out a low snort from his nose. Then, he blocked the aura and even overpowered it. Haha, Commander Shui, although that's the case, it seems that your cultivation hasn't surpassed mine. So, for now, I suggest that you put away your arrogance. A faint laughter rang out. Wang Ziyuan curled his lips and smiled, causing the latter's face to immediately darken. Humph, Wang Ziyuan, I'd like to see how many more years you can last with your cultivation at the late origin transformation realm. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will personally kill you on this coiling snake island. I'll be waiting. Wang Ziyuan clasped his hands together heavily. His firm voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the surroundings, causing the experts on the island below to cheer. However, no one noticed that when Wang Ziyuan said those words, cold sweat dripped down from his temples. Right, it's just as this fellow before me said. If my cultivation doesn't advance in the slightest, then I'm afraid I won't have to wait for another few years before I won't be able to hold on when the next beast tide comes. As a result, he needed to increase his cultivation before that. Even if he did not reach returnance, just reaching the peak of the late origin transformation realm would be enough for him to easily deal with this guy before him. Humph, you brats. Today, this will be the battlefield for your trial. Whoever can kill 10 human Dodi will have the right to enter the Yuan estate. There will only be 100 spots. As a result, begin your hunt now. The moment the commander yelled out, the countless sea serpents behind him crazily cried out and charged toward the coiling snake island below. They formed a black mass that looked like dark clouds descending from the sky. It was extremely shocking. Sky-shaking shouts sounded like roaring thunders. Surging warrior energies rose from the surface of the bodies of these sea flood dragons. Different colored thunderbolts formed in this world, striking down fiercely towards the island below. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, all the human experts on the island charged upward. Only Xiaoyan and the people beside him, as well as Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky, did not move at all. Senior, let's go. The people beside Xiaoyan respectfully clasped their hands at him before charging into the sky. Only Xiaoyan remained where he was. He glanced at them indifferently. When Xiaoyan returned to his senses, he suddenly felt a murderous gaze land on him. Before he could focus, the owner of the presence had already appeared before him. 2 hands were bent into claws as they viciously swiped toward Xiaoyan's throat. Clang! Sparks shot out as the 2 claws violently cut across Xiaoyan's throat one after another. However, only a few sparks were emitted during the process. Even Xiaoyan's standing body did not move even a little. What? The appearance of this scene also caused the powerhouse from the Sea Serpent clan to be greatly shocked. He did not expect that with his strength, he would still be unable to hurt a mere human's physical body. How is this possible? Our Sea Serpent clan's physical strength is naturally stronger than other clans. How is it possible that we can't even hurt a human? This is impossible. On top of being shocked, this person also widened his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked over. Soon after, he clearly saw that Xiaoyan's exposed throat was covered with numerous purple-gold strange scales. The attack from the former earlier had been blocked by these scales. This is, suddenly, the strong man from the Sea Serpent clan had a drastic change in expression. He was shocked. Could it be that the person in front of him was also from the Magic Beast clan? However, before he could raise his head, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Then, with a bang, his fist landed heavily on the former's face. The dull sound of the collision was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The former only felt that his entire soul was shaking violently. Then, when he fell to the ground, he had already fainted. After finishing off the person in front of him with a punch, Xiaoyan raised his head and looked over. However, he couldn't help but frown the next moment. Although he had finished off one of them, there were still countless sea serpents rushing towards him in the sky. There were countless existences that were even stronger than the former, and their numbers were terrifyingly huge. A battle that couldn't be avoided was rushing towards Xiaoyan. Looking at the current situation, if he couldn't finish off all the sea serpent clan in the sky, he wouldn't be able to leave the Snake Island easily. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart couldn't help but sink. He had originally wanted to go to Beihai College, but he didn't expect to encounter so many obstacles along the way. There were always some troubles that constantly blocked his path. This also caused his originally calm heart to have a sense of irritation. Now, if he wanted to leave this place, he could only finish off the Sea Serpent clan first. Xiaoyan deeply inhaled a breath of icy cold air and tried his best to calm his heart. After which, his gaze swiftly swept across the sky and immediately chose a strong Sea Clan person who was closer to him. His hands were instantly clenched into fists. His body shook, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that person. Following which, under the latter's shocked eyes, a fist violently smashed into his abdomen. The powerful strength caused the latter to lose all of his combat power in an instant. The consciousness in his mind quickly dissipated. Then, like a corpse, he fell heavily to the ground. The fastest way to end this battle wasn't to kill endlessly. Xiaoyan's goal was only to make the Sea Clan lose their combat power. After all, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the powerful clans in the ocean. That would only bring him more trouble. After a dozen punches, more than 10 strong men from the Sea Clan had lost their combat power. However, when Xiaoyan raised his head, the black mass of the Sea Clan army in the sky still sent chills down his spine. Xiaoyan's face became gloomy because of this. With so many opponents, even if he punched one person, he didn't know how long it would take. At this time, under the siege of the Sea Clan, some of the human experts on the island were gradually showing signs of defeat. Some of the weaker human experts even began to die in the hands of the Sea Clan one after another. According to the current situation, if the battle continued to drag on, the only way to end this chaotic battle was to sacrifice the lives of the human powerhouses. Once the 100 Sea Clan warriors were selected, this chaotic battle would naturally come to an end. However, Xiaoyan couldn't wait until then. He was already impatient with Beihai College and Haimachin. These fellows in front of him would only wear away the little bit of patience he had left. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air as he stood in the empty air. Both of his eyes were gently shut. A vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately spread from between his brows. Soon, it covered the entire battleground. Sensing the strength of this soul power, even Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the latter. Immediately after, Xiaoyan slowly raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. With a poof, a white flame rose from his palm. That's heavenly flame? Immediately after, Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui's faces suddenly changed. Both of their eyes couldn't help but be shocked. However, the scene that followed made their hearts even more shocked. Buzz. Following Xiaoyan's thought, the white flame that rose from his palm immediately twisted and trembled. Immediately after, a circle of white flame waves swept out in all directions in the sky with Xiaoyan as the center. Facing this circle of seemingly ordinary flame wave, almost everyone present chose to ignore it. As elite Do-Di with Do-Chi protecting their bodies, what could a mere circle of flame do to them? However, when this circle of seemingly ordinary flames came into contact with the bodies of the Sea Tribe warriors, it began to burn fiercely as if it had come into contact with dry wood. The Do-Chi on the surface of their bodies, which was used for defense, had instead become the fuel for the flames. Amidst a wave of exclamations, everyone present saw a strange scene. When the white flame that shrouded the bodies of those people gradually disappeared, what appeared in front of everyone were human figures that were sealed in ice. Without exception, those people were all experts from the Sea clan. Hua. The appearance of this scene immediately caused a huge commotion on the Snake Island. Everyone on the island gasped. Next, all the Sea race warriors backed off in fear. Facing this strange scene, even the crazy battle intent in their hearts could not support them to take another step forward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was really too strange. It was so strange that it was scary, seeing the people from this same clan turn into ice sculptures under the flame. It was likely that no one could endure this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the experts from the Sea Serpent clan were sealed in ice. As for the rest, they all retreated from the Snake Island with fear in their hearts. The atmosphere on the island had unknowingly become quiet. This kind of silence made people feel a sense of terror. After that, Xiaoyan, who was under everyone's gaze, finally slowly opened his eyes. His eyes coldly swept across the Sea clan members who had retreated from the Snake Island. An extremely cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. If anyone dares to take another step forward, they will end up like these people. The cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It was also like an invisible heavy hammer that pounded on everyone's hearts. Looking at the Sea clan experts who were sealed in ice, although they could feel a trace of life from them, the strange scene from before had already caused these people to lose all their battle intent. All that was left was endless fear. Such a strange battle method was something that they had never seen before in their lives. Seeing his own clan members' fearful faces, Commander Shue's face instantly turned gloomy. Regarding Xiaoyan's method, others might not know, but he and Wang Ziyuan were very clear about it. He was just borrowing the advantage of the heavenly flame. If his clan members all rushed forward, even if the latter had the help of the heavenly flame, he wouldn't be able to fight against 100. At this moment, the reason why he was able to intimidate the crowd was because he was borrowing the fear in these people's hearts towards unknown things. After all, the latter's method was indeed strange in the eyes of ordinary people. Humph, a bunch of trash. He is just borrowing the heavenly flame to scare you, but you don't dare to go forward. With such a mentality, what right do you have to enter the Yuan mansion? After scolding their own tribe members, the originally cowering Sea tribe people immediately began to move. The desire to fight that had been hidden in many people's eyes once again appeared. With a furious roar, they charged toward Xiaoyan, who was in the sky above the coiling Snake Island. Buzz. However, the final result was the same as those people before. A strange scene appeared once again. The dozens of people who had charged forward were once again strangely sealed in ice. The continuous attacks completely extinguished the flame that had just been ignited in the hearts of the Sea tribe people behind. No matter how Commander Shui angrily rebuked, there was no more movement this time. Damn it. Kid, I'll take care of you first. Commander Shue's heart immediately became furious when his clan member revealed such an appearance. He turned around and a pair of icy cold eyes immediately landed on Xiaoyan's body. He was about to attack. Commander Shui, if you want to attack the people on this island, you should ask me first. At this moment, Wang Ziyuan was one step faster. His body flashed and he was already in front of Commander Shui. Wang Ziyuan, you want to stop me? Do you think I can't do it? Wang Ziyuan smiled faintly. There was some confidence in his smile. You want to fight with me now? Commander Shue's face became completely gloomy. There was already a trace of murderous intent in his words. However, even so, Wang Ziyuan still pursed his lips and smiled, saying, Commander Shui, you don't have to put on airs with me. Your cultivation has indeed improved over the years. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me. I can't deny this. However, as of now, you are still not my opponent. You. Hearing this, Commander Shue's face suddenly revealed a fierce expression. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. He waved his right arm that was full of muscles fiercely and attacked Wang Ziyuan, who was in front of him. Bang! However, accompanied by a muffled sound, Wang Ziyuan relied on his own cultivation to forcefully block Commander Shue's punch with one hand. Immediately, his arms shook and Doqi poured out, causing Commander Shui to retreat half a step. How is it? Do you still plan to attack? Wang Ziyuan slowly withdrew his palm that had collided with Commander Shui. His entire palm had turned completely red and there was a slight tremble. The two of them had been chasing each other for many years, causing the difference in cultivation between Commander Shui and him to no longer be obvious. As a member of the Sea Serpent tribe, the former had a natural advantage. In terms of strength, he was far superior to ordinary opponents of the same level. Now, even Wang Ziyuan did not have much confidence in fighting him. At this moment, what he relied on was the difference in temperament between the two of them. Wang Ziyuan. Buzz. Just as a shocking roar was emitted from Commander Shui's mouth, a powerful aura once again swept out from within Wang Ziyuan's body. The crazy killing intent that surfaced in the latter's eyes also swiftly disappeared like floodwaters at this moment. If you wish to attack, I am happy to accompany you. A calm voice was once again spat out from Wang Ziyuan's mouth. However, Commander Shui's face twitched. His gaze repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiaoyan and the tribe members behind him. He was struggling in his heart. If the selection ended like this, he would definitely be reprimanded by his superiors when he returned. However, as of now, the selection could not continue. If he were to go overboard and force these fellows to attack, it was likely that it would cause them to be even more terrified in their hearts. The harm this would bring would only be greater. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ziyuan in front of him quietly withdrew the aura that he had released. The corners of his mouth contained a slight smile. With his understanding of Wang Ziyuan over the years, he could already imagine the outcome of this matter. Indeed, 15 minutes later. Humph. Wang Ziyuan, there will definitely be an end between you and me. As for you. His extremely cold gaze swept across Wang Ziyuan's body. After that, Commander Shui's gaze once again fell on Xiaoyan. Human brat, I will remember today's debt. If I meet you again in the future, be careful of your life. Let's go. After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, Commander Shui turned around with a heart full of anger. He led the group of Sea clan members behind him in the direction that they came from and walked unwillingly in the direction that they came from. Wait a minute. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. In the eyes of everyone on the island, including Wang Ziyuan, he stopped Commander Shui. What else do you want to do? His dark and cold eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body the moment he turned around. The latter merely smiled faintly and ignored him. After which, he said, Don't worry. Commander Shui, you seem to have forgotten about them. As he spoke, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve. The frozen Sea clan members and those who had fainted on the island below immediately turned into streaks of flowing light. They swarmed forward and viciously smashed towards Commander Shui. The corners of Commander Shui's mouth twitched. He felt extremely helpless in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, a tremendous amount of Genesis Chi suddenly swept outwards. After shattering the ice with one blow, he finally caught the Sea clan members one by one. Then, he viciously threw these people who had completely fainted into the group of Sea clan members behind him. It was unknown who he was cursing at, but with a wave of his sleeve, he flew towards the depths of the North Sea with a butt full of dust. The two words came out of his mouth without the slightest bit of modesty. Instantly, Shui Miao was like a superstar on the stage, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the square. All of their gazes were filled with admiration and passion. The man in front of them was simply a legendary figure to them. However, the latter was now standing upright in front of them. This immediately stirred up the emotions of countless people in the square, especially the girls. They could not help but scream out loud. When all the men looked at Shui Miao, their eyes were filled with a blazing flame and some hostility. All the girls had faces filled with admiration and desire. From time to time, they would fantasize about something in their minds. Even most of the teachers were looking at Shui Miao with faces filled with amazement. In a certain pavilion within the academy, a few old men in the robes of the academy's elders were standing before the window at this moment. Their deep eyes were focused on Shui Miao who had appeared on the square at this moment, and their hearts were filled with slight anticipation. This kid has been in seclusion for a few years. He's finally come out. I wonder what his cultivation is like. He's probably about to reach the origin transformation realm. The principal valued him greatly back then. His future will definitely be limitless. The origin transformation realm is only the beginning. You guys, don't always look at your own people. Haven't you noticed that there's something different about that black-robed kid? The old man stared at Shui Miao as they constantly sighed in amazement. Only when someone noticed Xiaoyan did they look over as well. The black robes that the kid is wearing seem to be the power of the ways? This kid isn't simple either. Another genius, and from the looks of it, there's definitely going to be a battle between two dragons. As they eyed Xiaoyan on the open ground, the mouths of all the elders could not help but click their tongues and exclaim in amazement. At the same time, those pairs of deep old eyes also revealed some anticipation. A battle between the geniuses of the younger generation was definitely going to be a good show. Moreover, such a duel wasn't just a good show for them. It was also an opportunity for the students of the academy to grow. In just a few moments, the square at the top of the mountain was surrounded by people. The appearance of Shui Miao had alarmed the entire Beihai College. All the students on the mountain swiftly gathered towards the top of the mountain. Numerous figures were like meteors flying in the sky as they swiftly rushed to the top of the mountain. Their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Shui Miao, who was surrounded by a large crowd. You said earlier that you're here to look for the dean? Shui Miao narrowed his eyes and sized up Xiaoyan, as if he was scrutinizing something. Only then did he speak slowly. I'm Xiaoyan. I'm here to look for the dean of Beihai College, Haimachin. Xiaoyan cupped his hands and said with a smile. Do you think you can meet the dean just because you want to? I have to see him today. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense, and the invisible void started to distort for no reason. It was Shui Miao's first time meeting Xiaoyan. However, he seemed to hold a grudge against the person in front of him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Both of their eyes were sharp, and there was a fierce glint in the depths of their eyes. Flames filled Xiaoyan's eyes, but in Shui Miao's eyes, there was only a deep blue sea. After a short confrontation, the two of them were evenly matched. Sure, I know where the dean is, and I can help you meet him. However, before that, you have to get through me first. Shui Miao looked deeply at Xiaoyan. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke with great interest. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Shui Miao to say such words to someone the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Xiaoyan nodded with a smile in response to Shui Miao's straightforward words. He had already noticed this the moment he saw the latter. The latter's appearance did not seem to be a coincidence. Even the way Shui Miao looked at him was different. It seemed that Haimachin already knew of his arrival. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile when he thought until this point. Putting it this way, Haimachin should be in this academy. Moreover, it was very likely that the latter was currently staring at him. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily became absent-minded as this thought flashed across his heart. He looked all around him. There were many pavilions built all over this vast mountain peak. However, he could not think of any place where Haimachin was. It was only when Xiaoyan's gaze returned to the magnificent statue in front of him that he seemed to have thought of something. Those floating stone platforms. Then, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his gaze and looked at the top of the statue. It was hidden in the clouds, and the people in the college could not see it at all. However, if one looked down from there, they would be able to see the entire Beihai College. If Haimachin was looking at him at this moment and was not in one of the lofts, then the only possibility was that he was at the top of the statue. Xiaoyan's eyes, which were filled with flames, penetrated through the cloud layer. It appeared that he wanted to clearly see the sky above him. However, Shui Miao, who was in front of him, quickly swept her gaze around. Her sharp gaze forced Xiaoyan to withdraw his gaze. Humph, with a satisfied smile, Shui Miao's action confirmed Xiaoyan's conjecture. Hey, this guy seems to have found you here. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed man could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Haimachin with interest. At this moment, the latter also had a smile on his face and nodded in gratification. Next, let's see how strong he is. At the same time, Xiaoyan and Shui Miao on the square looked at each other again. Xiaoyan smiled and imitated Shui Miao to size him up. Then he said in a flat tone, "How do you want to compete?" Simple, let's make it quick. If you can beat me within 100 rounds, I will tell you where the dean is. If you can't beat me, then leave Beihai College and never come back. Okay. In the face of Shui Miao's powerful words, Xiaoyan did not show any weakness. It was just one word, but it seemed to contain some kind of power, which set off an invisible storm in the square. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. The surrounding students quickly retreated under the instruction of the tutors, leaving more than half of the square for the two who were already at daggers drawn. I am Shui Miao from Beihai College. The two stood in the square. Shui Miao cupped his fists at Xiaoyan and spoke slowly in a clear voice. Xiaoyan imitated the former's tone and reported his name. I am Xiaoyan. At this moment, a couple of figures were suspended in midair on the surface of the endless sea. They were facing each other. Looking at the four figures that had suddenly appeared around him, one could recognize that these four people were members of the sea serpent tribe from the snake tails of the other party. At this moment, the four of them were blocking Xiaoyan's path from four different directions. From the looks of it, it seemed that they wanted to openly rob him. Ha ha ha, brat, you were actually lucky enough to dodge that attack from earlier. However, it's fine. We will spare your life. Now, remove the spiritual imprint on your storage ring and hand it to us. This way, you will be able to leave alive. There was a strange laugh. These four people did not beat around the bush. However, Xiaoyan, who had heard these words, sized up the four of them in an indescribable manner. For 7-star Do D. This kind of strength could not be considered strong in the Northern Sea. When placed in the Sea Serpent tribe, they were the lowest class people. The training resources they had were definitely limited. Therefore, they chose this method in order to allow their own training to advance. However, it was a pity that the four of them were bound to fail today. Brat, did you hear what the Great Me said? Seeing that Xiaoyan in front of them did not make the slightest movement and was even looking at them with a mocking expression, the expressions on the faces of the four people immediately became gloomy. They angrily reprimanded and one of them waved two sharp claws. Under the cover of Do Qi, the claws viciously hacked at Xiaoyan's head. The sharp claws emitted a sharp piercing sound as they cut through the empty space. The invisible space also became distorted because of this. A biting cold wind cut through the empty space like a sharp blade. Although it was still half a meter away from Xiaoyan's head, the wind had already landed on Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan was indifferent in the face of this. The other three people around him laughed mockingly. They treated it as Xiaoyan being stunned by the former's attack. However, when the claws arrived in front of Xiaoyan, the latter finally lifted his right hand at a steady pace and gently touched the former. Hey, this brat is really seeking death. He actually dares to use his hand to block. It is likely that he has been completely scared silly. Ha 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 ha, mocking laughter was emitted from the mouths of the surrounding people. Even the 7-star Do Di who was close to Xiaoyan at this moment revealed a disdainful smile on his face. However, the moment Xiaoyan's hand made contact with the claw, the smile that was lifted on the corner of the former's mouth instantly stiffened. After which, it gradually disappeared and turned into horror. At the moment when Xiaoyan's delicate white hand collided with the other party's sharp and imposing hand claw, Xiaoyan twisted his wrist. Like a soft and agile snake, he instantly restrained the wrist of the person in front of him. A frightening force erupted from the tip of his finger. The latter's face immediately became distorted. An intense pain was transmitted from his wrist. The frightening strength had nearly crushed his wrist. Xiaoyan smiled as he glanced at the latter. He was wearing clothes and appeared harmless to both humans and animals. How could an ordinary person imagine that he actually possessed such a frightening strength when they saw him? With a gentle twist of his wrist, the body of the person in front of him also began to twist uncontrollably. He was afraid that Xiaoyan would crush his wrist. Ah, a sharp miserable cry was emitted. The latter's entire face appeared unusually distorted. When the other three people around him recovered, their expressions changed drastically. They were about to attack Xiaoyan. If you dare to move, be careful that I will break his arm. As he spoke with a smile, Xiaoyan gently raised his hand. The latter immediately let out a sharp cry. At the same time, the other three people also frowned. The doqi that had just surged out of their bodies once again dimmed. What do you want? The three of them frowned and glanced at their companions. Only then did they speak to Xiaoyan in a deep voice. Cuckoo, you really don't waste any time. I like this. Xiaoyan smiled. He was completely unconcerned about the dark and cold gazes of the three people. He immediately opened his mouth to speak. I can let this guy go. I can also treat the matter earlier as if it never happened. However, I want you to do something for me. What is it? The three of them frowned, looked at each other, and asked curiously. Lead the way. Use the fastest speed to bring me to Beihai College. Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They were all a little stunned in their hearts. So the reason why this guy in front of them had been wandering around the sea for so long was because he couldn't find Beihai College. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but want to laugh. However, in the end, they still managed to hold it in. After a little hesitation, their gazes once again returned to the person who was currently being restrained by Xiaoyan. They said in a deep voice, okay, we can bring you to Beihai College. However, you have to let him go first. Okay, but I'll warn you in advance. It's best not to do anything stupid. Xiaoyan nodded with a smile. Then, he casually let go of the person in his hand. After being freed, this guy also returned to the four people with a panicked face. After confirming that he was fine, the four of them smiled and looked at Xiaoyan. They nodded and said, you are very trustworthy, so, it's your turn. Xiaoyan smiled. However, the smiles that hung on the faces of the four people in front of him a moment ago instantly disappeared the next moment. Instead, their faces were filled with ferocious smiles. But unfortunately, we have never been trustworthy. At the same time, the four people's figures had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Doqi gushed out and fiercely fell on the latter's body. Brat, you must remember in your next life, don't be so easily trustworthy with anyone. After that, the four people's joint attack penetrated Xiaoyan's body. However, something strange happened again. The combined attack of the four of them did not create any ripples. Xiaoyan's body actually shattered like a thin piece of paper. Immediately, he swiftly disappeared from the sky. What? The pupils of the four people suddenly shrunk. Their hearts were even more shocked. No matter what, they never thought that Xiaoyan's movement would be so strange and terrifying. It's an afterimage. Almost at the same time that the four people were speechless, Xiaoyan's figure appeared behind the four of them. He raised his right hand and a huge spiritual strength condensed into an invisible big hand. After that, it suddenly fell from the sky and smashed onto the four people's bodies. Heaven-reaching hand. Following that, a muffled bang was emitted. The four people's bodies were instantly smashed into the sea below. The frightening strength actually caused the originally calm sea surface to fiercely sink. This also caused the four people's bodies to fall below the surface of the sea, but their bodies did not touch the sea water at all. Without waiting for them to catch their breath, Xiaoyan withdrew his hand. The four people's bodies were immediately pulled back in front of Xiaoyan uncontrollably. A frightening spiritual pressure descended on the hearts of the four people. Endless fear caused them to hold their breaths in concentration. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. I already told you not to do stupid things, but you just didn't listen. Xiaoyan frowned slightly and sighed. He did not let go of the four people. His face was cold as he said in a deep voice. How is it? Are you willing to cooperate with me now? The four people were suppressed by the spiritual pressure above their heads until they were unable to speak. However, they hurriedly nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice. They did not dare to have any other thoughts in their hearts. I hope that the matter just now will not happen a second time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will still be able to live like you are now the next time. The ice-cold words were slowly spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. Once was enough for these people. If they still dared to have other thoughts, he did not mind killing them. As for the matter of finding the Beihai College, at the very most, he could slowly search for it himself. Fortunately, after being suppressed twice in a row, the four of them finally understood from the bottom of their hearts that this seemingly kind black-robed young man was actually a person who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The four of them were actually unable to last even one exchange in his hands. just think about it. How was this something that an ordinary elite Dodi could achieve? With this thought in mind, the following process was naturally much simpler. Under Xiaoyan's suppression, the four of them did not dare to make any small movements. With them leading the way, Xiaoyan's following journey was naturally much easier. Half a month quickly passed. At this moment, according to what the four of them had said, Xiaoyan was only around 10 days away from the Beihai College. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to secretly heat up. Unknowingly, the distance between him and Haimachan was actually becoming smaller and smaller. However, it was also at this moment that an intense collision sound came from the empty space 1,000 feet in front of Xiaoyan's group. It suddenly pulled Xiaoyan back from his momentary imagination. Perhaps it was because his group was hurrying, but the distance between Xiaoyan and the source of the sound was also swiftly closing. What happened? Xiaoyan frowned and could not help but ask. The four people in front of him also looked over. Immediately, they respectfully replied to Xiaoyan, "Sir, there are people fighting in front. However, from the looks of it, they are only a couple of ordinary Dodi. It will not affect your journey." Although the four of them were under pressure from Xiaoyan during this half a month of hurrying, Xiaoyan was not stingy along the way. Instead, he gave them quite a number of medicinal pills. This also caused the four of them to be much more respectful to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded his head gently. By relying on his own enormous spiritual strength, he had a better understanding of what was happening in the battleground. Among the 5 elite Dodi from the Sea Serpent tribe, the strongest was only a 6-star Dodi. The other 4 were human elite Dodi and the strongest among them was a 5-star Dodi. The disparity in strength between the two parties was already extremely large. At this moment, the 4 human Dodi were also seriously injured and were about to be defeated. The key point was that the 4 human elite Dodi were women while the other party was 5 men from the Sea Serpent tribe. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of situation they would face if they were to fall into the hands of the latter. Very quickly, this group of people had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan's group. Among the 4 human elite Dodi, a woman who was the leader saw Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, from a distance. Immediately, her charging body became much faster. She hurriedly cried out as she led the 3 young ladies who were seriously injured behind her. "The friend in front, please lend a hand and save us. After this, I will definitely repay you generously." However, after the cry was emitted from her mouth, the 5 people who were chasing behind her swiftly flashed and caught up. They surrounded her from both sides and blocked her path. At the same time, Xiaoyan's group also arrived in front of her. "Hee, all of you are actually thinking of escaping after being chased here by us. What wishful thinking." The eyes of the beautiful woman, who was the leader of the 4, were filled with despair when she saw that her path forward had been sealed. Immediately, she could only place all her hopes on Xiaoyan. However, her heart once again sank when her gaze noticed the 4 people from the Sea Serpent tribe who were following closely behind Xiaoyan. From the looks of it, not only were they unable to protect themselves, but even that black-robed person had also fallen into the trap. "Hee, I was still wondering who it was. It is actually a human brat who has been captured." Xiaoyan was unconcerned when he heard these words. The 4 people behind him glanced at the latter with cold gazes, indicating that he should not say anything more. The latter also smiled awkwardly when he saw this. His gaze immediately turned around and landed on the 4 women in front of him. He spoke with a lewd smile on his face, "Not bad, not bad. It has been a long time since the few of us have tasted meat. Today, we shall use the few of you to have a taste and satisfy our cravings. Hee, you few bastards. If you dare to touch even a strand of our hair, the Academy will definitely not let you off." The pale white face of the beautiful woman among the 4 women immediately sank when she heard the obscenities that were spat out from the mouth of the 6-star Dodi. She let out a hoarse roar. Hee, we have forced all of you here. Do you think that we are afraid of being investigated by the Beihai College? The Northern Sea is so big. As long as all of you are dead, they will not be able to investigate even if they want to. Hee. The furious roar of the beautiful woman was exchanged with a cold sneer from the 6-star Dodi. Once these words were spoken, the faces of the 4 women in front of him immediately revealed an expression of despair. This was especially true for the 3 young ladies behind the beautiful woman. Their originally pale pretty faces had become deathly white because of these words. However, almost at the same time these words were spoken, Xiaoyan, who should have been passing by them, suddenly stopped his slow flying body at this moment. His body slowly turned around and his surprised gaze landed on the bodies of the four women. He asked in a doubtful voice, "What are you talking about? Are all of you from the Beihai College?" Seeing Xiaoyan suddenly turn around, the beautiful woman and the three young ladies behind her were slightly startled. They did not know why this person dared to open his mouth and ask them when he was clearly unable to protect himself. The doubt in her heart only flashed for an instant. Soon after, the beautiful woman clenched her teeth and gently nodded her head. She only hoped that a miracle would appear at this crucial moment and save them from the hands of this group of people in front of them. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded his head in satisfaction. He immediately smiled and said, "Since that is the case, all of you can follow me." When Xiaoyan's words sounded, not only were the four women startled, but even the 5 experts from the Sea clan, who were currently surrounding them, involuntarily revealed startled expressions. Immediately, they emitted a loud mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. You are really the most arrogant person that I have ever seen in my life. You are already at death's door and can't even protect yourself, yet you actually dare to speak such disrespectful words and utter such laughable words." Xiaoyan was indifferent in the face of this. He continued to wear a smile as he looked at the beautiful woman. He knew that any action of these 4 people depended on her. Seeing Xiaoyan's smiling face, the beautiful woman and the other 3 young ladies beside her were somewhat speechless. They exchanged glances with one another. Their hearts were filled with both worry and anticipation. After hesitating for a moment, the beautiful woman finally clenched her teeth. She pulled up the 3 young ladies beside her and cautiously looked at the 5 people around her. Her body swiftly flew toward Xiaoyan. Capture all of them." The 6-star Dodi among the 5 immediately cried out an order when he saw that the 4 of them were actually about to flee. The other 4 people around him also moved in unison. Their bodies flashed as they swiftly rushed toward the 4 women who were currently charging toward Xiaoyan to block them. As for Xiaoyan, he had the 4 7-star Dodi beside him. These 5 people naturally ignored him. Seeing the 5 people once again close in on them, the hearts of the 4 women were once again covered with a layer of fear. They could only use all their strength and push out the little doqi in their bodies to the limit in hopes that they would be able to dodge the attacks of these 5 people. However, reality was not so beautiful. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people around them had already appeared beside the 4 women. They grabbed one in each hand without any pity. The despair in their hearts once again rose at this moment. Soon after, everyone in the square heard a soft rushing wind sound. The 4 women in the square were shocked to discover that the black-robed young man, who had been over 100 feet away from them a moment ago, had actually appeared in front of them at this moment. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura also surged out from the latter's body like a storm. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan's right hand clenched in the air the moment he appeared. The huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. His gaze was cold as it swept over the 5 people in front of him. The huge ruler in his hand also violently swept in front of him with the support of doqi. The huge ruler swept past before it was quickly withdrawn by Xiaoyan. From the moment Xiaoyan appeared to the moment he attacked to the moment he withdrew the heavy Xian ruler, this series of actions merely took less than an instant. However, the bodies of the 5 Sea clan experts in front of him appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. They flew back uncontrollably until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did they grit their teeth and stabilize their bodies. Soon after, their eyes that were filled with fury looked at the 4 7-star Dodi. "What is the meaning of this? How can you leave this fellow alone? He is your prey." However, the 4 7-star Dodi faced each other in the face of his furious roar. After exchanging glances with one another, they gently shook their heads. They used a pitiful gaze to look at the latter. Their bodies did not advance but instead withdrew. They actually withdrew from the battleground. These 4 people had a deep understanding of how frightening Xiaoyan was. The former had said that Xiaoyan was their prey. However, only they were clearly aware that the relationship between them and Xiaoyan was that of a captive. Even if one were to say that they were prey, it could only be said that the 4 of them were Xiaoyan's prey. damn it, what a bunch of trash. That 6-star Dodi viciously cursed. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on Xiaoyan. However, the latter did not bother about them at this moment. Instead, he turned around and distributed the 4 medicinal pills to the 4 people in front of him. Only after they swallowed the medicinal pills did he look at the 5 of them. A cold expression surfaced in his dark black eyes. Attack together. Kill this fellow. With a low cry, the 5 experts from the sea serpent tribe moved in unison. They violently charged toward Xiaoyan. Surging doqi surged out from within their bodies. With a twist of their wrists, a sharp blade immediately appeared in their hands. With the support of the doqi, the sharp blade easily cut through the empty space. An incomparably sharp aura caused one to tremble even though it was not cold. Sir, be careful. There is a 6-star Dodi among them. The beautiful woman behind Xiaoyan hurriedly warned Xiaoyan when she saw the 5 of them charging over once again. However, her words had just sounded when the 5 of them had already appeared around Xiaoyan in a ghost-like manner. The weapons in their hands contained a cold glint as each of them violently pierced toward the vital points on Xiaoyan's body. However, Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the face of such a close-range attack. His body was like a ghost as it swiftly shuttled between the 5 of them. The speed of his agility was something that the 5 of them could not compare with no matter how they tried. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's 2 hands had already been placed on the shoulders of 2 of the 5 people. The moment the 2 of them sensed the aura behind them and turned their gazes around, the pupils in their eyes suddenly shrunk. Before they could let out an exclamation, Xiaoyan's 2 hands had already unceremoniously slammed into their chests. Bang! A muffled bang sounded. There seemed to be the sound of some bones being broken. Soon after, the 2 elite Dodi's bodies flew back like broken sacks. However, before they could do anything, another 2 bang sounds appeared one after another. The other 2 figures also flew back. It was only at this moment that the 6-star Dodi among the 5 of them finally recovered with a heart filled with shock. His gaze looked around him, only to discover that he was the only one left out of the 5 of them in the blink of an eye. WH. What? In addition to his shock, he hurriedly turned his gaze around. However, a white palm had appeared in his line of sight, blocking all of his vision. He could not be bothered with anything else as he hurriedly pierced the sharp blade in his hand forward. However, the person in front of him moved much faster than him. His thumb bent and gently flicked the latter's head. Immediately, a frightening energy poured out like a destructive storm and poured into his body. His pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Immediately, they gradually enlarged. At the same time, the life in his entire body also disappeared without a trace. However, until this moment, the beautiful woman and the 3 young ladies behind Xiaoyan were still in a deep state of shock and dullness. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that a black-robed young man, whose appearance was clearly similar to the 3 young ladies, would actually possess such a frightening strength. This was really unbelievable. After killing 5 Dodi in one fell swoop, Xiaoyan finally turned his gaze and looked at the 4 women in front of him. With the medicinal pills that Xiaoyan gave them, the originally weak aura in their bodies quickly calmed down. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were still immersed in the shocking scene from before and were unable to recover for a long time. It was only after Xiaoyan's gaze had been fixed on them for a long time that the beautiful woman was the first to recover. Then, she hurriedly pulled the 3 girls beside her and respectfully bowed to Xiaoyan. Thank you, mister, for saving us. When we return to the college, we will definitely repay you generously. Hee, no need to thank me. I just didn't expect that you were actually people from Beihai College. Xiaoyan smiled slightly, his eyes carrying some anticipation. Hearing this, the beautiful woman in front of him was immediately startled. Thinking back to Xiaoyan's previous question, she finally understood in her heart that the reason why the latter had saved them was because they were people from Beihai College. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman felt a little awkward in her heart, but at the same time, she also felt a little lucky. Today, if it weren't for the reputation of Beihai College behind them, the 4 of them might really have fallen here. Could it be that Mr. is also a person from Beihai College? Looking at Xiaoyan's young face in front of her, the beautiful woman couldn't help but ask. Speaking of strong people with such a young appearance, It wasn't that the college didn't have such a strong person, it was just that they had never seen one before. At this moment, seeing that Xiaoyan was actually so young, and that his cultivation was so terrifyingly strong, they couldn't help but connect the dots. However, Xiaoyan smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm not a person from Beihai College. It's just that there is an old friend of mine in Beihai College." This so-called old friend naturally referred to Haimachin. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes showed even more surprise. He was not a student of Beihai College, but he was able to have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age. This alone was enough to prove how terrifying his cultivation talent was. Xiaoyan spoke a few more words with the beautiful woman in front of him, and the former even took the initiative to offer to lead the way. Regarding this point, Xiaoyan was naturally clear in his heart. These 4 people were all injured, and their cultivation was not tyrannical. Therefore, he was worried that similar situations might occur in the following journey. In order to avoid trouble, it was undoubtedly best if they could travel together with Xiaoyan in front of them. When the beautiful woman said this, the 3 girls behind her also blinked their watery beautiful eyes and stared at Xiaoyan. There was a flicker of light in the depths of their bright eyes. People who were strong would always have some inexplicable charm. The powerful strength that Xiaoyan had previously displayed had already caused these 3 young girls to be moved. When they saw Xiaoyan smiling and nodding his head, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of joy. Subsequently, Xiaoyan turned to look at the 4 people from the Xi clan not far away. The latter noticed Xiaoyan's gaze and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to Xiaoyan. When the 4 women saw this scene, they were even more surprised in their hearts. "You can leave now. These pills will be your reward." During the half a month of leading the way, these guys could be considered diligent and had saved Xiaoyan a lot of time. Of course, these 4 guys also coveted Xiaoyan's pills. At this moment, when they saw the bottle of pills in Xiaoyan's hand, they hurriedly received it. At the same time, their eyes revealed a look of reluctance. As for whether they were reluctant to part with Xiaoyan or the pills in their hands, it was unknown. Although they were unwilling, the 4 of them still respectfully bowed to Xiaoyan. Then, they returned in the direction they came from. Xiaoyan also turned around with a smile. Under the guidance of the beautiful woman, he quickly flew in the direction of Beihai College. Along the way, the beautiful woman carefully inquired about Xiaoyan's purpose in coming to Beihai College. After all, it was too casual for them to let him into the college so easily just because he was an old friend. Beihai College was the highest institution in the Yuanwu continent. All the students came from all corners of the continent, and there was no lack of people with powerful backgrounds. Once an outsider intervened and something happened, even their college could not easily bear the responsibility. Therefore, no matter what the other party's purpose was for entering the college, and what the reason was, they had to ask clearly. However, in the face of the beautiful woman's careful interrogation, Xiaoyan answered vaguely and avoided most of the questions. This made the former feel particularly helpless. She could not help but feel a little regretful in her heart. Did she not consider too much when she asked the latter to return to the college with them? However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan raised a question that caused the pretty woman to be surprised. "May I ask if teacher Lu Xian, the dean of Beihai College, Haimachin, is currently in the college?" When these words came out, Lu Xian's slightly pale face could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. She did not expect Xiaoyan to be able to call out the dean's name. It must be known that even some students who had stayed in the college for a few years might not know their dean's name. "Haimachin? Who is that?" At the side, the 3 girls who did not hear Xiaoyan's question clearly immediately voiced out their doubts. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, she shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I'm not sure about that either. The headmaster is always elusive, and many people in the academy haven't seen him for years or even decades. Even some of the academy's elders with high authority are the same." After hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. If this was the case, then the chances of seeing Haimachin on this trip were very slim. If you are in a hurry to find him, you can try to find someone. Maybe he knows where the dean is. Seeing the worried expression on Xiaoyan's face, Lu Xian frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Oh, who?" He raised his eyebrows. To know something that even the college elders did not know, this person was probably extraordinary. The number one person among all the students of Beihai College, Shui Miao. He is the only student who has personally seen the dean in the past 10 years. When these words came out, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but change slightly. This meant that Haimachan recognized the latter's talent and ability. Xiaoyan naturally knew Haimachan's identity very well. Anyone who could be recognized by him was definitely the best among the younger generation. If there were no accidents, there would definitely be a place for him on this continent in the future. Shui Miao, huh? It seems that it is necessary to meet him. A week later, a huge group of islands appeared in the distance in Xiaoyan's group's line of sight. According to Lu Xian, this was the main island of Beihai College. It was located in the middle of this group of islands. The largest island was the island where Beihai College had been established. Looking from afar, the main island of Beihai College was like a huge pagoda that stood in the vast sea. The lush green mountains emitted a rich life force. The pavilions built on the cliffs were almost hidden in the clouds, causing the entire island to appear like a paradise on earth. If one could sense such a scene from afar, one would not know what it would be like when one approached. Very soon, Xiaoyan's group of 5 arrived in front of the archipelago. The closer they were to the archipelago, the more beautiful the scene in front of them became. One could bluntly say that such a scene was extremely rare even in this world. Xiaoyan's heart gradually heated up as he looked at the lush green mountains in front of him and the mist that lingered in the forest. He had finally arrived at Beihai College, however, there were already people on the island who had noticed Xiaoyan's arrival at the same time that he arrived at this place. A huge statue stood at the top of a towering mountain on the main island of Beihai College. The highest point of the statue had already penetrated through the layers of clouds in the sky and was exposed to the 9 heavens. At this moment, there was a wooden pavilion at the top of the statue. There was a square table with 2 exquisite wooden teacups on it. The fragrance of tea lingered, forming a thin layer of mist that gradually spread in all directions. 2 figures were seated at the 2 ends of the wooden table. One of them was wearing a blue robe and had an aged face. If one were to take a closer look, one would find that his appearance was exactly the same as Gu Yu. This person was the ultimate target of Xiaoyan's trip to the Northern Sea, Haimachan. At this moment, the person seated opposite him was a black-robed old man with a somewhat aged face that gave off a domineering aura. His square face was filled with fierce-looking muscles. A pair of deep eyes stared at the teacups on the table in front of him. A trace of tiredness was unknowingly revealed in his eyes. "Old fellow, you have been waiting here for a few months. What are you waiting for? If you don't say anything, I will return. The empty realm at the bottom of the sea has opened. Those brats have already entered. Previously, I vaguely sensed that the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was a little unstable. I don't know what's the situation now." The black-robed old man could not help but yawn. "Haha, I did not say that I would not allow you to leave. You were the one who came here on your own accord. You even drank a few pots of my good tea. Now, you are blaming me." Haimachan teased. It was as though he was waiting for the person in front of him to leave. "TCH, don't think that I can't tell. How can I not understand you after so many years?" The black-robed old man curled his lips and continued. "I have already sensed that something was wrong with you a few years ago. You seem to be waiting for something. In particular, you have not left the academy for the past few months. You seem to be increasingly anxious and uneasy." The old man lifted his deep eyes. His brows were tightly knitted together as he stared at Haimachan. His heart was filled with doubt and a great uneasiness. For some reason, he sensed that this old fellow, who had accompanied him for an unknown number of years, was about to leave. "Haha, that's right. I have waited for 1,000 years. This day has finally arrived." Haimachan smiled brightly. His smile was somewhat free and easy. However, almost at the same time, the expression of the black-robed old man opposite him abruptly changed. Haimachan's words seemed to have allowed him to understand a lot. "You are saying that person has arrived? He is already at the foot of the mountain. I believe that you will see him soon." Soon after, the 2 of them swept their eyes downwards. With their cultivation, everything that happened on the island was reflected in their eyes. Heavenly flame, it's the bone-chilling flame. Xiaoyan, who possessed a heavenly flame, was still able to hide it a little in the eyes of others. However, in the eyes of these two people, it appeared as though he had been stripped from inside out. Everything was revealed in the eyes of these two people. That's right. He has already found Guyu. Naturally, it will be me next. The reason why he came to the Northern Sea is because I am here. Haimachan smiled. He naturally thought of Guyu when the bone-chilling flame was mentioned. What do you plan to do? Go with him? This is my duty. I established the academy just to wait for this day to come. However, if this brat wants me to go with him, he will have to show me sufficient strength. Haimachan teased. He seemed to have thought of something. You are talking about Shui Miao? That brat is indeed a good seedling. Moreover, the faction behind him seems to be extraordinary. The black-robed old man pondered for a moment before he thought of the young man who had impressed Haimachan. Haha, let's wait and see. I believe that there will be a good show waiting for us. At the same time, Xiaoyan had already reached the island. Under the guidance of Lu Xian, he quickly flew toward the peak of the mountain on the island. 15 minutes later, Xiaoyan and Lu Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge plaza at the peak of the mountain. On both sides of the plaza were large groups of buildings that surrounded the entire mountain. At this moment, there was a protruding mountain rock opposite the plaza in front of Xiaoyan and Lu Xian. The mountain rock had been cut into a platform at a height of 20 to 30 feet. There was an extremely large white statue on the platform. The statue stood at the peak of the mountain and reached into the clouds. Although one could not see the statue's face clearly, one could see that the statue's hands were placed in front of its chest and formed a strange hand seal. However, when Xiaoyan saw the huge statue for the first time, the expression in his pitch-black eyes suddenly froze. The statue's appearance was almost the same as the one he had seen in Guyu's cave. The only difference was that the hand seals formed by the statue's hands were different. Tushi ancient god, Xiaoyan muttered softly in his mouth. He could not help but be surprised that he was able to see the Tushi ancient god statue again. The two of them seemed to have been prepared beforehand. His gaze moved. There were many stone platforms floating around the statue. Each stone platform was connected by chains that extended beyond the clouds. Those stone platforms seemed to be stairs that led to the top of the statue. However, just as Xiaoyan was feeling curious in his heart, a middle-aged man walked toward the two of them from a certain spot in the open ground. At the same time, the latter's bell-like, solemn voice was transmitted over. Beihai College is an important place. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Please leave. His heavy voice reverberated across the square like the ringing of a bell. Immediately, it attracted the attention of some of the young students in the square. The middle-aged man's agility was extremely swift. By the time Xiaoyan and Lu Xian beside him turned their heads to look, the middle-aged man had already arrived in front of the two of them. This unexpected speed caused even Xiaoyan's heart to involuntarily tremble. Such a frightening speed meant that this person was likely an origin transformation expert. When Lu Xian saw the person who had arrived, a respectful expression appeared on her face. She hurriedly described what had happened on the sea a few days ago to the person in front of her. Only when the middle-aged man heard this did his originally stern expression soften slightly. At the same time, his gaze that landed on Xiaoyan also contained some surprise. Deacon Wu, Mr. Xiaoyan has come to my Beihai College in order to find an old friend of his. As a result, I brought him here to see if he could find that friend of his. The moment Lu Xian said these words, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became dull. Deacon. According to what Lu Xian had said, this origin transformation expert in front of him was only an ordinary deacon in Beihai College. In that case, just how strong and frightening would the strength of those in charge and the elders be? Oh? Old friend? Then may I ask who this little brother is looking for? What's his name? I basically know all the students in the school. As long as you can tell me his name, I will definitely be able to help you find him. Deacon Wu raised his eyebrows slightly. He curiously looked at Xiaoyan and asked with a smile. Xiaoyan gently shook his head when he heard this. He cupped his hands together and said, Senior, the person this junior is looking for is not a student of the school. Oh? In that case, it's a teacher or an elder. That's even more convenient. There are many students in the school. Even if you tell me his name, it will be difficult to find him in a short amount of time. If it's a teacher or something like that, I have complete confidence that I can help you find him. As he spoke, Deacon Wu patted his chest with a smile. His face was filled with confidence and did not seem to be fake. In response, Xiaoyan also held on to a feeling of expectation. He respectfully cupped his hands towards Deacon Wu and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you. Then I will thank you in advance. The person I am looking for is the Dean of Beihai College, Haimachan." As soon as these words left his mouth, whether it was Lu Xian beside Xiaoyan or Deacon Wu in front of him, the expression on their faces instantly froze. Deacon Wu's originally confident smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at Xiaoyan in disbelief. Even Lu Xian was extremely surprised. Although she had heard Xiaoyan ask about Haimachan before, she had never thought that the so-called old friend the latter mentioned was actually the dean of Beihai College. This was really inconceivable. At this time, Deacon Wu's heart was also filled with regret. A moment ago, he had confidently answered the latter, but in the next moment, Xiaoyan's answer was like a clap of thunder, causing him to suddenly be at a loss. Haimachan, the supreme dean of Beihai College, had been a particularly mysterious figure since the establishment of the college. All the mentor-level figures in Beihai College knew of Haimachan's existence, but there were very few people who had actually seen him. Unfortunately, Deacon Wu had never seen Haimachan. Since he had entered the college, he had heard a lot about Haimachan. The latter's powerful cultivation made him yearn for it. However, as time passed, he had never seen the latter's figure. Even if he had heard several times that Haimachan had returned to the college, he had only heard of his voice but had not seen his figure. At times, he even suspected whether such a person really existed in the college. Was there really such an expert guarding the college? From this, one could see how mysterious Haimachan was. Even the people in the college did not know where he was. It was easier said than done to find him. This little brother, may I know what is your relationship with our dean?" It was a long while later before Deacon Wu slowly opened his mouth with some hesitation. From his expression, one could tell that he was at a loss. An old friend's disciple. Xiaoyan smiled as he spoke. The so-called old friend was naturally Guyu. Since Xiaoyan had come to the Yuanwu continent, Guyu had taught him many things. Speaking of which, Xiaoyan could be considered half a disciple of Guyu. Deacon Wu's expression immediately became even uglier when he heard these words. His heart was filled with bitterness. It was only a long while later that he laughed dryly with a burning face. "Little brother Xiaoyan, it is not that I want to deceive you, but I do not know where the dean is. Even some of the elders in the college do not know. Therefore, I hope that you can understand." Even with his cultivation at the origin transformation stage, Deacon Wu could not help but feel a little apprehensive when he heard that Guyu was the disciple of Haimachan's old friend. After all, for someone to be known as Haimachan's old friend, there was no need to think too much about the cultivation of Xiaoyan's teacher. If he offended Xiaoyan, it would be equivalent to offending his teacher. At the same time, it would be equivalent to offending Haimachan. Xiaoyan immediately became depressed when he heard Deacon Wu's words. The latter's answer was just as Lu Xian had said. Even the elders in the college did not know where Haimachan was. "You wish to find the dean?" However, it was also at this moment that a clear voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The gazes of everyone on the square immediately began to look all around. Very quickly, someone's gaze noticed a figure that had suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The figure wore the uniform of a student. He had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. When everyone noticed his figure, the figure slowly descended. He stood on the ground not far from Xiaoyan and the others. It was only now that everyone could clearly see his appearance. The man's jet black hair was tied behind his back. It was as smooth as silk. Under his thick black eyebrows were two enchanting pitch-black eyes that seemed to be inlaid with gemstones. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, making his eyes seem even more charming. His red lips were slightly pursed, seeming to be smiling yet not smiling. There was an indescribable sense of confidence in him, causing his aura to rise once again. With just a glance, people could not help but sigh in amazement. His appearance was imposing, high-spirited, and valiant. When this man appeared, Xiaoyan had already placed all of his attention on him. Both of his eyes narrowed as they stared intently at the latter. A long while later, he finally slowly said, "Don't underestimate me. You are the current #1 person in Beihai College, Shui Miao." "That's right." The two words came out of his mouth without the slightest bit of modesty. Instantly, Shui Miao was like a superstar on the stage, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the square. All of their gazes were filled with admiration and passion. The man in front of them was simply a legendary figure to them. However, the latter was now standing upright in front of them. This immediately stirred up the emotions of countless people in the square, especially the girls. They could not help but scream out loud. When all the men looked at Shui Miao, their eyes were filled with a blazing flame and some hostility. All the girls had faces filled with admiration and desire. From time to time, they would fantasize about something in their minds. Even most of the teachers were looking at Shui Miao with faces filled with amazement. In a certain pavilion within the academy, a few old men in the robes of the academy's elders were standing before the window at this moment. Their deep eyes were focused on Shui Miao, who had appeared on the square at this moment, and their hearts were filled with slight anticipation. This kid has been in seclusion for a few years. He's finally come out. I wonder what his cultivation is like. He's probably about to reach the origin transformation realm. The principal valued him greatly back then. His future will definitely be limitless. The origin transformation realm is only the beginning. Hee, you guys, don't always look at your own people. Haven't you noticed that there's something different about that black-robed kid? The old men stared at Shui Miao as they constantly sighed in amazement. Only when someone noticed Xiaoyan did they look over as well. The black robes that the kid is wearing seem to be the power of the ways? This kid isn't simple either. Another genius. And from the looks of it, there will definitely be a clash between the two dragons. The various elders could not help but click their tongues in amazement as they stared at Xiaoyan on the plaza. At the same time, some expectation appeared in their deep, old eyes. A clash between the geniuses of the younger generation was definitely going to be a good show. Moreover, such a duel wasn't just a good show for them. It was also an opportunity for the students of the academy to grow. In just a few moments, the square at the top of the mountain was surrounded by people. The appearance of Shui Miao had alarmed the entire Beihai College. All the students on the mountain swiftly gathered towards the top of the mountain. Numerous figures were like meteors flying in the sky as they swiftly rushed to the top of the mountain. Their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Shui Miao, who was surrounded by a large crowd. You said earlier that you're here to look for the dean? Shui Miao narrowed his eyes and sized up Xiaoyan, as if he was scrutinizing something. Only then did he speak slowly. I'm Xiaoyan. I'm here to look for the dean of Beihai College, Haimachan. Xiaoyan cupped his hands and said with a smile. Do you think you can meet the dean just because you want to? I have to see him today. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense, and the invisible void started to distort for no reason. It was Shui Miao's first time meeting Xiaoyan. However, he seemed to hold a grudge against the person in front of him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Both of their eyes were sharp, and there was a fierce glint in the depths of their eyes. Flames filled Xiaoyan's eyes, but in Shui Miao's eyes, there was only a deep blue sea. After a short confrontation, the two of them were evenly matched. Sure, I know where the dean is, and I can help you meet him. However, before that, you have to get through me first. Shui Miao looked deeply at Xiaoyan. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke with great interest. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Shui Miao to say such words to someone the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Xiaoyan nodded with a smile in response to Shui Miao's straightforward words. He had already noticed this the moment he saw the latter. The latter's appearance did not seem to be a coincidence. Even the way Shui Miao looked at him was different. It seemed that Haimachan already knew of his arrival. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile when he thought until this point. Putting it this way, Haimachan should be in this academy. Moreover, it was very likely that the latter was currently staring at him. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily became absent-minded as this thought flashed across his heart. He looked all around him. There were many pavilions built all over this vast mountain peak. However, he could not think of any place where Haimachin was. It was only when Xiaoyan's gaze returned to the magnificent statue in front of him that he seemed to have thought of something. Those floating stone platforms, then. Xiaoyan suddenly raised his gaze and looked at the top of the statue. It was hidden in the clouds, and the people in the college could not see it at all. However, if one looked down from there, it was enough to see the entire Beihai College. If Haimachin was looking at him at this moment and was not in one of the lofts, then the only possibility was that he was at the top of the statue. Xiaoyan's eyes, which were filled with flames, penetrated through the cloud layer. It appeared that he wanted to clearly see the sky above. However, Shui Miao, who was in front of him, quickly swept her gaze around. Her sharp gaze forced Xiaoyan to withdraw his gaze. Humph, with a satisfied smile, Shui Miao's action confirmed Xiaoyan's conjecture. Hey, this guy seems to have found you here. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed man could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Haimachin with interest. At this moment, the latter also had a smile on his face and nodded in gratification. Next, let's see how strong he is. At the same time, Xiaoyan and Shui Miao on the square looked at each other again. Xiaoyan smiled and imitated Shui Miao to size him up. Then, he said in a flat tone, "How do you want to compete?" "Simple, let's make it quick. If you can beat me within 100 rounds, I will tell you where the dean is. If you can't beat me, then leave Beihai College and never come back." "Okay." In the face of Shui Miao's powerful words, Xiaoyan did not show any weakness. Just one word, as if it contained some kind of power, set off an invisible storm in the square. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. The surrounding students quickly retreated under the instruction of the mentors, leaving more than half of the square for the two who were already at daggers drawn. "I'm Shui Miao from Beihai College." The two stood in the square. Shui Miao cupped his fist to Xiaoyan and spoke slowly in a clear voice. Xiaoyan also imitated the former's tone and reported his name. "I'm Xiaoyan. If you can defeat me in 100 exchanges, you will be able to see the headmaster. If you can't, you will leave." Shui Miao's clear shout reverberated across the plaza. With a thought, surging Douqi immediately surged out from the vortex in his body. As his aura changed, the surrounding Genesis Qi also began to churn, transforming into a storm that lingered around Shui Miao's body. The appearance of this scene caused the faces of all the students and teachers present to reveal expressions of shock. Even the few elders in the distant building could not help but feel a wave of shock. Half-step to the origin transformation stage. This brat seems to be a little stronger than we expected. From the looks of his aura, I believe that he will be able to make an official breakthrough in less than half a year. To advance from a half-step emperor to the origin transformation stage in a short 10 years, this brat will likely become the first person in our academy to do so in the past 100 years. Shock was revealed on the faces of all the elders. Shui Miao's talent really surpassed that of an ordinary person. It was no wonder that even the headmaster favored him. "Half-step to the origin transformation stage, huh?" Xiaoyan softly muttered. He could not help but feel shocked by Shui Miao's strength. Ever since he had roamed the continent, the Shui Miao before him could be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation he had seen. The two of them were of similar age, but the latter's cultivation had already reached such a level. Just this point alone was not something that Zhou Yuan could underestimate. "I will definitely meet him." In just an instant, Xiaoyan had already recovered. He did not know whether to laugh or not. His feet gently stepped on the ground and the Douqi within the vortex in his body abruptly swept out in all directions at this moment. Buzz! Two powerful auras suddenly collided in the plaza. Soon after, they turned into a storm that dissipated together. At almost the same time, the gazes of everyone in the plaza suddenly shifted from Shui Miao's body to Xiaoyan's. Shocked expressions were revealed on every face as disbelief filled their hearts. This guy, is only a 7-star Dodi? I was wondering what his cultivation level would be. In the end, he is only a 7-star Dodi. Even among us, there are quite a few people who can suppress him. To think that he dares to act so confident when facing Senior Shui Miao. This guy is too arrogant. Heh, such arrogant people should be taught a sufficient lesson. Today, Senior Shui Miao will properly teach him a lesson. Ha. The surrounding students who were watching from the sidelines had faces full of ridicule as they watched Xiaoyan display his strength on the open ground. Their words were filled with cold laughter and ridicule. Even some of the instructors and deacons could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at him. Being able to raise his cultivation to a 7-star Dodi at such an age was extremely rare among these students. This also proved Xiaoyan's talent to them. However, Xiaoyan's arrogance would likely become a large obstacle on his path to growth. Of course, not everyone thought this way. At this moment, Lu Xian's face was filled with shock as she stared at Xiaoyan. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She had once personally witnessed Xiaoyan rely on his own strength to easily suppress 5 elite Dodi. Although the strongest person among the 5 of them was merely a 6-star Dodi, under normal circumstances, such a group was not something that a 7-star Dodi could easily finish off. However, when she looked at Xiaoyan again, Lu Xian recalled everything that had happened a couple of days ago. Even if all the instructors and students present thought that Xiaoyan was only a 7-star Dodi, she would definitely not think so. Before seeing the outcome of the matter, one could not make a rash comment. Even more so, one could not underestimate anyone because of appearances. The result of doing so would only bring about an unbearable blow to oneself. Therefore, while everyone present was laughing coldly and ridiculing Xiaoyan because of the aura that he had displayed, Shui Miao and those elders in the pavilion were staring at Xiaoyan in an extremely cautious manner. In the next moment, the battle officially began. Ha! The 2 people in the middle of the arena let out an explosive cry in unison. Their actions were completely in sync as they violently stomped on the ground. A frightening strength poured out at the same time. The arena shook intensely and actually caved in. The bodies of the 2 people also shot forward in a lightning-like manner. Bang! Their fists collided and the bodies of the 2 people were instantly fixed in the middle of the arena. A frightening energy storm immediately swept apart and destroyed the entire arena in an instant. In the middle of the arena, Xiaoyan and Shui Miao's eyes met. Their faces carried arrogant and unruly smiles. They were both members of the younger generation who were thought highly of. This was only the first time that the 2 of them had met, but they were already like fire and water. Humph! Shui Miao took half a step back after the punch landed. He clenched his right fist tightly and a surging water affinity doqi immediately surged out of his body and covered his entire arm. Soon after, he once again threw a punch violently toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was unwilling to be outdone. At the same time that his right fist was clenched tightly, a thick white flame covered his entire arm. The frighteningly high temperature actually caused the temperature of this place to rise significantly. Heavenly flame! Shui Miao's eyes shrunk slightly. He could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. Bang! Soon after, an intense collision occurred once again. The energy wave formed by fire and water immediately swept to both sides with the 2 people in the middle. Immediately, the expressions of the instructors around the arena involuntarily changed. They hurriedly took a step forward. A substance like doqi light barrier immediately rose from the ground and blocked the energy wave the moment it swept over. Even though this was the case, the sturdy doqi light barrier could not help but tremble intensely. Feeling the frightening aura that pounced from within the light barrier, the faces of all the students present involuntarily turned slightly pale. If it were not for the instructors blocking it, it was likely that they would have all fallen to the ground at this moment. In the collision just now, Xiaoyan and Shui Miao could be said to be evenly matched. The dispute between fire and water was ultimately unable to see an outcome. This also allowed them to understand that Xiaoyan was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. However, in the blink of an eye, those students who had previously boasted that they could easily suppress Xiaoyan had bitterly retreated at this moment. Xiaoyan and Shui Miao, who were in the middle of the arena, also shook their bodies. Doqi poured out and the 2 of them withdrew respectively. You are indeed not as simple as you appear on the surface. You flatter me. You are not bad yourself. Xiaoyan gently clenched his fist and parted his mouth to laugh softly. There is no need to be happy too early. This is merely the first round. Again. Shui Miao similarly laughed coldly. He clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand. Doqi surged and removed that numbness. As his doqi surged, blue water quickly condensed on the surface of Shui Miao's body and turned into an armor made of water. Following the agglomeration of the armor, the ground around Shui Miao's body was also covered by water. Even the air, which had become dry because of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame a moment ago, had once again become moist. Just the overflow of doqi could cause changes in the world. Shui Miao's title as the #1 person in Beihai College was not just for show. As the armor condensed, Shui Miao's palm turned and the storage ring on his finger flashed. Immediately, a black spear appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a biting cold murderous aura spread out from it. However, from this aura, one could imagine how much blood the spear had been stained with. Let's see how you're going to defeat me within 100 rounds. Whale plundering spear, raging whale tsunami. Shui Miao's face was cold and his eyes were cold. With a twist of his wrist, the spear in his hand rotated. The tip of the spear landed on the ground and pierced into the water around him. Then, it swept across the water fiercely. The water splashed and condensed rapidly in midair. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge wave that blocked in front of Shui Miao. The latter's feet violently stomped on the ground. His body immediately rose and gently landed on the top of this enormous wave. The tip of the spear that was overflowing with a cold glow once again drew across the surface of the water. The wave immediately pounced toward Xiaoyan from all directions. Can't I dodge it? Looking at the huge wave that had covered more than half of the square in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. He felt the turbulent aura coming from it and his heart was secretly in awe. With a thought, the majestic doqi in his body suddenly burst out. With a flip of his hand, the black dark heavy buster sword immediately fell into his hand. His left hand fiercely slashed across the body of the buster sword. The blazing white flame immediately climbed onto the buster sword. The blazing heat also spread out. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 1 buster sword. After swinging the buster sword, Xiaoyan's standing body suddenly twisted. Without hesitation, he turned around and swung another 2 buster sword. 3 majestic buster lights seemed to want to separate the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, they had all merged together. Outside the square, countless students revealed shocked faces as they watched the scene in front of them. The blood in their bodies also began to boil. A battle of water and fire. This could be said to be a battle between 2 old enemies. After the collision earlier, everyone present clearly understood that if the cultivations of these 2 people were to be compared, it would be impossible to determine the victor. Currently, the only thing that the 2 of them could compare was their own combat experience and the do skills that they had grasped. In this kind of battle, rich combat experience and powerful do techniques would undoubtedly become the key to determining victory or defeat. When the shocking huge wave that spanned across the plaza collided with the majestic ruler light that stood between heaven and earth, the entire plaza instantly quietened down. Everyone held their breaths in concentration as they stared fixedly at the center of the plaza, waiting for the next second to arrive. Boom! Soon after, blue and white lights intertwined and filled the entire square. In an instant, the vision of all the students outside the battlefield was blocked. They only heard a deafening explosion sound. Everyone's vision became unusually blurry. Only the instructors and the leaders of the various parties could still clearly see the situation of the battle. The frightening energy storm violently struck the energy barrier outside the square. The entire square trembled intensely. Everything within the battle circle had already been destroyed. When the dazzling light gradually dimmed, an intense sound of metal colliding was emitted from within the battle circle. Everyone looked over in the direction of the sound. They saw that within the battle circle, Xiaoyan and Shui Miao were both waving the weapons in their hands and clashing intensely with each other. In the air, Shui Miao held a long spear in his hand and displayed his spear technique. The sharp tip of the spear was like a poisonous snake as it swiftly pierced towards the vital parts of Xiaoyan's body. The tip of the spear easily tore through the air, bringing about an ear-piercing sonic boom as it rapidly approached Xiaoyan's throat. Facing Shui Miao's lightning-like attack, Xiaoyan did not show any signs of weakness. Even though the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was relatively larger, in Xiaoyan's hand, his brandishing was not the slightest bit slower than the long spear in Shui Miao's hand. Seeing that the tip of the spear was already in front of him, Xiaoyan waved the huge ruler in his hand and immediately blocked in front of him. In a burst of sparks, the long spear was blocked. Ding! However, immediately after, the tip of the spear strangely arrived at Xiaoyan's knee. The tip of the spear was swift and fierce as it ruthlessly swept across. However, it narrowly missed Xiaoyan's knee. Despite having dodged the tip of the spear, Xiaoyan's pants were easily torn apart by the sharp douqi that was contained on the tip of the spear. It even left behind a thin trace of blood on the skin under it. Feeling the slight chill from his knee, Xiaoyan suddenly swept his huge ruler horizontally and smashed it towards Shui Miao's head. The latter sneered and lifted his spear in an attempt to block Xiaoyan's attack. Clang! The moment the huge ruler and the spear collided, a frightening force suddenly poured out. Shui Miao's expression also changed drastically at this moment. He had never imagined that this attack from Xiaoyan would actually contain such a frightening force. The long spear was swiftly bent under the frightening strength. The entire body of the spear was smashed into an extremely strange and dangerous arc. The two rubbed against each other and sparks shot out. Only when Xiaoyan withdrew the enormous ruler did Shui Miao's body involuntarily take a couple of steps back. The long spear in his hand was still trembling intensely, causing both of his hands, which were holding the long spear, to swiftly become numb. Even the spot between his thumb and index finger had been shaken apart and fresh blood immediately surged. In this collision, Shui Miao had suffered a small loss. A large part of the reason could only be blamed on him underestimating his opponent and the strength contained in Xiaoyan's body. Humph, it's the 30th round. Again. Will plundering spear, will dragon appear. With a chill in his heart, Shui Miao no longer dared to be careless in front of Xiaoyan. His hand violently cut across the body of the spear and the trembling body of the spear immediately calmed down. With a thought, douqi surfaced on the long spear. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a ferocious beast that wrapped around the body of the spear and hid it within. It rushed out with the long spear, drawing an extremely strange arc in the air as it approached Xiaoyan's throat with lightning-like speed. Xiaoyan's expression sunk as he sensed the frightening aura emitted from the ferocious beast. He could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. Holding the huge ruler in his hand, a vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, he saw through the killing move hidden under the ferocious beast. While his body retreated, he lifted the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. Flames surged as he violently hacked a trajectory in front of him from top to bottom. As the huge ruler descended, a ferocious strength tore apart the illusionary figure of the ferocious beast. Following which, the ruler's strength did not diminish as it violently collided with the seemingly invisible tip of the spear below. The illusionary figure of the ferocious beast was instantly shattered. However, there was nothing below it. When the people outside the arena saw this, they could not help but feel anxious in their hearts. If Xiaoyan's attack missed, the price he would have to pay would not be easy to bear. However, in the next instant, under the broad blade of the heavy Xian ruler, the tip of the spear that carried a cold light suddenly appeared. After which, it violently collided with the heavy Xian ruler. Clang, as the ruler fell, the thick blade of the ruler violently collided with the tip of the spear. A powerful force immediately surged out. A dense white flame swiftly spread from the huge ruler and climbed onto the cold glint of the tip of the spear. However, at the same time, a vast and mighty water affinity douqi also pounced over and pounced into the flame without any hesitation, competing with each other. Besides this, the powerful force of the heavy ruler, supported by Xiaoyan's force, forcefully bent the spear. Shui Miao, who had attacked first, was sent flying back by Xiaoyan's heavy ruler, causing him to cut a rather sorry figure. Astonishment involuntarily flashed across Shui Miao's eyes at the fact that such a concealed attack had been detected by Xiaoyan. However, before he could ponder any further, the frightening force had already spread along the spear. Damn it, what frightening physical strength! A frightening force was transmitted from the spear once again, causing Shui Miao's arms to tremble uncontrollably. He tightly clenched his teeth, and as his expression changed, an even more turbulent Do-Chi swept outwards. Even the surrounding Genesis Chi began to move along the spear, charging towards the raging thick white flames and the heavy Xian ruler. At this moment, Shui Miao's powerful half-step origin transformation stage strength was fully displayed. Humph! The trembling spear immediately stabilized under the cover of the boundless Do-Chi. Soon after, a cold snort sounded as his hand viciously slammed against the spear. The spear, which had just regained its straight shape, immediately began to bend once again. The spear abruptly pressed forward under the cover of Do-Chi, causing the falling heavy ruler to be forcefully repelled. Let go. Taking advantage of the fact that the giant ruler was repelled by the spear, Shui Miao immediately let out a roar. He suddenly gripped the spear with both hands and forcefully shook it. The tip of the spear immediately began to sway at high speed, continuously colliding with the giant ruler, causing it to sway uncontrollably. Subsequently, the tip of the spear strangely twisted, causing sparks to fly. A powerful force erupted, borrowing the force from the spear to send the heavy Xian ruler flying from Xiaoyan's hands. Admit defeat. After knocking away Xiaoyan's weapon, Shui Miao's expression suddenly became fierce. He withdrew his spear and suddenly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His right hand held the spear, and his left hand turned into a claw. He viciously tore at Xiaoyan's chest. However, in the face of Shui Miao's ferocious attacks, Xiaoyan did not cower in the slightest. He allowed Shui Miao's ferocious claws to pounce on him as he suddenly clenched his hands into fists. At this moment, all the strength in his body was mobilized. Slash! In merely an instant, the black-colored robe on the surface of Xiaoyan's body was easily torn apart. Soon after, a sharp-hand claw landed on Xiaoyan's chest without any reduction in strength. Clang clang clang. After the robe was torn apart, Shui Miao's claws landed on Xiaoyan's chest. Then, a crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. When everyone present, including Shui Miao, looked over, the scene that appeared at this moment made everyone stunned. At this moment, Xiaoyan's body was covered by a layer of purple-gold scales. Shui Miao's attack landed on Xiaoyan's chest, but it was completely blocked. What? Shui Miao's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stomped his feet heavily in the air, and his body immediately shot backward. Force elephant tactic. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan suddenly followed up. He raised his right fist, and a terrifyingly powerful force rapidly gathered in his palm. He threw a punch, and it fiercely blasted towards Shui Miao's chest, who was close at hand. Shui Miao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of this punch from Xiaoyan. He did not have that strange protective scale armor. Should he be struck by this punch, it was likely that he would instantly lose his fighting strength. At the critical moment, Shui Miao instantly used the long spear in his right hand to block in front of him. The surging Do-Chi in his body also swarmed out and poured into the long spear without reservation, using this to block Xiaoyan's punch. Clang! When the fist landed, the entire place immediately emitted a buzzing sound. Everyone's eardrums involuntarily trembled intensely. Xiaoyan's fist violently smashed onto the long spear. A frightening strength instantly erupted. At this moment, this fleshy fist was even stronger than the long spear in front of him, which was made from a special material. At the moment when the two collided, the long spear's hard body, which was supported by Do-Chi, was still unstoppably bent rapidly until it was pressed against Shui Miao's chest. The latter could not help but let out a muffled groan. Bang! It was also at this moment that Shui Miao's clothes suddenly burst open. He lost control of his entire body in an instant, and rapidly fell to the ground below. Before he landed on the ground, the terrifying force had already blasted a huge crater in the already dilapidated square below. Shui Miao's body was ruthlessly smashed into the crater and buried deep inside. Outside the arena, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they watched the scene that had appeared in the arena. They really did not dare to believe their eyes. The number one person in Beihai College, Shui Miao, had already been defeated? Moreover, he had actually been defeated in the hands of a 7-star Dodi. It was likely that no one would believe it even if they told this to anyone. The arena was completely silent. Those instructors also frowned one after another. Their hearts were filled with shock as they watched the huge pit that was filled with dust in the middle of the arena. This Xiaoyan, who had suddenly appeared, had already brought them too much shock within this short period of time. Within the pavilion, those elders from the academy were also similarly watching Xiaoyan in the sky above the arena with surprise. Only Hai Machan and the black-robed old man, who were currently high up, were staring at Xiaoyan below with great interest. The former was still alright. As for the latter, when he saw the purple gold scale armor that had surfaced on Xiaoyan's body, even with the latter's mental fortitude, his expression involuntarily changed. Who is this brat? Why does he have something from the ancient void dragon tribe? Dragon scale armor, no, it also doesn't seem to be. I have seen a dragon scale armor before. Although it is extraordinary, it is far from being comparable to the one on his body. This brat seems to be carrying quite a number of secrets on him. The black-robed old man, who was originally indifferent to many things, was currently feeling a little curious about Xiaoyan because of the things on his body. It was also at this moment that a low and deep voice was faintly emitted from within the enormous pit on the square below. I have to say that I have indeed underestimated you previously. I did not expect your physical strength to be so strong. Next, I should also take out some real things. Following the appearance of the voice, a dense fog suddenly permeated the air within this battleground that had been formed by the instructor's ability. At the same time, Shui Miao, whose upper body was naked, once again flew up. Each time his feet gently stepped on empty air, a small puddle of water would form under his feet. When his body once again arrived in front of Xiaoyan, 9 water curtains were agglomerated around him. This is the Great Way of Water. Looking at the 9 water curtains that had formed around Shui Miao, Xiaoyan could not help but softly mutter and smile with interest. The strength of the Great Way. That's right, Senior Shui Miao still has the strength of the Great Way. Back then, when Senior was still a 5-star Dodi, there were rumors that he had comprehended the strength of the Great Way. Now that I have seen it, it is actually the Great Way of Water, which is the same attribute as him. Previously, Senior had been giving way to this kid. Now that he has unleashed the strength of the Great Way, this Xiaoyan is definitely going to lose. On the square, when the group of students saw the 9 water curtains condensed around Shui Miao, their faces immediately revealed a fanatical expression. Even though the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier was quite extraordinary, this was only a part of it. In front of the strength of the Great Way, all of Xiaoyan's advantages would be greatly reduced. The strength of the Great Way was the most mysterious strength in this world. There were very few people in the world who could comprehend it. However, those who could comprehend the strength of the Great Way were definitely not comparable to ordinary experts of the same level. Even though Xiaoyan's combat strength was extraordinary, in front of the strength of the Great Way, it was difficult for him to unleash his usual extraordinary combat strength. Hiss. 9 Daos? I remember that a few years ago, this kid had only comprehended 6 Daos. Now, he has actually successfully condensed 9 Daos. It seems that not only has his behavior improved in these few years, but even his great path energy has not fallen behind. Haha, he is indeed worthy of being the person that even the headmaster thinks highly of. Once this kid grows up, he will definitely be a giant in the future. Hehe, but I am curious. What is the strength of the Great Way of the one called Xiaoyan? Just as all the elders were amazed by Shui Miao, the elder who had first noticed Xiaoyan laughed again at this moment. He had a feeling that this Xiaoyan seemed to be a little unusual. Hearing this, the other elders beside him also glanced at Xiaoyan curiously, but then they shook their heads. Although they didn't know what kind of power of the Great Way Xiaoyan had mastered, his cultivation was still low after all, and he must not have comprehended the power of the Great Way for a long time. At this moment, Shui Miao had already cast the power of the Great Way, so Xiaoyan was about to be defeated. At the same time, the Shui Miao in front of Xiaoyan moved again. Just as the surrounding people were discussing, Shui Miao suddenly inserted his right hand into a water curtain beside him. Then, with a sudden pull, the entire water curtain was distorted. Pulling it in front of him, Shui Miao swiped his hands across it, and the water curtain immediately shrank and lengthened. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a long spear completely condensed from the power of the Great Path. This is materialization of the Great Tao. Materialization of the Great Tao. Just as the long spear in Shui Miao's hand materialized, in the pavilion in the distance, a burst of exclamations suddenly sounded. A group of elders couldn't even believe their eyes. Materialization of the Great Tao required a special understanding of the power of the Great Way to be able to materialize it. Back then, when this group of old guys comprehended the materialization of the Great Tao, they suffered a lot and spent a lot of time. However, now, Shui Miao's actions shocked them. Ordinary people knew that the power of the Great Way was extremely difficult to comprehend. However, they did not know that even if one comprehended the power of the Great Way, one would still have to face great difficulties in controlling it like one's own arm. The solidification of the Great Way was the greatest obstacle after comprehending the power of the Great Way. This kid, his rate of growth is far more terrifying than we expected. In the pavilion, several elders took a deep breath and said slowly with shock on their faces. Hee, not bad. 3 water screens in 3 years. This kid is not bad. However, compared to Xiaoyan, there's still a gap. Above the clouds, the black-robed man smiled as he looked down at Shui Miao, who was displaying the power of the Great Way. He chuckled, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Seeing this, Haimachan shrugged helplessly. Xiaoyan, I can feel that you also have the aura of the power of the Great Way. Come, let's determine the winner with the power of the Great Way. A clear shout reverberated between heaven and earth. When the surrounding students heard Shui Miao's words, their expressions changed. They didn't expect that even Xiaoyan had also mastered the power of the Great Way. Since you're so kind as to invite me, I'll reluctantly accept. Xiaoyan smiled. A thought passed through his mind and the invisible space around him suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a bang sounded and it burst apart. Waves of mysterious, pitch-black energy surged out from the dark shadow. Moreover, it also intertwined and condensed around Xiaoyan, turning into one curtain after another. The expressions on the faces of Shui Miao and those elders from the academy involuntarily changed the moment they saw the strange energy. Numerous gazes of disbelief stared intently at the dark black curtain that was agglomerated around Xiaoyan. The shock in their hearts was extremely great. This is actually, the void, the Great Way of the void. This Xiaoyan. He has actually comprehended the Great Way of the void. This is really, shocking. When the elders recognized the Great Way that Xiaoyan had grasped, endless shock surged into their hearts. They had never dared to imagine that Xiaoyan could actually comprehend the Great Way of the void. If the Great Way that Shui Miao had revealed was enough to make them feel amazed, then the Great Way of the void that they saw right now was enough to shock them. The Great Way of the void was at the top of all the Great Ways. Its uniqueness could be described as heaven-defying. In the history of the entire continent, anyone who could grasp the Great Way of the void was an extremely powerful existence. They even stood at the very top of the pyramid of the entire continent. Just this point alone was enough to imagine how terrifying the Great Way of the void was. However, the shock that Xiaoyan gave them was far from over. Everyone present watched one tent after another agglomerating around Xiaoyan's body with their own eyes. The expressions on their faces also became increasingly exaggerated. Even those elders from the academy also had stunned expressions. 7, 8, 9, 10. There were a total of 10 curtains. Just based on the number of Great Ways that had condensed, Xiaoyan had already surpassed Shui Miao. At this moment, the word disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. Shui Miao, who stood opposite Xiaoyan, had an extremely grave expression on his handsome face. The more he interacted with the person before him, the more he could feel how terrifying the person before him was. In the entire continent, there were not many people among the younger generation who could make him treat them like this. However, Xiaoyan, whose origins were unknown, was now bound to join the ranks. In fact, in comparison, Xiaoyan and those fellows made him feel even more threatened. Xiaoyan, surnamed Xiao, could it be? But that can't be right. I know those fellows and his family very well. There hasn't been such a person in recent years. Who exactly is he? Shui Miao's gaze focused on Xiaoyan in front of him. A suspicious emotion suddenly surged from deep within his eyes. Xiaoyan had caused him to suddenly recall a certain clan on the continent. However, after thinking about it in his heart, he decided to dispel this thought. With his confidence, that family could not nurture such an outstanding person. Moreover, Xiaoyan had said that he was the disciple of Haimachen's old friend. He did not think that Haimachen would have any connection with that family. Moreover, if Xiaoyan really came from that family, then it was impossible for him not to recognize him. However, from Xiaoyan's series of actions, the latter did not seem to recognize him. What he knew was limited to the name Shui Miao. Huff, Shui Miao withdrew his thoughts. His breathing trembled as he exhaled a long breath. He did his best to calm his heart. It was a long while later before he raised the long spear in his hand, faced Xiaoyan, and spoke in a dense tone. Again. End of chapter 1022. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.